Chapter 1. The Gift of the World and the Collision with the Ancient One. Lindu's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as his sports car sped down the enigmatic road, leading to the mystical Camartage. His thoughts inadvertently drifted back to a mundane yet distant past, a time when he was merely an ordinary office worker, submerged in an endless ocean of labor, leading a life devoid of turbulence. Until that fateful occasion, when he bravely stepped forward to uphold justice, abruptly halting the symphony of his existence. What he presumed to be the conclusion of his narrative turned out to be the inception of an entirely new journey. He traversed realms, leaping from the familiar world into a fantastical universe reminiscent of comic book lore. Upon his arrival, every step was taken with utmost caution, fearful that a single misstep might plunge him into an abyss of the unknown. In this realm, the supernatural and advanced technology coexisted, the collision of magic and science igniting astonishing sparks of wonder. Here, one might witness a sorcerer chanting incantations to summon lightning, only to find around the corner a hero clad in iron armor, soaring through the skies. Universal crises loomed like the sword of Damocles, where even the most inconspicuous street corner could conceal a mutant endowed with world-altering powers. Fate seemed to play a jest upon him, quietly bestowing upon him a remarkable gift. In a fleeting moment, his body unlocked an unprecedented ability to fuse and absorb powers. With but a gentle touch, whether it be the renowned superheroes or mysterious artifacts harboring immense strength, he could unravel their essence, integrating these abilities into his very bloodline. Initially, he merely brushed past an inconspicuous hero, feeling a slight increase in speed and strength, yet even these subtle changes were sufficient to bolster his confidence. In this perilous world, as time progressed, Lindu was astonished to discover that once the accumulated powers within him reached a critical threshold, they began to intertwine, giving birth to a new and formidable strength. This fusion of power resembled a chemical reaction, a chain reaction triggered upon contact, unstoppable and brimming with infinite potential. This sensation feels akin to holding the keys to countless worlds, Linda murmured, a confident smile gracing his lips. However, to absorb the powers of these heroes, he first needed to locate and connect with them. At this moment, Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Thor remained tantalizingly out of reach. For the time being, they were beyond his grasp. In contrast, the sorcerers of Camartage were considerably closer. It would be prudent to pay them a visit. Perhaps it would unveil an unexpected journey. Camartage, a sanctuary safeguarding ancient and formidable magical secrets. Linda pondered that if he could approach those sorcerers, particularly the legendary Ancient One, or her capable aides, Wong and Mordo, even a simple handshake might afford him the opportunity to claim their magical prowess as his own. Just as Lindu contemplated how to merge these powers, a figure materialized before his car, seemingly ethereal and silent. In an instant, Lindu could only watch as the car hurtled towards that figure like an out-of-control stallion. Bang! Accompanied by a jarring screech of brakes, the figure was yanked into the air, akin to a kite severed by an invisible hand, before crashing heavily to the ground. Lindu's heart seized painfully. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. His gaze fixed on the person he had unintentionally struck down. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, the first absurd thought flashing through his mind. Could be that I've fallen victim to a staged accident? However, soon, calm logic reclaimed his thoughts, and he realized that the situation was likely far more intricate than he had imagined. Not a soul was around. It was eerily silent. On the ground lay an individual clad in peculiar attire, their face obscured in the dim light, rendering it indistinct. A thought flickered in Lindu's mind, and he promptly opened the car door, striding towards the fallen figure. After scrutinizing for a while, he suddenly let out a chuckle. Well, this is quite fortuitous. Who would have thought that this incident would deliver his target right to his feet? Hey, Mr. Gu? Lindu approached with a mix of probing curiosity and astonishment, his heart racing in anticipation of the impending revelation. Upon closer inspection, Gu appeared disheveled, yet his eyes shone with remarkable clarity. You, who are you? Gu struggled to sit up, his voice tinged with both caution and a hint of curiosity. Seeing this, Lindu immediately extended his hand, ostensibly to assist him, while inwardly activating that enigmatic power of fusion. Relax, my name is Lindu. It seems we are quite fated. Lindu spoke with warmth and conviction, all the while discreetly channeling the incredible energy within him. This was a power he had inadvertently acquired, enabling him to engage in a unique fusion with certain individuals, allowing him to harness their abilities. Be careful. Gu suddenly grasped Lindu's arm, and in an instant, They vanished from their original location. It was almost instantaneous that a blade of darkness, sharp as night, sliced through the air, piercing the very ground they had just vacated. The earth split apart, fissures spreading like a spider's web, dust swirling violently upwards. Lin Du's gaze fixated on the ominous dagger, exuding a malevolent aura, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Could this truly be the weapon of Kaecilius? Then, he heard Gu Yi's steady voice. Kaecilius, you have ultimately embarked upon this irreversible journey. Kaecilius, once a disciple of the Ancient One, now betrayed his master. Consumed by the pursuit of forbidden powers, a cold smile curved his lips, his form enveloped in a writhing energy of shadows, as if he were an envoy from another realm. Ancient One, your era has come to a close. A new order shall be forged by my own hands. With this declaration, Kaecilius launched his assault towards Gu Yi, while Lin Du, in that fleeting moment, felt an unprecedented surge of immense power swelling within him. Upon merging with the formidable essence of the Ancient One, he pushed open a portal to a new realm, where extraordinary powers, beyond the bounds of imagination, shimmered within the depths of his consciousness, eager to be unleashed. As Lin Du's fingertips grazed the Ancient One, an ancient and potent energy surged through his veins. In that instant, vivid images of energy projection, interdimensional teleportation, and the arcane art of the mystical whip flickered to life in his mind, vibrant and lucid. This knowledge seemed to be innately his, seamlessly integrating into the very fabric of his awareness. You have touched the hand of the Ancient One. Congratulations, you have fused with his power. Chapter 2. The astonishing Supreme Mage. Upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Lin Du gradually clenched his fists, silently reciting the incantation he had just comprehended. As the final syllable of the spell escaped his lips, a faint azure luminescence began to emanate from his fingertips. Observing the transformation of his hands, a confident smile crept across Lin Du's face, clearly indicating that he had fully mastered the power of the Ancient One. His gaze shifted to the Ancient One and Kaecilius, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation as he sought the opportune moment to unveil this newly merged formidable force. Ancient One, your antiquated path of balance can no longer bind me. Today, let me unveil the true essence of power. Kaecilius' voice thundered, imbued with an undeniable conviction. With a sweeping motion of his arm, torrents of devastating energy surged forth from his palm, hurtling towards the Ancient One like a tempest. Unfazed, the Ancient One navigated the rapid interplay of light and shadow with poise, each evasion executed with impeccable precision, having already foreseen his opponent's attack trajectory. Kaecilius, you still fail to grasp that true power emanates from an inner tranquility and a harmonious coexistence with the universe. Gathering pure, radiant energy in his hands, he gently waved it away, effortlessly neutralizing the onslaught. Kaecilius, well aware that brute force would yield no advantage, slyly diverted his gaze toward Lin Du. Upon feeling Kaecilius' attention upon him, Lin Du couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had never anticipated that Kaecilius would unwittingly present himself as the perfect subject for his experimentation. A cold, calculating smile curled at the corners of Kaecilius' lips as he suddenly lunged toward Lin Du with the swiftness of a leopard, aiming to exploit this opening to shatter the stalemate with the Ancient One. Faced with the sudden assault, Lin Du exhibited no trace of trepidation. Resolve flickered in his eyes. Unyielding and steadfast, truly unaware of the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth, he fixed his gaze on the oncoming Kaecilius, his low, resonant voice infused with an undeniable aura of authority. With a flick of his wrist, the magical whip sprang to life, moving with the ferocity of a whirlwind, precisely countering Kaecilius' fierce strike. As the whip clashed with the malevolent force, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing the air to quiver beneath the might of their confrontation. Crack! A sharp explosion jolted the Ancient One from her contemplative reverie. She was taken aback to witness Lin Du's magical whip, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, deftly entwining with Kaecilius' violent onslaught, sparks flying in a breathtaking display. This whip was no ordinary leather artifact, nor could it be compared to simple magical implements. The Ancient One could distinctly sense the ancient and potent magic coursing through its form. Each swing sent ripples through the surrounding air, causing the very fabric of space to subtly distort. What secrets and origins does this young prodigy conceal? Reflecting on the moment when Kaecilius had ambushed her, it was evident that Lin Du had been unaware. Could he truly have mastered such profound magic in the blink of an eye? A flicker of incredulity crossed the eyes of the Ancient One, his heart brimming with both doubt and awe. Having traversed countless corners of time and space and witnessed the myriad of extraordinary miracles this world has to offer, he found this moment to be an unprecedented experience, surpassing the limits of his imagination. Simultaneously, Kaecilius paused his tempestuous onslaught. A formidable force coursed quietly within this young individual, its potency rivaling that of the Ancient One himself. Realizing this, Kaecilius understood that a reckless attack on Lindu would only lead to his own demise. Yet, why could he sense no trace of Lindu's power? This perplexity loomed over him like dark clouds. As a paragon of perception in the realm of sorcery, Kaecilius found himself utterly baffled by the fluctuations of Lindu's strength. Prompting a frown to crease his brow, his gaze involuntarily shifted towards the Ancient One, noticing that even this supreme mage displayed a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Lindu, grasping a whip of magical energy, maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the brief clash with Kaecilius, as if it had stirred not a single ripple within him. With a deft flick of the whip, a subtle and enigmatic aura of magic rippled through the air. "Do you comprehend magic?" the Ancient One inquired slowly, his tone laden with curiosity. "Yet, how is it that you remain so unperturbed in the face of Kaecilius' sudden assault, as if completely unaware?" Upon hearing the Ancient One's inquiry, Lindu gently shook his head. "No, I merely had a sudden epiphany while observing your battle and decided to give it a try. They need not know about the fusion." At these words, the astonishment in the Ancient One's eyes nearly overflowed, his face rarely graced by shock. "So, you learned this by observing me in an instant?" This was not merely astonishment, it was an ineffable thrill. In his lengthy existence, he had never encountered such an astounding capacity for learning. For most, a demonstration of the magical whip might merely be a dazzling display of light and shadow. Yet Lindu was able to grasp its intricacies in the blink of an eye. This talent was almost beyond belief. Beside them, Kaecilius wore an expression of sheer incredulity. Though he was renowned for his rapid mastery, it had taken him days of arduous effort to merely skim the surface of the fundamental principles of magic. Yet now, Lindu seemed to effortlessly perceive the application of the magical whip in an instant. Furthermore, his command of the whip appeared to transcend even the Ancient One's expertise, a revelation that could not fail to astonish. Kaecilius's heart swelled with a complex array of emotions, akin to a bottle of mixed flavors toppled over, all intertwining. Deep within his gaze, an indescribable sentiment surged forth, leading him to gradually relax his combat stance, a playful smile beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. "Your talent," he conceded, "is undeniably rare. A person of your caliber should not be confined by the rigid boundaries of so-called justice. Join me, and together we shall upheave this antiquated order, ushering in a new epoch that is solely ours." Lindu unconsciously raised an eyebrow, his gaze oscillating between Kaecilius and Gu-yi, weighing the merits of each. Yet, deep within his heart, a resolution had already taken root. This confluence of power he intended not only to safeguard himself, but also to protect this world from any semblance of harm. "Ah, how tantalizing this is." Lindu feigned a contemplative demeanor, advancing step by step towards Kaecilius, seemingly persuaded, while internally he had already devised a plan. Chapter 3. Merging with the Blade of Darkness. Refusing Kaecilius, Lindu deliberately slowed his pace, leading Kaecilius to mistakenly believe that an opportunity had presented itself. He then extended a hand, saying, "Let us be friends. My name is Lindu." Upon hearing this, Kaecilius's face lit up with joy. With the addition of this remarkably gifted new member, his plan to upend the entire magical realm was tantalizingly close to fruition. He quickly grasped Lindu's hand tightly. At that moment, a voice whispered in Lindu's mind, "You have engaged with Kaecilius, beginning the integration of his Blade of Darkness abilities and mastery over shadow energy." Instantly, Lindu's mind began to relay simulations of Kaecilius's powers. The forces of Kaecilius were gradually merging with his own. As the fusion neared completion, Lindu released Kaecilius's hand. With the successful culmination of the integration, he felt an unprecedented surge of immense power coursing through him. He closed his eyes, savoring the intertwining of the new and old energies within him. Kaecilius observed Lindu's every movement, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a sorcerer of such extraordinary talent by his side, how could he possibly fail to vanquish the Ancient One? "Excellent, Lindu. You shall henceforth be my most powerful aid, and I will bestow upon you all my strength." To this, Lindu simply shook his head. "I pursue the light and reject the abyss." He then began to move slowly toward the Ancient One. This unexpected scene left both Kaecilius and the Ancient One momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, a flicker of astonishment and ire crossed Kaecilius's eyes, quickly replaced by a resigned smirk. He understood that he was no match for the Ancient One at this moment, especially not with Lindu's collaboration. Thus, he made a rational decision to withdraw, biding his time for another opportunity to confront them. "Lindu, I hope you do not come to regret your choice today." Regret? He had never once lamented his decisions. In stark contrast to Kaecilius's frantic demeanor, the Ancient One was filled with excitement, genuinely pleased with Lindu's choice. From Lindu, he perceived the dawning light of hope for the future. With Lindu joining Kamartaj, the organization would surely rise once more to its former glory. "Lindu, thank you for your choice. I am truly grateful. Now, allow me to guide you back to Kamartaj." where endless magical knowledge awaits to be imparted to you. As the Ancient One finished speaking, the air around them quivered gently, and in an instant, they found themselves enveloped in the familiar surroundings of Camartage. Lindo was not the least bit surprised. After all, for a sorcerer, utilizing a portal is as commonplace as breathing. Master Ancient One, you have returned. Wong and Mordo were engrossed in their daily affairs, and upon seeing the Ancient One return with Lindo, they paused momentarily before stepping forward to greet them. However, the Ancient One directly instructed Wong and Mordo, "Mordo, please arrange accommodations for Lindo. Wong and I have important matters to discuss." Lindu understood at once that Master Gu Yi likely wished to discuss his extraordinary experience of mastering magic in an instant. He remained silent, deciding to settle down before addressing the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Mordo promptly nodded. Fully aware that Master Gu Yi's command was not to be taken lightly, he offered Lindu a warm smile before leading him to the accommodations prepared for visitors. At that moment, Wong furrowed his brow, his eyes gleaming with an unmistakable astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Master Gu Yi, struggling to digest the events that had just transpired. "You mean, Lindu has mastered various forms of magic merely by observing our battle with Kaecilius?" one exclaimed, awe-stricken as he turned to Gu Yi. Master Gu Yi nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. "Indeed, Wong, there are individuals in this world whose perception and understanding of magic far surpass that of ordinary people. Lindu is evidently one of them. His innate talent is such that even I cannot help but be astounded." Upon hearing this, Wong's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the moment when Gu Yi and Kaecilius displayed their formidable powers. Kaecilius' magic surged like a tempest, capable of engulfing an entire city in the depths of an unending night. In contrast, Master Gu Yi possessed a profound and enigmatic strength, with each of her movements seeming to encapsulate the mysteries of the universe. Yet, how could Lindu, as a mere novice, swiftly grasp and even surpass the magical prowess of these two formidable figures? It was indeed hard to fathom. Even the Supreme Master Gu Yi had endured countless years of training to gradually unveil the secrets of those arcane spells. For an ordinary person, a lifetime would scarcely suffice to glimpse even the threshold of the magical realm. After a moment of silence, Wong turned to Gu Yi, his eyes shimmering with determination as he expressed his thoughts. "Master, I propose that we retain Lindu. I can assure you that his potential will be pivotal in our future confrontation with Dormammu. The relentless advance of the dark forces compels us to seize every possible advantage." Upon hearing Wong's words, Gu Yi could not help but nod in agreement. "I share your sentiment." Lindu's innate gifts seemed to offer a glimpse of long-lost hope. The conversation naturally shifted as Gu Yi mentioned another key figure. "Speaking of which, how is Strange faring? Has he made any progress?" Wong's expression briefly reflected a sense of helplessness as he gently shook his head. Strange, the once renowned surgeon, seems to have erected an insurmountable wall for himself. Even after more than 3 days in Camartage, he has yet to grasp the essence of opening a portal. The barriers within his heart are far more formidable than any external challenge. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Gu Yi's lips. "Very well. Tomorrow, bring Lindu and Strange to see me." Sometimes, the encouragement of companions can resonate more profoundly than any lecture. Perhaps Lindu's exceptional abilities may serve as the turning point for Strange to break free from his self-imposed constraints. On the other side, Mordo, who was being guided by Lind, could not help but inquire, "Lind, why does Master Gu Yi hold you in such high regard? It is the first time I have witnessed him so favorably inclined towards someone." Lind paused, his gaze drifting towards the magnificent scenery of Camartage, inhaling deeply. He slowly turned to face Mordo, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I believe this is a question best directed at Master Gu Yi. As for my whereabouts." Lind contemplated how to connect with Mordo and merge their powers. Chapter 4. The Resentment of Modu. The Fusion of Hypnosis by Lindu gazing at the silent and unyielding Lindu. A flicker of concealed jealousy coursed through Modu's heart. What secrets lay buried in the past between Master and Lindu? Why did the Master hold such esteem for one he had never met? As his thoughts surged, his hand instinctively coalesced magical energy, preparing to employ hypnosis upon Lindu, in hopes of unraveling the mystery behind Gu Yi's peculiar regard for him. Meanwhile, Lindu had just comprehended the essence of Gu Yi's magic, rendering him acutely aware of the subtle magical fluctuations surrounding him. However, he refrained from immediate action, instead opting to observe what Modu truly intended. Interestingly, the portrayal of the Baron in the television series mirrored reality quite closely. At this moment, the nascent betrayer maintained an appearance of humility and courtesy, his eyes shimmering with an insatiable thirst for boundless knowledge. Linda vividly recalled that it was the accumulation of dissatisfaction and jealousy that ultimately propelled Modu down the irrevocable path of dark magic. Yet, in this alternate realm, events seemed to accelerate. Modu's burgeoning ambition had already begun to reveal itself before him. At this juncture, Modu's insatiable curiosity resembled tender sprouts breaking through the earth in spring. eager to unfurl. Just as Lindu's thoughts swirled in his mind, Modu feigned nonchalance, extending a hand to gently rest upon Lindu's arm. This touch was a calculated maneuver on Modu's part, seeking to delve into the secret bond between Lindu and the sorcerer Gu-I through the art of hypnosis. Unbeknownst to him, this act unwittingly fell into the trap that Lindu had meticulously laid. "You appear quite intrigued by our connection with Master Gu-I," Lindu remarked. A knowing smile gracing his lips, his heart calm, and his plans meticulously crafted. For a long time, he had been silently searching for the perfect opportunity to harness Modu's power for his own gain. Now, Modu's unwitting offer was akin to divine favor. A splendid opportunity delivered directly to him. At the moment their arms touched, a wondrous wave of energy erupted in the air. In Lindu's mind, a steady and profound voice quietly resonated. "Power is the most genuine language of this world. Now, let us merge Modu's teleportation and the art of hypnosis." In an instant, a myriad of astonishing abilities surged into Lindu's consciousness like the first light of dawn, overwhelming yet exhilarating. The nimbleness of teleportation, the freedom of soaring through the skies, the secrets of mind control, the enchantment of astral projection, the wildness of explosive energy, the solidity of force fields, and the marvel of summoning all things. These powers coalesced into a torrent, expanding Lindu's awareness to unprecedented breadth and fullness. "Is this what it feels like to be wholly fused?" Lindu mused softly, his eyes shimmering with a brilliance surpassing that of the stars, embodying the unique confidence and exhilaration that comes with wielding power. He understood clearly that from this moment forth, Modu's strength had irrevocably merged with his own blood, becoming an inseparable part of him. Regarding the hypnosis that had once rendered Modu utterly powerless, Lindu comprehended that when confronted with a true powerhouse, it was merely a fragile illusion, easily shattered. Thus, he refrained from obstructing Modu's schemes, allowing them to unfold while harboring his own calculations. Modu gazed at Lindu in utter astonishment, the shock within him ineffable. How could it be? His prideful hypnosis had no effect on the seemingly unremarkable Lindu? He distinctly recalled that Lindu had only just embarked on his journey of learning under the Ancient One. How could he have undergone such a monumental transformation so suddenly? This series of questions loomed like dark clouds in his mind, plunging him into profound confusion and bewilderment. His heart surged with tumultuous waves of shock and defiance. Yet this emotional turmoil could only manifest as helplessness as he watched Lindu's figure gradually vanish into the distance toward his dwelling. In a different scene, Lindu returned to his residence, leaning back and reclining on the bed, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling as his mind replayed the enchanting moments of his journey in Kamartaj. Following the thrilling confrontation with Kaecilius, Lindu unexpectedly acquired the entirety of his opponent's powers. Subsequently, when Modu attempted to hypnotize him, all that power wondrously fused within him. Even the remnants of energy left by the Ancient One quietly awakened, stirring within his body. However, Lindu was in no rush to flee from the mysterious realm of Kamartaj, for it concealed an invaluable treasure, the Time Stone, one of the most formidable artifacts in the universe. Possessing it was tantamount to wielding the key to manipulate time and rewrite destiny. A mysterious smile unconsciously graced Lindu's lips. He understood that the time was not yet ripe, and hasty departure would only deprive him of greater possibilities. The following day, as dawn broke with the first light of day, Modu, adhering to the Ancient One's instructions, arrived at Lindu's residence, stepping into the morning's first rays. His footsteps resonated loudly in the tranquility, shattering the morning silence. Upon seeing Lindu slowly emerge from his room, Modu's demeanor was markedly different from the previous day. A trace of elusive anxiety flickered in his eyes, a remnant of the psychological shadow cast by his failed attempt to hypnotize Lindu nevertheless. He exerted himself to maintain an outward facade of calm, forcing a faint smile. "Lindu, Master Ancient One hopes to see you today." Modu's words endeavored to convey unwavering resolve, yet the subtle tremor in his voice betrayed his underlying trepidation. Lindu, upon hearing this, quietly contemplated. Was this summons to the Ancient One a prelude to the revelation of magical secrets? The thought flitted through his mind as he gently nodded to Modu, succinctly stating, "Let us go." Just as the two were preparing to depart, a hurried series of footsteps abruptly rounded the corner, followed by an arrogant voice slicing through the air. "Oh, is this not our future star of magic?" Lin's ears perked up as the sudden sound captured his attention. He glanced instinctively, and his gaze collided with that of Strange. Led by Wong. Indeed, it was the very Strange who had endured myriad tribulations within the Marvel universe, ultimately transforming into the Supreme Sorcerer. At this moment, he unexpectedly appeared here, accompanied by Wong, an elderly man clad in traditional Eastern attire, bearing a solemn expression. Lin's eyes involuntarily fixated on Strange, while his mind replayed the exhilarating scenes from the films. From the distinguished surgeon who stood above all, to the humble disciple seeking knowledge, and finally, to the guardian who mastered the Time Stone. Chapter 5, Encountering Strange. whose hand injury prevents him from using magic. The life trajectory of Strange is nothing short of a living legend. It appears that his journey into the realm of magic is about to commence. Lindu silently mused, a hint of a playful smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He noted that despite Strange's understated appearance, an air of subtle transformation enveloped him, as if heralding a significant change. Lindu, allow me to introduce you to Dr. Strange, a new companion who was about to embark on his journey of magical learning. Wong made a brief introduction, his tone laced with a barely perceptible satisfaction. Strange regarded Lindu with a scrutinizing gaze, assessing this unexpected stranger who had suddenly intruded upon his quest for knowledge and magic. It is a great honor, Mr. Lindu, Strange acknowledged with a gentle nod, his tone warm yet tinged with formality. I have heard that you share a profound interest in the wisdom of the Ancient One. Perhaps in the near future, we shall become companions in our studies. In truth, his genuine curiosity lay with the unfathomable mysteries of the Ancient One's magic. The notion of companionship had not crossed his mind. However, Lindu chose not to clarify this, opting instead to extend his hand firmly, grasping Strange in greeting. Hello, Strange. As anticipated, no enchanting sound of magical fusion resonated in his mind. It seemed that, as he suspected, Strange remained a complete novice in the realm of magic. Upon entering the grand reception hall of Kamartaj, Lindu immediately spotted the Ancient One. She sat serenely on a seemingly ordinary bench, carved from some unknown precious wood, exuding an aura of mystery. When her gaze met Lindu's, a spark of joy illuminated her eyes. Lindu, your arrival is like a gentle spring breeze sweeping through Kamartaj, bringing fresh hope and vitality to this place. Her words brimmed with affirmation and expectation. Deep within, the Ancient One silently marveled at Lindu's almost instantaneous grasp of magical secrets and his thunderous triumph over Kaecilius, all of which showcased his immeasurable potential. To her, Lindu seemed destined to become the guiding light of Kamartaj's future. Yet, beside this harmonious scene, Mordo's emotions swelled like turbulent tides, a medley of conflicting feelings. His gaze flickered between the Ancient One and Lindu, revealing a bitter and envious struggle, unable to comprehend why the Ancient One held such favor for this newcomer. It felt as though the brilliance of Lindu threatened to overshadow his years of diligent effort. Mordo's tightly pressed lips betrayed his inner turmoil and reluctance. Ancient One remained oblivious to Mordo's peculiar behavior, gradually straightening her posture and directing her gaze towards Lindu and Strange. She began to speak slowly. Lindu, Strange. Today I shall unveil the enigmatic veil of magic, revealing how it quietly germinates and flourishes upon this land. Under her guidance, the trio stepped into a secluded chamber, its walls adorned with countless shimmering runes that danced like the brightest stars in the night sky. Here, the air felt heavier than outside, each breath seeming to absorb the ancient and profound magic that lingered. As Ancient One narrated, her voice resonated within the chamber, imbued with a rhythm that transcended time. Since the primordial era, magic has been the embodiment of the universe's most primal forces, birthed from the depths of the multiverse's fissures, a delicate balance of creation and destruction, light and darkness. Fearing that her pupils might struggle to grasp such profound mysteries, she decided to personally demonstrate the process of magic's condensation at the essence of her explanation. Lindu, Strange, are you prepared? Ancient One's voice was steady and powerful, penetrating the fog of their minds and striking the softest parts of their hearts. Her unwavering gaze radiated a resolute confidence that brooked no doubt. Lindu swallowed hard, his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. He feigned calmness with a nod, yet internally, he was a tempestuous vessel, akin to a small boat amidst raging waves. I am ready, Master Ancient One. Please commence your demonstration. His words quivered slightly, betraying an excitement that was difficult to conceal, a blend of tension and yearning. Ancient One slowly raised her arms, and the surrounding air instantaneously solidified, an unspoken pressure rendering Lindu's chest heavy, making even the act of breathing laborious. With her eyes closed, Ancient One softly uttered a series of ancient and profound incantations, their echoes reverberating in the confined space. Each syllable vibrated through the air, imbued with boundless mysterious power. Is this the awe-inspiring force of the Supreme Sorceress? Meanwhile, Strange, who had never encountered magic before, found his legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. Is this the very reason Master favored Lindu? Mordo's gaze fixated on Lindu, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Just how astonishing is this fellow's talent that it has drawn such favor from Ancient One? Lindu's focus remained steadfastly on Ancient One, while his senses fully attuned to the subtle yet remarkable changes around him, as if every breath of air concealed untold secrets. As Ancient One's incantations grew ever more fervent, the runes carved within the chamber suddenly blazed with light, as if the vitality of the entire cosmos converged within this confined space, radiating brilliance. In this resplendent glow, Lindu felt as though he had stepped into a new realm, where everything appeared extraordinarily vivid and strikingly real. He witnessed Ancient One's hands tracing intricate and profound patterns in the void, each totem seemingly a secret hidden within the universe. Slowly unveiled by the sorceress as she lifted the veil of its mystery, these intricate patterns intertwined, gradually forming a magnificent magical array that emanates a torrent of overwhelming energy. Stirring the soul, at the heart of this magical formation, a beam of light pierces the void, ascending towards the vaulted ceiling of the chamber, shattering the silence. Within this radiant glow, delicate particles seem to possess a soul of their own, dancing gracefully along the trajectory of light, weaving together breathtaking tapestries. These images depict the chronicle of the universe, from the primordial chaos to the finality of doom, and into the cycles of rebirth. Each moment of splendor and decline is intricately etched upon this canvas. Lin Du is profoundly moved by the awe-inspiring spectacle before him. He feels the immense power of magic coursing through him, a force potent enough to shake the very foundations of existence and birth miracles, instilling both reverence and hopeful anticipation within his heart. Chapter 6. Touching the Dark Dimension, creating portals without incantations. Suddenly, a sphere of energy, as black as the ink of the deepest night, coalesced in the palm of the Ancient One. The potency of this dark magic was profound, akin to an unfathomable abyss. It instilled a chilling fear that ran down one's spine while simultaneously beckoning the heart to explore the unknown depths. Lin Du's eyes widened in astonishment, a peculiar blend of shock and ecstasy swirling within him. In that fleeting moment, he realized that an opportunity lay before him, the chance to glimpse the forbidden power of the Ancient One. In the blink of an eye, an indescribable impulse seized him, compelling him to extend his right hand almost uncontrollably, his fingertips lightly brushing against the surging dark energy. In an instant, a bone-chilling yet oddly warm force surged into his being, as if it had found its rightful home, continuously flowing into Lin Du's body. A soft murmur escaped Lin Du's throat as his body trembled involuntarily. This external force rampaged within him, striving to merge with his inherent energy system. Just as he believed he would be torn apart by this overwhelming force, a miracle quietly unfolded. These two fundamentally opposing energies began to intertwine, permeate, and fuse together. Before Lin Du, a door silently swung open, revealing an extraordinary realm he had never encountered, the enigmatic world known as the Dark Dimension. Here, not a glimmer of light existed. Only profound darkness and chaos intermingled. Yet within this chaos lay an energy that was both terrifying and immensely powerful. Merely at the threshold of this domain, Lin Du could sense the allure and threat of that power, both coexisting, making it impossible to ignore. Is this the power of the Dark Dimension? Lin Du pondered aloud, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented fervor. His heart raced, seemingly resonating with the pulsations of the Dark Dimension. He could distinctly perceive that this incredible force was gradually merging with him, bestowing upon him unparalleled potential and strength. The Ancient One's demonstration reached its conclusion. Opening his eyes, he turned his gaze towards Lin Du and Strange, his tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. Now, it is time for you to personally experience the true essence of magical cultivation. Follow me, and let us proceed to the training ground to commence your journey. Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Strange's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. This is so cool. Master Ancient One, I have always dreamed of witnessing those marvelous spells firsthand. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Lin Du, however, remained composed, observing Lin Du's demeanor. The Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. This was the calm disposition befitting a future leader of Kamartaj. Upon their arrival at the training ground, the Ancient One addressed Lin Du and Strange. All right, you two, now showcase your understanding and mastery of magic. Strange, you shall go first. Strange furrowed his brow slightly, his right hand wrapped in a thin bandage, appearing somewhat awkward. He managed to force a smile, his voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. Master Gui, I feel quite ashamed. During my last experiment, I accidentally injured my hand, and for the past few days, I have made numerous attempts. Yet those magical secrets seem to be playing hard to get, firmly locked away with no progress whatsoever. A flicker of understanding passed through Gui's gaze, but it quickly shifted to seriousness. Pain is an integral part of the journey, Strange. Remember, the true challenge often lies within the spirit rather than the body. However, let Lin Du demonstrate today. With that, Gui turned his attention to Lin Du. Her eyes sparkled with surprise, yet she was secretly astonished. Lin Du, a mere mortal with no prior knowledge of the magical realm, had astonishingly exhibited remarkable learning ability and innate talent for magic overnight. Was this ability born of facing danger, or was it an inherent gift? Now, she hoped to witness Lin Du's understanding of what magic truly resembled. Lin Du did not move immediately. Instead, he focused intently on the void ahead, his eyes seemingly piercing through the invisible barrier. The air around him began to ripple delicately, an indescribable force gathering quietly, tautening every inch of the surrounding space. Strange stood to the side, his breath almost caught in his throat, his gaze a blend of envy and anticipation. Emotions swirling within him. At that moment, Lindu suddenly raised his right hand, almost as if it were a natural reflex, and gently waved it forward. The simplicity of the gesture was astonishing. Both Modu and Wang exchanged incredulous glances, their hearts a tumult of doubt. Surely, he could not be intending to cast a spell without any preparatory movements? How could this be possible? Such a break from convention utterly subverted their understanding of magic. Even a supreme sorcerer like Gu Yi would chant incantations before wielding magic. Yet before Modu could ponder the authenticity of Lindu's actions, a miracle unfolded. The air seemed to be cleaved by a sharp object, revealing a profound black hole that hung silently above the training ground. It resembled a mysterious portal to another world, emanating a captivating, ethereal glow. The surrounding light appeared to be drawn towards this doorway, gently swaying and distorting the contours of reality. How is this possible? Strange stammered, utterly astounded. He had witnessed countless wonders, yet he had never seen anyone act so casually, almost without any elaborate rituals. Relying solely on his own strength, Lindu had instantaneously opened a gateway to the unknown. Look at that. Strange suddenly lowered his voice. His eyes fixed intently on Lindu's hands, disbelief saturating his tone. Hearing his exclamation, everyone turned their gaze in unison towards Lindu. He casually waved his hand, as if painting a brilliant halo in the air, which slowly took shape, reminiscent of dawn's first light, gentle yet resplendent. Almost immediately, the halo expanded rapidly, transforming in an instant into a dazzling portal that radiated an enticing glow, seemingly inviting all to step into another realm. Master Gui and Slanky widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces a portrait of disbelief, as if the spectacle before them belonged to the realm of fantasy. Modu was so taken aback that he nearly lost grip of his cherished staff, hastily regaining his composure, yet the tumult within his heart remained unabated. Lindu showed no signs of hesitation. He slowly closed his eyes, as if engaging in a dialogue with an invisible and intangible force. Chapter 7. Lindu's ascendance as a genius in the magical realm. With each subtle movement he made, the scenery within the portal shifted as if swept by a tempest, undergoing relentless transformations. In an instant, a boundless universe adorned with countless stars unfurled before him. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into a vibrant metropolis, replete with flickering neon lights and towering edifices. Another blink revealed ancient ruins, quietly revealing the secrets of time, each scene transitioning with a speed that left one breathless. Ultimately, as the dust settled, the portal transformed from an ordinary object into a magical gateway, transcending time and space, connecting myriad worlds. Standing before this threshold, Lindu's soft-spoken words concealed unwavering resolve. This was the profound power of magical connection and creation that resided in his heart. Was that a success on the first attempt? Slanky exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. In his memory, the magical realm was never short of prodigies. Yet every individual hailed as a genius bore the weight of countless incantations and the trials of failure. Thus, upon learning that Lindu was a newcomer, barely a day under the tutelage of the Ancient One, and virtually ignorant of magic, a hint of disdain welled up within him. After all, in this world where strength reigned supreme, an unrefined gem often needed time to reveal its brilliance. Having convinced himself that his 3 days of diligent practice positioned him as the most likely candidate to become the Ancient One's direct disciple, Slanky found himself standing alongside Lindu in the desolate training ground, where events took a dramatic turn. With a mere wave of his hand, as if conducting an invisible symphony, Lindu conjured a portal shimmering with mysterious light, manifesting before him. Slanky's eyes widened, his shock compounded by disbelief. How on earth is this possible? He murmured, his voice quivering slightly. He glanced sideways at Wang and Modu, only to find their faces equally etched with astonishment. Clearly, this sudden turn of events had surpassed everyone's expectations. A tumult of complex emotions surged within Slanky, prompting him to reconsider his earlier contemptuous stance. Lindu's action was not merely a bold subversion of conventional understanding, but a profound blow to his own pride. This individual had not only successfully opened the portal, but had also demonstrated a unique comprehension of magic that set him apart. Slanky could not help but ponder the astonishing talent that this enigmatic figure might be concealing. Reflecting on his 3 days at Kamartash, Slanky realized that, despite his relentless efforts and the time he had devoted, he had made no progress in mastering the secrets of opening the portal. Lindu, it seemed, was born with the blood of magic coursing through his veins, destined for this art. 1 second. Moda whispered, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. As one of the Ancient One's most esteemed disciples, he was well aware of the intricate and arduous process involved in opening a portal. It was a culmination of meticulous calculations, profound mastery of magical forces, and a deep understanding of spatial laws. Typically, such an endeavor required several minutes, if not longer. But what of Lindu? Without the recitation of lengthy incantations or intricate hand gestures, in that fleeting moment, a brilliant radiance erupted. It was as though the very fabric of space had been cleaved by a sharp blade, and before the astonished onlookers stood a portal to an unknown realm. How could this possibly be the work of one devoid of any magical foundation? What then, of the years of arduous training under the tutelage of the Ancient One? Was it merely child's play? The emergence of Lindu utterly shattered the preconceived notions that dwelled within him. The Ancient One's gaze was firmly fixed upon Lindu. His eyes wide with shock, waves of incredulity surging within him. Lindu, who had once seemed to him an ignorant outsider to the world of magic, now appeared transformed, revealing an astonishing magical talent in a breathtaking display. What could this possibly signify? The Ancient One's heart felt as though it were being battered by a colossal wave, each beat resonating like a war drum, urging him to comprehend the marvel before him. The technique of creating a portal may sound rudimentary, yet it conceals boundless mysteries of magic. It is not merely an art of spatial folding and linking, but also a profound manifestation of temporal mastery. To achieve it in the blink of an eye demands not only a profound understanding of magic, but also an unparalleled control over one's magical essence. The Ancient One's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon Lindu, as if to etch this moment indelibly into his memory. For him, Lindu seemed to effortlessly tear asunder the veil between reality and illusion, quietly unveiling a portal to uncharted territories at his fingertips. The speed was astonishing, even eliciting astonishment from the seasoned mage, as if he were witnessing an unprecedented miracle. The portal, a fundamental skill that every practitioner of magic must master, may appear basic. Yet in dire moments, it can be the talisman that determines a mage's survival. On the battlefield, a portal that opens a second sooner could mean a chance at life. Thus, countless mages dedicate their lives striving for even the slightest enhancement in the speed of opening a portal. Some, even until their hair turns white, remain oblivious to the secrets. Those with a modicum of talent toil for 5 or 10 years before seeing any results. Yet Lindu, who just yesterday had mocked himself as an outsider to the magical realm, today seemed to have unlocked some hidden potential, effortlessly mastering the fundamental magic. With a mere flick of his fingers, it was as if he were conversing with space itself. In an instant, the portal sprang open. The fluidity and swiftness of his movements so remarkable that even the illustrious Ancient One could not help but silently commend his prowess, suppressing his astonishment. The Ancient One approached Lindu eagerly, yearning to uncover the astonishing secrets that lay within Lindu's enigmatic reservoir of magic. Lindu, how many more extraordinary techniques do you possess that remain unknown to us? The urgency in the Ancient One's voice was palpable. Lindu responded with a mysterious smile, not in haste to reply. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. As he gently raised his hands, his fingertips seemed to caress invisible strings, delicately tapping into the void. This gesture instantly captured the attention of Ancient One, Mordo, and others. Driven by curiosity, they instinctively stepped behind Lindu, eager to witness the miracle he was about to unveil. At that moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted from the palm of Lindu, akin to a tapestry that had torn through the fabric of space, revealing a fantastical portal that hung unexpectedly before them. Chapter 8. Guyi's humble submission. The existence of this portal was fleeting, completing its opening and closing in the blink of an eye. It occurred with such swiftness that one could easily question whether it was merely an illusion, elusive and shrouded in mystery. This spectacle sent ripples of astonishment through all present. Even the seasoned Master Guyi could not conceal a hint of surprise. A fleeting expression of disbelief crossed Wang's face, while Morda furrowed his brow, his gaze a blend of curiosity and wariness. It seems you have learned far more than merely how to open a door. Lindu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze steady as it met Guyi's. Master Guyi, if you are truly curious, I shall not hesitate to demonstrate. He then proceeded to unlock the magical prowess he had mastered. First, a spatial rift appeared, as if the air were sliced by an invisible blade, leaving behind a slender yet distinct fissure that quietly narrated the trajectory of power within the void. Following this, the might of the dark dimension unfolded around him, the surrounding light appearing to be slowly consumed by an ineffable force. A dense shadow rapidly enveloped one corner of the training ground, exuding a chilling aura. Finally, he showcased his expertise in hypnosis. Lindu's gaze deepened, shimmering with a subtle, entrancing light, as an irresistible magical force emanated from him, silently infiltrating the hearts of all present. Before long, the movements throughout the training ground began to slow, as if time itself were being gently decelerated by an unseen hand. Ultimately, one by one, everyone succumbed to a profound slumber. Even Guyi, Wang, and Mordu were not exempt from this mysterious power, gently embraced as they ventured into the realm of dreams. When Lindu concluded his incantation and surveyed his surroundings, he found that all, including Guyi, had fallen into a deep sleep. Satisfied, he withdrew his extraordinary power. Soon, Guyi gradually lifted his heavy eyelids, as though awakening from a long and profound dream. The surrounding scenery slowly becoming vivid. He unconsciously rubbed his forehead, where the peculiar sensation of having been hypnotized lingered, A wave of unprecedented astonishment surged within him. Lindu Gu, he murmured softly, replaying the recent events in his mind. Lindu's tranquil and profound eyes seemed capable of piercing the very depths of one's soul. And the magical prowess he displayed transcended all of Gu Yi's previous understandings of sorcery. All of this unfolded without the need for complex gestures. The magic blossomed effortlessly before everyone. Gu Yi's emotions were a tangled mass, a mixture of shock and an indescribable sense of loss. Initially, he had been filled with joy, eager to welcome Lindu into his fold and impart the wisdom he had accumulated throughout his life. Yet reality struck like a splash of cold water. The knowledge and power possessed by this young man had already surpassed the limits he could offer. Lindu shone like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and captivating, yet perpetually out of reach. What more can I possibly teach you? The Ancient One murmured, a bitter smile laced with self-mockery in his voice. He rose to his feet, his gaze penetrating the dense foliage, casting itself towards the boundless horizon, a tumult of unprecedented confusion churning within him. As a distinguished master in the realm of magic, this was an entirely new experience. He found himself acutely aware of the inadequacy of his knowledge. Faced with a prodigy like Lindu, he discovered no discernible gap through which to guide or instruct. Just as the Ancient One found himself ensnared in the whirlpool of self-reflection, Lindu's voice unexpectedly rippled through the air nearby. Master Ancient One, you have finally returned to reality. In that moment, the Ancient One realized that Modu and the others were still caught in a twilight state, not fully liberated from the shackles of their dreams. Through the light of the mind, he sought to shatter the bonds of darkness. The Ancient One spoke softly, his hands gently raised across his chest, fingertips dancing lightly. In an instant, the eyes of Modu and the other two sparkled with a long-lost brilliance, as if they had abruptly awakened from a protracted and bizarre dream, their wide eyes surveying their surroundings in astonishment. What is happening? Modu interjected, his voice trembling with incredulity. You have been subjected to hypnotic control, but now, you are free. Lindu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Hypnosis? Was it Lindu who had cast it upon them? This revelation struck Modu and the others like a thunderbolt, sending ripples of shock through their hearts. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the same astonishment and bewilderment. As mages, they were acutely aware of the significance of hypnosis in the magical realm. It was an exceedingly rare and difficult art, requiring the practitioner to attain an unparalleled mastery over mental power. Yet the current situation was astonishing. Lindu had stealthily ushered Modu and the others into slumber, a display of unfathomable strength that was truly alarming. The three of them concurrently turned their gaze towards the Ancient One, their eyes brimming with a yearning for enlightenment. As for the Ancient One, his expression was even more intricate than theirs, a tapestry of complexities. His gaze lingered on Lindu, his eyes shimmering with a blend of awe and concern. Lindu, your magical prowess has transcended my expectations. The Ancient One's tone was grave, yet imbued with unwavering conviction. Not only have you mastered the secrets of space, delved into the depths of darkness, and discerned the subtleties of the mind, but astonishingly, you have woven these three forces together seamlessly, creating unprecedented miracles. This talent and accomplishment, I must confess, leave me in humble admiration. As the Ancient One's words hung in the air, Modu and the others were once again rendered speechless. They had never anticipated that this young man, who had been regarded as an outsider to the magical community just yesterday, harbored such astonishing magical potential within him. Strange's gaze grew particularly intricate, fixed intently upon Lindu. In retrospect, the two individuals initially stood as competitors on equal footing, yet now, Lindu has garnered the special favor of Master Gu Yi, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. This realization ignited an unprecedented sense of urgency and determination within him. He cast a penetrating gaze at Lindu before resolutely turning to face Master Gu Yi, declaring with unwavering conviction, Master Gu Yi, I implore you to allow me to dedicate myself to my studies with twice the fervor. My ambition is to surpass Lindu and become a formidable sorcerer worthy of standing alongside you. Master Gu Yi nodded gently, a flicker of approval glimmering in her eyes. Chapter 9. Strange follows Lindu into the mirror dimension. Since I am unable to personally guide Lindu, placing my expectations upon Strange is indeed a commendable choice. Lindu, spoke the Ancient One, her voice gentle yet profound, the doors of the Camartage Library shall always remain open for you. You no longer require my further guidance. Within those walls lies a treasure trove of knowledge. The extent of wisdom you can glean is contingent upon your own insight and relentless endeavor. Lindu nodded softly, an affirmation sparkling in his eyes. At that moment, the Ancient One felt an exquisite clarity within her heart, recognizing that her fusion with magic had reached an unparalleled perfection, engendering an unprecedented sense of wholeness. It seemed to her that she now stood atop a peak that required no further direction. Nevertheless, venturing to the library was still an excellent choice. a sanctuary where she could freely delve into the profound mysteries of Kamartaj's magic. Ancient One, I am truly grateful, Lindu expressed. The Ancient One nodded slightly, a warm smile gracing her lips, her gaze brimming with encouragement and deep expectation. Subsequently, her attention gently turned to Strange. And you? Strange, her tone soft yet imbued with undeniable authority, shall embark on the journey to become my disciple. From this day forth, Mordo will guide your path of cultivation. Strange initially seemed taken aback, but soon a radiant smile illuminated his face. The Ancient One exchanged a subtle glance with Mordo, who, understanding her intent, approached respectfully and bowed slightly to the two newly initiated apprentices. Follow my lead, and I shall usher you through the gateway to the mysteries of magic. Turning with reverence toward Lindu, Mordo stated, Mr. Lindu, I have arranged for someone to escort you to our library. As he finished speaking, a young wizard clad in flowing robes stepped forward, bowing deeply to Lindu, admiration evident in his eyes. Clearly, Lindu's earlier display had left a lasting impression on him. Lindu responded with a gentle smile and then followed the respectful young wizard toward the renowned Kamartaj library. This library, a culmination of the Ancient One's lifelong dedication, housed a vast collection of invaluable magical tomes and ancient scrolls. Each book and scroll was a crystallization of magical wisdom, containing profound knowledge and infinite insight. Upon entering the library, Lindu felt as though he had traversed into an entirely novel realm, enveloped by a rich atmosphere of mystery and erudition. His steps gradually halted before a seemingly unremarkable magic book that emanated a faint blue glow. Embedded in the book's cover was a small mirror, within which a different world slowly rotated, captivating and mesmerizing, rendering him unable to look away. In that moment, Lindu's heart raced, an indescribable allure tugging at him, compelling his hand to stretch forth uncontrollably, gently resting upon the cool surface of the magical tome. In an instant, as his fingertips lightly brushed against the cover, a warm and extraordinarily strange energy surged forth from the pages. Like the rushing waters of a river swelling in spring, it poured into his body with a mighty force. Lindu's vision became remarkably clear, revealing a multitude of dazzling specks coalescing into a radiant river of light. This ethereal stream transported him through the narrow seams of time and space, as wondrous mirrored worlds flickered past his eyes. Here lay a fantastical garden, bursting with vibrant colors and floral abundance. There, a thunderous domain, where storms raged and roared. Further still, a tranquil and profound abyss of the cosmos, adorned with twinkling stars. Each mirrored realm was a unique magical domain, harboring its own enigmatic powers and rules, leaving Lindu in awe. As the tumult of intertwining old and new energies gradually subsided, he gently lifted the heavy veil of his eyelids, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. A whisper echoed in his mind, akin to the key unlocking ancient secrets, enlightening him with clarity, the mirrored space. Lindu murmured to himself, a surge of indescribable emotions welling within him. Since that fateful encounter, after merging with the unfathomable power of the mirrored space, he had been bestowed with an unimaginable ability merely by lightly placing his fingertips upon the pages of a book. The magical wisdom contained within would surge into his consciousness like a tidal wave, transforming learning from a mere cognitive process into a profound dialogue and fusion of soul and knowledge. Cautiously, he extended a finger, touching not just the book, but a portal to another world. As his fingertips grazed the cover, an avalanche of information cascaded upon him, akin to the crystalline waters of a mountain spring. Countless intricate runes, arcane spells, and profound magical philosophies swiftly wove into a net within the depths of his awareness, as clear as if he were witnessing it firsthand. Lindu closed his eyes, immersing himself completely in this wondrous baptism of knowledge. This is the whisper of the wind, he thought. Slowly reopening his eyes, he beheld a gentle azure glow enveloping him, as if a soft breeze had risen effortlessly from the void. In the days that followed, Lindu became a frequent guest of the Grand Library, his figure weaving through the towering shelves with remarkable frequency. Each step into a new corner signified the acquisition of yet another magical secret, from foundational spells manipulating the elements of nature to the unfathomable intricacies of spatial magic. Even daring to touch upon the forbidden incantations that existed solely within ancient legends, all bowed to his will and knowledge. His power ascended at a breathtaking pace, with each breakthrough immersing him in unprecedented delight and self-actualization. His gaze landed upon a tome exuding a gentle white radiance, the Holy Codex of Light. The cover depicted a resplendent sun, its rays illuminating every corner. In a moment of exhilaration, he hesitated not for an instant, extending his hands to gently touch its surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth, imbued with an inviolable sanctity, coursed through his chest, enveloping him as if he were basking in the radiant sunlight of a midsummer noon. Not only did his body receive a tender embrace of warmth, but his soul also underwent an unprecedented cleansing and elevation. It became apparent that magic is not merely a manifestation of formidable power. Rather, it serves as a key, unlocking the resonances with all things and revealing the profound secrets of the world. Lindu whispered softly, as if confiding both in himself and the entire universe this newfound revelation. Chapter 10. Slanchi's arrival and Lindu's resolution. Just as Lindu was deeply immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge within the library, yearning to weave every thread of magical secrets into his tapestry of understanding, Slanchi was nearby, engrossed in a tome of sorcery. At long last, he had firmly grasped two of the most formidable spells, the enigmatic teleportation portal, capable of traversing space, and the magic whip, powerful enough to shake mountains. For him, this represented not only a significant leap in strength but also a symbol of his relentless pursuit of Lindu's footsteps. A swell of pride filled his mind. Now, having gained Modu's approval to enter the library, the joy in Slanchi's heart was nearly overflowing. He could hardly wait to stand beside Lindu and celebrate this hard-earned glory together. As he stepped through the library's grand entrance, his gaze immediately found Lindu. A tumult of mixed emotions surged within Slanchi, a sincere respect for Lindu's unwavering focus intertwined with an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. Hey, Lindu. So this is where you've been hiding. I just unraveled the secrets of the portal and the magic whip, and my first thought was to find you. We must celebrate this momentous achievement. Slanchi approached almost bouncing with excitement, his exuberance nearly shattering the tranquil sanctity of the hallowed hall. Lindu looked up, a smile gracing his lips. Hey, Slanchi, you've truly impressed me. Your progress is remarkable. I've been buried in my studies, lost in the sea of books. A sea of books? Does that mean he has not explored the wondrous realm of new magic? Had they quietly returned to the starting city? However, Lindu remained oblivious to the subtle change in Slanchi's expression. He took the lead, guiding Slanchi toward the newly discovered realm of secrets, his pace leisurely. They slowly ventured into the depths of the library, their destination a small chamber shrouded in layers of mysterious seals. Here, Slanchi followed closely, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. The Eye of Agamotto? What do you intend to do? Lindu inhaled deeply, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. I plan to attempt to merge with its power. If successful, I may grasp the laws of time, allowing me to reverse the flow of time and even mend those fleeting moments that have vanished. The door to the secret chamber slid open silently, a deep blue light seeping out. At its center, the Eye of Agamotto floated serenely, an ancient and mysterious energy swirling around it, lingering in the air. Lindu closed his eyes, slowly intertwining his hands, guiding the magical energy within him, striving to establish a resonance with the artifact before him. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, the atmosphere thick with tension and sanctity. Suddenly, an unprecedented surge of immense energy erupted from the Eye of Agamotto, intertwining with Lindu's magic, gradually merging into one. The brilliance intensified, flooding the chamber with blinding light, forcing Slanchi to shut his eyes and shield himself with his arm against the dazzling radiance. Slanchi's eyes widened in astonishment. The scene before him exceeded all his expectations. He could hardly fathom that Lindu possessed such audacity to dare to touch the forbidden powers of the laws of time. Within him, reverence and anxiety intertwined, forming a complex knot. This was undoubtedly a bold endeavor unparalleled in history. He had believed that they stood on equal footing, ready to advance together. Yet, Lindu's action struck him like a cold shower, abruptly revealing the insurmountable chasm that stretched between them. As the light gradually softened, Lindu stood in the center of the secret chamber, his eyes tightly shut, engaging in a profound communion with an unfathomable force. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Slanchi held his breath, fearful of missing any subtle shift. At length, Lindu slowly opened his heavy eyelids, revealing a glimmering depth of blue in his gaze, a light that seemed capable of piercing through the layers of mist that veiled time itself, striking at the essence of existence. It is done. Lindu's voice was low, imbued with an undeniable power, each word resonating like a hammer, forging an unwavering confidence and steadfast determination. Slanchi's eyes widened, darting back and forth across Lindu, filled with astonished disbelief and an involuntary spark of admiration. Deep down, he had never truly believed that Lindu could harness the immense power of the laws of time. This was akin to dropping a cataclysmic bomb upon the magical realm. Lindu, you. Slanchi's words faltered, interrupted by a gentle gesture from Lindu. Slanchi, I understand your thoughts. What I seek is a power that can upheave the world and transform reality. Lindu's gaze was profound, yet it shimmered with an unquenchable yearning for the future and an ironclad conviction. Lindu, are you truly prepared? Slanchi's voice was tender and filled with concern, like a gentle spring breeze caressing the heart. Lindu offered no elaborate response, merely nodding decisively. This simple gesture bore more weight than any words could convey. Slanchi's eyes widened even further, turmoil of emotions swirling within him, mingled with an almost imperceptible envy and longing. What does this signify? He murmured, his voice laden with confusion and awe. Lindu smiled softly, raising his hand, causing the surrounding pages to seemingly come to life. In an instant, they turned a few pages on their own, only to settle back into silence. This signifies that I can return to the past, amend regrets, and even catch glimpses of the future. Slanteki was profoundly shaken by this spectacle, a thought he had never dared to imagine. The power of magic could indeed touch the tapestry of time, weaving such an incredible tableau. He gazed at Lindu, his eyes sparkling with reverence and anticipation. So, what are your plans for the next step? Just as Slanteki awaited Lindu's response, a deafening roar erupted, as if the heavens themselves had torn asunder. The sound erupted from the very heart of the Grand Library, akin to the roar of an ancient beast. In an instant, an unparalleled force surged forth, violently shattering the magnificent portal that connected the various sanctuaries into fragments. Dust and debris cascaded like a cataclysmic tide, engulfing Strange and Lind in a chaotic shroud. The sudden explosion caught Strange utterly unprepared. Instinctively, he extended his arms, striving to create a small sanctuary for the two. However, against the ravaging power of nature, his efforts appeared woefully insignificant. A fist-sized rock mercilessly struck his shoulder, sending excruciating pain coursing through his body like a jolt of electricity, causing him to gasp in agony. His steps faltered, and after several unsteady sways, he ultimately succumbed to weakness, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 11. The Lagadator Array can be used this way. Lindo's magical formation instilled a sense of dread in Kaecilius. This was a technique he had never encountered before. In his recollection, such a formidable array could not be wielded by an ordinary individual. The Ring of Lagadator is the most commonly utilized magical array among sorcerers. However, to achieve a breakthrough, one must possess exceptionally high potential. Yet, in the face of so many advanced mages, Lindo exhibited no sign of impending defeat, leaving his subordinates in a state of confusion. Kaecilius, once a mage of Kamartaj, had also employed magical arrays beyond the capacity of his peers. He had previously scoured the archives of the sorcerers for secrets to enhance his power. His current incursion into the archives was motivated by the revelation of a hidden dark magic concealed within the tomes. As Kaecilius beheld Lindo, the obstacle before him, a surge of anger welled within him. He had not anticipated encountering an individual standing in his path. As a once celebrated prodigy of Kamartaj, such an obstruction felt like an affront to his dignity. Moreover, even the esteemed Master Ancient One would regard the sight of this array with astonishment and caution. The audacity of a novice mage to block his way, employing the Lagadator array to thwart the assaults of three formidable foes, was nothing short of humiliating. At that moment, Kaecilius felt as if he had been publicly shamed, having evaded the Master Ancient One only to find himself thwarted by this newcomer. Contemplating his identity as a gifted sorcerer, his fury began to eclipse his reason. Lindo had become a target that Kaecilius felt compelled to eliminate. He appeared almost entranced, enraged by Lindo's composure, which only intensified his frustration. It was intolerable that such a novice could maintain calm in his presence. Furthermore, he was accompanied by his two most powerful disciples, prodigies in their own right, who had surpassed many mages. Even the numerous apprentices of Ancient One were seldom their match, particularly as some of his subordinates possessed a latent affinity for dark magic. In the dark dimension, few could withstand the prowess of his disciples. Yet now, they were being thwarted by a single maneuver from Lindo. Kaecilius could scarcely believe his eyes, but his fury only drove him further into madness. The thought of Lindo standing between him and the dark magic he coveted caused him to lose all semblance of rationality. Dark magic promised him unparalleled power and the status of a sovereign within the dark dimension, allowing him to become a figure of dominion in this world. As an impediment, Lindo had no justification for survival in Kaecilius's eyes. Kaecilius glared coldly at Lindo, his desperation for dark magic redirecting his focus entirely onto him. Lindo had transformed into the very obstacle standing in the way of his acquisition of dark magic. Kaecilius had also sensed the urgency of the situation. If he did not eliminate Linder now, future complications could arise, jeopardizing his endeavors. He had heard that Gu-Yi held Linder in high regard. If Gu-Yi rallied all the sorcerers along with Linder against him, his plans would surely crumble. The standing of the dark dimension would be compromised, and the malevolent deities residing there might exact their wrath upon him. Not only would he be deprived of the dark magical powers, but he would also face relentless pursuit from the monstrous beings of the dark dimension. Fear began to creep into Kaecilius's heart as he recalled Linder's earlier display of power, further emphasizing the threat he posed. At that moment, Kaecilius noticed that Linder's Ragador ring seemed to emanate magical fluctuations, with a palpable aura of dark magic seeping outward. His two subordinates began to share in the confusion. Why did Linder's Ragador ring still exhibit traces of dark magic? It seemed almost familiar. Suddenly, the Ragador ring released a tremor, and before Kaecilius and his subordinates could react, several dark blades shot forth from the Ragador array. Kaecilius was astounded. He had not anticipated that the Ragador array could be utilized in such a manner. Despite his prolonged stay in Kamartaj, he had no recollection of the array being capable of unleashing dark blades. As he scrutinized these dark blades, he realized they were the same ones that had been launched at Linder. The dark magic emanating from them left Kaecilius astounded. The dark power of these blades had not diminished. Instead, it had been amplified within Linder's Ragador array, increasing their destructive capability. When had the Ragador array gained the ability to retaliate? Had it not always served to deflect incoming attacks? This Ragador array of Linder could also absorb dark magic. How had he achieved such a feat? The dark blades appeared to possess tracking capabilities, raining down upon Kaecilius and his subordinates with precision, targeting them indiscriminately, including critical areas. Kaecilius was filled with terror, unable to fathom that Linder had already mastered the use of dark blades. These blades, forged from concentrated dark power, possessed destructive force that was difficult to attain without the strength of the dark dimension. Furthermore, only after obtaining the packed power of the dark dimension could Kaecilius wield such formidable dark blades. He was utterly bewildered by how Linder had harnessed such dark magic. Coupled with Linder's earlier performance, Kaecilius's curiosity about his secrets grew insatiable. Unable to contain his intrigue, Kaecilius shouted, "Who exactly are you? How did you accomplish this? What exactly have you done?" Kaecilius exclaimed in a fit of hysteria. He could scarcely tolerate the notion that there could exist magic superior to his own. Not even the Ancient One could surpass him, as he had long believed his powers as a sorcerer to eclipse those of the Ancient One. He envisioned that if he were to harness the power of dark magic, no one in this magical realm would pose a threat to him. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Linda made his appearance, standing directly before him and wielding his magic, dark blade. Kaecilius recognized that Lindu would prove to be a formidable adversary. He glanced at the ring of Ragador in Lindu's hand and sensed the arcane energies emanating from him. At that moment, Lindu possessed not only the magic of the Ancient One and the King, but he had also amalgamated the magic of Kaecilius himself. As Linda consumed Kaecilius's dark blade, he utilized his own fusion power to merge the two distinct magical energies, giving rise to this extraordinary hybrid spell. Chapter 12. A return in kind. The Ragador ring in Lindu's grasp emanated a peculiar radiance. The dark hue grew increasingly resplendent, embodying the formidable essence of dark magic. During the process of merging with the Blade of Darkness, Linda discerned 7 distinct dark energies and sought to amalgamate them with his own dark sorcery, thereby forging an even more potent Blade of Darkness. Having immersed himself in a vast array of tomes within the mage's library, Lindu encountered numerous spells referencing dark magic, including several excerpts dedicated solely to it. He intricately fused these ancient, formidable incantations into his own repertoire, manifesting their immense power. As Kaecilius sensed a palpable threat to his safety, he stumbled upon a detail that left him utterly astounded. Lindu's Ragador ring appeared to possess a teleportation function, a capability not typically accessible to an ordinary mage. Spatial magic constituted the cornerstone of a mage's arsenal, enhancing combat agility and significantly augmenting their survivability. Even when confronted by a fierce melee assault from an adversary, one could effortlessly evade capture and elude death. Moreover, Kaecilius noted Lindu's astonishingly swift casting speed, making it exceedingly difficult for him to seize an opportunity for a vigorous offensive. Even when unleashing his full might in ranged attacks, Lindu would promptly erect defenses, thwarting any attempts Kaecilius made to reach his true form. Frustration gnawed at Kaecilius as he beheld Lindu, seemingly impervious to harm. He could hardly fathom that he was now utterly unable to touch Lindu. Yet, the most incredulous revelation struck Kaecilius with even greater intensity. There seemed to be another force surrounding him, relentlessly assailing him. Observing the walls and reliefs around him, Kaecilius noted demonic visages adorning the tops of the sculptures. A clandestine power appeared to be steadily eroding his very essence. Kaecilius pondered, has Lindu truly acquired the ability to wield dark magic? How has he managed such a feat? How could he have mastered this dark sorcery? A knowledge typically reserved for those of the dark dimension? The very essence of the dark dimension seemed to have submitted to him. Without hesitation, Kaecilius unleashed his own powers to counteract the encroaching darkness. However, after a time, he discerned that the dark encroachment he encountered bore an uncanny resemblance to the dark energy he had previously unleashed upon Lindu. The same sinister aura permeated the air, possibly stemming from his own dark force just moments prior. This realization left Kaecilius profoundly unsettled. What a terrifying power it was. The very darkness he had released could be absorbed and entirely redirected back at him. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Moreover, during the preceding events, he distinctly sensed that the encroachment of these dark forces appeared to be significantly more potent. It was possible that Lindu had enhanced these dark energies during their release. However, Kaecilius was not one to remain passive. He unleashed his magical prowess, causing the entire library to tremble, just as Lindu was observing Kaecilius's next move. A formidable magical tempest engulfed the entire library of spellbooks. All the tomes were swept into the air, and even the shelves and stone platforms that housed them were shattered into fragments, swirling ominously in the atmosphere. It was truly terrifying. At that moment, Kaecilius's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. It seemed he had expended all his magical energy to conjure a fiery storm, intending to obliterate Lindu and all his supports. Suddenly, Kaecilius erupted into maniacal laughter. "Oh, Ancient One's favored disciple. You have no retreat. Do you truly believe that the Ancient One would trust you to withstand my advance? Such foolish delusion. You, a mere novice mage, dare to obstruct my path? You are but a legion of specters." Following this magical tempest, a multitude of shadowy phantoms descended from the heavens to assail Lindu. These phantoms bore dragon-like forms, known as the Dark Spirit Dragons. These creatures, possessing forelimbs that also functioned as wings, represented the most rudimentary form of dragon-like monstrosities. Lacking the intellect of their more formidable kin, they were a formidable species from the Dark Realms, with scholars of this world debating whether they should be classified as half-dragons. However, these dragon-like phantoms seemed incapable of breathing fire or wielding magic. Highly adept at aerial maneuvers, their sharp fangs and claws rendered them as perilous as their appearance suggested. To thwart their flight, Lindu would need to wield magical power on par with the Ancient One to ensnare these dragon phantoms without inflicting excessive harm. As Kaecilius issued his battle commands, the phantoms unleashed their assaults like arrows. His subordinates, in tandem, began to cast various spells. Yet, to their astonishment, after the culmination of their offensive, it appeared that Lindu had sustained not a scratch. Once the smoke dissipated, he remained composed, quietly observing Kaecilius and his minions. Subsequently, a deluge of arrows rained down upon Kaecilius, compelling him to swiftly raise a protective barrier. Unfortunately, his subordinates were not as fortunate as Kaecilius. The dragon shadows from the realm of darkness possessed a unique toxicity of the dark dimension. After being struck by this venom, his subordinates collapsed, devoid of any vitality. Kaecilius, a mage of remarkable power, once wielded extraordinary authority. He served a formidable mage organization that had previously laid waste to an entire nation through the strength of a single individual. Within this organization, Kaecilius was a critical force, with his spells carrying devastating power. He even aided certain clandestine organizations in eradicating the vampire community lurking in the shadows, and had an irreconcilable dispute with the Ancient One, which ultimately led to his departure. However, his obsession with dark powers led him to covet the arcane arts contained within the Sorcerer's Library, aspiring to unlock the gateway to the Dark Realm and acquire its absolute power. Yet, Linduo's prowess seemed to embody the very strength he sought, an enchantment that was both dark and pure, allowing him to manipulate others while remaining unscathed. As if orchestrating an opera, playing with his adversaries. At the moment when Kaecilius' attack finally struck Linduo, a mystical portal silently opened before him, absorbing the entirety of the assault's force akin to a black hole. Linduo redirected Kaecilius' attack back at him, unleashing the full extent of that magical energy upon Kaecilius himself and the lifeless body of his subordinate. Thus, he returned the favor in kind. Chapter 13. The fusion of the power of the Time Stone. Kaecilius gazed anxiously at the obstructing Lindu, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. He had never anticipated that this novice mage could thwart him to such an extent. Kaecilius' anxiety stemmed from two primary sources: the coveted spells housed within the wizard's library and the allure of the Time Stone. As a practitioner of dark magic, Kaecilius sought the Time Stone to amplify his arcane energy. However, Lindu possessed an innate resistance to magic. Even without the enhancement of the Time Stone, he could elevate his capabilities. The magical abilities fused within Lindu endowed him with formidable resistance to spells. Not only did this skill mitigate damage from offensive magic, but it also rendered the adverse effects of spells unlikely to occur, allowing for a swifter recovery. Even when subjected to the full force of Kaecilius and his cohorts, Lindu would soon regain his strength. At present, Lindu not only harnessed the fused magic of several masters, but had also incorporated the Time Stone. His magical resistance was thus profoundly formidable, and coupled with his ability to reflect magic, Kaecilius' assaults were nearly nullified. Even the magical energies that splashed upon Lindu left him unscathed. Unfortunately, Kaecilius' subordinates were not so fortunate. The dark blades unleashed by Kaecilius inflicted severe burns upon his followers. One of his subordinates was captured during the battle by the disciples of Ancient One and Wong. However, another of Kaecilius' minions was not so lucky. Kaecilius was taken aback when the dark blade reflected by Lindu transformed its target into a charred remnant, striking directly without deviation. Kaecilius cast a glance at his own body, feeling a searing pain surge from his head. It turned out that the dark blade he had cast upon Lindu had been reflected back, magnifying its impact upon Kaecilius himself, before he even had time to react. Nonetheless, Kaecilius had learned such magical resistance skills in his childhood. He understood the profound consequences that could arise if one lacked these defensive abilities. However, he had never been taught this particular lesson, nor had the Ancient One imparted such wisdom to him. Indeed, Kaecilius' obstinacy had led him to underestimate the pacifist Ancient One, perceiving him as excessively weak. A prodigy of magical talent, Kaecilius quickly mastered all of Ancient One's spells, and, having vanquished Wong with his dark magic, felt empowered to abandon his mentor altogether. He believed himself to be sufficiently strong and envisioned that with the secrets of dark magic and the Time Stone, he would completely surpass the Ancient One, becoming the singular embodiment of unparalleled magic in the world. Yet now, Kaecilius found himself outmaneuvered, having encountered Lindu, a being of extraordinary prowess. Lindu is the only individual who has succeeded in defeating Kaecilius after the latter's victory over the king. Furthermore, Lindu remains unscathed, a fact that entirely surpasses Kaecilius's expectations. Even against Gui, Kaecilius believed he possessed the ability to contend. Should he harness the power of dark magic, Lindu would assuredly vanquish Gui without a shadow of doubt. However, at this moment, observing his subordinates, who are now grievously injured and in disarray due to Lindu's counterattack, Kaecilius finds himself questioning the very essence of his existence. He had previously thought he could endure the trials posed by Gui's dark magic. Yet it is now evident that it is Lindu's resistance to magic that he cannot withstand. The overwhelming sense of derision emanating from Lindu has driven him to the brink of madness. Lindu gazes coolly at Kaecilius, contemplating how surprisingly unwearied he feels, devoid of any sensation of fatigue. Yet, the current tense situation looms ominously. He had not anticipated the frailty of his foes. He merely amplified the fusion of dark magic and the energy of the Time Stone, but they have succumbed to such a potent backlash. Kaecilius perceives the current predicament as an emergency, for the demise of his subordinates would precipitate a multitude of consequences. Since the death of his subordinates, their corpses have remained in situ. However, within Kaecilius's magical philosophy, the relentless pursuit of survival is of paramount importance, even to the extent of sacrificing one's own soul. He had previously employed dark magic upon the corpses he had collected, transforming them into zombie warriors to serve as puppets in his battles against adversaries. Just moments ago, it seemed as though one of Kaecilius's subordinates had stirred. The king, taken aback, was beset by a horrifying thought. Could it be that Kaecilius has wielded that forbidden magic? How could Kaecilius dare to employ such audacious sorcery? As the king began to comprehend the implications of Kaecilius's actions, his subordinates rose as ghouls, lunging toward Lindu. After Kaecilius departed from Gui, he devoted himself to vengeance with unwavering resolve. Thus, he delved into the realm of dark magic, creating ghouls to serve him. Initially, his intent in using this magic was to acquire certain skills before venturing into the dark dimension. He exerted great effort, and upon vanquishing a demon from the dark dimension, his soul became tainted by dark magic. Once Kaecilius felt the power of dark magic coursing through him, he grasped its formidable essence. The Lord of the Dark Dimension began to tempt Kaecilius, revealing that Gui's strength is derived from the power of dark magic. Moreover, the Time Stone possessed by Gui also harbors dark magic within its essence. Armed with this revelation, Kaecilius devised a nefarious scheme. He would plunder the entire repository of the sorcerers, sparing no effort to uncover the treasures of dark magic and the Time Stone. Observing the perpetually silent Lindu, Kaecilius found himself bereft of the answers he so desperately sought. Yet, having been thwarted at the entrance of the sorcerer's library, he could no longer endure such protracted delays. If the Ancient One were to lead the entirety of the Sorcerer's Guild to this location, his meticulously crafted plans would surely unravel. However, Lindu stood before Kaecilius like an immovable mountain. The magical array created by Lindu had become the source of Kaecilius's ire, compelling him to contemplate the complete destruction of the Sorcerer's Library as a means to better ascertain the whereabouts of the Time Stone. Kaecilius's anxious demeanor did not escape Lindu's notice. Nevertheless, Lindu had already secured the Time Stone, though he had merely tapped into its magical energy without truly unleashing the power of time magic. He understood that should he activate the full might of the Time Stone, both the zombies and Kaecilius would be reduced to mere ash. Just as Lindu was poised to invoke the time magic, Wong and Mordo arrived, intervening to prevent him from using the Time Stone. Chapter 14. Slaying Kaecilius. Harnessing the Infinity Stones, a subtle smile graced his lips, a hint of satisfaction emerging almost unconsciously. Yet, as the ancient prophecies often proclaim, there exists no such thing as a free lunch. Every gift demands its price. As the great doors slowly closed, an invisible ripple of energy began to undulate around them, the fabric of time being violently torn asunder. The space around them groaned in distortion, voicing its silent protest. The king and Modu, seasoned veterans who had weathered countless storms of battle, could not conceal the trepidation swelling within their hearts. They beheld their surroundings shift erratically, sometimes leaping forward into the future, at other times flashing back to the past, like being ensnared in a vortex of time, utterly bereft of autonomy. What on earth is happening? The king's voice quivered with palpable fear. Even he, with his vast experience, found himself at a loss in the face of such sudden upheaval. Modu furrowed his brow. his hands clenching into fists as he endeavored to wield his formidable will to resist the chaos. But it was evident that this turmoil had far surpassed their capacity to control. Such was the consequence of the reckless use of the Infinity Stones. Both men instinctively turned their gazes towards Lindu. Yet, for Lindu, this distortion of time appeared to be but a plaything within his grasp. He stood resolute, like an immovable rock, as the waves of time surged around him, failing to disturb him in the slightest. Lindu gradually lifted his head, his gaze piercing the heavens, where the stars began to warp, and his voice resonated with calm determination. This is the price one must pay for trifling with the power of time. His words acted like a potent elixir, momentarily assuaging the turmoil within the hearts of the king and Modu. Yet, questions lingered. If Lindu was already aware of the repercussions of misusing the time stone, why then did he tread this perilous path? At this critical juncture, Lindu revealed a faint smile, one that embodied both an unwavering calm towards the unknown and an immense confidence in his own abilities. He slowly raised his arm, his fingertips gently tracing the void. In an instant, the errant fragments of time, as if receiving a silent command, began to realign, and under the soothing touch of an unseen force, the chaos of time quietly restored its original tranquility and order. The king and Modu stood dumbfounded, having witnessed what can only be described as a miraculous spectacle. Their hearts entwined with awe and reverence. Who exactly are you? The king murmured to himself, disbelief lacing his tone. Hadn't he, the Ancient One, clearly stated that Lindu had never dabbled in the study of magic? Yet, how could this astonishing scene be explained? The current circumstances bore no resemblance to the capabilities of one who had never encountered magic. He could wholeheartedly affirm that, at this moment, Lindu could effortlessly surpass them all. He was far beyond the level of someone who had merely ventured into the realm of magic for 2 short days. The king and Modu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the profound shock they felt at Lindu's prowess. They had always prided themselves as elites in the world of magic, yet before Lindu, they suddenly felt as though they were mere novice apprentices stepping timidly into the grand hall of magic, with everything just beginning to unfold. Strange stood aside, his expression calm. Yet a tempest stirred within him. Since embarking on the journey of magical learning with Lindu, he had witnessed countless awe-inspiring scenes. His gaze was profound, intertwined with a serene acceptance of Lindu's burgeoning strength and a fervent yearning to explore the boundless realm of magic. For him, time seemed to flow like the turning pages of a book. In his heart, Strange silently recited, a faint wry smile unconsciously gracing his lips. This smile was a subtle acknowledgement of fate's caprices, as well as a source of pride and admiration for the formidable power of his companion. Ultimately, it was Modu who shattered the tranquility of contemplation. We must hasten back to the sanctum. Master Gu is valiantly resisting the onslaught of Kaecilius's minions. Lindu, we require your support. Upon hearing this, Lindu withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon, nodding in quiet affirmation. Under the guidance of Wang and Modu, Lindu strode forth, racing towards the sanctum. Inside, Master Gu was fiercely repelling the surging attacks of the followers, each strike resonating with magical energy that made the very air tremble, as if each clash could shake the heavens and the earth. Hurry, Modu urged, urgency flickering in his eyes. Wang, while sprinting, took the opportunity to elucidate the pressing situation to Lindu. Kaecilius was once one of us, yet he betrayed our cause, seeking to unlock the gateway to the dark realms. If we fail to stop him, just as the group hastily passed the fallen Kaecilius, Lindu lingered momentarily, his gaze profound, as if perceiving all. He understood that the outcome of this battle hinged not solely on defeating the adversary before them. More crucially, they needed to sever Kaecilius's reach towards that forbidden door. For once the door to darkness was opened, the entire universe would plunge into an unprecedented abyss of terror. Just as the others found themselves ensnared in a desperate struggle, Lindu suddenly sprang into action. In an instant, he appeared behind Kaecilius like a wraith, his movement astonishingly swift. His hand gently rested upon Kaecilius's back. In that moment, a surging tide of dark energy flooded into Kaecilius's body. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his entire form convulsing violently, as if lashed by an invisible whip. He experienced an unparalleled agony, feeling his very soul being gnawed away by that dark force, as though he were being dragged into an endless abyss. He fought desperately, attempting to resist this sudden onslaught. Yet Lindu's hand was like an immovable mountain, pressing heavily upon him, rendering him powerless. What have you done to me? Kaecilius's voice trembled with panic and dread. Lindu remained silent, merely intensifying the pressure of his palm, the dark energy under his command rampaging violently within Kaecilius, wreaking havoc. Kaecilius's form began to blur, as if shrouded in an invisible mist. His vitality was rapidly diminishing at a visibly alarming rate, each passing moment drawing him closer to the brink of extinction. Ultimately, he erupted in a heart-wrenching scream of despair. His form dissipated like a thick plume of black smoke, gradually vanishing into the air without leaving a trace. With the sudden disappearance of Kaecilius, the once loyal followers were instantly engulfed in chaos and helplessness. Though they continued to fight desperately, they found themselves utterly incapable of mounting any formidable counterattack. Chapter 15. The first to defeat Dormammu. Shocking, the Ancient One Wong, Mordo, and Strange stood side by side, their gazes piercing through layers of mist, ultimately focusing on the figure of Lindo, radiating an unparalleled confidence. Dark energies swirled around him, rendering him the most enigmatic dancer in the night. Each subtle breath seemed to provoke the boundaries between light and darkness, enacting a silent confrontation. How is this possible? Wong's voice brimmed with astonishment, his eyes inexorably drawn to Lindo's hand, caressed by shadows. Lindo, how could he wield dark magic? Has he truly aligned himself with the terrifying Dormammu, descending into endless darkness? Yet, it was Lindo who had personally brought an end to Kaecilius. In this chaotic intertwining of light and dark, Lindo became an unsolvable enigma. He could manipulate the flow of time while commanding profound dark powers. Such extraordinary abilities inspired both awe and an insatiable curiosity. Mordo found himself perplexed, unable to fathom how Lindo had acquired such astonishing dark magical prowess. As the others marveled at Lindo's mysterious power, he appeared unfazed by the emotional turbulence around him. He stood there quietly, allowing the dark energy to swirl leisurely about him. His gaze was deep and resolute, sharp enough to pierce through all mists, striking at the very core of reality. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet filled with strength. You all believe that darkness and light are irreconcilable, black and white, but that is not the case. They are more akin to a pair of twins in the universe, yin and yang, collectively maintaining the balance and harmony of this world. I do not belong to the darkness. I have merely learned how to master it and wield it to my advantage. Wong, Mordo, and Strange exchanged glances, Lindo's words leaving them both astonished and confused. In their understanding, dark energy had always been synonymous with evil. Yet Lindo's perspective undeniably unveiled a previously unseen world before them. Mordo furrowed his brow, a tumult of endless confusion swirling within him. He lowered his voice, speaking to himself. Lindo, when did you master the secrets of that dark magic? Recalling the moment Lindo launched his attack, the technique was unmistakably reminiscent of Kaecilius. Could it be that he and the Ancient One came here with the intention of forming an alliance with Kaecilius? Strange too wore an expression of disbelief, his gaze fixed intently on Lindo. Both had entered the Ancient One's tutelage together, yet Lindo had surpassed him in just 2 days, becoming the Ancient One's personal disciple. Now, Lindo had left him far behind, to the extent that even the taillights were no longer visible. As Lindo's words lingered in the air, Mordo could no longer contain himself and directly inquired, Lindo, when did you learn that dark magic? Lindo's gaze gently swept over Modu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Isn't this just a trivial matter? Both Modu and Wong stood frozen in place, utterly unprepared for Lin, due to so nonchalantly sidestep the question regarding dark magic. In their minds, dark magic was an enigmatic force, fraught with peril and exceedingly difficult to master. Yet Lindu appeared as relaxed as if greeting an old friend, as though it were merely one of his many remarkable skills. The two men instinctively fixed their eyes upon Lindu, striving to glean some hint from his expression. However, all they perceived was a tranquil calm and an unfathomable wisdom. It was as if Lindu possessed the art of mind reading, compelling them to believe every word he uttered. Ultimately, a prodigious individual like Lindu must surely be a rarity amidst the vast cosmos. Wong exchanged a glance with Modu, their admiration for Lindu deepening. They understood that such extraordinary talent must be accompanied by remarkable experiences and unrecognized efforts. In that moment, their desire to draw more knowledge and strength from Lindu intensified, so that they might become more resilient in the battles to protect the world in the future. Wong's brow furrowed in disbelief, as if his ears had betrayed him. Are you sure? Just a glance can suffice? Who possesses the ability to instantly comprehend and master such things? This was indeed hard to fathom, beyond imagination. Lindu nodded affirmatively, asserting that the core essence of these energies was not difficult to grasp. Once the key secret was seized, mastering it would be effortless. The shock was evident on Strange's face. Although he too had studied magic under the tutelage of the Ancient One, he was acutely aware of how far he was from that level. At present, he had merely grazed the threshold of the magical realm. Was this disparity not astonishing? Could Lindu truly possess abilities attainable by mortals? Such thoughts were unavoidable. At that pivotal moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly streaked across the sky, and the Ancient One descended beside Lindu. She gazed at him, her eyes reflecting an unmistakable astonishment. Lindu, your talent is truly incredible, the Ancient One exclaimed, filled with emotion. You effortlessly harness that dark power, which utterly surpasses my expectations. He had borrowed Dormammu's power to guard against Dormammu's covetous gaze upon Earth. Yet Lindu could wield this force with such ease. Could it be that Lindu is indeed fated to be our savior? The Ancient One's words plunged everyone present into profound contemplation. Lindu's extraordinary abilities seemed to transcend mere personal talent, resembling a subtle manifestation of some higher cosmic force. Just as the crowd was still reeling from the shock of Lindu's astonishing capabilities, the sky suddenly darkened, and ominous phenomena began to unfold. A corner of the heavens was inadvertently torn away, revealing a foreboding omen. In the void, fissures quietly emerged. As if a formidable force were forcefully tearing apart the veil of space, revealing the profoundly enigmatic abyss lurking behind. From these crevices surged a wave of ominous dark energy, instilling a sense of dread that sent chills down one's spine, as fear and unease quietly spread within. Lindu's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Fixated intently on the expanding rift, his brow furrowed, lost in a myriad of thoughts, clearly pondering the sudden upheaval. This is the rift of Dormammu, Strange exclaimed in shock. He had been fortunate enough to glean fragments of knowledge about Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, under the tutelage of the Ancient One, who had long coveted and sought to invade the realm of reality. Chapter 16. The threat of Dormammu and the escape of Kaecilius at this moment. The emergence of the rift undeniably heralded the imminent threat of Dormammu. Both the king and Mordo swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation, casting solemn glances towards Lindu, awaiting his next directive. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Meanwhile, Ancient One, appearing outwardly composed, was tumultuous within. He intended to seize this opportunity to delve deeper into the enigmatic student who had surpassed him in mastery within a mere 3 days. Using a vehicle as their medium of encounter. Observing the varied reactions of the crowd, Lindu's lips curled into a faint smile. Even if the rift were indeed his, what was there to fear? A binding spell of dark magic would be effortlessly within his grasp. The demise of Dormammu would one day be inscribed by my own hand. With that, an even more formidable surge of dark energy erupted around Lindu, enveloping the entire space in an instant. This energy stood in stark contrast to the ominous aura emanating from the rift, resembling a direct collision of two abyssal forces, quietly unfolding a battle from within the shadows. Strangely, Strange felt no discomfort. He found himself inexplicably drawn to Lindu's presence. Could it be that in the moment of casting dark magic, Lindu had also shielded himself? Had he truly mastered the art of dark magic with such finesse? Every gaze in the room was captivated by Lindu, bathed in the glow of dark energy. His silhouette radiated an aura of mystery and authority. Gradually, Lindu raised his hands, his fingers dancing delicately as if weaving a spell exclusive to the night. With each of his movements, the surrounding dark energy responded to an unspoken command, beginning to surge in an orderly fashion. These profound forces spiraled around him, intertwining, gradually forming a colossal black vortex. This vortex expanded rapidly, its immense power even drawing the distant, menacing rift into its gravitational embrace. Gently coaxed by the black vortex, the rift inched closer until the moment of contact. A breathtaking wave of energy erupted, threatening to shatter the stillness of the space. Yet, Lindu remained unfazed, skillfully navigating the torrent of dark energy, gradually enveloping and consuming the rift into the void. As moments ticked by, the ravenous dark aura within the rift was steadily devoured by the black vortex. The previously tumultuous energy, which seemed on the verge of piercing the heavens, gradually succumbed to tranquility. Finally, as the rift was completely obliterated within the abyss of the black vortex, the surrounding space returned to a state of peace and serenity. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left speechless, marveling at the astonishing power displayed by Lindu. They could scarcely fathom that the dark energy, long regarded as a taboo and perilous force, could be wielded and utilized with such ease. Ancient One's gaze lingered on Lindu, a subtle spark of approval flickering in his eyes. Lindu's strength could not merely be encapsulated by the notion of talent. His presence stood as a towering mountain, challenging all who fancied themselves as sorcerers to ascend. One can only gaze upon the pinnacle, lamenting their own insignificance and impotence. Just as the masses fervently discussed the prowess of Lindu, a shadowy figure darts swiftly through the vast cosmos, none other than Kaecilius, who had recently returned defeated before Lindu. His emotions resemble withered leaves caught in a tempest, entwined with resentment, fear, and an overwhelming yearning for formidable power. What astonishes him most is Lindu's sudden leap in strength. Given Lindu's current state, Kaecilius' solitary quest for vengeance is akin to a firefly attempting to illuminate the daylight, sheer folly. Thus, he resolves to seek a more powerful ally. Kaecilius stumbles to a halt in the void, eyes shut tight, wholly focused as a complex incantation stirs within the depths of his mind. This spell possesses the ability to penetrate all things, transcending the bounds of space, and directly reaching the terrifying entity known as Dormammu. As the absolute sovereign of the dark dimension, Dormammu's power is capable of causing the entire universe to tremble. However, in the instant of summoning Dormammu, Kaecilius' body involuntarily quakes. He understands all too well the brutal punishments Dormammu reserves for servants who fail their tasks. Yet, at this critical juncture of life and death, he finds himself with no retreat. Fear and desire churn within his chest, He grits his teeth and, with indomitable will, recites the incantation flawlessly. In the void, a colossal vortex unfurls, exuding a terrifying aura that swiftly envelopes a corner of the universe. What is happening? How could dark magic suddenly amplify so dramatically? Ancient One, closely monitoring Lindu's movements, is taken aback by the rampant dark magic in the air. Frowning deeply, he gazes across the distant horizon, a sense of ominous foreboding rising within him. Could it be that someone is indeed attempting to summon Dormammu? The thought strikes him like a boulder upon his chest, rendering him breathless under its weight. At this very moment, Lindu also perceives the sudden surge of dark energy. He pauses, turning his gaze toward the vortex, his eyes glinting with sharp intensity. He comprehends that this is no mere coincidence. Evidently, someone is deliberately instigating events, aiming to stir up greater turmoil. It seems our peaceful days are about to turn a page, Lindu remarks in a tone that is calm yet tinged with resignation. Kaecilius has summoned Dormammu. Observing the extraordinary spectacle in the air, Lindu slowly speaks. Dormammu? At the mention of this name, Strange pales instantly. His fear of Dormammu runs deep. For he is a dark titan that even Master Ancient One must approach with utmost vigilance. Wong and Mordu share expressions of incredulity, despite their awareness of Lindu's formidable abilities. The prospect of facing an adversary of Dormammu's caliber stirs unease within them. Master Ancient One takes a deep breath, his voice steady and resolute. We must prepare for the worst. Once Dormammu descends, the entirety of the universe shall be enveloped in a vast shadow. Upon hearing Master Gu's words, Lindu let out a soft chuckle, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable excitement. If Dormammu were indeed summoned here by Kaecilius, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to merge with Dormammu's power. For him, this could prove to be a fortuitous event. Leave it to me. I possess the means to handle it. Upon hearing Lindu's assertion, Master Gu and the others could not help but recall Lindu's remarkable abilities, instantly realizing that further debate was unnecessary. Chapter 17, The Request of the Ancient One and the Might of Lindo. Given Lindo's formidable prowess, his intervention could indeed resolve the dilemma with remarkable swiftness. At that moment, the visage of Dormammu gradually emerged from the depths of the vortex, his eyes glimmering with a profound darkness, capable of devouring light itself, exuding an ominous aura of all-consuming power. With a mere glance, he pierced through the exterior of Kaecilius, striking at the very core of his being. The once proud sorcerer shivered involuntarily, as his innermost secrets were laid bare under the weight of that gaze. Do you dare to summon my name? Dormammu's voice resonated, low and menacing, akin to a whisper from the abyss, sending chills down the spine. Kaecilius struggled to steady his nerves, inhaling deeply, compelling himself to confront the terror before him. He then divulged every detail of recent events to Dormammu without reservation. For in the presence of such a being, any attempt at concealment would be utterly futile. O Supreme Dormammu, I beseech you to listen. Kaecilius's words echoed in the void, imbued with urgency and anxiety that were nearly impossible to mask. I have encountered an unprecedented adversary, Lindo. Dormammu's voice emerged, ethereal and cold, carrying an undeniable authority. Kaecilius, you, my once proud servant, dare to inform me that you have succumbed to a mere mortal? Kaecilius hastily protested, a tremor evident in his tone. No, he is far from an ordinary individual. He can grasp the arcane skills I have painstakingly honed over the years in an instant, wielding their power beyond the limits I could ever dream of achieving. Even the time stone, which we hold so dear, becomes a mere toy in his hands, effortlessly distorting the flow of time. Dormammu's laughter reverberated through the void, dripping with derision and disdain. Temporal distortion? I, Dormammu, the master of all dimensions, would surely be aware of any fluctuations in time and space. Kaecilius, has your defeat led you to concoct such absurd excuses? I swear by my very soul that every word is sincere. Kaecilius's voice was resolute yet slightly quivering. Please believe me, Lord Dormammu. Within Lindo lies a wellspring of untapped power that we have yet to encounter. With your assistance, we can not only reclaim the stone but also harness those unknown forces, bending them to our will. After a moment of silence, Dormammu's voice resonated once more, this time tinged with curiosity. Very well, Kaecilius. I shall grant you an opportunity to prove your loyalty and the veracity of your claims. But be forewarned, should I discover any betrayal or deceit, the consequences shall be beyond your imagination. Now, prepare to summon my essence to the blue planet. Upon learning that Dormammu was willing to personally intervene against Lindo, Kaecilius felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Thank you for your magnanimity, Lord Dormammu. I shall initiate the summoning ritual immediately. Suddenly, Kaecilius led a group of devotees to form an enigmatic circle, with an altar crafted from an unknown metal standing at its center. The surface of the altar was intricately adorned with perplexing ancient runes. Kaecilius knelt, his hands clasped tightly together, and his deep, powerful voice reverberated through the vast hall like the rumble of thunder. Oh, exalted Dormammu, we humbly obey your will. unveiling the veil of the forbidden door. Praying for your strength to illuminate the blue planet and witness the arrival of the challenger's demise. As his words faded, the surrounding devotees began to chant, their ancient incantations surging forth like a tidal wave. Their voices intertwined, coalescing into an invisible torrent that rippled through the air. The mysterious runes on the altar quietly blossomed, emanating a profound blue light, reminiscent of the boundless power of the night. Through these delicate patterns, it silently seeped into every corner of reality. A mere mortal dares to provoke our supreme sovereign. A cloaked devotee scoffed, his eyes glinting with a ravenous anticipation for the impending feast of vengeance. Indeed, Lindu's name must vanish from all realms, so that all may comprehend our reverence for Lord Dormammu. Another zealously echoed, his voice aflame with fervor. Just as the ritual reached a critical juncture, the surrounding space suddenly twisted, the air being siphoned away by an unseen force, rendering breathless. Above the altar, a rift silently tore open, dark and profound, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Dormammu's voice, akin to a whisper from the abyss, reverberated throughout the space. Well done, Kaecilius. Your loyalty pleases me greatly. Now, let me witness for myself the capabilities of that speck of dust who dared to provoke me. As the words lingered, a strand of Dormammu's primal power slowly traversed through the rift, revealing itself to all. It was a swirling mass of dark energy, shapeless yet radiating a formidable force that instilled terror in all living beings. One by one, the devotees knelt, unable to bear the sight of such a fearsome presence. Lindu, where have you hidden? Reveal yourself. Let us see if you possess even the slightest qualification to stand against me, Dormammu. Dormammu's voice echoed through every inch of space, transcending the boundaries of time and space, searching for the valiant soul who dared challenge its authority. Within the sanctum of Kamartash, when the Ancient One learned that Lindu harbored a strategy to confront Dormammu's impending assault, her eyes sparkled with disbelief. Gazing intently at Lindu, she sought to penetrate the surface and reach the depths of his profound thoughts. Incredible, the Ancient One murmured, her voice gently swaying, resonating melodiously in the spacious hall. Lindu, not only have you mastered all the arcane spells within the Grand Library, but you have also pioneered an unprecedented realm of magic. Lindu slowly turned to face the Ancient One. Master Gui proclaimed that the boundaries of magic should not be confined by the annals of history. Rather, they ought to be explored by our intellect and courage, infinitely expanded by our creativity. His tone resonated with a profound yearning for the unknown and an unwavering belief in the boundless depths of magic. Upon hearing this, Gui felt a quiet admiration within. The confidence and determination displayed by Lindu allowed her to catch a glimpse of her younger self reflected in the echoes of time. No. The potential and strength that Lindu exhibited had already surpassed her own from years past. Chapter 18. Lindu overwhelms Ancient One. The prowess displayed by Lindu was far beyond what one could expect from merely 3 days of exposure to magic. As Ancient One reminisced about past experiences, her gaze instinctively flitted between Lindu and the nearby Strange. Although Strange had just begun to grasp the secrets of the portal, the disparity in their abilities compared to Lindu was glaringly apparent. This comparison ignited within Ancient One a profound curiosity and anticipation, leading to the quiet emergence of a thought in her mind. Lindu, considering the depth of your understanding of magic, why not engage in a friendly contest? This would not only validate your true capabilities, but perhaps I might also gain new insights and inspiration from it. Her words carried a hint of challenge and eagerness. Are you prepared, Lindu? Ancient One's tone was gentle, yet beneath it lay an undeniable power. Slowly raising her hands, she delicately danced her fingertips, manipulating the air with invisible strings that coalesced into a surging torrent of magical energy. In this moment, she intended to unveil her mastery of the ultimate spell, the flow of time, a forbidden force that even many seasoned sorcerers dared not approach lightly. Could Lindu, the young man who had absorbed all the mysteries of magic within the great library, withstand such an extraordinary technique? Ancient One's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to glimpse Lindu's true strength through this opportunity. I have always been prepared, Lindu responded, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, engaging in a silent dialogue with the vast, unseen forces surrounding him. Since arriving at Kamartash, he had consistently integrated Ancient One's unfathomable power into himself. Now, he could unleash a torrent of magical energy even more formidable than that of Ancient One. Yet, he understood that within her lay the incredible power of Dormammu. And this duel was the perfect opportunity for their powers to intertwine. With a sudden flourish of her hands, Ancient One froze the Sanctum Sanctorum in an instant, as if time itself had been paused. Then, a cataclysmic force erupted from her core, shaking the very air around them. The river of time transformed into a dazzling beam of light, surging forth toward Lindu like a wild torrent. Watching from the sidelines, Wong, Mordo, and Strange involuntarily recoiled, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Strange's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the astonishing power Ancient One displayed against Lindu. Did Ancient One truly reveal such formidable strength from the outset? He mused, aware that, like him, Lindu was merely a novice who had just begun his journey 3 days prior. As strange thoughts lingered, Mordo could no longer contain himself, interjecting, "Lindu is exceptional." With pursed lips and a complex expression, he continued, "The power he possesses now is already sufficient to rival that of Ancient One." The thought of Lindu wielding the Infinity Stone stirred a tempest of emotions within Mordo. Furthermore, let us not forget that Lindu commanded the power of the Time Stone. He might indeed possess the capability to defeat Ancient One. As Mordo's voice faded, Wong raised no objections, while Strange stared wide-eyed, fearfully glancing between Gui and Lindu. Within the Sanctum Sanctorum, time seemed to be toyed with by an invisible hand, no longer adhering to its usual rhythm. The torrent of time unleashed by the Master Gui surged forth like a tumultuous river, engulfing everything in its wake, as if it were on the verge of being consumed. Amidst the dazzling light, space twisted and swayed under the impact of this formidable force, threatening to shatter at any moment. Lindu stood resolutely at the other end of the radiance, his form as steadfast as a mountain, betraying no hint of unease in the face of such might. He quietly attuned himself to the pulsations of the temporal waves, engaging in a silent duel of magic with Gui. Slowly, he raised his hands, his fingertips gathering an unusual energy that stood in stark contrast to Gui's torrent of time, exuding a peculiar charm that defied logic. In response to Gui's fierce onslaught, Lindu smiled faintly, flicking his fingers lightly. The air rippled delicately, and the once impetuous force of time dissipated effortlessly into nothingness. For me, time is merely a river that I can inscribe upon and peruse at will. Gui raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by Lindu's actions. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she intensified her assault, unleashing a tempest that transformed the flow of time into razor-sharp blades, slicing through every inch of air in search of any chink in Lindu's defenses. Lindu, like a phantom, danced away, evading each strike with uncanny precision, anticipating the trajectory of every blow. In this tense confrontation, he still found the capacity to offer soft guidance, subtly redirecting the surging magical energies from their original paths. "Lindu, your skills are indeed impressive," Gui acknowledged, a hint of praise lacing her words, yet her onslaught remained relentless. However, the true battlefield is infinitely more complex. No sooner had Gui spoken than the radiance within the Sanctum Sanctorum seemed to ripple in response, blurring the boundaries of time and space. The spectators, Wong, Mordo, and Strange, simultaneously gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless by this unprecedented clash. In their eyes, Lindu had undeniably transformed. He was no longer the inexperienced apprentice, but a formidable presence capable of dancing alongside the supreme sorceress Gui. The three stood in awe, witnessing this unparalleled confrontation, their hearts ablaze with excitement. It was truly unbelievable. One could hardly fathom that Lindu was able to engage Gui in such a fierce contest. Although Mordo had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astonished. This was entirely beyond reason. Given the current state of battle, Gui should have already succumbed to Lindu before the fight. The time it took Gui to chant her spells and the intensity of her released energy were clearly inferior to Lindu's swiftness. Lindu required no lengthy incantations. With a mere wave of his hand, he could dismantle Gui's offensive. Even more astonishing was the fact that Lindu showed no signs of fatigue upon his face. In stark contrast, Ancient One's forehead glistened with perspiration, shimmering subtly. Employing every ounce of his prowess, he launched a relentless barrage against Lindu. Yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of disbelief. He had never anticipated that he would find himself at a disadvantage in this contest with Lindu. What was even more alarming was the fact that Lindu had merely been studying magic for 3 days. The depths of Lindu's profound gaze seemed capable of piercing through the most concealed recesses of the human heart, each counterattack perfectly timed, striking directly at the vulnerable spots. Chapter 19. Lindu absorbs Dormammu's power. "Astonishing Dormammu, how is this possible?" murmured the Ancient One, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness, intermingled with defiance and bewilderment. As the Supreme Sorcerer, he was acutely aware that his wisdom and knowledge should remain unparalleled in this mundane world. However, Lindu's sudden emergence served as a polished mirror, reflecting the limitations of his understanding and stirring ripples of uncertainty within him. In a bid to reverse the dire situation, the Ancient One resolutely embarked on an extreme path to harness Dormammu's power, that formidable force originating from the dark dimension which instilled terror in all. He closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit, striving to delve into the abyss of his mind, attempting to touch the annihilating power of Dormammu. At this critical juncture, Lindu seemed to sense something, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. "Master Ancient One, do you truly believe that merely relying on Dormammu's strength will suffice to defeat me?" Lindu's deep voice resonated after he discerned the Ancient One's intentions. As his words lingered, Lindu raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the dark energy that the Ancient One was on the verge of manifesting. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. With that delicate touch, Lindu inadvertently opened an invisible door, linking to Dormammu's realm. The power, imbued with destruction and chaos, which had been stirring under the Ancient One's guidance, now seemed to have found a more fitting abode. Surging uncontrollably towards Lindu, seeing Lindu remain utterly still, the Ancient One's expression shifted dramatically. An unprecedented wave of panic washing over him. Reflecting on past encounters, Lindu had always appeared calm on the surface, yet could swiftly unravel the intricacies of an opponent's unique skills, turning the tables with a masterful counterattack, not to mention the wild and untamed power of Dormammu. Even the Ancient One himself had expended considerable effort to comprehend that force. Yet now, if Lindu could merely glance at it, and effortlessly absorb, master, and even synthesize that power, it transcended the realm of comprehension for all, rendering it utterly unbelievable. Meanwhile, in the boundless depths of the void, there existed a distorted chaos known as the Dark Dimension. Within this realm, Dormammu sat regally upon a throne woven from pure dark energy, his face obscured by an eternal flame. His eyes, deep as abysses, could perceive every being daring enough to challenge his authority. But at that moment, an unprecedented glimmer of astonishment and unease flickered within those eyes, revealing a rare turmoil within this sovereign's heart. How is this possible? Dormammu's incredulous inquiry reverberated through the Dark Dimension, each word carrying an overwhelming resonance of disbelief. As the absolute ruler of this domain, he had never envisioned that any life form could breach the boundaries of his power, let alone audaciously attempt to seize it. It was as if an invisible, greedy tendril had silently pierced through the formidable barriers of dimensions, reaching into his seemingly inexhaustible sea of energy. Fear, an emotion long since foreign to him, began to quietly take root within the chest of this eternal entity. Reflecting on the past, even the esteemed supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One, merely borrowed his power to maintain the delicate equilibrium of the world. Yet now, an audacious individual named Lindu dares to directly siphon power from him. Such arrogance and audacity are truly unprecedented. Dormammu swiftly recovered from his initial shock, acutely aware that immediate action was imperative to quash this unparalleled affront. In a fleeting moment of thought, he resolved to contact his earthly emissary, Kaecilius. It was time for the world to feel the weight of his will and fury. A profound beam of light suddenly tore through the void, forging a bridge connecting the two realms. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the silhouette of Kaecilius gradually emerged. He prostrated himself, his expression rife with reverence and trepidation, awaiting Dormammu's command. Kaecilius, our plans must accelerate. Dormammu's voice resonated with an undeniable chill and resolve. That wretch Lindu seeks to encroach upon my power. You must immediately initiate the Shadow Devour operation and erase him from this world, regardless of the cost. Upon receiving Dormammu's decree, Kaecilius was as astonished as his master. For so long, he had believed in the absolute supremacy of Dormammu's power, unmatched by any other. Yet, the emergence of Lindu, while a blow to Kaecilius' pride, did not lead him to believe that Lindu could rival his master. Now, Dormammu's sudden wrath indicated that Lindu had indeed done something to disturb him, perhaps even pose a threat. Could it be that the master was not a match for Lindu? Yes, my master, Kaecilius replied respectfully, though doubt lingered in his heart. He swiftly departed the Dark Dimension, returning to the earthly realm to prepare for the Shadow Devour operation. This would be an unprecedented battle. He must gather all available forces to confront Lindu if necessary. A surprise attack would not be out of the question. At that moment, Lindu sensed a pulse emanating from the Dark Dimension. A smile crept upon his lips. He had eagerly anticipated this confrontation. Come forth, and reveal to me the astonishing power you conceal. Simultaneously, within the bustling command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Nick Fury clutched a recently arrived report, his brow furrowed, his gaze filled with undeniable concern. The document clearly detailed the temple's latest assault by an unknown force. With even Kamartaj, the vast repository of all sorcerers' wisdom and magical secrets, failing to escape the ravages of this catastrophe. Who could be behind all this? Nick murmured to himself, his mind brimming with uncertainty and unease. He endeavored to piece together the fragmented clues, hoping to unveil an answer and resolve the enigma that troubled him. The temple, which had borne the weight of safeguarding the balance of the world throughout history, was once again wounded. Each injury was akin to casting a heavy iron ball onto the scales of existence, nudging the world closer to the precipice of unknown peril. Black Widow. Director Fury's sudden call pierced through the cacophony of the command center, striking Natasha Romanoff's eardrums as she was preoccupied elsewhere. It was time to showcase her true skills and unearth the mastermind behind it all. Director Fury issued the command through an impeccably secure channel. One could only hope that reality would not exceed their darkest expectations. Meanwhile, an inexplicable unease quietly began to spread within her. Chapter 20. Nick fears Dormammu. Black Widow seeks Lindu in the wake of the last assault on the Sanctum. The malevolent entity behind it wielded ancient and formidable dark magic. This attack rendered the Sanctum a long-term renovation project, draining S.H.I.E.L.D. of nearly all its resources and manpower for its restoration. Now, should a similar force rise again, the mere thought sends a chill down one's spine. As Nick pondered in silence, he realized that not only must they devise a restoration plan based on the Sanctum's damage, but they must also delve deeply to unearth the nefarious puppet master behind the scenes. Such covert malevolence could no longer be tolerated. Meanwhile, on the distant horizon, Natasha received her orders and seamlessly melded into the night, vanishing in an instant. As she rushed towards the Sanctum, her heart was heavy with confusion and trepidation. How could the Sanctum, which seemed forgotten by time, fall victim to such treachery so easily? Yet, when she finally stood before it, she was taken aback. The Sanctum remained majestic and resolute. Under the moonlight, the ancient stone walls glimmered with a gentle silver sheen, devoid of any sign of conflict. Closing her umbrella, Natasha furrowed her brow, feeling her bewilderment intensify. She swiftly contacted Nick, only to receive the astonishing reply that an attack had indeed occurred. Yet it had been swiftly quelled by an unknown force, leaving the Sanctum unscathed. This news struck her like thunder, filling her heart with both shock and curiosity. What kind of power could possibly reverse fate in a perilous situation that even the Ancient One would hesitate to confront? The Black Widow's sixth sense tingled with urgency, her intuition suggesting that this matter was far from the surface calm it appeared to be. The underlying currents were likely deep and complex, exceeding her expectations. Could it be that the Ancient One intervened personally to stifle the flames of conflict at the Sanctum? With renewed determination, Natasha vowed to unravel the mystery of the assailants behind the attack. As night deepened, so did the shadows, compelling Natasha to proceed with ever more stealth and caution. Utilizing the vast resources of S.H.I.E.L.D., she discreetly gathered all available clues regarding the assault on the Sanctum. However, as her investigation progressed, she was astonished to discover that the entire affair seemed meticulously obscured by an invisible hand, leaving behind tragically few traces. Just as she felt ensnared in a web of despair, an unexpected name whispered into her ears, Lindu. Sources revealed that this individual, who had witnessed the flames of conflict at the Sanctum, was intricately entwined with both the events at Kamartaj and the attack on the Sanctum, forming an intricate web of connections. It was said that during the sudden assault, some had seen Lindu at the scene, engaging briefly with a group of mysterious figures. Natasha's heart raced at this revelation, and she resolved to meet Lindu in person, hoping to extract any useful information from him. Yet, it struck her as peculiar that this Lindu had never before crossed her path in conversation. Given his connection to Kamartaj, he must have some rapport with the Ancient One. Ancient One, Natasha murmured softly, contemplating the name. The legendary supreme sorceress, whose immense power is known far and wide, inevitably led Natasha to attribute the resolution of the temple crisis to the esteemed Ancient One. Yet, her years of experience as an operative whispered to her that the truth was far more intricate than it appeared. Thus, she resolved to personally visit Kamartaj and inquire directly about the audacious individual daring to threaten the sanctity of the temple. Kamartaj, nestled within the nebulous boundary between reality and illusion, enveloped Natasha in an unprecedented wave of peculiar energy the moment she set foot inside. The sensation was both novel and enigmatic, with an atmosphere steeped in a faint aura of magic that left her momentarily breathless. In a distant corner, the Ancient One, Mordo, Wong, and the newly initiated pupil, Strange, were gathered around a circular table, their eager gazes fixed intently upon Lindu. Lindu, your understanding of magic has ascended to heights that elude most of us. The Ancient One's words brushed past Lindu's ears, laden with curiosity and anticipation. Can you enlighten us? How did you attain this level? What secrets have we yet to grasp? A subtle smile graced Lindu's lips as he prepared to respond. But the air suddenly quivered with an almost imperceptible tremor. Moments later, a steady and authoritative voice resonated from beyond the door, penetrating the threshold. Master Ancient One. The Black Widow requests an audience. The mention of the Black Widow struck like thunder, rendering everyone present momentarily speechless. Strange raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by the uninvited guest arrival. Meanwhile, Wong and Mordo exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of skepticism. Only Lindu, with a glimmer of insight, seemed to harbor a burgeoning suspicion. Lindu pondered internally, suspecting that this matter was likely intertwined with Nick Fury. The recent near-successful attack on the temple had been swiftly thwarted, yet it had undoubtedly captured the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, that cunning fox who orchestrates events from the shadows, would hardly remain indifferent to such occurrences. Resolute, Lindu decided to set his conjectures aside and observe the unfolding events. Please, let her enter, the Ancient One said, raising her hand slightly. A young sorcerer promptly obeyed the command with utmost respect and stepped outside. Before long, the unmistakable silhouette of the Black Widow glided into the grand hall, her form clad in fitted black attire that accentuated her distinctive elegance. Each step radiating a powerful yet graceful aura. Her piercing gaze swiftly swept across the faces of those present before finally settling on the Ancient One. Master Ancient One. The Black Widow spoke with a calm and resolute tone. I have come because the recent spate of incidents has drawn my attention. I firmly believe that everything is intricately connected to your domain. The Ancient One nodded slightly, encouraging her to continue. Meanwhile, Linda stood silently by, keenly observing. His curiosity piqued by the tidings the Black Widow might bring. Master Ancient One, it is rumored that you intervened to resolve the recent assault on the temple by that mysterious force? At the inquiry of Black Widow, a rare look of embarrassment flickered across Ancient One's face. She gently shook her head. Not so, Natasha. By the time I arrive, the danger will have passed. The true hero is this young friend, Lin Duo. As she spoke, Ancient One subtly turned her body, bringing Lin Duo into Natasha's line of sight. Lin Duo? That new mage? Black Widow exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Following Ancient One's gaze, she looked towards Lin Duo. There stood a young man of striking features. His eyes deep and enigmatic. Even in his modest attire, he could not conceal the extraordinary aura that surrounded him. Chapter 21. Surpassing Ancient One in 3 days. Astonishing Black Widow merely graced with a compliment from Ancient One, Lin Duo offered a subtle smile, exuding an air of composure that left a lasting impression. In just a few fleeting days, he had mastered the essence of magic that even I found elusive. His potential was unfathomable, transcending the boundaries of everyone's imagination. Upon hearing these words, Natasha's eyes sparkled with disbelief. As a top-tier agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she possessed an acute understanding of the Ancient One's prowess, and to receive such high regard was no small feat yet. Could it truly be possible for someone like Lin Duo to vanquish the formidable Kaecilius, hailed as the next Dormammu? Was this notion not a mere fantasy? She scrutinized Lin Duo, hoping to discern any hidden traces of power on his youthful visage. Lin Duo, however, remained unperturbed, allowing her to examine him without a hint of evasion. Dormammu is poised to launch an assault on Earth. We must hasten our preparations for battle, Lin Duo declared abruptly. His words, though simple and direct, struck Natasha and all present sorcerers like a hammer, resonating deeply within their hearts. What do you mean by that, Lin Duo? How could Dormammu possibly descend here? Mordo stepped forward, casting a skeptical gaze toward Lin Duo. The name Dormammu lingered like a haunting nightmare in the dead of night, evoking an instinctive chill. As the sovereign of the dark dimension, Dormammu's might was nearly unparalleled, a power so formidable it inspired despair. His insatiable ambition and greedy desires drove him to incessantly seek opportunities to conquer other realms. The vibrant and magic-infused blue planet had long been a coveted prize for him. Lin Duo's gaze was piercing as he held Mordo's stare. Dormammu's schemes are far more profound than you can fathom. His power is ever expanding. We cannot afford to wait idly for disaster to strike. We must prepare in advance. The Ancient One nodded gently, fully aware that Lin Duo's words bore truth. As the Sorcerer Supreme, it was her duty to monitor the slightest disturbances from the dark dimension. The threat posed by Dormammu had long illuminated the red alert on her radar. Yet, how had Lin Duo, being new to the magical arts, come to grasp all of this? Sensing the confusion within the Ancient One, Lin Duo offered a faint smile and began to elucidate. As he spoke, his gaze traveled slowly across the faces of the gathered individuals. Yet, several seemed frozen, ensnared in the astonishment woven by Lin Duo's declarations. To think that through a mere friendly contest with the Ancient One, he had managed to trace Dormammu's whereabouts was indeed more fantastical than any tale of fantasy. However, deep down, they understood clearly that Lin Duo was no ordinary individual. His talent and insight were unparalleled. Since these words flowed from his lips, there must certainly be intricacies hidden beneath that they had yet to fathom. Black Widow, as the elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., was akin to a finely tuned radar, instantly locking onto the pivotal information within Lin Duo's discourse. With a slight furrow of her brow, she rapidly calculated the potential repercussions this intelligence could incite. The incursion of Dormammu represented, for the entire planet, nothing less than a cataclysmic upheaval. Lin Duo, could you elaborate on how you uncovered all of this? The voice of Master Wong resonated, deep and grave, shattering the brief silence. Lin Duo solemnly nodded and gradually began his narration. He recounted how, during the cerebral and powerful confrontation with Master Wong, he had sensed a subtle tremor emanating from the dark dimension and how, from these faint clues, he meticulously deduced Dormammu's clandestine schemes. His account was logical and coherent, allowing everyone present to grasp the full scope of the unfolding events. Upon hearing Lin Duo's words, Master Wong's expression rarely solidified, his brow furrowed, revealing profound concern. He gazed intently at Lin Duo subsequently, speaking slowly and with gravitas, he declared, Lindu, the information you have provided is of utmost importance to us. Do you possess any concrete strategies? The situation is dire, and we must act immediately to thwart Dormammu's incursion. Black Widow silently nodded in support, her steadfast gaze affirming Master Wong's decision-making. Sensing the collective anticipation in the room, Lindu hesitated not a moment and decisively divulged a bombshell of information. I fear that at this very moment, Kaecilius has successfully summoned Dormammu to our planet. This statement struck like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, plunging the great hall into an eerie silence, as if all breaths were held in that instant. Master Mordo's complexion turned ashen, while Master Wong's brow twisted into an intricate knot of concern. Lindu's words reverberated like a thunderclap, stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of those present. Who could have anticipated that Kaecilius would dare to lure such a terrifying demon to the pristine realm of Earth? How is this possible? Master Mordo's voice trembled, clearly overwhelmed by the staggering reality that was difficult for him to fathom. In contrast, Master Wong appeared more composed. He took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within. Natasha's expression abruptly solidified, a heavy atmosphere enveloping her. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly retrieved her communicator, contacting Nick Fury, Director Fury. We are in serious trouble. Dormammu is heading our way. After relaying the shocking news to Fury, Black Widow's gaze shifted towards Lindu, infused with curiosity. At this moment, her interest in him had reached unprecedented heights. How could Lindu, with merely 3 days of magical training, foresee the imminent arrival of Dormammu? What secrets and powers lay hidden behind this revelation? Her mind was awash with questions and awe. Just then, a genuine admiration flickered in Black Widow's eyes. She could sense that Lindu's words were not mere exaggerations, but rather grounded in truth. In that world pulsating with magic, Lindu had ascended to an unprecedented pinnacle. With his addition, their odds in the battle against Dormammu had significantly increased. At this moment, within the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., deeply buried underground, the light shone brightly as if it were day, the incessant clattering of keyboards filling the air with a tense urgency. Director Nick Fury stood before the colossal holographic display, his brow furrowed, murmuring the name, Dormammu. Chapter 22. Initiating Level 1 Alert. Doctor Strange felt a surge of relief that Lindu remained in Kamartaj after concluding a heart-stopping emergency call with Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. The news struck like a bolt from the blue. Dormammu's menacing gaze was fixated on Earth. Activate Level 1 Alert. Nick Fury's voice resonated like a rock crashing to the ground, steady and resolute, filling every inch of the control room with an air of urgency. Agents sprang into action, the rapid clattering of keyboards creating a symphony of tension that hung palpably in the atmosphere. Hill, I need you to assemble our most elite task force immediately to prepare for a potential extraterrestrial incursion, Nick commanded, directing his unyielding orders towards his steadfast deputy, Maria Hill. Understood, Director, Maria replied, her words imbued with unwavering determination as she sprang into action with remarkable speed. Coulson, contact Dr. Strange. We urgently require his expertise in the realm of magic, Nick continued, meticulously reallocating resources amidst the escalating crisis. I'm attempting to reach him, Director, but have yet to receive a response. Coulson's voice crackled through the communicator, revealing a hint of anxiety. A barely perceptible bittersweet smile flickered across Nick's lips, a swirl of emotions churning within him. Continue trying until we hear back. Dormammu is no ordinary adversary. We will need every available ounce of power. Having dealt with Black Widow, Lindu swiftly returned to the Sanctum Sanctorum, intent on mastering the magical essences before encountering the formidable Dormammu. His confrontation with the Ancient One had not only culminated in a decisive victory, but had also granted him unprecedented renown, earning him respect within Kamartaj that would be hard to challenge. The Ancient One, witnessing Lindu's return to the library, felt a surge of delight. After being bested by Lindu, she had anticipated that he might simply depart. However, upon learning of his intention to stay, she promptly instructed Mordo to escort him back to the library without delay. Thus, Lindu found himself immersed in the ocean of knowledge, poring over the time-worn tomes of arcane wisdom, silently plotting his forthcoming training regimen. He had already begun to weave together various spells, but to confront a dark dimensional sovereign like Dormammu, he must fully master magic to have any chance of drawing near and absorbing his formidable power. Gently, he brushed his fingers over the ancient spines, the runes on the covers responding to his intent, surging to life and diving into the depths of his consciousness. Lindu surrendered to the swirling magic within him, slowly closing his eyelids and taking a deep, contemplative breath. In the recesses of his mind, magical symbols and formulas sprang to life, dancing and twirling, weaving together vivid and magnificent visions. He silently contemplated the mysteries of linking dimensional teleportation with the secrets of gateways. These two spells, one embodying the dimensional shifting power controlled by Dormammu, and the other a mastery of spatial portals by the Ancient One, ignited within him a fervent desire to explore the unprecedented sparks that would emerge from the intertwining of orthodox and dark magic. Lindu concentrated his spirit, meticulously inscribing each rune and incantation upon the canvas of his mind. He endeavored to harmonize two fundamentally distinct sources of magic, akin to forcing two parallel universes to reconcile, a task of considerable difficulty. Light and darkness, order and chaos, clashed violently within his thoughts, as if embodying the irreconcilable forces of water and fire, perpetually colliding in search of that subtle realm of harmony. Lindu's mind felt as though it were pierced by endless bolts of electricity, a blend of pain and exhilaration, as time seemed to freeze in that moment. He found himself in an expansive void, surrounded solely by the shimmering runes and flowing magical formulas. The audacity of personally harmonizing these two forces was a bold notion indeed. Lindu mused, his heart already faintly brushing against the delicate note of balance. On the very edge of this precarious equilibrium, he discovered the key to unlocking a new world. All chaos and conflict gradually succumbed to tranquility under his will, heralding the dawn of an unprecedented magical revolution at his fingertips. Dark magic and orthodox magic seamlessly intertwined in his mind, giving birth to an entirely novel form of sorcery, the dimensional gateway. This new magic not only encompassed the formidable energy of dark magic, but also possessed the stability and precision of orthodox magic, capable of bridging chasms in the blink of an eye, reaching into the shadowy realms of other dimensions. Yet, this hard-won peace did not linger long. A sudden, urgent alarm pierced the stillness from the far reaches of the sky. What could be the matter? Why had the alarm sounded without cause? Had Director Nick sensed Dormammu's presence? Lindu furrowed his brow, sensing the pulsation of magic within him stir restlessly in response to this unexpected turn of events. Abruptly, he pulled himself from the depths of the ancient magical tomes, his gaze drifting beyond the edges of the pages to the outside world. The night, which should have been serene, was now distorted by swirling shadows. Lindu's heart tightened. Clearly, the battle concerning the safety of the universe had silently commenced. But from where would Dormammu's invasion begin? The territories of Blue Star? The anti-Blue Star regions? Or the enigmatic Kamartash? He swiftly moved to the window, straining to pierce the layers of darkness in hopes of catching even a glimpse of Dormammu's movements. However, the shadow was thick as ink, so profound that its secrets remained inscrutable. Dormammu, where do you truly hide? Lindu whispered, just as he prepared himself for action. Two figures burst into the tranquil library like a tempest. It was Wong and Modu, their gazes entwined with anxiety and unwavering determination. Lindu, we must leave at once. Wong exclaimed urgently, gripping Lindu's arm tightly. Almost simultaneously, Modu steadied himself beside Lindu, seamlessly joining in the protective endeavor, pulling him toward the exit. Lindu, rather than resisting, could not help but jest as his two friends ushered him away. Hey, what grand performance are you two staging this time? Though his words carried a hint of jest, they could not conceal his curiosity and excitement regarding the impending revelation. The king's countenance betrayed his anxiety as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, revealing his heightened tension. Lindu, the situation is dire, the sanctuary is in jeopardy, and we must act immediately. Modu interjected calmly, adding his analysis. Indeed, it is the sanctuary in Hong Kong that has issued an urgent plea for assistance, specifically requesting your aid from Master Gui. His words were succinct, yet his gaze was filled with unwavering trust and profound hope in Lindu. Chapter 23. The Festival of Ruins, the Ritual of the Faithful. Upon hearing this, Lindu raised an eyebrow slightly, then nodded steadily, his gaze shimmering with resolute determination. Very well, since it is the summons of the Ancient One, I shall devote myself entirely. With that, he quickly adjusted his demeanor and matched the swift pace of Wong and Modu as they sprinted forward. Yet, amidst the rush, Lindu's heart remained profoundly tranquil, silently attuning to the unwavering and formidable energy radiating from Wong and Modu, a sense of shared resolve blossoming within him. The trials of the past had rendered Lindu acutely aware of his companion's capabilities. Old Wong's earth-shattering techniques, each strike imbued with the essence of ancient martial arts, and Modu, an adept in spatial magic, capable of transcending to another realm in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the two who clung to his arms, Lindu felt no hesitation whatsoever. He promptly resolved to experiment within himself, fusing these two disparate forces. Taking a deep breath, an indescribable energy began to surge quietly through his being. This was an unprecedented exploration, as diverse magics began a delicate and intricate dance under his command. Modu's spatial magic and Old Wong's martial essence appeared to be in pursuit of an uncharted path to convergence. I have succeeded, Lindu whispered as he opened his eyes. He distinctly felt that this newfound magic not only inherited the characteristics of offense and defense, but also infused an ineffable vivacity and profundity. It seemed capable of perceiving the essence of all things, navigating through the minute fissures of time and space, manipulating the boundaries between reality and illusion. Then, Lindu's gaze shifted to Modu and Wong. At their current velocity, reaching the sanctuary would take an eternity. Let us open a portal. Provide me with the precise location. Lindu halted and proposed to the two. Wang and Modu exchanged glances, evidently surprised by Lindu's swift solution. However, time was of the essence, and Wang quickly relayed the exact coordinates of the Hong Kong sanctuary. Upon hearing the coordinates, Lindu wasted no time, with a mere wave of his hand. A portal materialized in response, devoid of lengthy incantations, clean and efficient. The two stood agape at the portal Lindu had conjured in an instant. Their astonishment did not linger long, for they were acutely aware of Lindu's unfathomable power and the urgency of their situation. Thus, without hesitation, they stepped into the portal, their figures vanishing instantaneously, only to reappear within the Hong Kong sanctuary. As the three emerged from the portal, the sight before them rendered them speechless in shock. The once bustling and vibrant city of Hong Kong now lay in ruins, with remnants of buildings either collapsed or leaning precariously, streets marred by deep fissures. A scene of utter devastation. The air was thick with an indescribable charred scent, permeating like oil-soaked fabric, heavy with despair. Amongst the debris, scattered bodies lay amidst crumbled walls, silently narrating the calamity that had unfolded not long ago. Even more chilling were the fervent devotees clad in peculiar attire, kneeling upon this desolate ground, muttering incomprehensible incantations. He conducted a bizarre and surreal ritual, seemingly welcoming the arrival of a terrifying entity, Dormammu. In his eyes danced the flames of madness and reckless abandon. When he suddenly caught sight of Lind, along with his companions, a fleeting moment of tension crossed his face, only to be swiftly engulfed by a tide of overwhelming dread. Gripping his staff tightly, he advanced hurriedly toward Lind, leading a cadre of equally corrupted minions, determined to block their path. Lind, how dare you reveal yourself at this critical juncture? Our god, Dormammu, is on the verge of stepping into this world. Your fate is already sealed. Death awaits you. However, if you abandon your resistance now, I might still beseech the god to spare you from endless torment. Kaecilius' words reverberated through the ruins, each syllable heavy as lead, leaving no room for rebuttal. In his mind, Dormammu was the supreme being of the cosmos. What if Lind could defeat him with merely 3 days of study? What of it? Dormammu was an adversary he could never hope to conquer. In that moment, he felt his destiny was irrevocably determined, and he could only await his end here. Yet, even in the face of Kaecilius' blatant threats, Lind merely allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. His gaze pierced through the layers of darkness, reaching deep into Kaecilius' heart, where flickers of sympathy mingled with icy indifference. Lind gently shook his head, speaking with deliberate calmness. Each word carefully considered. Kaecilius, you were once a brilliant star in the realm of magic. Why have you chosen to step into this boundless night? You believe Dormammu offers eternal power, yet that is merely an abyss of emptiness and despair. A subtle flicker of doubt flashed in Kaecilius' eyes, but it was quickly consumed by resolute flames. He brandished his staff as if conducting an invisible orchestra, summoning more dark energy that surged toward Lind and his companions. Observing this, Lind's expression sharpened. With a mere flick of his wrist, an unseen barrier materialized in the air, repelling the onslaught of dark energy. He then turned to the restless devotees who were poised to attack him, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How dare the lowly servants of Dormammu covet a challenge against me? With that, Lind swept his arm, unleashing a torrent of immense energy from his palm that swept across the battlefield like a raging tide. Those devotees, who had lunged at him like ravenous wolves just moments before, were now sent sprawling like leaves in an autumn breeze, overturned, tossed, and crashing heavily to the ground, devoid of any will to struggle. Kaecilius, witnessing this turn of events, was struck with shock, his expression shifting dramatically as fear gripped his heart. He had never anticipated that Lind's strength had become so terrifying. Even more astonishing was the fact that Lind had yet to wield the fabled Infinity Stones. Just days prior, they had clashed, and now, Lind's power had achieved a staggering leap. How have you accomplished this? Kaecilius's voice trembled slightly, as the events unfolding before him surpassed his wildest imaginings, rendering him incredulous. Upon hearing this, Lindu's lips curled into a chilling smile. His gaze fixated on the time gem in his hand, which emanated a profound azure glow, and a flicker of resolve shone in his eyes. Everything is destined for a rebirth, Lindu's deep voice declared. The time gem in his grasp began to rotate slowly, releasing concentric rings of mysterious ripples. These waves spread with astonishing velocity, transcending the boundaries between reality and illusion. Chapter 24. Sensing danger, Dormammu's forced arrival in an instant. The distorted scenery surrounding them seemed to be rewound, as if an unseen force were manipulating Dormammu's followers like puppets on invisible strings. Their malevolent ritual was forcibly pulled back by an irresistible power. Flames leaped backward to the altar, incantations echoed in the air only to gradually dissipate. As if nothing had ever occurred, the ravaged temple of Hong Kong was slowly mending, inch by inch. Each shard of rubble, every crack among the debris, was gradually healing under the astonishing power of the Time Stone. Time appeared to flow backward, everything silently progressing in reverse. Kaecilius and Dormammu's acolytes stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with terror and disbelief. They witnessed their surroundings gradually restoring, their meticulously crafted wicked schemes being ruthlessly erased. It seemed they too would vanish along with this dissolution. Juan and Mordo, the only two observers, stood speechless behind Lindy, shocked into silence. As they beheld this cataclysm, which could have annihilated the world, being effortlessly resolved, waves of astonishment and unease surged within them. Lindy, what is this? Juan's voice trembled slightly. He struggled to comprehend this unimaginable scene before him, but each word felt painfully inadequate. The Time Stone was undoubtedly a powerful artifact, otherwise Kaecilius would not have gone to such lengths to covet it. Yet, never had anyone wielded the Time Stone with such freedom. Even if they possessed it, they might never dare to unleash its boundless power. Yet Lindy appeared unbound by any restrictions associated with using the Infinity Stone. Lindy did not turn back. His gaze remained fixed upon the Time Stone in his hand, allowing him to glimpse the mysteries of time and wield the power to rewrite fate. He sighed softly, his voice imbued with the weariness and helplessness born from experiencing the world. Time, the most impartial judge in existence, is also the most merciless executioner. It can heal all wounds, yet equally transform all beautiful moments into nothingness. Wong and Mordo remained silent, fully aware that Lindy spoke truthfully. Though the power of time eluded their grasp, they could sense the awe-inspiring mystery and strength in every action Lindy took. At that moment, Kaecilius finally emerged from his stupor, witnessing the gradual disappearance of his followers and the altar. His eyes were alight with a frenzied spark of desperation. Meanwhile, Mordo furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between Lindy and the Time Stone, his thoughts in disarray. The time paradox. What consequences will this provoke? However, Lindy displayed no hint of concern regarding the potential ramifications of a time paradox. At that moment, far away in Kamartaj, the once shadowed sacred land, the remaining followers were inexplicably overwhelmed by an ineffable fear. Their sacred ritual was interrupted by an unknown force, the air thick with an ominous mist that rendered them breathless. The leading high priest, with beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and a gaze flickering with anxiety, felt an inner turmoil boiling, on the verge of eruption. Hurry! We must complete the ritual before the time reboots, he rasped, his voice laced with desperation and struggle. The followers quickened their pace, their movements becoming increasingly frantic. Yet, within each heart lingered an unshakable question: could they truly contend with Lindu, the master of the laws of time? Just as Modu and Wong believed that Lindu had quelled all disturbances, the heavens quietly shifted in hue. They remained oblivious to the fleeting joy that glimmered in Lindu's eyes. He gazed upward at the suddenly darkened sky, where ominous clouds rolled in, thunder and lightning intertwining, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble under this newfound force. Clutching the time gem tightly, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him, igniting an indescribable exhilaration within his chest. It seemed that the true challenge was only just beginning. Lindu murmured to himself, his gaze piercing through the dark clouds to the distant horizon, where the truth lurked behind the shadows. At that moment, Kaecilius abruptly awakened from his shock, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of near-manic excitement as he beheld the increasingly prominent strange phenomenon in the sky. The deity is about to descend, Lindu. You all shall meet your end here. Kaecilius's unrestrained laughter echoed across the battlefield, reverberating heavily in the hearts of the king and Modu, accompanied by the rumbling thunder and flashes of lightning. In the face of Kaecilius's brazen arrogance, Lindu merely scoffed disdainfully. Just in time. In that instant, the cloud-laden sky was violently torn apart by an unseen hand, revealing a gaping rift. The colossal and terrifying figure of Dormammu slowly emerged, oppressive and foreboding. It resembled the most grotesque nightmare from the abyss, bearing boundless darkness and destructive power, descending upon the skies above the Hong Kong temple. The earth trembled, the sky dimmed, and the entire world seemed to hold its breath, quietly awaiting the arrival of the apocalyptic judgment. What is this thing? The king's face was etched with disbelief, his hands gripping the mysterious artifact passed to him by the Ancient One, his gaze ablaze with determined fire. Yet, a slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Modu stood nearby, pale as a ghost, hands clasped together, rapidly reciting incantations, desperately trying to extract even a modicum of power from the vast cosmos to confront this indescribable terror before him. Who could have anticipated that Kaecilius had truly summoned Dormammu? But how was this possible? Lindu had already reversed time once with the time gem. The summoning ritual had clearly been halted in time by Lindu. Why then could Dormammu still manifest here? Was everything part of Lindu's grand design? But what could his true intentions be? In stark contrast to the terror felt by Modu and the king, the devoted followers of Kaecilius exhibited no semblance of fear. Instead, their eyes gleamed with fervor and piety. The arrival of Dormammu represented a long-awaited beacon of redemption for them. Supreme Dormammu, you have finally descended. This world shall submit to your insatiable hunger, and we shall become part of your eternal realm. Their exultant cries resounded through the despair-laden landscape, serving as a particularly jarring mockery of the dire circumstances that surrounded them. Chapter 25. The arrival of Dormammu. Linder's interest was piqued. King, Mordo, allow me to handle this. You ensure the safety of the temple and the people. His words were crisp and resonant. With that, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring skyward, with his target locked on the partially concealed, menacing presence of Dormammu. As Lindu ascended, an unprecedented surge of power surged within him. Clenching his fists, he found himself enveloped in a dazzling radiance, a culmination of myriad mysterious energies. He had transformed into the final form of the Radiant Guardian. Dormammu, I have heard tales of your retreat from a mere stratagem. Such tactics are not the victories I pursue. Linder's voice echoed through the vast void, imbued with an undercurrent of challenge. His thoughts drifted back to the moment in the film where Doctor Strange, utilizing the Time Stone, created an endless loop that forced Dormammu to withdraw. However, what Linder yearned for was a genuine confrontation, a clash of raw power and resolute will. He intended to ensure that Dormammu would have no opportunity for resurgence. Dormammu, the sovereign from the dark dimension, manifested in a form that twisted and morphed like smoke, his voice icy, as if it could penetrate the very soul. A mere mortal dares to utter my name and presume to challenge me? You must be the fabled Linder, who absorbed a fragment of my power and vanquished my servant. Kaecilius. As Dormammu's words settled, the surrounding darkness seemed to solidify into a tangible force. An unspoken pressure made the entire space tremble involuntarily. Yet, Linder merely smiled. A smile that bore both disdain and unwavering confidence. Indeed, it is I. What of it? Whether you acknowledge it or deny it, what change does it bring? I long to experience your power firsthand. I welcome your wrath with open arms. He raised his hands high, his fingertips shimmering with a faint yet resolute light. This was the power drawn from Dormammu, his blade against the encroaching darkness. Come, Dormammu, let us discover whether your boundless shadows are truly more formidable or if my heart, forged from both light and darkness, remains steadfast. As his words echoed, the entire realm of darkness seemed to respond to his challenge, a tumultuous energy surging between the two, heralding the onset of a cross-dimensional duel. Linder understood that this was not merely a test of his strength but a profound trial of his will and convictions. Dormammu. Heed my words. Linder's voice pierced through the oppressive darkness, unwavering in its resolve. Regardless of the outcome, all my actions are to protect the innocent lives. To prove that even in the depths of the darkest abyss, light shall inevitably herald the dawn, and you shall only meet with defeat. His words were resolute and chilling, resonating through the boundless expanse of time and space, imbued with an unassailable force. He stepped forward, the space beneath his feet yielding as if it were soft fabric. With each step he took, the fabric of reality rippled, trembling under the weight of the fundamental laws of the universe. The encroaching pressure caused Dormammu, composed entirely of pure darkness, to stir for the first time, sending ripples through his form. A fleeting shadow of nearly imperceptible fear flickered in his abyssal eyes. How could this be? A mere mortal wield such heart-stirring power. How could Dormammu, the ruler of countless universes, feel the chill of fear emanating from a human? Yet, the undeniable reality remained. The energy unleashed by Linda had far surpassed all his expectations. A fleeting moment of confusion crossed Dormammu's gaze, quickly replaced by a surging fury. He could not abide the audacity of a mortal daring to challenge his supremacy. Resolute, he decided to unleash his full might upon this seemingly insignificant adversary. The once mighty sovereign of multiple universes resolved to act, summoning his ultimate power with the intent of annihilating Lindu in one fell swoop. As he extended his arms, the surrounding darkness surged forth like a responding tide, coalescing into an immense shaft of black light that aimed directly at Lindu. Wherever the black light traversed, space itself seemed to cleave apart, and all things were rendered to naught beneath this terrifying force. Simultaneously, his being appeared to connect with the abyss of the dark dimension, siphoning an unprecedented, pure, and enigmatic energy. This power erupted with a strike, radiating outward like a tidal wave. Those who had previously fallen at Lindu's feet emerged as if reborn from the earth, transforming into a sinister legion, vowing to fight to the death in defense of their supreme sovereign. At that instant, as Mordo and Wong launched their assault against Kaecilius on the ground, a powerful surge of energy alerted them to the unfolding chaos. In unison, their gazes turned skyward to Dormammu, the erstwhile master of the dark dimension, unleashing a cataclysmic attack. His distorted form loomed larger in the boundless darkness, exuding a spine-chilling terror. The dark beam surged forth like a roaring dragon, carrying with it the devastating force to obliterate the very fabric of existence as it rushed toward Lindu. Witnessing Dormammu's ultimate strike, both Mordo and Wong felt a tremor of dread. Could Lindu withstand Dormammu's wrath and restore tranquility to the Hong Kong sanctum? Mordo pondered silently. Mordo, focus. Do not forget those Dormammu as followers you vanquished. They are rising one by one, Wong cautioned. As his words fell, the once dormant followers began to stir. As if summoned from the dust, slowly rising from the ground, rekindled into life. Their eyes were hollow as a dried well, emanating a chilling coldness. Devoid of emotion or reason, leaving only an unwavering allegiance to Dormammu. Two pairs of eyes locked onto Wong and Mordo with the grip of iron. Wong, Mordo. Do you think you can stand against us? Surrender now. Kaecilius, emboldened by the absence of Lindu, quickly regained his bravado, commanding his followers to launch an assault against the two. Advance, eliminate them. At the command of Kaecilius, the resurrected devotees swiftly assembled, resembling phantoms in the dark night, coalescing into a formidable force not to be underestimated. Together, they wove a barrier composed of pure dark energy, akin to a ferocious black beast, roaring as it lunged towards the king and Modu. Simultaneously, in the air, Dormammu's power reached its zenith, his transcendent voice resonating through every crevice. Lindu, you are challenging the fundamental laws of the universe. He gently waved his invisible fingers, as if orchestrating the very lifeblood of the entire multiverse. Chapter 26, Dormammu's Active Assault. Lindo's eyes filled with intrigue in that moment. An unimaginable force erupted violently, tearing apart the fabric of space and reversing the flow of time. A myriad of bewildering phenomena wove together into a colossal web that sent shivers down one's spine, sweeping towards Lindo. Yet, in the face of this counterattack potent enough to cause stars to fall, Lindo merely curled his lips into a disdainful smile. His form did not retreat by even a single step. Instead, he boldly advanced towards the surging dark energy, reaching out his hand to touch the seemingly all-consuming torrent of darkness. Dormammu, preoccupied with harnessing the powers of the dark dimension, was taken aback to witness that Lindo not only refrained from resisting, but actively charged towards him. A wave of incredulity surged within him. What secrets did this mortal conceal? How could he possess such audacity? As the dark beam made contact with Lindo's palm, it vanished as if night had fused with the abyss, dissipating into oblivion. Rather than being engulfed by that annihilating force, Lindo began to absorb and assimilate the profound dark energy of Dormammu. A strange radiance emanated from the surface of his skin, as if the boundary between the otherworldly and reality was blurring before his eyes, weaving together a dreamlike tableau. The two extreme energies clashed and surged within him, ultimately merging into a new and unprecedented power, igniting sparks of transformation. The heavens shifted in hue, the stars trembled, and the very edges of the dark dimension began to fracture. This was a testament to Lindo's gradual mastery over Dormammu's power. He was no longer merely resisting. He was attempting to control and even surpass one of the most ancient and formidable entities in the cosmos. As he contemplated the mystery of this fusion, Lindo's gaze towards Dormammu was as cold as ice, yet held boundless significance. With the deepening of their amalgamation, a glimmer of eager anticipation sparkled in his eyes. He was fervently curious to discover what astonishing magic this power would ultimately evolve into. As the two energies intertwined, Lindo's body resembled an unfathomable vortex, greedily consuming every shred of darkness around him while simultaneously radiating dazzling brilliance. He could feel an unprecedented surge of power swelling within him, an immense force transcending the confines of time and space, a realm he had never before touched. Lindo sensed a stirring within his body, his thoughts becoming hazy, as if he had stepped into an entirely unfamiliar realm. There, light and darkness intertwined, giving birth to a marvelous magic unlike any before. He could witness the gentle flow of time, the subtle wrinkles of space, and he seemed to even touch the steady pulse of the universe. He was nurturing a brand new spell, a force capable of penetrating darkness and dispelling all shadows. This power would become his ultimate reliance in contending against Dormammu and safeguarding this world. As the energies within him gradually fused, his form slowly expanded in the inky darkness, ultimately transforming into a towering statue of light and shadow intertwined. Lindu, the voice of Dormammu quivered imperceptibly as he gazed at the statue, an unprecedented terror surging within him. Time slipped away silently, and he gradually sensed that the power which once caused tremors throughout existence was diminishing in a subtle and irreversible manner. Meanwhile, on Lindu's side, energy continued to flourish ceaselessly. What could possibly be the cause of all this? His heart was tightly entwined with confusion and unease. This power had once been the source of his pride. Whether traversing the long path of cultivation or engaging in fierce confrontations with formidable foes, it had always been his most steadfast support. Yet now, it was silently fading away, like morning mist meeting sunlight. In stark contrast, Linda's energy surged forth like a gushing spring, continuously extracting from Dormammu's essence. His strength resembled a boiling heat wave, the surrounding air quivering under the onslaught of this overwhelming energy. Reflecting on the past few days of cultivation, everything had been normal, tranquil. So, what secrets lay behind the waning power and Linda's burgeoning momentum? How could this be possible? A thought flickered through Dormammu's mind, and a storm brewed within him. He surveyed his surroundings, and there, the chaotic void was subtly tilting towards Lindu. Ultimately, his gaze fixated on Lindu. That existence, once as insignificant as dust in his eyes, was now silently siphoning his energy and overturning the world. Dormammu, you once dreamed of eternally ruling this abyss of darkness, yet forgot that all things must eventually come to an end. Lindu's words echoed languidly in the void. Your dynasty has entered twilight, while I shall personally unveil the dawn of a new era. Upon hearing this, a fiery wrath surged within Dormammu. He struggled to summon the remnants of his power to counterattack, only to find his will bound by invisible chains. Each desperate struggle was merely a powerless lament. Fear, a feeling he was unaccustomed to, now coiled around his heart like a cold serpent, gnawing at his resolve. You, what sorcery have you cast upon me? Dormammu roared, his voice intertwining defiance with a melancholic sense of doom. Lindu slowly raised his hand, a dazzling radiance coalescing within his palm, embodying the supreme power he had recently comprehended. It not only encompassed the profound mysteries of the dark dimension but also absorbed the pristine purity of light, giving birth to an unprecedented force of equilibrium. I am merely acting in accordance with the laws of the universe. You once devoured the essence of countless worlds to nourish yourself. Now, all of this shall be returned to me, transforming into the cornerstone upon which I ascend to my new throne. As he spoke, an unmatched surge of energy erupted from Lindu, cascading forth like a tide, aimed directly at Dormammu. Dormammu felt his power being gradually stripped away, each loss accompanied by a piercing agony. He acknowledged that he was no longer Lindu's adversary. The moment he realized this, Dormammu sought to flee the battlefield. But how could Lindu allow him to escape so easily? With a graceful flick of his hand, Lindu summoned a chain interwoven with light and darkness that traversed the fabric of space, ensnaring Dormammu's form with unyielding tenacity. Dormammu struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from this seemingly delicate yet remarkably resilient shackle. Yet with each endeavor, he only found himself growing increasingly feeble. Do you believe you can escape? Lindu's lips curled into a chilling smile. In this realm governed by my dominion, your power has long since lost its weight. Dormammu gazed intently at Lindu, his eyes brimming with resentment and despair. Once the sovereign of the dark dimension, the fates of countless lives lay within his grasp. Now, however, he found himself utterly bereft of the capacity to resist before a mere mortal who had once seemed as insignificant as dust. Chapter 27. What month of magic defeated Dormammu? Is Lindu a human? Dormammu's voice trembled slightly as he inquired. Lindu, what is it that your heart truly desires? However, Lindu chose not to respond to Dormammu's question. Instead, he silently commenced his actions, gradually siphoning the energy from within Dormammu. His ultimate objective was to wholly absorb all of Dormammu's energy, thereby establishing himself as the supreme new sovereign of the dark dimension. As the energy was devoured bit by bit, Dormammu's form began to fade into obscurity. His voice, now a mere whisper, was on the verge of vanishing into the void. Faced with this unprecedented surge of power, all of Dormammu's resistance and struggles appeared insignificant, pale, and powerless. The dark dimension quaked violently, as if it could sense the monumental transformation that was about to unfold, with fear permeating every inch of space. Starlight flickered in the pitch-black dimension, akin to endless gazes, quietly witnessing this ultimate confrontation across the cosmos. Lindu gradually closed his eyes, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the process of energy fusion. He could distinctly perceive his strength burgeoning at an astonishing rate, each cell rejoicing in the imminent arrival of formidable power. When Lindu finally opened his eyes once more, a mere wave of his hand unleashed a tremendous force, a conflation of light and darkness, which erupted with a thunderous roar, instantly consuming everything around him. Dormammu's figure had vanished entirely, his dark energy wholly absorbed by Lindu, transforming into a part of his own power. Under the onslaught of this surging force, the dark dimension began to disintegrate, fractures appearing throughout. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it collapsed completely, heralding the dawn of a new era. Lindu floated amidst the void, as though he were an integral part of the vast universe, with no boundaries separating them. Beneath the dark, twisted, bottomless rift in space, Wong and Moda stood side by side, their eyes shimmering with shock and disbelief. Surrounding them were the fragmented remnants of time and space, torn asunder by Dormammu's terrifying power. These fragments resembled the most peculiar stars in the night sky, emitting an ominous glow that sent chills down one's spine. Initially, the two had approached their confrontation with Kaecilius with a sense of resignation, driven by a singular purpose: to safeguard the tranquility of the Hong Kong sanctuary and seize the fleeting opportunity for Lindu. They awaited the arrival of the supreme sorcerer, Doctor Strange, hoping to seal or expel the tyrant Dormammu from the dark dimension. Yet, the course of events had strayed far from their anticipated trajectory. Lindu, the usually gentle and refined young man harboring profound mysteries, now unleashed a cataclysmic force. His movements were as swift as lightning, each strike landing with precision upon Dormammu's corporeal form forged from pure darkness. Amidst the thunderous roars, the very fabric of space trembled, each clash causing the entire dimensional existence to shake. It was as if even the foundations of the universe quivered beneath the collision of this power. What manner of strength is this? Wong murmured to himself, disbelief etched upon his typically resolute countenance for the first time. Immortality sealed his lips tightly, his eyes a tapestry of shock and bewilderment. Just how many hidden secrets did Lindu possess, that he could unleash such a heart-stirring power in this moment of utter despair? It was beyond his imagination. As the two men were engulfed in their swirling thoughts, Lindu traversed the void, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, his movements so swift they dazzled the eye. With the sweeping of his arms, the furious roar of Dormammu gradually diminished, ultimately fading into a lingering, reluctant whisper. Its form began to blur, as if being gently extracted from this world by an unseen force. Is it over? Wong inquired softly, his tone imbued with a sense of relief yet tinged with an imperceptible melancholy. After all, they had prepared to give everything, and victory had arrived in such an unexpected manner that it left them momentarily disoriented. Immortality stared vacantly at the dissipating figure of Dormammu, unable to regain his composure. Lindu had single-handedly vanquished this once omnipotent entity. This transcended all their previous understanding. Even as disciples of a supreme sorcerer, they had never witnessed such an overwhelming display of power. Wong inhaled deeply, refocusing his gaze on Lindu. Lindu's prowess had surpassed all their imaginations, reaching an unprecedented zenith. Kaecilius and the throng of Dormammu's followers were poised to launch a ferocious assault against Wong and Immortality yet, in an instant. They watched in disbelief as Lindu reduced Dormammu to ashes, leaving them utterly stunned and shaken to their core. If even an entity of Dormammu's caliber could be defeated by Lindu, who in the world could possibly stand against him? Lindu, who is he truly? A tide of confusion surged and roiled within the hearts of the onlookers, while Lindu seemed to exist in a realm of solitude, oblivious to the external shock and suspicion, as if everything were of no concern to him. Meanwhile, Kaecilius and his followers had once naively believed that with Dormammu's protection, they could roam the land unchallenged. Now, their faces were as pale as parchment, their inner fear gnawing away at the remnants of their courage and faith like a dark tide in the night. Kaecilius's voice trembled as he struggled to find a glimmer of hope amid despair. Lindu, what have you done? Do you realize the colossal waves your actions will summon? Lindu's lips curled into a faint smile, imbued with unwavering confidence and composure. Colossal waves? I fear neither difficulty nor the tempest. On the contrary, I crave the challenge, yearning to grow stronger and exceed all expectations through it. His words resonated like thunder, reverberating through the air and profoundly shaking the souls of all present. At that moment, Kaecilius and his followers had completely lost their will to resist. They understood that before them stood an undeniable powerhouse, a giant they could not hope to contend with. Lindu advanced step by step, each stride seeming to press upon their chests, bringing with it an oppressive weight and unending despair. With a gentle wave of his arm, an invisible force instantaneously bound Kaecilius and his companions tightly. You must bear the consequences of your actions. Lindu's voice was cold and resolute, offering no hint of mercy. He then cast them directly into the dark realm of his own creation, allowing them to reflect and atone in the abyss of endless darkness. Having resolved the matter concerning Kaecilius, Lindu turned, his gaze resting upon Wong and Modu. In their eyes shone a mixture of awe and gratitude. Had it not been for Lindu's intervention, they might have found themselves teetering on the brink of peril. Chapter 28. Lindu effortlessly wields magic. Astonishing Immortality and Wong. Lindu, I am truly grateful to you. Both Wong and Immortality expressed in unison, their voices brimming with sincerity. Yet, their gazes lingered on Lindu, unwilling to shift away. The recent confrontation with Kaecilius seemed merely a slight demonstration of Lindu's prowess. That seemingly effortless victory left Immortality and Wong in a state of profound shock, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. Baron Immortality furrowed his brow, his eyes darting between Lindu and the incapacitated Kaecilius as his thoughts swirled. The Ancient One had previously cautioned them about the dark power, likening it to a double-edged sword that could turn and wound its wielder if not handled with care. However, Lindu's command over that dark force appeared to have reached an extraordinary level. There was no sign of loss of control. Rather, it exuded an even more formidable presence. Ancient One, do the dangers you spoke of still persist? Immortality's internal doubts spread like wildfire, difficult to quell. Meanwhile, Wong's expression was complex, a mixture of astonishment and profound self-reflection. He was acutely aware that Lindu, who had once been utterly ignorant of the magical realm, had in mere months evolved to effortlessly defeat a formidable opponent like Dormammu. Such speed, such achievements, shattered their previous perceptions of magical cultivation. Have we underestimated Lindu too greatly? Wong murmured to himself, disbelief saturating his tone. A few months this figure circulated quietly among the crowd, igniting a wave of murmurs. For those sorcerers who had toiled for years, even decades, Lin Du's rate of advancement was nothing short of fantastical. Their expressions varied from envy to admiration, yet predominantly. They were engulfed in incredulous astonishment. This was not something mere mortals were capable of achieving. Then, Lin Du directed his gaze towards Wang and Mo Du. Do you believe you possess the capability to defeat Kaecilius? Wang and Mo Du exchanged a glance, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Despite the awe-inspiring power Lin Du had just displayed, they understood their own worth. As disciples of the Ancient One, they too harbored formidable pride and strength. Wang inhaled deeply. His voice low yet resolute. Perhaps we cannot subdue our opponent with a single blow as you do. Yet, I firmly believe that if we give our all, we have the ability to vanquish him. Mo Du nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, the magic and techniques imparted to us by the Ancient One serve as our steadfast support. More importantly, we are united by an unwavering conviction to protect the sanctuary and safeguard this world. As long as we stand together, heart to heart, shoulder to shoulder, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Upon hearing their words, Lin Du could not help but chuckle softly. These two had recently been floundering under the siege of Kaecilius and Dormammu's followers, yet now they exhibited an unprecedented resolve and bravery, granting Lin Du a newfound perspective of them. Indeed, I have sensed your resolve. Lin Du nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with approval. However, to confront the forces of darkness, mere determination is woefully insufficient. You require not only greater strength, but also a more astute intellect. Upon receiving news of the sudden chaos at the Hong Kong sanctuary, Gu Yi hastened through the portal to provide assistance. Yet, as he stepped through the threshold connecting the two realms, the scene before him left him momentarily speechless. The tumultuous battle he had anticipated, rife with elemental chaos, had not unfolded. Instead, he was met with an extraordinary tranquility in the sanctuary's square. While the faint scent of gunpowder still lingered in the air, a glance around revealed that, apart from a few minor damages, everything was remarkably orderly. Several robed mages were diligently comforting the frightened devotees. As for the mysterious forces that had attempted to breach the sanctuary, they seemed to have evaporated overnight, leaving no trace behind. Gui furrowed his brow, his heart a tumult of emotions, a mixture of relief and confusion. He strode purposefully towards Modu, who was overseeing the cleanup, his face etched with disbelief. Modu, what on earth transpired here? The reports I received clearly indicated an assault on the sanctuary. Gu Yi's voice quivered with incredulity. In the past, whenever the sanctuary was attacked, he had always needed to be present to rectify the aftermath, sometimes unable to restore it to its original state. Yet now, the area beneath his feet appeared as if it had never endured any turmoil, which left him profoundly astonished. He was eager to extract a reasonable explanation from Modu. Upon hearing his voice, Modu turned and, upon seeing Gu Yi, initially displayed a fleeting sense of relief, followed by a soft sigh. Yes, master. Approximately an hour ago, a group of unidentified dark creatures launched a surprise attack. Their power was beyond imagination, nearly plunging us into despair. However, at the critical moment, Lin Du stepped forward. Lin Du? A vivid memory surged in Gu Yi's mind, recalling Lin Du's triumph over his former self as if it were yesterday. Yet, while Lin Du had been able to conquer his weaker self at that time, what capacity did he possess to contend with the formidable ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu? Yet, gazing upon the now serene sanctuary, Gu Yi found it difficult to envisage anyone else capable of thwarting Dormammu. Indeed, master, Modu's words carried an undeniable affirmation. The power he displayed was a miracle unlike anything we have witnessed before. With sheer tenacity, he not only withstood the enemy's relentless onslaught but also pushed them back in retreat. Even the remnants left by Dormammu were reduced to ashes in the presence of his might. Modu's voice brimmed with admiration. Even he, a seasoned mage, could not help but regard Lin Du with newfound respect. He could distinctly perceive that Lin Du's exhibited power had far surpassed that of his own master, Gu Yi. The Ancient One listened in silence, her heart stirred with an indescribable awe. It was only at this moment that she profoundly realized the depth and power of the dark forces wielded by Lin. The emotions within her were a complex tapestry of astonishment and joy. She had always been aware of Lin's boundless potential, yet she had never anticipated such a meteoric rise in his growth, akin to a rocket soaring into the heavens. A sense of unprecedented lightness enveloped her heart, as the burdens she had long borne finally found a trustworthy shoulder to rest upon. Chapter 29. Ancient One contemplates succession. Lin Du stuns Nick. Perhaps it is time for me to consider bequeathing the mantle to a promising successor, the Ancient One murmured, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He paused, his gaze traversing the gaps within the throng, fixating on Lin Du, who was diligently engaged in the restoration of the sanctum. His eyes brimmed with pride and boundless aspirations for the future. Observing this scene, Mordo was momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly grasped the Ancient One's intent. After a brief silence, he spoke with solemnity. Master, Regardless of the path you choose, we vow to accompany you until the world's end. Indeed, in the face of Lin Du's formidable prowess, it was nearly impossible for anyone to oppose the Ancient One's will, and deep within, they resonated with his decision. The Ancient One, however, did not linger on the sentiments of his disciples. Instead, with a countenance filled with astonishment, he approached Lin Du, gazing into the eyes of the astonished master. Lin Du responded with a faint smile. Compared to the unusual reactions of Mordo and Wong, the emotions displayed by the Ancient One were remarkably serene. Lin Du, you have truly accomplished it. He regarded the young sorcerer, his heart swirling with complex emotions. This youth had not only triumphed over his own limitations but had also valiantly stood against the encroaching darkness, safeguarding the tranquility of the sanctum. Such strength and achievement left even the supreme sorcerer feeling somewhat inadequate. Lin Du smiled calmly, his gaze both tranquil and profound. It is my duty, he remarked nonchalantly, regarding the recent cataclysmic battle as merely a chapter in his everyday life. The Ancient One inhaled deeply. The youth before him was no longer the fledgling novice of yore, but a formidable force capable of reshaping the very fabric of the world. The shock and admiration within him were ineffable, manifesting only as a long, heartfelt sigh. Lin Du, your strength has bestowed upon me renewed hope. The Ancient One gradually revealed his thoughts. You shall become the new guardian of our realm. With that, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Du, choosing to say no more. In his heart, he had resolved that once the affairs of the sanctum were settled, he would pass the mantle of the supreme sorcerer to Lin Du. Nick Fury stood before the control console of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command center, illuminated by a holographic map, his brow furrowed in deep concern. A flicker of urgency ignited in his eyes. The information that had just flooded into his ears struck him like a heavy blow. Dormammu, the terrifying behemoth from the depths of the dark dimension, was sharpening its claws, preparing to invade Earth. They had yet to establish a defensive line in the critical zones where Dormammu's followers were stirring, and the mere thought of it sent chills down his spine. How is this possible? Nick muttered, his voice laced with disbelief and self-reproach. He abruptly turned and barked orders to his assistant. Initiate the emergency communication protocol immediately. I need to connect with Black Widow, now at once. Time was of the essence, and they could afford no delays. The assistant nodded vigorously, fingers dancing across the control panel. A flurry of commands transforming into radiant points of light. After a series of intense maneuvers, the connection was finally established with Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, who was currently entangled in another mission's vortex. Natasha, listen closely, this is urgent. Nick's voice resonated through the encrypted channel. Upon hearing the tone in his voice, Natasha's nerves tightened, and every cell in her body sprang into alertness. Nick, what has happened? Is it possible that even you cannot devise a strategy against the impending arrival of Dormammu? This notion was unfathomable. Before the Black Widow could utter another word, Nick continued. Dormammu is on the verge of arriving, yet we have overlooked the most crucial element. Those devout followers are secretly stirring, attempting to open the gateway to the dark dimension. We must act immediately to sever this path. I understand, Natasha responded, her mind racing. I will now pinpoint the exact locations and movements of those followers. Once you ascertain the details, act swiftly and head directly to the site. I will rapidly assemble a support team and follow shortly, Nick commanded succinctly. Remember, we cannot afford to give Dormammu any openings to breach our world. Images of Lindo and Wong rushing towards the exit flashed through Natasha's mind, prompting her to exclaim. The inhabitants of Kamartaj must have sensed the looming threat of Dormammu, with even the Ancient One personally engaging in battle. Nick Fury's brow furrowed deeper. Fully aware that the collaboration between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kamartaj was paramount, yet the current circumstances had become increasingly precarious. He needed to act decisively. Seizing every second for the safety of the Earth, Natasha, immediately contact Kamartaj and inform them of our operational plan, urging them to prepare for our assistance. Nick continued, also, summon all available agents to enter emergency action mode. The Kamartaj team is already en route, aiming to eliminate Dormammu. With a few terse words, the communication abruptly ceased. Nick turned sharply, his keen gaze sweeping across the holographic strategic map where red stars blinked, marking known congregation zones of Dormammu's followers. He was acutely aware that this battle would be unprecedentedly challenging. The adversary comprised not only the terrifying forces from the dark dimension, but also those corrupted followers under the sway of that dark power. Without hesitation, Natasha sprang into action. Her fingers danced across the control panel, swiftly dispatching a series of commands. She activated the intelligence network, employing her exceptional hacking skills to trace the movements of Dormammu's followers. On the display screen, data surged forth like a torrential flood. Natasha's gaze adeptly navigated through the numbers and codes, locking onto every potential lead. In that moment, Nick was not idle either. He hastily gathered the remaining Avengers teammates. He succinctly depicted the pressing situation at hand and assigned clear tasks to each individual. Tony Stark. The charming Iron Man was entrusted with the provision of an unassailable technological backbone. The Hulk, Bruce Banner, stood poised and ready to transform into an unstoppable force to confront the unknown threats. As for Thor, the god of thunder, he was brimming with anticipation, prepared to summon the lightning from the heavens to amplify the impending battle with a tremendous surge of power. We had no retreat. Only the path of courage lay before us, facing the challenges head-on. Nick's words reverberated in the command room, and when Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, received Nick Fury's unequivocal directive, a fleeting shadow of concern crossed her typically composed features, barely perceptible to the casual observer. Chapter 30. The temple has resolved its crisis. Nick extended an invitation to Lindo. In an instant, she composed herself, adjusted her gear, and followed closely behind Lindo, Wong, and Modu, striding purposefully through the door that led to the unknown. Their destination was the temple in Hong Kong, a place that typically exuded tranquility and sanctity, but now seemed shrouded in an ominous cloud. As soon as they entered the temple, Ava felt as taut as a drawn bowstring, her mind sharply focused. However, the chaos and destruction she had anticipated did not unfold. Instead, an inexplicable eerie calm enveloped the space. Inside the sanctuary, candlelight flickered gently, and the faint aroma of incense wafted through the air. Everything appeared so serene, as if the cosmic crisis that had just threatened to unravel existence was merely a fleeting scare. Ava's blue eyes flickered with confusion as she stood there, momentarily dazed. The unusual tranquility around her evoked a sense of being in a different realm. What was happening? Ava silently questioned herself. It was said that Dormammu was about to descend. Yet why was there such profound silence surrounding them? As if the storm had yet to stir a single ripple? Were not the fervent followers of Dormammu meant to conduct their rituals here? Where had they vanished? Clouds of doubt swirled in Ava's mind, but she understood that there was no room for hesitation at this moment. She swiftly scanned her surroundings, hoping to glean a clue from the minutiae. The temple's interior appeared unchanged, yet Ava sensed an indescribable heaviness. It felt as though an unseen force was watching them closely from the shadows. She took a deep breath, striving to restore her composure. As a battle-hardened agent, she was acutely aware of the importance of remaining calm in critical situations. Her fingers subtly brushed against the holster of her pistol, confirming that her equipment was intact. Simultaneously, her gaze fixed upon Lindo ahead. Ancient One and others surrounded him, their expressions filled with disbelief. Could it be that Lindo had single-handedly repelled Dormammu? What extraordinary power would that require? The Black Widow stared at Lindo in astonishment, perplexed by how this legendary figure, who had trained for merely 3 days, could possess such formidable strength. Ava's bewilderment surged like the rising tide, complicating her perception of Lindo. Within this seemingly tranquil temple, she felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon her, as if some invisible yet powerful force stirred in the shadows. She approached Lindo quietly, her mind brimming with questions yearning to be explored. Yet, when her gaze met his calm yet unfathomable eyes, all words caught in her throat. She understood that this was not the moment for probing inquiries. They were on the brink of a far greater trial. Amidst this delicate silence, an unusual commotion erupted outside the temple, shattering the gravity of the moment. Ava's senses heightened instantly, her body tensed like a drawn bowstring. Swiftly, she drew her pistol, her focus unwavering as she prepared to confront any impending threat. As she remained immersed in a state of vigilance, the communicator suddenly erupted with the unmistakable roar of Nick Fury. The volume was so thunderous that it seemed to strike her eardrums like a clap of thunder. Report the situation. What on earth is happening there? Ava was jolted by this unexpected summons, abruptly pulled from a distant dream into the stark reality. She swiftly composed herself and calmly responded into the communicator. Nick, you need not come here. Everything seems to have settled. Nick's voice, laced with palpable anxiety and disbelief, interjected. What? It's over? All our preparations. No. Nick, Ava interrupted his rapid-fire inquiries, her tone revealing a hint of incredulity even to herself. Things are not as you think. It was Lindu who single-handedly resolved the issue with Dormammu. Moreover, she hesitated slightly, finding the next statement astonishing even to her own ears. He employed a method that transcends our understanding. Not only did he vanquish the foe, but he also restored the ravaged streets to their former state. More astonishingly, those lives lost in battle miraculously returned. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the communicator, as it became evident that Nick Fury was taken aback by this sudden revelation. This battle-hardened director of S.H.I.E.L.D. rarely exhibited such uncertainty. Who was Lindu, and how did he possess such extraordinary power? The shock reverberated within Nick Fury, as he became acutely aware that the global power dynamics were undergoing a seismic shift. Dormammu, the dark sovereign who once instilled terror across the universe, had succumbed to the hands of a mysterious figure named Lindu. This was beyond anything he had ever envisioned. It was crucial to note that all the forces he had assembled could not budge Dormammu in the slightest. Yet now, the Black Widow was informing him that Lindu had defeated Dormammu single-handedly. This was simply unfathomable. Nick Fury endeavored to maintain a steady tone, yet the tumult within him was uncontainable. Ava, I need you to describe the situation there in detail, and provide me with all information regarding Lindu. Ava took a deep breath and began to narrate meticulously her observations within the temple, as well as Lindu's incredible display of power. Her words were imbued with awe and reverence, as even she found it hard to believe the authenticity of it all. Furthermore, the Ancient One mentioned that Lindu had mastered magic in merely 3 days. 3 days? Nick Fury's tone conveyed disbelief as he paused, seemingly searching for the most fitting words to express his astonishment. After a moment, he instructed the Black Widow through the communicator, "Send me the footage from the Hong Kong temple. I must see it with my own eyes." Ava nodded vigorously and nimbly commenced her task. She retrieved her high-tech camera, meticulously capturing every inch of the temple's interior. The flickering candlelight, the ancient murals steeped in the passage of time, and the seemingly ordinary objects that conceal profound mysteries and pulsate with incredible power, all were meticulously captured by her lens. As the video data streamed in real time, an expression of disbelief gradually emerged in Nick Fury's eyes. He fixated on the screen, his gaze unwavering, striving to unearth any trace of Lindu's formidable power from these images. Yet, apart from a series of seemingly mundane scenes, he discerned nothing out of the ordinary. Chapter 31. The invitation from Black Widow Ancient One was filled with trepidation. It was precisely this inconspicuous ordinariness that reinforced Nick Fury's conviction regarding the magical prowess wielded by Lindu, a depth and expanse far surpassing their understanding. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous shock within. The world at this moment was undergoing an unprecedented transformation, and Lindu, this enigmatic figure, appeared to be the pivotal axis of this upheaval. Simultaneously, Ava found herself contemplating the formidable powers exhibited by Lindu, the miracles she had witnessed in the sanctuary. The way Lindu effortlessly reversed the tide of battle, and the astonishing scene of life being restored, all of these evoked within her a profound reverence and trepidation for him. She realized that the world was no longer as she remembered it. The emergence of Lindu was destined to herald an era of monumental change, the ramifications of which remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, one thing was certain: his presence would indubitably rewrite the current historical trajectory, potentially possessing the power to save the universe from impending peril. As Ava narrated, supplemented by a visually compelling video presentation, Nick Fury's curiosity and understanding of Lindu deepened. He sensed that this enigmatic character could very well become a crucial piece in their future struggle against the encroaching darkness. Without hesitation, Nick issued commands to mobilize all available resources to thoroughly investigate Lindu's origins and pave the way for a collaborative alliance. Shortly thereafter, a heavily encrypted video appeared on Nick's computer screen. The image revealed Lindu standing resolutely alone, his silhouette radiating an undeniable aura of pride and determination as he confronted the dark force of Dormammu, which threatened to engulf the world. Rather than retreating, his gaze grew ever more resolute. The brilliance of magic coalesced in his palm. The culmination of 3 days of diligent training and study erupted into a dazzling display of light. Nick remained transfixed by the screen, his expression shifting from initial astonishment to an overwhelming incredulity, as Lindu, in a near-miraculous manner, wielded his newly acquired magical abilities to repel Dormammu and safeguard the sanctum in Hong Kong. It was as if a myriad of stars exploded in a dazzling spectacle within Nick's eyes. "Is this truly real?" he murmured softly, and then, his eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor. "Black Widow, whatever means necessary, you must find a way to enlist Lindu into S.H.I.E.L.D." As the video concluded, Nick's emotions remained in tumult. He paced back and forth within the confines of the room, a tempest of indescribable feelings surging within him. In just 3 short days, Lindu had mastered magic potent enough to confront cosmic-level threats. This was not merely a manifestation of miracles. It was a magnificent exhibition of humanity's potential limits. Miracles, well, perhaps that is what it is, Nick Fury whispered, his eyes shimmering with visions of the future, intertwined with a vigilant awareness of the unknown challenges that lay ahead. The appearance of Lindu seems to herald a momentous shift in the fate of the world. As Nick Fury, he bears the weighty responsibility of steering events towards the interests of Earth. At the very instant Black Widow severed communications with Nick, she almost dashed to Lindu's side, her face alight with admiration and eagerness. "Lindu, I can scarcely find the words to express my gratitude and astonishment. Your valiant resistance against Dormammu and your prowess in restoring the sanctum have surpassed all expectations." Her voice trembled slightly, with an unprecedented spark of passion dancing in her eyes. "On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. No, I should say on behalf of the entire world, I cordially invite you to join our ranks. Your strength will be humanity's most formidable defense against unknown threats. Lindu smiled calmly, not immediately responding to Black Widow's fervent invitation. Black Widow, I am honored to receive your recognition. But let us discuss the matter of joining at a later time. His words conveyed a nonchalant detachment, suggesting a cautious distance from any organizational allegiance. After all, his initial intent in venturing to Kamartaj was to assimilate its magic and craft a unique brand of sorcery. Joining S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed an unworthy expenditure of time. Truth be told, he had little interest in it. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned, his gaze sweeping over Master Gui and Mordo. I believe it is time to return to Kamartaj. Upon hearing this, Master Gui appeared to have an epiphany. Earlier, when he learned of Black Widow's invitation to Lindu, he had been filled with trepidation. He had secretly wished to pass the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer to Lindu, but if Lindu accepted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s offer, would that not jeopardize his own plans? With this thought, Master Gui hurried a few steps forward, his face adorned with a warm smile. Yes, let us set off immediately. No sooner had he spoken than Lindu waved his hand, and a portal materialized out of thin air. Lindu, Gui, Mordo, and their companions entered in succession. Although they had witnessed Lindu's extraordinary abilities several times before, the sight of him effortlessly conjuring a door with no incantation still left them in awe. The portal opened silently, and 4 figures were enveloped by a mysterious light, vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Lindu and his group found themselves back in the embrace of Kamartaj. Upon entering Kamartaj, Gui, eager for swift resolution, gently patted Lindu's shoulder and said earnestly, Lindu, there are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. How about we head to my training ground now? Lindu nodded slightly, sensing the urgency that Gui could not conceal. Without hesitation, he acquiesced. Observing Gui's fervent demeanor, Mordo exchanged a glance with Wong, filled with a sense of resignation. Particularly Mordo, whose heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Initially, he had harbored ambitions of usurping Gui's position to elevate himself. Yet at this moment, Lindu's astonishing prowess compelled him to reassess his stance. Meanwhile, Lindu traversed the labyrinthine corridors of Kamartaj alongside the Ancient One. With each deliberate step, they ventured deeper until they arrived at the secluded training ground hidden within the innermost recesses of the academy. This expansive arena was spacious enough for equestrian pursuits. Its walls adorned with ancient murals, each stroke a testament to the illustrious history of the sorcerers. At the center of the arena, a colossal magic circle lay quietly unfurled, emanating a gentle, ethereal glow. The Ancient One guided Lindu to the edge of the magic circle, inhaled deeply, and began to speak in a measured tone. Chapter 32. Lindu becomes the supreme mage. Ancient One rejoiced. Lindu, the power you have displayed has left me utterly astounded. Your innate talent and comprehension far exceed my expectations. I firmly believe you will be the hope of Kamartaj, the key to safeguarding the earth from the encroachment of dark forces. Lindu listened silently, his expression tranquil, yet he had already discerned Ancient One's intentions. It was nothing more than a request for him to contribute to Kamartaj. However, Ancient One's tone shifted, taking on a serious note. Your strength is formidable, but without proper guidance and mastery, it could also become a source of calamity. In the training ground, steeped in ancient wisdom and power, Ancient One stood with his back to Lindu at the center of the magic circle and slowly spoke. Lindu, there is something I must convey to you. This matter not only pertains to the future of Kamartaj, but is also intricately linked to our fates. Ancient One's words struck like thunder in the stillness of the space. Yet Lindu remained remarkably composed. After a brief silence, he gently shook his head, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction. Master Ancient One, I am quite satisfied with my current state and have no aspirations to become the Supreme Mage. Taken aback by Lindu's response, Ancient One swiftly turned, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, as if he could peer into the most secret corners of the human heart, seeking the primal desire for power. Such a rejection surpassed his expectations. After all, the position of Supreme Mage was the ultimate dream pursued by all mages. Yet Lindu appeared indifferent to it. Nevertheless, Ancient One was not inclined to concede defeat. He resolved to elaborate on the unparalleled glory and power that becoming the Supreme Mage could bestow, hoping to stir Lindu's heart and change his mind. Lindu, have you ever imagined that once you ascend to the rank of Supreme Mage, you would stand atop the pinnacle of the magical realm? You would earn the respect and allegiance of all mages, guiding them like stars leading night travelers. Those precious tomes, long hidden and sealed, harbor boundless knowledge and mysteries. Only the Supreme Mage can unveil their enigmatic veils and access sources of power beyond mortal imagination. Your wisdom and strength would experience a qualitative leap at that moment. You would have the opportunity to encounter extraordinary mages from every corner of the world, learning their unique magical arts and uncovering the deepest, most fundamental truths of the universe. This is not merely a symbol of power. It is the key to exploring infinite possibilities. Ancient One's words were laden with endless temptation and anticipation, inviting Lindu to step into the vibrant yet alluring depths of the magical world. They caressed Lindu's heart, intricately illustrating the splendid vision of becoming the supreme mage. A vivid image began to form before his eyes, himself draped in the robe symbolizing supreme glory, wielding an ancient and mysterious staff, standing at the pinnacle of Kamartaj, with countless spells converging within him, as all things in the world seemed to submit to his will. Moreover, Ancient One continued, as the supreme sorcerer, "You shall become the pillar that safeguards this world from the encroaching shadows. Every decision you make will tilt the scales of the universe, maintaining the delicate equilibrium between light and darkness. This is not merely a supreme honor, but a weighty responsibility." As for Lindu, he appeared rather indifferent to this monumental duty. What he yearned for was the opportunity to delve deeper into the mysteries of magic, to harmonize the spells from across the realms. He desired to unleash the radiant power that emanated from the depths of his soul at his fingertips. For him, the exploration of endless magical possibilities was the most exhilarating journey. Lindu, are you willing to shoulder this burden and become the next supreme sorcerer, protecting this world from those unknown threats? Seeing Lindu's flicker of interest, Ancient One seized the moment, offering no space for retreat, and posed the question once more. Little did he anticipate that Lindu had already begun to envision the wondrous spells he could master as the supreme sorcerer. Of course, these musings remained unshared with Ancient One. After a moment of contemplation, Lindu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resolutely meeting Ancient One's. "I am willing to accept this challenge and become the supreme sorcerer." Upon hearing these words, a radiant smile blossomed on Ancient One's face, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction as he foresaw a bright future. He understood that Lindu was not motivated by a desire for power or status, but by a sincere wish to protect this world. This sense of responsibility was an indispensable quality for a supreme sorcerer. Ancient One took a deep breath, his tone filled with solemnity and hope. "Lindu, your choice will rewrite the destiny of Kamartaj and guide the future of the world into a new chapter. From this moment forth, you shall be the beacon of hope for us all, the source of our pride." Lindu nodded gently, a profound sense of mission swelling within him. Ancient One's greatest concern was the potential resurgence of that malevolent dark magic. Thus, he eagerly hoped Lindu would embrace the mantle of supreme sorcerer and harness the strengths of other sorcerers for his own. At the same time, Ancient One slowly extended his hand, and an ancient and mysterious tome appeared to transcend time and space in his palm. The book emitted a gentle yet undeniable glow. He presented this tome before Lindu. "This is the most treasured legacy of Kamartaj, a secret compendium that every supreme sorcerer must study. From this moment on, your journey of cultivation officially begins." Lindu received the weighty tome, a wave of indescribable joy surging within him. He had not anticipated such a prompt transfer of the secrets into his care. The instant his fingers brushed against the aged pages, a voice resonated quietly in his mind. Contact with the Kamartaj tome initiated, magic fusion protocol activated. Lindu's heart jolted, and he immediately closed his eyes, immersing himself completely in the mysteries of the tome. His soul seemed to be drawn into an infinite expanse of the universe, where stars shimmered brilliantly and magical elements intertwined like delicate threads, spinning endlessly. He experienced an unprecedented sensation of awe and power, as his spirit resonated harmoniously with the magical elements of the cosmos. Every cell within him appeared to leap with joy in response. Commencement of fusion, spatial rift technique, portal creation, and virtual space construction. Witnessing the simultaneous convergence of three distinctly different forms of magic, Lindu was internally astonished. What extraordinary and breathtaking magic would emerge from their union? Chapter 33, The Tearing of Space Magic, the fusion of multiple spells, what astonishing power will be unleashed? Lindu struggled to contain the excitement within him. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he immersed himself completely in this unprecedented journey of magical fusion. Through the harmonious resonance of soul and magic, he gradually discerned the essence of three distinct spells. The magic that could tear open spatial rifts served as the key to otherworldly realms, revealing the mysterious entrance to unknown dimensions. The teleportation gate, on the other hand, became his wings, enabling him to traverse geographical boundaries in the blink of an eye. As for the construction of virtual space, it painted a unique realm on the canvas of reality, a dreamlike illusion distinct from the outside world. These three spells wove together in his mind, forming a complex tapestry as a novel and unprecedented magical array quietly took shape. Deep within his consciousness, the newly birthed magic cycled and perfected itself like a rehearsal. When the final chapter of fusion concluded, an unparalleled force awakened within him, potent enough to tear through the void and traverse the vast cosmos. Simultaneously, it could forge a domain exclusively his, granting him absolute dominion over that realm. Wielding the power of life and death, light and darkness. Fusion complete, the new magic boundless domain is thus born. Boundless domain, traversing the limits of dimensions with ease, creating a personal, independent space at will. The immense power within Lin Du stirred his emotions, a tumult of joy and exhilaration. He took a deep breath, channeling this formidable force within, mastering its ebb and flow. Now, he had mastered the simultaneous fusion of 3 spells. In the future, the grand spectacle of 4 spells merging, and even 5 spells converging, awaited his exploration. Gu Yi gazed at Lin Du, his eyes filled with approval and anticipation. In the distance, Mo Du and Wang observed this scene. Their emotions complex and difficult to articulate. They were both curious about what secrets Gu Yi would impart to Lin Du, and secretly speculated about their own positions and futures within their sect. Lin Du's rise was not merely a simple alteration of the landscape of Kamartaj. It resembled a tempest, bringing forth an unprecedented dual baptism of challenges and opportunities. Moreover, Mo Du, in the presence of Lin Du, inexplicably felt a sense of overwhelming pressure. Wang, did you notice, in that fleeting moment, Lin Du's power seemed to ascend to a new echelon? Mo Du's voice carried an almost imperceptible shock. Wang nodded gently, his gaze profound. As if he could discern the minutiae, indeed, the fluctuations of magic within Lin Du have undergone a remarkable transformation. His understanding and mastery of magic have reached a profound level, bordering on instinct. Wang continued. Such a rate of growth is rare to find even throughout the millennia of Kamartaj's history. Mo Du remained silent for a long while. This was not merely a rarity in Kamartaj's history, it was a miracle seldom witnessed even across the stars. Ultimately, Moda had to concede that Lin Du had become a star illuminating the cosmos, an entity they had gravely underestimated. Indeed, we had underestimated him. Initially, we believed he was merely one among many talented apprentices. Who could have foreseen that he would ascend to such a resplendent pinnacle? Wang sighed softly, as if lamenting the capriciousness of fate. Perhaps this is destiny's design. Sometimes, the mere arrival of an individual can upheave the entire world. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. On this day, Linda stood atop the magnificent Mage Tower. Beneath him lay the vast expanse awaiting his coronation. Today marked the glorious moment he would officially receive the Supreme Mage's staff, and the entire magical realm was abuzz with excitement over this momentous occasion. Ancient One, the venerable elder embodying both wisdom and strength, yearned to entwine Lin Du's name with that of Kamartaj. Thus, she sent forth invitations to renowned magicians from all corners to partake in the grand celebration. At the outset of preparations, Ancient One personally conferred with Lin Du regarding the invitations, each detail reflecting her profound reverence and anticipation for this ceremony. Upon hearing her proposal, Lin Du's heart swelled with joy. Just imagine, a congregation of so many magicians. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. It signified that he could absorb their magical essence, propelling his own powers to new heights. How could one refuse such a splendid opportunity? Consequently, amidst a grand celebration, magicians from every direction flocked to the event. Their gazes converged upon the poised figure of Lin Du upon the dais. Clad in an exquisitely splendid mage robe, his visage radiated determination and confidence. As the celebration progressed, Master Ancient One stepped forward, her hands delicately cradling a crystal orb, glimmering like water. This was no ordinary treasure, but the heritage crystal of Kamartaj, a symbol of their legacy. Lin Du, from this day forth, you shall become the foremost mage of Kamartaj, entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding peace and tranquility in this world. Master Ancient One's voice resonated with solemnity and sanctity. Now, I bestow upon you this heritage crystal. May it guide us into a future even more splendid. Lin Du took a step forward and solemnly accepted the heritage crystal. In that moment, he felt the surging, formidable power within the orb, a culmination of the wisdom and strength of generations of top mages. He secretly rejoiced, astonished at how suddenly yet perfectly opportunity had presented itself. He then firmly grasped the crystal, inhaled deeply, and gradually closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to merge flawlessly with this enchanting orb. In that instant, he felt as though he had transcended into an ancient and mysterious realm of magic. There, time stood still, and only the eternal elements of magic flowed freely, intertwining and weaving vibrant, magnificent tapestries. As Lin Du's understanding of the heritage orb deepened, the aura surrounding him grew ever more potent. He seemed to transform into a bridge within the cosmos, where every pulse of magic and every whisper of life resonated profoundly, echoing in the lake of his heart. In that fleeting moment, a voice reverberated in his mind once more, akin to the solemn tolling of morning bells and evening drums. Clear and majestic. Detecting the profound resonance of the Supreme Mage's legacy, the process of initiating a higher level of magical fusion is about to commence. Lin Du felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and immediately, he immersed himself more deeply in this experience. He guided his soul to intertwine with the surrounding magical elements, weaving them together in a tighter embrace. Time flowed languidly, as an unprecedented magical energy quietly gestated within him. Chapter 34. The Source of the Universe. The gaze of the otherworldly, this force, in comparison to all the magic he had previously assimilated, appeared profoundly deeper and more magnificent. As if it contained the primal mysteries of the cosmos. He felt as though he had transformed into a miniature universe, where omnipotent power and boundless wisdom flowed through his fingertips. The vast river of time, the expanse of space, the flourishing of life, and the tranquility of death, all were under his dominion. He had become the arbiter of this world. Integration complete. The new magic, Source of the Universe, is hereby born. Source of the Universe, mastery over the four fundamental pillars of time, space, life, and death, embodying the helm of the cosmos, endowed with infinite wisdom and power. The Ancient One observed the brilliant light flickering in Lin Du's eyes, a smile of contentment gracing her lips as she nodded gently. She understood that Lin Du had thoroughly grasped the essence of the Supreme Mage's legacy, destined to leave a resplendent mark in the annals of Kamar-Taj, becoming one among the legendary mages. As the echoes of the ritual gradually faded, Lin Du stood atop the Mage Tower, his gaze piercing through the clouds. Encompassing the entirety of Kamar-Taj, a new era was quietly unfolding with his awakening. The sorcerers gathered below bore witness to Lin Du's formal induction into Kamar-Taj, their astonishment rendering them nearly speechless. Previously, they had envisioned that only a legendary figure, far surpassing the Ancient One in age and strength, could compel her to relinquish her position. Yet the reality was that this newly elevated mage was astonishingly youthful. The regal aura that emanated from him left them in utter awe. This young mage had clearly ascended to a pinnacle of magic that was beyond their reach. In the crowd, Mordo and Wong exchanged glances, their emotions a complex tapestry. They had once considered themselves the rightful heirs to the Ancient One's legacy. Yet they never anticipated that this honor would ultimately belong to a name they had never imagined, while a sense of unwillingness lingered in their hearts. Their admiration and anticipation for Lin Du grew even stronger. As Lin Du slowly descended from his elevated position, a multitude of sorcerers had already gathered below. Looking at his fellow practitioners, a wave of joy surged within Lin Du. This was indeed the opportune moment to delve deeper into their magical knowledge. Without needing to take the initiative, the surrounding sorcerers eagerly converged towards him, each one keen to witness the true prowess of this young supreme mage. Lord Lin Du. A female sorceress clad in a crimson robe stepped forward first, her smile radiating like the blazing summer sun, intense and candid. "I am Elia, hailing from the land of flames. Congratulations on your ascension to the supreme position. I have brought the treasured flame heart from our domain. May it bolster your magical journey and propel you further along your path of exploration." Lin Du graciously accepted the gem, which sparkled with a fiery red brilliance. An overwhelming surge of energy seemingly ready to overflow from this small space. "Thank you so very much." The moment his fingers made contact with Arya's relic, a sharp chime resonated in his mind, crisp and direct. "You have encountered the Heart of Flame and are integrating Arya's magical traits." Lin Du's spirit surged. This was the moment he had long awaited. He slowly closed his eyelids, immersing himself in the pulsating gemstone imbued with the will of fire, savoring the intense magic it contained. The magic surged like the rising sun, fervent and impassioned, as if it could ignite the entire world. As the integration deepened, Lin Du distinctly felt his magical prowess leap once more. Moreover, he vaguely touched upon the profound depths of the Heart of Flame's power and Arya's unique insights into fire magic. This fusion not only amplified his magical abilities, but also broadened the horizons of his understanding of magic. In an instant, Lin Du completed the profound integration with Arya's magic. When he opened his eyes again, it appeared as though two flickering flames danced within them. He could sense an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, as if the flames of the entire world awaited his command. Just then, another sorcerer entered his view. An elderly man clad in a cerulean robe, exuding a gentle demeanor, with eyes that sparkled with the wisdom gleaned from years gone by. "Lord Lin Du, I am the Blue Moon Mage from the Kingdom of Watermoon. Having traveled from afar," he said with a smile, his words tinged with humility, "I have brought you the essence of water from our territory, hoping it may contribute to your magical journey and render it more profound." Lin Du responded with a second smile, gently accepting the crystal vial from the elder's hands. In that moment, he felt as though he had touched the freshness and tranquility hidden within the waters, a subtle power rippling through his palm. He closed his eyes, calming his spirit, and began to absorb the magical energy gifted by the Blue Moon Mage. The magic was gentle yet profound, akin to a stream flowing quietly beneath the night sky, gradually permeating every inch of his soul. Lin Du continued to draw in the essence of magic from all directions, his magical cultivation advancing steadily, and his comprehension of magic becoming increasingly profound. He felt as if he had transformed into an expansive sea of magic, harboring boundless power and wisdom. Just as Lindu reveled in the joy of this fusion, a subtle yet intense perception suddenly washed over him. Eyes, keen and watchful, lingered in the shadows, fixating upon him. He slowly turned, his gaze sharp, piercing through the veil of night, finally honing in on a solitary figure, Nick Fury. The enigmatic director of S.H.I.E.L.D., perpetually adorned with his signature sunglasses. Lindu pondered internally, suspecting that this unexpected encounter was likely tied to his previous rejection of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s olive branch. However, in the face of this sudden visitor, Lindu revealed no hint of displeasure. Instead, a faint, serene smile graced his lips, harboring a sense of curiosity and intrigue towards this unsolicited attention. As the ceremony concluded, Lindu descended the towering Mage Tower, unexpectedly encountering Nick Fury in a tranquil and serene courtyard. The moonlight, like a gentle wash, illuminated Nick's ever-present sunglasses, casting a glimmer of cold light. He spoke candidly, shattering the night's tranquility. Lindu, you have always been indifferent to the intrigues of power, yet at this moment, we desperately require your assistance. Nick's gaze was piercing, fixated on Lindu, attempting to uncover the latent strength concealed within this young and handsome sorcerer. In the past, he could never have anticipated that Lindu would ascend to become the foremost guardian of Kamartaj. Even more astonishing was Lindu's refusal of the olive branch extended by S.H.I.E.L.D. Lindu raised an eyebrow slightly, a subtle gesture indicating that Nick might as well continue. Chapter 35. The introduction of cosmic magic. Lindu found himself captivated. Nick inhaled deeply, the night air filling his lungs as he quickened his speech, an unmistakable urgency betraying his inner turmoil. We have uncovered an ancient and potent artifact, the cosmic cube. Its energy is beyond imagination, yet it is fraught with unknown perils. Our think tank is at a loss, but I firmly believe that only you, Lindu, can unveil its enigmatic veil. Even if you cannot directly unlock the mysteries of the cosmic cube, your prowess is sufficient to rival the formidable power of Dormammu, effortlessly navigating any predicament. The latent strength within Lindu, yet to be fully revealed, was a miracle that Nick yearned to witness with his own eyes. Thus, he paid no heed to Black Widow's mention of bringing Lindu to S.H.I.E.L.D. for discussions. The moment he learned of Lindu's impending ascension to the title of Sorcerer Supreme, he hastened to seek him out. Upon mentioning the cosmic cube, Lindu's eyes narrowed, a tempest of indescribable emotions swirling within him. The cosmic cube, one of the 6 infinity stones, was akin to possessing the key to traverse the galaxies. Moreover, he was aware that when Nick and his team sought to acquire the cosmic cube, Loki would also appear to seize it, armed with another stone. The prospect of obtaining 2 stones in one fell swoop was nothing short of fortuitous. It was evident that Nick's intention was to leverage Lindu's power to master the energies of the stone. Subsequently, the stone would become a treasured possession of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, how could he allow such a prize to slip through his fingers? Nick observed Lindu's silence and momentarily misinterpreted it as reluctance. However, if Lindu declined to assist them with the cosmic cube, their universe would face catastrophic repercussions. Lindu's eyes sparkled with determination as his thoughts raced. He understood the value of the cosmic cube and its inherent dangers. Yet, what truly enticed him were the challenges and opportunities it presented. Casting a sidelong glance at Nick, he spoke with an air of calm. Nick, I accept your request, but I have my conditions. Taken aback, Nick's expression shifted to one of delight. Speak, and I shall agree to what I can. Lindu smiled faintly, a hint of mischief dancing on his lips. I wish to obtain the cosmic cube. As for Loki's stone, I trust you have yet to ascertain that he will be near the cosmic cube. Lindu's request caught Nick off guard, but he swiftly regained his composure. He inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, Lindu, I comprehend your intentions. However, the cosmic cube is a crucial mission for S.H.I.E.L.D., one that pertains to the safety of the entire universe. Yet, the power of the cosmic cube is exceedingly formidable. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be able to fully harness its might. Perhaps it is you, with your formidable magic, who is the only one capable of resolving this crisis. Should the cosmic cube fall into the hands of an ordinary individual, the consequences would be dire. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed. Lindu, I am willing to comply with your conditions, but you must assure me that the cosmic cube will not pose a threat to the peace of the universe while in your possession. Nick gazed intently into Lindu's eyes, hoping to discern a glimmer of promise within. Lindu nodded in acknowledgement. Since his demands could be met, what did it matter to offer a pledge? Understanding Nick's purpose for arriving at Kamartaj, Lindu prepared to set off immediately to find Ancient One. Before heading to S.H.I.E.L.D., It was imperative to address matters concerning Kamartaj with her. With hurried steps, Lindu traversed the ancient corridors of Kamartaj, his heart resolute. The cosmic cube, this formidable gem, would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. This would be an unprecedented challenge, yet he recognized it as the power and opportunity he sought. Upon meeting Ancient One, Lindu recounted the events in detail. She nodded slightly. Lindu, are you aware of what you are undertaking? The cosmic cube harbors enough power to upend the entire universe. Lindu affirmed with a nod. He was indeed cognizant of the cube's energy. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to accompany Nick at this juncture. Without further ado, Lindu addressed Ancient One directly. I need to proceed to S.H.I.E.L.D., but I must first resolve the issues pertaining to Kamartaj. Ancient One sighed, knowing Lindu's determination and capabilities. She spoke slowly. Very well, I shall support you. But remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, your home lies within Kamartaj. Lindu nodded, accepting her blessing, and began to address the matters at hand. There are pressing matters awaiting me outside, but before I embark, I must ensure that everything in Kamartaj runs smoothly. As he turned, his gaze briefly passed over Mordo and Wong. Mordo, Wong, during my absence, I entrust the daily affairs and defense of Kamartaj to both of you. We must remain vigilant against the threats lurking in the shadows. Mordo inclined his head slightly. Fear not. Lindu with us here. Kamartaj stands as firm as a mountain. With arrangements complete, Lindu raised his hand to activate the portal. He then turned his attention to Nick. Nick, you will accompany me through the portal back to S.H.I.E.L.D. With a wave of Lindu's hand, an unseen ripple of energy emerged, and a deep blue light flickered into existence, revealing a portal suspended in the air. Standing before the shimmering portal, Lindu casually gestured, and it opened with a gentle slide. Nick followed closely, a look of incredulity crossing his face. Though he was unfamiliar with magic, he had heard that sorcerers often engaged in elaborate rituals before casting spells. Yet here, Lindu exhibited no such prelude. With a mere gesture, the portal appeared in a sudden and wondrous manner. Recognizing Lindu's urgency, Nick suppressed his myriad questions and stepped through the mysterious gateway without hesitation. In an instant, a sensation of vertigo enveloped them, and with the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the solemn headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. As their feet touched the ground, the familiar surroundings eased Nick's tension somewhat. He turned his gaze towards Lindu, who appeared utterly unperturbed, as if the recent spatial leap were merely a casual stroll. This remarkable composure instilled in Nick a deeper sense of reverence for Lindu's prowess. Without allowing Nick further contemplation, Lindu strode purposefully towards the core command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., where a massive screen was broadcasting live surveillance footage of the cosmic cube. Nick jogged to keep pace, his mind already beginning to strategize each subsequent move. Chapter 36. Nick's Fear of Dark Magic. Lin's power. Lind cast a fleeting glance at the screen and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Nick, you are well aware that dark sorcerers and deities cannot possibly overlook the cosmic cube. Nick nodded silently, his brow furrowed, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. He understood that the cosmic cube was not merely a potent source of energy, it was also the focal point of various factions, all eyeing it with keen interest. Should it fall into the hands of a dark sorcerer or a deity, the consequences would be dire. Lin's words served as a clarion call, especially with Loki, the god of deceit, whose cunning and treachery are unparalleled. They must tread carefully, advancing with caution. Let us proceed, Nick said earnestly. I believe you are the only one capable of unveiling the secrets of the cosmic cube. Before the gods and mutants became aware of the cosmic cube, they must adeptly manage this precarious situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin signaled Nick to lead the way. Nick guided him through a series of laboratories filled with high-tech instruments and transparent isolation walls, eventually halting before an exceedingly concealed metal door. The guard at the door recognized Nick instantly, and, without a word, swiftly initiated the dual verification process of password and fingerprint, opening the secret door. The door slid open soundlessly, revealing a spacious room bathed in light. At the center of the room stood a transparent energy shield, within which floated a cube emanating a soft blue glow, the legendary cosmic cube. As Lin's gaze met the cube, a colossal wave of energy surged forth, striking him at the core. Indeed, this is the cosmic cube, Nick whispered reverently from beside him. It holds the key to unlocking the mysteries of space. Lin remained silent, gradually advancing toward the transparent shield. His fingertips trembled gently, filled with anticipation as they reached out. The moment his hand made contact with the shield, a torrent of energy feedback jolted through him. Yet, he quickly steadied himself, resolutely pressing his hand against the shield. With his eyes lowered, he immersed himself entirely in the indescribable power that enveloped him. The cosmic cube symbolized the ultimate force of space. To merge with it would grant him insights into unprecedented spatial magic. As this thought flickered through Lin's mind, A calm and clear notification resonated in his consciousness. Contact with the cosmic cube initiated, beginning to comprehend spatial power. Lin's awareness was drawn into a surge of energy, as if he were floating amidst a vast river of stars. Surrounding him were vibrant celestial bodies, and the fabric of space felt palpably real beneath his touch. He endeavored to awaken the magical energy within him, seeking a dialogue with the spatial power contained within the cosmic cube. As time elapsed, Lin gradually sensed the establishment of a delicate and enigmatic bridge between himself and the cosmic cube. The ebb and flow of that power bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of strength. Images flickered rapidly in his mind, transcending boundless dimensions and the fabric of time and space, as the secrets of the universe gradually unveiled themselves before him. Lin Du was wholly absorbed in his journey to explore the forces of space, while the passage of time around him seemed to come to a standstill. His spirit soared through the infinite cosmos, experiencing the wonders and formidable powers of space. Integration complete. Based on cosmic magic, you have unlocked new skills: space tier, space creation, space stasis. Within your self-created space, the flow of time can be manipulated by you, even brought to a complete halt. Lin Du slowly extricated himself from this profound realization, his eyes shimmering with astonishment and joy. He recognized that he had harnessed a newfound power capable of tearing, creating, and even pausing space, a capability that elevated his understanding of magic to an entirely new realm. I see. Lin Du opened his eyes, his voice imbued with disbelief and awe. This cube, it is not merely a weapon. It is a key that unlocks the mysterious door to countless parallel worlds and uncharted territories. Nick gazed intently at Lin Du, his eyes alight with intense curiosity. Have you grasped its deeper powers? Not merely grasped. I have mastered several unprecedented spatial techniques, Lin Du replied. No sooner had he spoken than he seemed to perform an illusion, vanishing from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he stood at the other end of the room, and with another blink, he returned to Nick's side. Nick's mouth fell open in astonishment. Deeply impressed by Lin Du's remarkable feat, unable to contain his curiosity, he eagerly inquired, Lin Du, how did you find these pathways within the vastness of the universe? Please, enlighten me. Lin Du, unhurried and composed, strolled towards Nick. He gently raised his hand, his fingers tracing the air as though sketching a painting in the void. With his movements, a subtle spatial rift quietly emerged before them. The ground trembled, as if some colossal entity were straining to break free from the depths below. A faint smile graced Lin Du's lips as he spoke softly. You will soon witness it for yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, the fissure suddenly expanded, transforming into a mysterious passage leading to uncharted realms. Nick stood agape, the earth beneath him slowly splitting open to reveal a dark, profound chasm. In that moment, he could barely believe he was not dreaming. What kind of magical spell is this? Without hesitation, Lin Du grasped Nick's arm and stepped boldly into the deep rift. Follow me, he commanded succinctly, his voice imbued with an undeniable strength. The moment they crossed the threshold, the two were instantaneously swept into an entirely different realm. The sight before them left Nick in awe. Molten lava flowed slowly beneath their feet, while spheres of strange, luminous energy floated in the sky. The air around them was thick with an ancient and enigmatic force. Nick's astonishment was impossible to conceal. Lin Du, what is happening? How did you achieve this? A gentle smile graced Lin Du's lips, a serene expression sweeping across his face. These are the powers I have just comprehended from the cosmic cube. The word struck Nick like a bolt from the blue, leaving him astonished and staring wide-eyed at Lin Du in disbelief. While he was well aware of Lin Du's extraordinary abilities, he had never anticipated that they had escalated to such an astounding level, transcending the mundane, ascending to a realm beyond the imagination of many. The cosmic cube. Nick whispered, his mind racing to unravel the mysteries that lay behind it all. Lin Du nodded gently, his eyes partially closed. Indeed, this power emanates from the very depths of the universe's essence. Only those who resonate with it can truly wield it with mastery. Chapter 37. Beyond the Realm of Magic. Nick's admiration, this transcends the very essence of magic. It is a direct manifestation of the fundamental forces of the universe. Nick was rendered speechless, his heart swelling with a profound sense of respect and admiration. Unable to contain his inner impulses, he positioned himself in a corner of the observation room, gazing through the thick, blast-proof glass at the cosmic cube emanating a deep blue light. This seemingly unremarkable cube concealed boundless energy and unfathomable secrets within. However, for nearly a month, despite their exhaustive efforts and resources, they had made no substantial progress, remaining at a standstill. In their quest to unravel the mysteries of the cosmic cube, the research team toiled relentlessly, driven solely by the desire to unveil its enigmatic fade. The blackboard in the laboratory was densely covered with formulas and traces of reasoning. Yet, their endeavors seemed only to yield a few minor weapon inventions. With no other significant discoveries to speak of, On several occasions, experiments had nearly culminated in disaster, threatening to obliterate the entire facility. Before them lay this enigmatic object, a puzzle that even the most brilliant scientists struggled to decipher. But what of Lindu? Everyone knew he possessed the capability to tackle the conundrum of the cosmic cube. Yet, upon his arrival, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly realized that their recent labors had been in vain. How could he possibly have resolved that formidable force in less than a minute? Nick abruptly snapped back to reality, staring incredulously at Lindu to be precise. It had taken 49 seconds. A slight smile graced Lindu's lips. Nick understood all too well that such confidence was not unfounded. It was firmly backed by substantial prowess. How did you accomplish this? Nick pressed on, his eagerness for answers palpable, even if the truth might sting slightly. Lindu merely shrugged casually. Such inquiries were old hat to him. The cosmic cube, at its core, was merely a specific expression of some form of energy. Furthermore, mastering this energy was no more complex than a simple gesture, or so he claimed. His words, light as they were, struck Nick like a thunderclap, reverberating in his mind. He had never conceived that such profound power could be comprehended and wielded in such a straightforward manner. Nick took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He understood that Lindu's notion of a mere touch was far from the literal sense. It signified a profound resonance and understanding with the energy deep within the cosmic cube. Nick furrowed his brow. Everything that flowed from Lindu's lips seemed effortless. Yet, this process was one that even the most exceptional mortals or genius scientists could only aspire to comprehend. For Lindu, however, it appeared to be an innate instinct. As natural as breathing. What is your true capability? Nick decided to take another approach in his inquiry. Lindu laughed heartily, arms crossed, exuding an air of calm assurance. The world is often eager to label those endowed with extraordinary abilities, is it not? Regrettably, my capabilities extend far beyond mere singularity. If pressed to define myself, I would prefer to call myself the harmonizer of the cosmos, though this merely scratches the surface. Would you be intrigued to witness the other spatial abilities I have unlocked after merging with the cosmic cube? Lindu gazed at Nick, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, rendering Nick far from the image of the astute S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Instead, he resembled a curious child, brimming with wonder. Initially taken aback, Nick gradually nodded, his eyes shimmering with a blend of curiosity and anticipation. He was acutely aware that what Lindu revealed was merely the tip of an immense iceberg of power, with deeper, unfathomable forces yet concealed. A smile graced Lindu's lips as he raised his hand once more, his fingertips tracing a delicate arc through the air. This time, he did not create fissures, rather. With a gentle touch, the surrounding space seemed to quiver slightly under his influence. In an instant, the scenery around them began to distort and transform. Akin to traversing a portal between dimensions, Nick was suddenly engulfed by a wave of intense dizziness, yet he gritted his teeth and held firm, fixated on the astonishing spectacle before him. They appeared to have stepped into a kaleidoscopic dreamscape, surrounded by infinite stars and resplendent nebulae, the beauty of which was breathtaking. Nick could feel an overwhelming surge of energy rushing towards him from all directions. It was as if this force sought to engulf him while simultaneously beckoning him with an irresistible allure. At that moment, Lindu tenderly grasped Nick's hand, and a warm current coursed through Nick's entire being, dissipating the dizziness into nothingness. He felt as though he had become one with the cosmos, acutely attuned to its every pulse and breath. This is the true cosmic space, Lindu softly declared. It is vast and boundless, filled with the unknown and the miraculous. Nick remained speechless, the awe within him defying any attempt at articulation. Meanwhile, as Lindu had anticipated, the renown of the cosmic cube attracted countless individuals yearning to harness its power. Upon learning that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret research facility housed the cosmic cube, a certain doctor approached this architectural marvel, which artfully blended modern technology with Cold War aesthetics, filled with an insatiable excitement. Surrounding him was a cadre of scientists and technicians in whom he had unwavering faith. Time was of the essence. The doctor lowered his voice and whispered to his companion. S.H.I.E.L.D. could discover us at any moment. With a forceful push, he swung open the heavy metal door and ventured deep into the facility. Along the corridor, eerie blue lights flickered ominously, while the walls were adorned with intricate devices and dense data charts. Each footstep echoed unsettlingly in the hollow hallway, invoking an inexplicable chill. "Doctor, why is it so eerily quiet here?" A young assistant nervously inquired, his voice starkly disrupting the silence. "Do not overthink. Our objective is the cosmic cube." The doctor spoke with a cold tone, his pace increasingly urgent. "Everyone, take your positions and proceed according to the plan." In an instant, they arrived at a spacious laboratory. It was filled with cutting-edge technological equipment, and precious instruments were meticulously arranged, yet an eerie absence of personnel pervaded the space. The doctor's brow furrowed. Evidently, this situation exceeded his expectations. Something is amiss. How could there be no one here? A seasoned scientist stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. S-H-I-E-L-D would never relinquish such a significant experimental project so easily. The doctor remained silent for a moment, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. Chapter 38. Cosmic Magic. Understanding spatial sorcery, he strode purposefully towards the center of the room, where a colossal apparatus pulsated with an enigmatic, flowing energy, the cosmic cube. To his astonishment, the device had already been activated. Was it possible that someone had beaten him to it? A heavy weight settled in the doctor's heart, an ominous cloud of foreboding spreading within him. He hastened towards the control panel, his eyes fixed intently on the flickering instruments, striving to discern any irregularity amidst the chaotic data. On the screen, numbers galloped like wild stallions, each fluctuation revealing the untamed energy surging from the cosmic cube. Time was of the essence. Who knew when the one who had activated the cube would return? With an unwavering resolve, the doctor issued commands to his surrounding companions. His fingers danced deftly across the keys, illuminating the panel with a cascade of green lights. The entire room trembled, a low hum resonating like an ancient incantation, gradually enveloping them. Prepare to activate the cosmic cube. The doctor's words were resolute, laced with an unyielding determination. The team sprang into action, each member fulfilling their role, fingers flying over the complex buttons and knobs in a tense yet orderly manner. At last, after a flurry of coordinated effort, a brilliant azure light erupted from the core of the cosmic cube. The blinding radiance illuminated the laboratory, rendering it transparent and bright. Have we succeeded? Is this truly real? One assistant exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, before this astonishment could fully blossom, sparks suddenly erupted from a corner of the laboratory, followed by swirling white smoke and the faint sound of alarms. This is bad. We have a problem. The doctor's expression hardened, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Yet everything seemed to spiral beyond his control. The cosmic cube appeared to be disturbed by an invisible force, beginning to tremble uncontrollably as energy fluctuations intensified. The doctor's gaze sharpened, his mind racing to find a solution in this critical moment. Doctor, be extremely careful. The energy field of the cosmic cube is surging wildly. The situation is dire. Assistant Peter warned, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, urgency lacing his voice. Dr. Eric Selvig furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as it remained fixed on the cube brimming with secrets. I understand, Peter, Eric replied without turning. He immersed himself fully in the task of analyzing the tumultuous energy emanating from the cosmic cube with precision instruments. We must unveil its true nature. Otherwise, we are merely flailing blindly against an unknown beast. At that moment, the energy detector shrieked, the images on the display quaking violently, the data fluctuating wildly. The previously steady energy line suddenly turned erratic, threatening to breach the safety threshold. This is disastrous, the doctor exclaimed, abruptly raising his head and swiftly pivoting to activate the emergency stop button. But in that flash of a second, the energy erupted violently, engulfing the laboratory in a dazzling blue light. Peter and the other researchers staggered backward in retreat, futilely shielding themselves from the blinding light that seemed capable of scorching their retinas. They were soon engulfed by a colossal shockwave. It swept them into a maelstrom, their consciousness beginning to fade as if plummeting into an abyss without end. Meanwhile, on the far side of the distant blue planet, the night sky suddenly split open, revealing a slender fissure. This was no natural phenomenon. It was a portal to another realm, activated by the cosmic cube. The inky black doors creaked open, and a tall, austere man stepped forth. A chilling yet confident smile graced his lips, as if he held dominion over all that lay before him. At long last, he murmured softly, a hint of barely perceptible weariness lacing his words. Chitauri, are you prepared? His voice pierced the air, imbued with an undeniable authority. As his words echoed, the sound of meticulously synchronized footsteps emerged from beyond the portal. It was a torrent belonging to the Chitauri Legion, a renowned warrior race in the cosmos, famed for their fearlessness and ruthlessness. Like a torrent of steel, these merciless warriors surged forth from the spatial gateway, swiftly spreading across the surface of the Azure planet, establishing a series of awe-inspiring battle lines. Loki, staff in hand, stood at the edge of the portal, surveying this world that was both foreign and eerily familiar. The tales of the blue planet, the legends of heroes, the ceaseless conflicts, and the extraordinary miracles. He was well acquainted with them all, and now he finally set foot on this land. Doctor, who are they? Peter struggled to rise from the dust, his voice trembling with fear. He gazed across the desolation towards the towering figures he had never before encountered, a nameless dread surging within him like a dark tide. Uncertain, Eric also strained to lift himself, squinting to discern answers amid the chaos. But regardless, we must stop them. Loki caught their exchange, a sneer playing upon his lips as he carelessly waved his staff. In an instant, a wave of emerald energy erupted from the staff, like an invisible tsunami, once again toppling the doctor and his companions to the ground. You insignificant mortals. Loki's voice was as frigid as ice, exuding an undeniable authority. Do you still not comprehend? Your resistance is futile, a new order is imminent, and I shall be the sovereign of this new era. The S.H.I.E.L.D. vessel, hailed as the pinnacle of Earth's technological marvel, had now become the stage for Loki and the Chitauri. They traversed the corridors of the ship as if it were uninhabited, each step treading upon the fears of humanity. Resistance is futile. Earth will belong to us all, Loki declared with disdain, lightly tapping his staff. An unseen force felled the approaching S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to the ground, rendering them powerless. Lindo stood atop a skyscraper high above New York City, gazing down upon the bustling metropolis. This is precisely the place he arrived at after tearing through the fabric of space, accompanied by Nick Fury. Beside him, Nick Fury was astounded as he was led by Lindu to explore several dimensions. At this moment, he was utterly speechless, gazing at Lindu's figure in awe. Lindu, your comprehension of space is truly breathtaking, Nick exclaimed. You can sense every corner of the universe. Such power is simply astonishing. Lindu smiled gently. Space is not merely the ground beneath our feet or the sky above our heads. It represents a vast expanse of existence, an infinite realm of possibilities. Chapter 39. The quaking of space. Loki commenced his devastating assault, raising his hand with a gentle touch, as if his fingertips plucked at the very strings of the air, causing the surrounding currents to tremble with subtle vibrations. In that fleeting moment, a change occurred. Lindu suddenly sensed a slight quiver in the space he had crafted. Could it be that the one who seized the Tesseract was encroaching upon the territory of S.H.I.E.L.D.? His heart tightened, brows furrowing. As Lindu's gaze swiftly refocused, locking on to Nick Fury. Nick, we must act immediately. Someone has activated the Tesseract, and it likely poses a threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. This unexpected revelation startled Nick Fury, yet he quickly regained his composure to confront the impending peril. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to reassure Lindu. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are my carefully selected elite. They can handle most troubles. Even if they cannot, they will buy us time to respond. In his mind, no one was as formidable as Lindu. However, Nick's mental preparation was not fully established when Lindu's voice resonated clearly in his ear. This time is different. I can sense from the fluctuations of space that the approaching power surpasses that of deities. A flicker of disbelief crossed Nick Fury's eyes. Lindu's perception of power transcended that of mere mortals, bordering on the mystical. At that moment, Lindu's mention of a power beyond gods sounded the highest alarm. Are you certain? Nick Fury's words were laden with tension and urgency. Lindu nodded gently. I am certain, Nick. Nick Fury took a deep breath. Fully aware that Lindu always acted based on solid evidence and never engaged in unprepared battles. At that moment, Nick's communicator abruptly blared to life. Director Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. is facing an emergency. The Tesseract is malfunctioning. Nick's brow furrowed deeply as he immediately inquired, what are the details? The Tesseract has emitted abnormal energy pulses, and unidentified individuals have attacked our facilities. Nick swiftly turned to Lindu, his expression grave. Lindu, can you assist in investigating? Those who can breach S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defenses are no ordinary foes. Lindu nodded in agreement once more, closing his eyes. A faint blue luminescence began to envelop him, before he suddenly swept his arm toward the void. There is a dangerous presence. Lindu opened his eyes, grasping Nick's shoulder. And in an instant, they transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from their location. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves amidst the smoke-filled chamber of S.H.I.E.L.D. spacecraft. Amidst the billowing black smoke, shattered debris and fallen agents, stained with blood, painted a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. Lindu's gaze turned icy as he sensed a powerful and malevolent energy surging from a nearby source. It was evident that Loki had become aware of the Tesseract's existence. And S.H.I.E.L.D. had inadvertently unleashed it. Lindu abruptly pivoted, directing his gaze toward the origin of that malevolent force. Indeed, it was Loki. The god of Asgard, Loki. Lindu softly uttered the name, his voice deep and powerful. Loki. Upon hearing this, Nick clenched his teeth and repeated the name through gritted jaws. The weapon in his hand was primed and ready to strike at any moment. Not far away, Loki wielded his scepter, laughing boisterously as he swept through the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents like a tempest scattering leaves. Each swing carried the force of thunder, leaving his adversaries incapable of mounting any defense. Director Fury, you finally show yourself, Loki taunted, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Relishing the grand spectacle he orchestrated, Lindu, standing beside Nick, was of no concern to him. Loki, what is your true intention? Nick demanded loudly, subtly signaling the agents behind him to prepare for encirclement. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Loki's mouth. You mortals are always so presumptuous. The Tesseract belongs to the gods. It is not a power you insignificant insects can wield. Linda stood silently, acutely aware of the spatial distortion emanating from Loki's scepter. The energy bore an astonishing resemblance to the fluctuations released by the Tesseract, yet it was wilder and more destructive. Lindu, we cannot allow him to succeed, Nick whispered. Linda smiled calmly, assuring him, rest easy, I will not permit this malevolent force to wreak havoc. His gaze fixed intently on the Mind Stone, which glimmered ominously within Loki's grasp. One of the most supreme treasures in the universe, it contained a power capable of shaking the very foundations of every soul. A smile of intrigued amusement graced Lindu's lips as memories of the Marvel universe raced through his mind. In that cosmos, the Mind Stone had repeatedly been the key to the Avengers' survival against insurmountable odds. It not only commanded the hearts of men, but also served as a mysterious key to boundless wisdom and formidable power. Now, witnessing Loki effortlessly wield this power to turn the steadfast Hawkeye into his puppet, Lindu's curiosity and yearning for the unknown surged within him like an uncontrollable wildfire. What a covetous power, Loki, Linda murmured, his voice soft yet creating ripples in the air. He advanced steadily, each step subtly causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. Loki, the deity notorious for his cunning, tilted his head slightly, a flicker of surprise and wariness flashing through his emerald eyes. With a light wave of his scepter, an almost imperceptible ripple of mental resonance spread through the air. Nick, do you think the controlled Hawkeye might turn against you? Lindu's words were as chilling as a winter's breeze, sending a shiver down Nick Fury's spine. He turned sharply to find his once most reliable ally, Hawkeye, now with a vacant gaze, resembling a marionette devoid of autonomy, advancing towards him step by step, a sight that was utterly chilling. Nick's heart raced as he realized with stark clarity that the Hawkeye before him was no longer the comrade he had fought alongside. Instead, it was a merciless pawn in Loki's grasp, its sharp blade directed towards himself. He raised the weapon with fervor, fully armed to confront the impending tempest. Yet, the heavy burden of anxiety weighed upon his heart, akin to a dense cloud cover, resisting dispersal. At that moment, without a trace of hesitation, Lindu resolved to stand shoulder to shoulder with Nick in battle. His figure flickered like lightning, instantaneously positioning itself before Hawkeye, his right hand gesturing with an effortless grace. The very fabric of space seemed to ripple like the surface of water, enveloping Hawkeye entirely. For a fleeting second, Hawkeye's body was suspended in midair, before being propelled skyward as if shot from a powerful bow. Chapter 40. Surrender the cube, and I shall grant you divinity. Loki, witnessing this scene, displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment upon his handsome visage. He had not anticipated that Lindu would so effortlessly unravel the shackles of his mind. Gripping his scepter firmly, his gaze was as sharp as that of a falcon, vowing to penetrate all of Lindu's secrets. Humph. You insignificant mortals always foolishly aspire to wield powers beyond your mortal confines, Loki sneered, his tone imbued with undeniable arrogance and contempt for humanity. As he surveyed the battlefield, the elite warriors of S.H.I.E.L.D. fell one by one. The high-tech equipment that had once been a source of pride now appeared feeble and impotent before the deity. Yet, Loki's attention ultimately settled upon Lindu. This mortal had managed to unbind him from the constraints set by the Time Stone, stirring a tremor of intrigue within Loki. The scepter traced an enigmatic arc in his grasp as he attempted once more to invade Lindu's will. However, Lindu seemed to merge with the very air around him, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a gentle thrust of his palm, the space around him twisted and contorted, rendering Loki's assault into nothingness, dissipating silently into the void. Loki, in Asgard, you may be a supreme deity, but here, you are nothing but a fleeting visitor. Loki's expression shifted as he sensed an undeniable majesty emanating from Lindu, a transcendent aura that marked him as no ordinary individual, possessing extraordinary abilities. In that instant, Nick Fury, typically as calm as a placid lake, exhibited a glimmer of unwavering determination in his eyes. If Loki were to seize the cosmic cube, the consequences would be unimaginable, catastrophic ripples threatening to engulf the world. Seizing the opportunity while all eyes were drawn to Loki, he deftly navigated the chaotic battlefield, securely grasping the cosmic cube in his hand. He swiftly snatched a nearby box, unhesitatingly placing the cube within its confines. Director Fury, you are engaging in a perilous gamble. Loki's voice pierced the air, laced with astonishment and fury, his gaze like an arrow aimed at Fury's retreating figure. Without turning back, Fury tightened his hold on the box, concealing the cosmic cube. Loki, someone must step forward to take action. I shall be the one to impede your advance. A contemptuous smile curled at the corners of Loki's lips as he advanced towards Fury, each step seemingly reverberating with tremors through the air. Courageous, yet diminutive human. Do you truly believe that with your solitary strength, you can thwart my possession of the cosmic cube? I need not seize it. My mission is merely to ensure it does not become your plaything. Surrounded by an overwhelming sense of urgency, Fury hastened through the dimly lit corridor of the S.H.I.E.L.D. underground laboratory. The warning lights flickered erratically, and the piercing alarms trailed closely behind him, a stark reminder of the harsh and pressing reality. In a sudden moment, his pace halted abruptly, his body spinning gracefully to face Lindu, whose presence loomed closely behind him. With a gentle wave of his hand, Nick deftly placed the box into the outstretched palm of Lindy. "Lindy, please take this box and leave at once," Nick urged, his voice imbued with an undeniable urgency. "Leave Loki to me." As Lindy's fingers brushed against the box containing the tesseract, a pulse of exhilarating energy surged forth, seemingly capable of piercing the very essence of his soul. The situation at hand was far more dire than they had anticipated. Before them stood Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard, and a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet, Nick had not requested him to fight alongside him. "Are you truly certain?" Lindy inquired, incredulity lacing his tone. Nick nodded emphatically, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. "I have consulted the sorcerers of Kamartaj. They possess the arcane knowledge to open portals through space. As the Sorcerer Supreme, you wield the power to traverse time and space. If you can safely transport the tesseract, we may yet have a chance to alter the course of this conflict." Lindy grasped the box containing the universe's mysteries, his fingertips gliding over its edges. Feeling the faint blue luminescence pulse beneath its smooth surface, he lifted his gaze to Nick, a swell of incomprehensible emotions washing over him. Why did Nick place such profound trust in him? This trust felt heavier and more perplexing than the cube itself. Nick's gaze remained unwavering. "Lindy, if anyone in this world can control it, I firmly believe that person is you." His words reverberated solemnly within the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. vessel. Lindy nodded gently, cradling the enigmatic box close to his chest. A subtle tremor emanated from within, a warm current gradually enveloping his palm. However, in that fleeting moment, from the depths of darkness, a piercing gaze sliced through the night like an arrow. Loki's cloak fluttered in the wind, a sly smirk playing upon his lips. Witnessing Nick entrust the tesseract to Lindy, his expression shifted abruptly, his eyes ignited with seething fury. "Lindy, hand over the cube." Loki's voice was as frigid as ice, each word laced with an unassailable threat. Lindy's fingers trembled slightly around the box, yet under Loki's formidable pressure, he exhibited an extraordinary calmness. He tilted his chin slightly, locking eyes with Loki, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Seeing this, Loki felt a surge of satisfaction, believing that Lindy had finally succumbed to fear. A chilling smile crept upon his face. "Leave it to me, Lindy, and I shall elevate you to divinity. Become a deity?" Lindy whispered, savoring the weight of those words. His smile remained, yet it deepened with contemplation. Slowly, he began to lift the lid of the box. As the lid swung open, a brilliant blue light erupted forth, its intensity aimed directly at the depths of Loki's eyes. Loki's heart raced with fervor, firmly convinced that Lindu would ultimately be unable to withstand his intimidation, thus infusing his tone with an undeniable authority. "Yes, once the tesseract is wholly mine, you shall rise to become the unparalleled supreme being of this world, unmatched by any other." Lindu's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. He leisurely withdrew the tesseract from the box, its azure luminescence shimmering through his fingers, radiant and resplendent. Within the command center of the starship, alarms blared incessantly, crimson lights flickering like a torrential downpour. The formidable power of the tesseract was stirring the surrounding surveillance systems. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, his mind clouded with uncertainty regarding Lindu's true intentions. Chapter 41. The Catastrophe of Blue Star. Confidently, Lindu instinctively shouted, "Lindu, what are you still doing there? Hurry and evacuate." Nick's voice was laced with urgency and concern. He was acutely aware of Loki's threat. Should Loki succeed, the entire team, and indeed, the whole planet, would face annihilation. Lindu stood in a corner of the room, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The cosmic cube in his hand rotated gently, his movements exuding an air of leisure. In that moment, the very atmosphere around them seemed to solidify, the tension mounting to a fever pitch. "Lindu, are you out of your mind?" Nick's eyes widened, his voice tinged with a piercing fear. "Do you even know who he is?" "That is Loki." Lindu merely cast a calm glance at Nick, his demeanor unexpectedly serene. "Nick, I have a method to deal with him." With that, he clasped the cosmic cube tightly in his hands, gradually channeling his power into it. The blue light emanating from the cube intensified, becoming almost blinding. A flicker of surprise crossed Loki's face, swiftly replaced by a chilling smile. "Do you truly believe you can subdue me with that trinket? How naive." Before he finished speaking, his steps became increasingly light, yet they carried an ominous air. Lindu hesitated not for a moment. He drew a deep breath and slowly extended his hand toward the cosmic cube. The instant his fingertips brushed against its surface, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the room. A torrent of immense power surged into his body, threatening to tear him apart from within. Lindu let out a pained howl, yet instead of retreating, he tightened his grip on the cosmic cube, resolute in his determination. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Lindu felt the boundless expanse of time and space unfurling within his consciousness, akin to an endless galaxy. His thoughts traversed the vastness, continuously grasping and comprehending. Meanwhile, Loki, who believed he had Lindu under his control and expected him to relay the cosmic magic, now stood transfixed, watching Lindu effortlessly crush the cosmic cube with his bare hands. What on earth was this mortal doing? Could he possibly be a god from Asgard? It was well known that even he could not easily destroy that artifact, yet Lindu shattered it with ease. The S-H-I-D-L-D spacecraft was instantly frozen in place. For the first time, disbelief flashed across Loki's features, the scene before him utterly overturning his prior understanding of power. This ability clearly transcended the realm of mortals. No, it even surpassed the limits of what deities could wield. What kind of power was this? Loki murmured to himself, his voice entwined with shock and a barely perceptible thrill. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nick Fury, who just a moment ago had instructed Lindu to leave with the cosmic cube, now widened his eyes in astonishment, sparks of disbelief dancing in his pupils. He abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, locking onto Lindu in the distance. In Nick's perception, Lindu is the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj. Yet the power he presently exhibits starkly contrasts with the image of that exalted mage. Lindu emanates a composed and profound aura, as if the mysteries of the entire universe are concealed within the depths of his gaze. Has the supreme sorcerer truly ascended to such a realm? Lindu, you. Nick's voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of urgency. How has this been accomplished? Gradually, Lindu lowered his hand, the shattered cosmic cube dissolving into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air as though nothing had ever transpired. He turned to face Nick, his gaze calm and steady. In this world, everything possesses its rationale and limits, without exception. Yet, is that cosmic cube not a fragile trinket that would shatter to pieces with the slightest grip? As soon as Lindu's words fell, both Loki and Nick involuntarily twitched their lips, their eyes filled with disbelief. They silently pondered, does this fellow even comprehend the miracle he speaks of? It is worth noting that even together, Loki and Nick could not induce even the slightest deformation in that cosmic cube. Loki stared at Lindu, a wry smile creeping upon his lips. This was perhaps the first time he encountered a mortal who could boast such audacity as to claim they could single-handedly achieve the impossible. What harm would it do to try again? Loki's expression shifted between light and shadow. On this blue planet, teeming with mortals, it was utterly astonishing that someone could nonchalantly accomplish what even deities found challenging. How is this possible? Loki murmured under his breath, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. If Lindu truly possessed such unbounded power, it would undoubtedly pose an unprecedented threat to Asgard. How could such transcendent strength reside within the vessel of a mere mortal? Thus, Loki slowly lifted the staff embedded with the resplendent Mind Stone, preparing to harness its all-pervasive and indomitable psychic force to subdue this potential rival. He then effortlessly seized the cosmic cube from Lindu's grasp, gaining control over Odin and clutching the very lifeblood of all Asgard within his palm. However, this shocking scheme did not escape the keen eyes of Nick Fury. Witnessing Loki's actions, Nick wasted no time and hurriedly approached, urgently warning Lindu. Be careful, Lindu. Loki is about to strike. At this moment, Nick's fear of Loki had significantly diminished. After all, Lindu could effortlessly crush the cosmic cube. Not to mention the unmistakable panic reflected in Loki's eyes when he looked at Lindu. This deity may not even be Lindu's adversary. Yet, the variable of Loki possessing the Mind Stone prevented Nick from fully relaxing. In the face of Loki's impending action and Nick's pressing caution, Lindu not only did not retreat, but a mischievous smile also danced upon his lips. In his eyes, confidence and tranquility intertwined. Mind control? For me, it is merely a child's play. As he spoke, he gently waved his hands, and it seemed as if invisible ripples spread through the air, forming an imperceptible barrier. The profound blue light emanating from Loki's scepter was entirely repelled by this enigmatic shield. Loki was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the realization that his scepter had encountered resistance from this peculiar defense. In the blink of an eye, Lindu's figure appeared like a specter, suddenly standing before Loki, effortlessly snatching the scepter from his astonished grasp. Even more astonishing was the moment Lindu flicked his finger, causing the immensely powerful Mind Stone to detach from the scepter and land securely in the palm of his hand. Chapter 42. The coveted Soulstone. Lindu has seized the Soulstone, rumored to possess the power to manipulate minds, its authenticity shrouded in ambiguity. Witnessing this spectacle, Loki's smile falters, his expression twisting into one of astonishment and alertness. He had never anticipated that, in this distant corner of the universe, someone would dare to challenge him. Especially over the very gem that even the gods covet, now slipping from his grasp. The shock within Loki swiftly ignites into fury. Distorting his usual sardonic smile into a mask of rage, the flames of anger nearly bursting from his eyes. He swings his arm violently, the air around him seemingly contorted by his wrath. Waves of dark energy surge forth like tendrils, rushing towards Lindu however. Lindu had long anticipated Loki's tempestuous assault. The soulstone in his hand begins to emit a gentle glow, a soothing power flowing forth to effortlessly repel the dark tendrils. His eyes, reminiscent of a profound night sky, pierce through Loki's concealed fears and turmoil. Loki, do you truly believe that such power alone can govern all existence? Lindu's tone is calm, laced with disdain and mockery. At this, Loki's expression hardens, and he fervently swings his staff, striving to breach Lindu's defenses. Humph, a mere mortal dares to entertain ambitions for a divine treasure? Loki scoffs, the staff radiating a brilliant light as if warning Lindu not to tread upon sacred ground. Yet Lindu's gaze does not linger on Loki. The moment his fingertips grazed the soulstone, a whisper resonated within his mind, intertwining with his consciousness. You have touched the soulstone, fusion process initiated. Legend has it that the soulstone allows its wielder to delve into the thoughts of others, converging countless dreams, thoughts, and wills into oneself. It fortifies the spirit, expands the boundaries of the mind, and, in resonance with other stones, penetrates the depths of the universe's essence. Even the slightest touch can reshape another's mind according to the user's desires. Moreover, this gem harbors an ocean of boundless energy, awaiting awakening. At this moment, Lindu's curiosity blazes like a wildfire, fervently igniting within him. What astonishing feats can be birthed from the foundation of the soul stone? He slowly closes his eyelids, immersing himself entirely in the delicate sensation of merging with the soul stone and his own bloodline. A warm current surges from his core, gently spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Unbeknownst to him, a portal to another realm bursts open within him. His consciousness begins to ripple, both hazy and acutely aware. As the emotional fluctuations of those around him elude none of his keen perception, time seems to freeze in that instant. Lindu's mind transforms into a cosmos of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, and elation. Thousands of feelings surge like tides, weaving vibrant scenes before him. In the midst of this chaos, an unprecedented power quietly awakens, the secret to manipulating hearts. At this moment, the essence of the soul stone transcends, merging into the supreme laws of the mind. The law of the mind is potent enough to enable him to wield the wills of several individuals with the mere snap of his fingers, dominating their thoughts. It can even distort the psyche of his enemies, compelling them towards self-destruction, unleashing their own lethal skills against themselves. When Lindu reopened his eyes, a strange and resplendent light pulsed from the depths of his pupils, resembling two luminous beacons that gazed into the soul. It was as if he had acquired the divine ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of all beings, with the emotions and thoughts of those around him resting firmly within his grasp. This was an entirely new force, formidable yet shrouded in the mysteries of the unknown. Loki, witnessing Lindu's sudden transformation, felt an involuntary tightening in his chest, an unprecedented sense of oppression washing over him. The Lindu before him seemed no longer the mortal he once knew, but had metamorphosed into a transcendent being capable of commanding storms and manipulating hearts. Upon realizing this, Loki's expression shifted dramatically, a silent alarm ringing in his mind. Lindu's comprehension of matters was astonishingly swift. Without uttering a word, Loki's form flickered and transformed into a wisp of ethereal green light, intent on hastily fleeing this now perilous location. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Nick Fury fixated his gaze on Loki, who was attempting to escape. Noticing that Loki had discovered the Mind Stone now in Lindu's possession, he prepared to make a hasty retreat. Lindu! Nick bellowed with all his might, hoping for Lindu to intervene and halt Loki's flight. His eyes were locked on Lindu, an unmistakable urgency etched across his face. At that moment, Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, standing beside him, darkened in expression, a flash of cerulean light gleaming in his eyes. In a heartbeat, he swiftly drew an arrow, yet his target was none other than Nick Fury. With a whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a comet, leaving Nick no time to evade. It struck forcefully into his shoulder, blood oozing profusely along the shaft. Nick's body jolted violently, yet he maintained an air of calm, though his brow furrowed with increasing intensity. Ah, Nick Fury, Loki mused with a smirk, having initially intended to escape but inexplicably returned, a playful grin gracing his lips. You seem entirely oblivious to my true power. Loki. Nick Fury gritted his teeth against the pain. You shall not succeed, he declared resolutely. What has happened to Lindu? Why does he remain unresponsive? Confusion and urgency filled Nick's eyes. He looked toward Lindu, hoping for some action. Yet Lindu seemed lost in contemplation, indifferent to the external calls for help. Seeing this, Loki's eyes glimmered with triumph. He sauntered before Nick Fury, looking down upon him with a mocking smile. Now, I shall depart right beneath your noses, allowing you to witness the power of a god. Before his words had fully dissipated, Loki's form abruptly flickered, instantly appearing beside Clint Barton. At that moment, Barton resembled a marionette, devoid of self-awareness. With a gentle wave of his hand, a veil of magical light enveloped both Barton and Dr. Selvig. At that moment, Lindu finally made his move. In a swift motion, he appeared beside Nick Fury. He disregarded the escaping Loki and Hawkeye, focusing entirely on Nick Fury. Nick, don't move. Lindu instructed as he placed his hand over Nick's wound. Lindu, you. Nick gazed at him in astonishment, barely having the chance to inquire further when a warm energy emanated from Lindu's palm. As Lindu's power permeated Nick's body, it swiftly enveloped his injury. The bleeding gradually ceased, and the torn muscles and damaged nerves began to heal miraculously. What is this? Does it possess a healing function of its own? Chapter 43. The Escaping Loki and the Shattering S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Lindo, a look of perplexity flickering in his eyes. Just moments ago, Lindo had harnessed the enigmatic power of the cosmic cube, boldly stepping onto the threshold of spatial laws. Following that, inexplicably, he had managed to swipe the Mind Stone from Loki. Now, it appeared that, with his extraordinary talent, he was beginning to unravel the secrets of the Mind Stone. How could so many miracles unfold within a single individual? A multitude of questions flooded Nick's mind. Yet it was evidently not the time to dwell on such matters. Loki had already made his escape along with Dr. Selvig and the unconscious Hawkeye, Barton. Meanwhile, their own crisis remained unresolved. Lindo, we must pursue Loki without delay. We cannot allow him to succeed, Nick urged, gritting his teeth as he propped himself up. Although the bleeding had ceased, a sense of weakness still enveloped him. Lindo silently nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Nick's back, his gaze resolute as it turned towards the direction in which Loki had vanished. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to evade justice. Upon hearing Lindo's words, the heavy weight on Nick's heart finally lifted. His tension gradually subsided as he leaned against the cold wall of the base, centering himself while replaying the recent events in his mind. Loki's ominous presence had infiltrated the base, instantly tightening everyone's nerves as if the apocalypse had arrived. Yet what perplexed Nick the most was Loki's elaborate scheme in coming here. What could he possibly desire? Why had he appeared without warning? And why had he so easily relinquished the Mind Stone? Could it be that he realized he was no match for Lindo and chose to flee? Nick's thoughts jolted him, his heart racing anxiously. What should they do now? However, Lindo remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm amidst chaos. He nonchalantly waved his hand, and in an instant, a portal radiating a deep blue light materialized before them. Nick and those around him were left in stunned silence, marveling at the swiftness and precision of this magical feat, a sight they had never encountered before. Was it not customary for magic to require incantations? Due to the cumbersome nature of spellcasting, sorcerers were often derided by mutants. In the heat of battle, they scarcely had time to complete their incantations to save themselves. Yet here was Lindo, who could conjure such wonders without uttering a single word. From the gesture to the portal's emergence, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed. The collective curiosity of the onlookers ignited, their eyes widening in astonishment, fixated on Lindo. You didn't even recite a spell? The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. gasped, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. With little time to elaborate, Lindo seized Nick by the collar and, without further ado, hurled him through the portal. Once Nick was safely through, Lindo turned to the still-dazed agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and shouted, "Hurry! This place is about to collapse." At Lindo's urgent command, the team snapped back to reality, scrambling toward the portal in a frantic rush. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing in an open expanse, mere steps away from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick stumbled out of the door, surveying his surroundings. He discovered that he and his companions found themselves in a strange, yet evidently secure environment. Breathing heavily, he steadied himself and turned his gaze once more towards Lindu, who sauntered out from the doorway. A swirl of emotions enveloped him, filled with confusion and gratitude. "Thank you, Lindu," Nick finally managed to utter. Yet, before his words could fully escape, the tranquil air was abruptly shattered by a deafening explosion. The S.H.I.E.L.D. base seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, concrete and steel scattering like raindrops. In an instant, a significant portion of the base lay in ruins. A fierce wind swept up dust, obscuring the daylight, revealing a gaping chasm where the once impenetrable core of the base stood. What on earth was happening? Nick Fury's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they were copper bells. Before he could voice his gratitude, his gaze swiftly descended towards the source of the explosion. The catastrophic scene before him elicited an involuntary gasp. His fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously, sending a chill down one's spine. Linda stood calmly beside him, his expression unwavering, as if all of this had been anticipated. Loki has utilized the Mind Stone to open a temporal gateway. Aiming to harness its power to incite greater chaos, he explained with an air of nonchalance. This, he revealed, was the very root of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s impending disaster. Lindu's words weighed heavily on Nick's heart. The brutality and complexity of the impending battle surpassed their worst fears. What unfathomable schemes and powers lay hidden behind Loki? As Linda had articulated, Loki's arrival was never intended for peaceful coexistence. His singular objective was the annihilation of this azure planet. Just as Nick was engulfed in a torrent of thoughts, a subordinate's panicked voice interrupted his contemplation. "Director, our base." The agent exclaimed, terror etched on his face, his voice trembling. It's all destroyed." At that moment, the surrounding mutants were struck with sheer terror from the thunderous explosion, as if their very souls were attempting to flee their bodies. They instinctively turned towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. direction, their eyes filled with confusion and speculation, silently pondering what harrowing spectacle had unfolded there. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been attacked? A young mutant gasped, his eyes wide with fear, his lips quivering slightly, betraying his anxiety. Could it be that something more terrifying than us has arrived? Is something monumental about to occur on Earth? Steady yourself, an experienced mutant gently patted his back, despite his own gaze being fixed on the devastation. Striving to quell his inner panic. We must first ascertain the situation. Losing our composure now will only exacerbate matters. They raised their eyes towards the distant horizon, where the night sky resembled a vast expanse of black silk, sprinkled with twinkling stars. However, this night, the tranquility was irrevocably shattered by the explosion of the temporal gateway, which raged like a ferocious beast, tearing the S.H.I.E.L.D. base into fragments. Flames soared skyward, and shockwaves swept across the surroundings, rendering once indomitable concrete structures as fragile as rotting wood, easily obliterated. Nearby, the mutants bore witness to this spectacle, their faces etched with sheer horror. Meanwhile, Nick Fury stood resolutely at a corner of the severely damaged command platform, his visage marred by dust and the marks of scorching. In his solitary eye, unwavering determination coexisted with a subtle hint of resignation. "Time is of the essence, Director," a young agent gasped as he rushed in, his countenance betraying an overwhelming sense of panic. "We have lost contact with most of the agents, and many remain trapped beneath the base." Chapter 44. The power of the Mind Stone and the Time Stone. Steady, Nick interjected sharply, interrupting before the words could fully escape. He promptly activated the rescue protocol, urging the swift extraction of those ensnared. No sooner had he spoken than he gripped the communicator tightly, his fingers dancing swiftly across its surface, sending a flurry of commands in an instant. Yet, amid the frantic coordination of the rescue, another pressing matter detonated within his mind. Finding Thor was paramount. He instructed without delay. Only he could help us navigate this catastrophe. Agents sprang into action at his command, and Nick drew in a deep breath, turning to Lindo. "Lindo," he began, lowering his tone deliberately, "is there a way to track Loki?" As long as Loki remained elusive, they would find no peace. Lindo did not respond immediately. He merely nodded slightly, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Moments later, he lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with an acute intensity. Though Loki's movements were shrouded in mystery, his intentions were unmistakably clear. He sought to exploit the chaos for his own schemes. "We need not search for him," Lindo spoke slowly. "He shall reveal himself in due course. He is yet to tire of his game." A subtle smile played upon his lips as his fingers caressed the two precious stones cradled in his palm, the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. They emitted a faint yet undeniable luminescence. In the original narrative, the Mind Stone was Loki's most cherished treasure. His current incursion into Earth was but a mere pretext for the obliteration of the planet. His true aim was to reclaim the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D. Ironically, he had gained nothing and lost his own prized possessions. "Nick, have you forgotten?" Lindo mused, "These two stones rest within my grasp. The dynamics of this game have shifted significantly." He tilted his head back, his gaze piercing through the clouds as if he could discern Loki lurking within the shadows. At that moment, Loki was likely racking his brain, pondering how to retrieve his coveted treasures from Lindo. "We have ample time. Why not observe the unfolding drama from a distance and enjoy the spectacle?" Nick furrowed his brow, perplexed by Lindo's composure. However, he soon caught a fleeting glimpse of profound insight in Lindo's eyes. "You mean?" "Indeed," Lindo interrupted, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. "Loki fancies himself the master of cunning, oblivious to the fact that he has already stepped into our trap. We can afford to bide our time for those 2 stones. He will inevitably reveal himself. At that moment, the game will be ours to dictate. With that, Lindo deftly tapped the stones, producing a crisp sound. Lindo. Do not underestimate him. Loki is a master of trickery, should he devise an alternative approach. Loki, the god of Asgard, wields power with ease, conjuring storms and shadows at will. He is no ordinary foe. Yet, Lindo's nonchalance when discussing Loki suggested that he possessed a firm grasp of the situation. What was truly at play here? As Nick's words faded, Lindu smiled gently, interrupting his discourse. Do not fret, Nick, Lindu reassured, patting Nick's shoulder with an air of confidence. I've already positioned my pieces beyond Loki's intricate web of thought. Now, it is time for us to savor the thrill of being the hunters. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Loki moved like a ray through the narrow, dimly lit alley. His pace was swift yet as steady as a rock. Although he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation, his heart did not feel the slightest relief. Instead, the long-suppressed fury surged within him like a tempest finally released from confinement. Damn it, Loki growled, the fire of defiance and rage flickering in his emerald eyes. He had believed everything was under his control, yet his meticulously crafted plans had been so easily disrupted. Who was this mortal named Lindu? Capable of wielding the powers of a sorcerer? Not only had he snatched the Mind Stone from Loki's grasp, but he had also harnessed the might of the Space Stone. The same individual bore the formidable strength of 2 stones. How could a mortal vessel possibly contain such overwhelming energy? Loki's mind churned with confusion and unease. Yet he realized that now was not the moment to dwell on these questions. Suddenly halting, he pivoted, his gaze piercing through the night to focus on his 2 unwilling companions, the Doctor and Hawkeye, whom he had forcibly dragged along. Hawkeye's eyes were vacant, utterly reduced to a puppet of Loki's magic, blindly obeying his every command. Loki's gaze swept over, finally honing in on the Doctor's trembling form. Before I intruded upon S-H-I-E-L-D, you were already a part of it, were you not? Now tell me, what do you truly know about the Tesseract? As Loki's words echoed, the Doctor swallowed hard, his complexion ashen, a flicker of unmistakable panic flashing in his eyes. I have only just arrived, my lord. His voice trembled like a whisper. When you attacked S-H-I-E-L-D, I had not yet delved into its depths. A frown creased Loki's brow, clearly dissatisfied with such a response. He advanced menacingly, an invisible pressure saturating the air. Doctor, you would do well not to conceal anything from me. The power of the Tesseract is paramount to me. You must understand that there exists a vast chasm between mortals and deities. The Doctor's body quaked involuntarily, recalling Lindu's astonishing ability to manipulate the Tesseract with ease. A wave of indescribable despair surged within him. Remaining by Lindu's side meant certain annihilation, and this Loki, evidently, was no trivial adversary. In resignation, he had no choice but to divulge whatever knowledge he possessed. I possess limited knowledge, yet I have caught wind of certain rumors. If S-H-I-E-L-D were to learn that I, indeed, aspire to reclaim the Tesseract. As he continued, his voice became as faint as a whisper, as if he himself could scarcely believe the tempest his words might incite. Upon hearing this, Loki's lips curled into a smile tinged with intrigue. Oh, so it appears our objectives align perfectly, do they not? He gently patted the Doctor's shoulder, a gesture that seemed outwardly cordial, yet harbored an unmistakable warning beneath its surface. Fear not, for as long as we join forces, S-H-I-E-L-D shall merely pose a minor obstacle. As for you, rest assured, you shall attain the coveted security you seek. A chilling smile danced at the corners of Loki's mouth. Chapter 45, the enraged Loki strikes back. He slowly turned, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing the void, reaching into the unfathomable depths of the unknown. Prior to this moment, he had endeavored to caution the arrogant Doctor that the depths of the universe concealed secrets not to be profaned and lethal dangers. Yet, at the slightest lapse of his attention, an ordinary individual named Lindu had inflicted upon him an unprecedented blow. Lindu. Loki murmured the name, his voice interlaced with a tumult of emotions, anger and astonishment entwined. He cast his eyes downward upon the scepter in his grasp, a relic of past power, now diminished by the loss of the gemstones that once adorned it. The surface of the scepter gleamed like a polished mirror, reflecting Loki's distorted silhouette. His strikingly handsome visage was now shrouded in shadows and resolve. Utterly useless, Loki spat disdainfully, discarding the scepter carelessly. It thudded against the cold ground, yielding naught but silence. In his heart, clarity prevailed. Though the scepter had lost its utility, the 2 gemstones that governed time and space were the true lifeblood. These stones not only had the power to alter destiny and traverse time, but were also pivotal pieces in his future schemes. I must reclaim them. The nightfall quietly draped the sky, stars twinkling like distant eyes peering in secrecy. Linda leaned against the window, his palm clutching 3 gemstones radiating an extraordinary luminescence: the stone of the soul, the key of time, and the sigil of space. These stones seemed to possess independent souls, gently pulsating in his hand as if harboring subtle heartbeats. "Tonight, let your wonders unfold," Lindu whispered, his eyes alight with insatiable curiosity and desire. He then slowly closed his eyes, inhaling the coolness of the night deeply, intertwining his mental will with the gemstones. His focus first converged upon the softly glowing stone of the soul. As his mental energy flowed into it, a warm force permeated his being like the gentle caress of spring waters. Every cell within him seemed to awaken, rejuvenated by this nurturing power. In an instant, his consciousness felt as though it were drawn into an expansive, boundless dimension. Here, he could perceive every fluctuation around him, even glean the thoughts and emotions of other beings. This unimaginable sense of dominion imparted upon him an unprecedented strength and awe. This was not merely the art of mind reading. It was a mysterious force capable of swaying and commanding the will of others. Lindu opened his eyes, murmuring softly, caught between astonishment and introspection. He felt a burgeoning desire to test this newfound power. An impulsive thought darted through his mind. It surged like electricity into the mind of a curled-up kitten at the table. The kitten lazily lifted its head, and in the next moment, as if receiving a silent command, it leapt gracefully onto the table. Its gentle gaze was filled with trust and reliance upon Lindu. "Unbelievable," Lindu smiled faintly, his heart swelling with tumultuous emotions. He recalled how two distinctly different energies had harmoniously melded under his guidance. Now, possessing the powers of the time gem and the space gem, can one merge them with the mind gem to conjure an unprecedented arcane mastery? He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes once more, and immersed himself in thought, attempting to weave the formidable forces of time and space into the radiance of the mind gem. This marked an unparalleled exploration. In all his prior studies, no sage had ever alluded to the means of simultaneously harnessing these three supreme energies. His consciousness soared anew across the vast ocean of the void. Unlike before, he now perceived not a singular, pure pulse of energy, but three distinct energies intertwining, coalescing into a vast, boundless vortex, magnificent yet fraught with unknown challenges. He found himself at the eye of a chaotic storm, with the surrounding scenery shrouded in obscurity. Only the scintillating energy of the gems remained vividly clear in his heart, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Lindu commanded this energy as a dancer seeks balance upon a tightrope, his mind unwavering, every step laden with trepidation, though the fire of his spirit continued to blaze. Consuming every ounce of his inner strength, his eyes reflected no retreat, only a steadfast brilliance akin to iron. Success would signify the mastery of a power beyond imagination, a force capable of shaking reality, transcending the shackles of time and space, even guiding the fate of the universe. At the pinnacle of mental fortitude, the energies of the mind gem and the time gem began to intertwine, heralding the birth of an innovative technique. The whispers echoing in his mind elicited a smile from Lindu, for it seemed the fusion of new techniques had quietly commenced. Yet, what extraordinary skill would emerge from the intertwining of mental control and the mastery of time? Curiosity burgeoned within Lindu's heart, rampant as wild grass. In an instant, time appeared to freeze as Lindu's thoughts plunged into the abyss. The energies of the mind gem and the time gem began to entwine slowly, weaving an unknown tapestry. He felt himself adrift in an infinite river of time, its current surging, sweeping him through the past and future. He endeavored to consolidate his consciousness, seeking a fragment of tranquility and control amidst the tumultuous power. As his awareness deepened, Lindu gradually sensed his ability to navigate freely within this torrent, able to glimpse the dust-laden memories of the past and to preview the indistinct contours of the future. At this critical juncture, a brand new force surged into his perceptual realm, the overwhelming energy of the space gem. It crashed upon him like a sudden storm, sweeping through the once calm river of time. It raised towering waves, plunging everything back into chaos and uncertainty. Lindu felt his consciousness being swept away by a colossal wave, tumbling and leaping through the void. It was as though space itself were engaging in a chaotic dance. The two distinctly different energies clashed violently within him, then gradually merged, pushing his mental fortitude to the brink of collapse. The sensation was akin to a string drawn taut to its limit, poised to snap at any moment. Just as Lindu believed he was on the verge of mental breakdown, a warm current silently arose from within, tenderly enveloping his consciousness. Like a ray of sunshine on a winter's day, warm and resolute, it emanates from the depths of his soul, a flame of willpower ignited by an insatiable thirst for strength and an unwavering pursuit of greatness. It is the roar of his indomitable spirit. This formidable force of will seems to act as a harmonizing agent, allowing two conflicting energies to gradually find equilibrium, rendering the process of fusion serene and fluid. Lindu suddenly feels as if he has become the sovereign of the cosmos, the weaver of time and space. With the dust of the past, the fleeting moments of the present, and the mists of the future all dancing lightly at his fingertips, The very fabric of space bends and contorts at his whim. Ultimately, the two energies amalgamate completely, giving rise to an unprecedented new force. Chapter 46. The fusion begins. Lindu, mastering time and space, and newfound energy blossomed deep within his consciousness, transforming into a radiant halo that illuminated the surrounding void. Akin to the brightest star in the night sky, Lindu slowly opened his eyes, his entire being suffused with a surging sense of power. As if the entire world lay within his grasp, he gently raised his hand, his fingertips stirring the air, which began to swirl in response to his movements, coalescing into an imperceptible yet undeniably real vortex of force. Thus, a new magical skill, temporal mastery, was birthed in his hands. This newly fused ability transcended mere manipulation of time. It possessed a mysterious power that could touch the soul, ensnaring others in the cyclical depths of their emotions at pivotal moments or allowing certain memories to haunt them like shadows, echoing endlessly. Lindu envisioned countless possibilities. For instance, at a critical juncture in battle, he could imprison his opponent's mind in fear, thereby gaining the upper hand. All of this made him acutely aware that he stood on the precipice of a wholly new beginning. Ahead lay an unknown and expansive realm, awaiting his exploration and conquest. The collision of time and spirit was utterly enthralling. A smile graced Lindu's lips, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This was an unprecedented power, unlocking the doors to infinite possibilities. He pressed on, delving deeper into the fusion of the Stone of Time and the Stone of Space. This amalgamation proved to be more intricate than ever before, as the two forces seemed inherently at odds, resisting one another's approach. However, through Lindu's relentless efforts, they gradually discovered a balance in coexistence, beginning to intertwine and adapt to one another. Ultimately, an unseen surge of energy swept through him, propelling into the very center of the universe, making him the focal point of all existence. What is this? Lindu sensed the environment around him suddenly twist, as if he had stepped into an entirely unfamiliar dimension. In this realm, the passage of time and the structure of space became a mere plaything at his fingertips. A single thought could rewrite the laws of reality. To test this newly acquired ability, he lightly waved his arm, causing time within the room to freeze. Silence enveloping the space, even the air seemingly halting its flow. With another wave, a rift tore open in the air, resembling a portal to the unknown. He boldly stepped through the fissure, revealing an independent realm sculpted by his will. Here, there were no rules, no boundaries. He could manipulate the environment at will, creating life and conjuring any fantastical treasures of imagination. In this space, he felt like a deity of creation. Lindu clenched his fists, the power within him surging like a tide, the mysteries of the entire universe lying within his control. With a flick of his hand, the enigmatic independent space dissolved, and the surrounding time exhaled, resuming its customary flow. He returned to his seat by the window, the three gemstones in his grasp shimmering alluringly under the sunlight, as if concealing endless secrets. Meanwhile, in the shadowy center of a dim laboratory, Loki stood proudly, a solitary figure. His eyes resembled wolves lurking in the darkness, glimmering with malevolent intent. The surroundings were so silent that only the faint hum of machinery and the delicate crackle of electricity could be heard, creating an intensely oppressive atmosphere. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly at the two figures, Clint Barton and Dr. Selvig, who knelt at his feet. He contemplated the imminent comprehensive offensive against S.H.I.E.L.D., vowing to reclaim the treasures that rightfully belonged to him. Let us begin, Clint. Loki's voice was as frigid as ice. I wish to know everything about S.H.I.E.L.D., from its internal structure to its deepest secrets. No detail must be overlooked. Clint nodded slightly, his expression vacant, resembling a precise recording device as he began to recount in great detail. The headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. was concealed within a heavily fortified skyscraper in the heart of New York City, with the uppermost floor serving as their central command room, their very heart. It was equipped with the world's most advanced defense systems, nearly impervious to assault. The basement level, on the other hand, was their armory, housing thousands of high-tech weapons, each capable of altering the course of battle. Loki was wholly absorbed, each word akin to a meticulously crafted work of art, etching itself into his mind. Ah, splendid, he murmured to himself, savoring the information. With such detailed intelligence in hand, dealing with Nick would be a trivial matter. However, at that moment, Dr. Selvig gravely interrupted his thoughts. Loki, despite your acquisition of this knowledge, a formidable obstacle lies ahead in the form of a certain sorcerer named Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange? A supreme sorcerer? What a jest. Even if he has never set foot on this blue planet, I have heard of the supreme sorcerer's name belonging to the Ancient One. But even if he is the supreme sorcerer, what of it? The outcome is already predetermined. There is no escape. Loki's countenance darkened suddenly, his teeth grinding audibly. Strange. That accursed Strange. Were it not for my inability to contend with him, I would have swiftly dealt with him by now. The doctor continued, strange. The guardian of Kamartaj is said to have vanquished Dormammu, preserving the peace of the Hong Kong sanctum. Moreover, he wields the time stone. Nick previously attempted to recruit Strange for S.H.I.E.L.D., but was met with rejection. His arrival now is to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. in managing the chaos unleashed by the Tesseract. Upon hearing the doctor's explanation, a glimmer of greed ignited in Loki's eyes as he pondered. 3 stones. That is a power most coveted. Clint interjected, his tone somewhat mechanical, not to mention, Strange is the leader among many sorcerers. His presence is akin to an indomitable fortress, rendering enemies nearly immovable. Loki's gaze sharpened instantly, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Even so, I possess ample means to contend with him. Though the scepter is no longer in my possession, let us not forget, the art of manipulating hearts is a skill I wield with ease. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the laboratory door. A throng of individuals profoundly influenced by Loki surged in, their eyes ablaze with fervor and unwavering loyalty. Loki cast a fleeting glance at them and, in a chilling tone, issued his command to assault the temple in New York, causing the defenses there to crumble into disarray. Without a hint of hesitation, they nodded in acquiescence and swiftly turned to depart. Loki watched their retreating figures, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 47. Formulating a plan to seize the cosmic cube, Loki mused that even the mightiest of beings possess a vulnerable facet. He would emerge at the most unsuspecting moment to strip away your precious gems, leaving the entire universe prostrated at his feet. He turned towards Clinton and Selvig, his tone laced with an undeniable chill. Continue to serve me. Our preparations are far from complete. The two quickly bowed in acquiescence, immediately plunging back into the intricate details of Loki's grand scheme. At this moment, a singular thought reverberated in Loki's mind. Conquest. Perhaps only by utterly vanquishing the formidable Lin Du could his ambitions find fulfillment. After issuing directives to Hawkeye and the Doctor, a bone-chilling dread enveloped Loki's heart. This incursion into S.H.I.E.L.D. to procure the cosmic cube was merely a cog in Thanos' grand design. Yet now, he found himself bereft of any resources. The cosmic cube was nowhere to be seen, and even the Mind Stone bestowed upon him had been lost. He understood that in the not-so-distant future, he would have to face the wrath of that dark sovereign. Taking a deep breath, he activated the device to contact Thanos. A flash of blue light illuminated the space, coalescing into a towering figure before him. Those crimson eyes bore into him with an unwavering authority and indifference. Loki. Thanos' voice resonated, deep and weighty, like an impending storm. Loki lowered his gaze, unable to meet the penetrating stare that seemed to pierce through his very soul. Before he could utter a word, Thanos had already discerned his failure, as if no secret could evade the scrutiny of those eyes. Before this cosmic overlord, any trace of subterfuge was rendered futile. Yes, my lord, Loki replied, his voice barely above a whisper. At S.H.I.E.L.D. I was unable to retrieve the cosmic cube, and I have also lost the Mind Stone you granted me. Thanos' countenance darkened, his taut muscles betraying his suppressed fury and dissatisfaction. His voice was low and menacing, akin to a tempest ready to unleash its fury. Loki, how could this happen? I bestowed power upon you, and yet you still failed? Cold sweat trickled down Loki's brow as reason whispered in his ear. Honesty was his only avenue of escape. The mortals on Earth, they possessed the capability to defeat me. Loki's voice trembled with disbelief. One of them seized the Mind Stone, and he also wields the Time Stone and the Space Stone. It was I underestimated them. 3 stones. Thanos' voice brimmed with incredulity. You mean to say you failed to retrieve them all? Loki, your incompetence fills me with profound disappointment. Loki knelt upon the ground, his forehead bowed to the dust, fully aware that Thanos' wrath could incinerate everything, including himself. My lord, please grant me another chance. I swear to reclaim those stones one by one and shall not let you down again. After a moment of contemplation, Thanos' lips parted coldly. Very well. I shall grant you one last opportunity. But remember, Loki, this is your final redemption. Once more, should another mishap occur, your fate shall be dimmer than despair itself. Loki felt a tightening in his chest, acutely aware that Thanos' words were not to be taken lightly. Thus, he inhaled deeply, determination flickering in his gaze. Yes, my lord. I vow not to disappoint you. As Thanos' figure gradually faded, the surrounding azure glow also dissipated. Loki rose from the dust, his eyes ablaze with fervor and regret. At this moment, he had no path left to retreat. He must risk everything to reclaim all the stones, in hopes of seizing a slender chance of survival. Yet, Thanos did not entrust the responsibility for the 3 stones solely to Loki. After concluding his discourse with Loki, a glimmer of perilous light flickered in his eyes. How dare mere mortals lay claim to the three stones? His tone dripped with mockery, barely concealing his wrath. It appears I must personally visit the blue planet to confront these audacious humans who dare challenge my authority. Thanos' warship sliced through the stillness of the cosmos, traversing the starry expanse at an incomprehensible speed, heading straight for the azure planet known as Earth. His heart burned with a fierce intensity, a blend of anger and resolve. That insignificant mortal had the audacity to seize a gem from his grasp. This was not merely an unprecedented affront, but a profound humiliation. How could anyone dare covet the power of the stones, utterly oblivious to their own insignificance? He resolved to ensure that every being on Earth would remember this lesson. Thanos' warship resembled a floating fortress of steel, exuding a chilling severity, with an air of ominous foreboding permeating every corner. The warriors felt the uncontainable fury and discontent of their master, the atmosphere taut with tension. This time, they were to undertake a mission more perilous and ruthless than any prior engagement. As the ship's engines roared to life, it tore through the stardust like a rampaging beast, hurtling towards Earth. At the core of the vessel, Thanos sat upon his imposing throne, a ruler commanding all creation. Initiate the attack sequence. His voice resonated with profound authority, shaking every inch of space with undeniable gravitas. In obedience, the ship's weapon systems activated one by one. A surge of energy coalesced around the hull, manifesting as radiant rings of light, heralding the impending arrival of a cosmic storm. In New York, the night lay heavy, with only a few streetlights piercing the darkness. The winds around the sanctum were sharp as blades, cutting to the bone. The bustling clamor of the metropolis seemed to be forcibly paused by an unseen force. At this moment, within Kamartaj, an urgent alarm rang out. All personnel on high alert. The enemy numbers are overwhelming, and our defenses have been breached. The situation is dire. A young sorcerer stumbled into the sanctum, panic and sweat etched across his face. Breathless, he reported to Wong and Mordo, "The New York sanctum has come under attack." Inside the grand library of Kamartaj, Wong was engrossed in an ancient and weighty tome of magic, while Mordo sat nearby in serene meditation. Upon hearing the news, both stood in shock. What? The enemy numbers are overwhelming? Wong furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding blossoming within him. Could it be that Dormammu was returning? How could it be possible? They had witnessed Lindu repelling Dormammu with their own eyes. Before Modu could utter more, the mages waiting below had already begun to urge for a response. Indeed, their power was extraordinarily formidable. Our defensive array was nearly dismantled in an instant. The young mage added anxiously. A grave expression flickered in Modu's eyes. He was acutely aware that this constituted not only a threat to the New York temple, but also a challenge to the entire planet. He swiftly approached the window, gazing into the distance as if he could penetrate the layers of night sky and foresee the impending storm. Chapter 48, Loki's Scheme. Modu seeks aid from Lindu. We must act immediately, Modu declared, turning to Wong. We need to rally all our forces, including the other sorcerers on Earth. Wong nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He swiftly grasped his wand, sweeping it through the air, illuminating the entire library with a brilliant glow. He sent forth a message to summon all sorcerers, preparing for the impending confrontation with the enemy. This would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. Yet they must fight with all their might for the sake of Earth and all living beings. Unfortunately, Lindu was not present at the moment. Meanwhile, above New York, Thanos' warship drew ever closer, casting its ominous shadow over the city, as though it were a harbinger of doom. Once all arrangements were conveyed, Modu began to ponder. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Dormammu had been vanquished, and Kaecilius was imprisoned by them. Yet, with Lindu absent, what would they do if it truly was Dormammu? Wong took a deep breath, steadying himself. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. In any case, we must relay the message to Lindu, hoping he can arrive in time. No sooner had he spoken than Wong raised his hand, forming a seal, a golden rune shimmering in the air before vanishing into the void. This was a specialized spell for transmitting messages, capable of swiftly notifying the supreme sorcerer Lindu. The young sorcerer continued, the enemy's strength is overwhelmingly formidable. We have already lost several of our own. Modu clenched his fist, a fire of fury and resolve igniting in his eyes. Whoever dares to invade our territory must pay the price. Wong nodded in agreement. Let us go. We shall immediately organize our forces to the sanctum. Simultaneously, the battle outside the sanctum escalated into a fierce frenzy. A multitude of dark creatures surged from all directions, seemingly endless. Doctor Strange arrived in haste, conjuring dazzling magical shields with a wave of his hands. Yet they struggled to withstand the relentless assaults of the enemy. Under immense pressure, the defensive array of the New York sanctum began to reveal cracks. Doctor, we can barely hold on, a sorcerer screamed, hurling their weapon at the foe in a final act of defiance, only to be consumed by the dark entities. Hold on. Doctor Strange gritted his teeth, veins protruding on his forehead. He swiftly recited incantations, summoning more magical assistance. However, the enemy seemed adept at discovering weaknesses, pressing forward with relentless determination. Though he and Lindu had entered Kamartaj at the same time, his prowess paled in comparison to Lindu's. Now, confronted with Lindu's absence, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. He silently invoked Lindu's name, hoping for his timely return to turn the tide of battle. Yet, at that moment, Lindu was far from Earth, assisting S.H.I.E.L.D. in wielding the power of the Tesseract. This power was said to have the ability to alter the fate of the entire universe. But Strange was uncertain whether Lindu could fully master such force. He could only await Lindo's arrival while enhancing his own abilities to confront the forthcoming challenges. In the deep of night, the streets of New York were aglow with light. Within a concealed underground chamber, Lindo was intently adjusting a magical array, a protective system he had devised to monitor global events. Suddenly, his communicator emitted a frantic alarm. Lindo furrowed his brow and waved his hand, activating the display screen. Where a visage of grave concern appeared, it was Modu, a guardian of the temple. Lindo, the temple is under attack. The situation is dire. Modu's voice conveyed urgency and helplessness. In that instant, Lindo comprehended that this must be the work of Loki. This duplicitous deity had been seeking an opportunity for vengeance in the temple. As Earth's primary line of defense, was naturally his target. Loki, it is indeed him, Lindo murmured, his gaze sharpening. Just then, Nick Fury and Black Widow entered the underground chamber, overhearing Lindo's words. Their expressions turned ashen. Are you implying that Loki is assaulting the temple? The very Loki you previously vanquished? Nick asked incredulously. Indeed, Lindo nodded. It appears he has not learned his lesson, but has grown even more audacious. Black Widow's demeanor turned grave. She understood the temple's significance. If the temple fell, the entire blue planet would be doomed. We must defend it. Lindo, you must go assist immediately, Nick urged, aware that Lindo was the only one capable of averting this catastrophe. Without hesitation, Lindo nodded firmly, assuring them, rest assured. I will safeguard the temple. Before he finished speaking, he began to swiftly construct a portal. His power surged, causing the surrounding air to thicken ominously. Nick and Black Widow marveled at his display. Even in the face of despair, Lindo radiated unparalleled confidence and strength. Once the portal opened, they beheld the scene beyond, the temple engulfed in flames and smoke, several mages struggling valiantly, while Loki's treacherous visage stood out amidst the chaos. Go, Lindo commanded. Stepping boldly through the portal, Nick and Black Widow exchanged glances and followed closely behind. Despite their hearts brimming with doubt and concern, they recognized that unity was their only recourse against this impending calamity. As they crossed the threshold of the portal, they were assaulted by intense heat and the cacophony of explosions that left their ears ringing. The temple seemed to be undergoing an apocalyptic baptism, walls crumbling and debris flying. The meticulously arranged protective arrays were now in disarray. Lindo, you've arrived. Modu exclaimed upon seeing Lindo, as if he had encountered a glimmer of hope. Enough talk. We must first eliminate Loki. Lindo replied calmly, his gaze fixed on Loki in the distance. Loki was currently engrossed in manipulating a powerful spell, and upon noticing Lindo's arrival, he revealed a sly smirk. Finally here, Lindo. I thought you would cower in your lair and not dare to emerge. Loki, you shall never comprehend that true strength emanates from protection, not destruction. Lindu responded fearlessly, as radiant energy began to coalesce in his hands. Is that so? Then allow me to witness how your guardianship can withstand. Loki sneered, stepping forward with an imposing stride, his hands shimmering with a verdant magical glow. The battle was imminent, and the air was thick with tension. As the night descended, moonlight cascaded like a flowing stream upon the tranquil forest. Lindu stood resolutely in the clearing, grasping the softly glowing Mind Stone, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Loki before him. Chapter 49. Lindu's Rescue. The defeated Loki, adorned in a magnificent robe, held a scepter that shimmered with an ethereal blue light. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, yet a flicker of unease danced in his eyes. He strode toward Lindu with an air of undeniable arrogance, each step resonating with authority. Lindu, do not presume that your possession of a few gemstones grants you dominion over the world. Loki's voice was as cold as a blade, piercing through the air with an unsettling chill. The Mind Stone, the Space Stone, and the Time Stone, none constitute your true power. Lindu scoffed, his gaze imbued with contempt. Loki, you are merely a puppet enthralled by power. Even with the Mind Stone in your grasp, you remain incapable of defeating me. Loki's countenance shifted dramatically, his fury intensifying. Lindu, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Heed my command. He raised his scepter high, and in an instant, countless eyes flickered to life in the darkness. An army under Loki's control surged forth from the shadows of the forest, advancing menacingly toward Lindu. A cold smile crept upon Lindu's lips as he lifted the Mind Stone, its azure radiance swelling magnificently. Spatial isolation. With a commanding utterance, the army halted abruptly. as if an invisible barrier had ensnared them, rendering them motionless. The air around them thickened, as though the entire world had been encased in ice. You have grown stronger again. Modu, witnessing the scene, was left speechless. He had believed he had grasped Lindu's capabilities, yet today, his perceptions were shattered once more. How is it possible to grow stronger again? Loki, fixated on Lindu's every move, was equally incredulous regarding Lindu's newfound strength. How can this be? His face betrayed astonishment and disbelief. He had not anticipated that Lindu could augment his power in such a brief span. Yet Lindu offered no respite. He vanished in an instant, reappearing before Loki and delivering a punch imbued with the might of thunder. Loki's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised a scepter to defend himself, only to feel an overwhelming force propel him backward. This is impossible. Loki stabilized himself midair, his eyes wide with disbelief. Nothing is impossible, Lindu replied coldly. His figure vanished once more, only to materialize behind Loki, delivering a powerful strike. Loki barely had time to turn and defend, yet Lindu's force struck him like a tempest, sending him hurtling away once more. Loki, you have lost, Lindu declared with icy resolve, his gaze brimming with determination. Loki struggled to rise, madness flickering in his eyes. No, I have not yet lost. I possess one last trump card. He bit into his tongue, spitting forth a drop of his essence onto the scepter. Instantly, the entire scepter radiated with blinding light. This is a forbidden spell. Lindu's expression shifted alarmingly. He had not anticipated Loki's reckless decision to resort to such dark magic against him. Forbidden spells represent an exceedingly potent form of magic, wielded at a great cost, often one that could demand the very essence of life itself. However, the might of such spells is truly terrifying. Once unleashed, few can withstand their force. Lindu took a deep breath, acutely aware that he must summon all his strength to counter Loki's forbidden incantation. He closed his eyes, immersing himself completely in the battle. Mental storm, Lindu intoned. And in an instant, a formidable wave of psychic energy erupted from within him, coalescing into an invisible tempest that surged toward Loki. Loki's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Lindu could manifest such a powerful mental assault. He hurriedly summoned all his strength to withstand this psychic storm. Yet, the onslaught was akin to a torrential tempest, enveloping Loki entirely. He felt his very psyche being relentlessly torn asunder, annihilated. In agony, he howled. Yet he could not escape the binding grip of the mental storm. Ultimately, with a piercing wail, Loki collapsed to the ground, his body battered and his breath growing ever fainter. Witnessing this, Nick and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Wong, equally astonished, pondered how Lindu's power could have surged so rapidly. Loki, lying on the ground, bore a pallid visage. He could scarcely believe that Lindu's strength had escalated to such heights, and an uncontrollable dread surged within him. Step closer, Loki, Lindu intoned, his voice as frigid as the winter wind. What you rely upon is but a fade of strength, whereas I possess a conviction and resolve far more steadfast than yours. Now, with 3 gems in my grasp, what leverage do you have left to contend with me? Loki gritted his teeth, mustering a faint, bitter smile. Do not rejoice too soon, Lindu. I shall not concede easily. Today's defeat does not signify eternity. Lindu narrowed his eyes, a glint of sharpness flickering within. Then I shall await your return to my presence. Yet, despite these words, Loki lay on the ground, his countenance twisted in terror at the realization that a mere mortal had bested him. No matter the circumstances, he lacked the strength to rise again. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with resentment and despair, fervently wishing for Thanos to appear and reclaim the soul gem that rightfully belonged to him. Lindu, Loki managed to utter, his voice hoarse and faint. Have you truly triumphed? Although he had been vanquished, Lindu was still but a mortal. Loki understood that he must earn Lindu's acknowledgement to have any chance of survival. Thus, submitting to Lindu was his best recourse. Standing before him, Lindu's gaze was calm and profound. Indeed, Loki, I have prevailed. Loki smiled bitterly, a flicker of regret crossing his features. I once believed I held dominion over all, yet I never anticipated that I would ultimately succumb to you. Lindu gently shook his head. You are mistaken. Loki, you have never truly wielded control over anything. You have merely been in pursuit of ephemeral power and influence. Loki fell silent for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes, acknowledging, perhaps, you are right. I have been gravely mistaken. Lindu refrained from further discourse, turning instead towards Nick and the others nearby. Upon noticing Lindu's approach, admiration and exhilaration illuminated their faces. Lindu, Nick was the first to speak, his voice trembling slightly. You have truly succeeded. Chapter 50. Loki's Enchantment. A deception unraveled although Nick was engaged in a discussion with Lindu regarding their current plan. The looming presence of Loki remained an unavoidable topic. Even though Loki was confined within a space controlled by Lindu, his cunning eyes, reminiscent of a serpent, fixated on Lindu's back through disheveled strands of hair. Clad in an elegant black robe adorned with intricately embroidered runes, Lindu exuded an air of solemnity and mystery. "You foolish mortals shall one day kneel before me," Loki mused inwardly, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He began to silently chant an ancient incantation, dark magical energy rising subtly as he prepared to unleash his enchantment. His earlier flattery towards Lindu stemmed from the belief that a direct confrontation would not favor him. Yet, could Lindu, with his back turned, possibly evade his assault? If he could manipulate Lindu, then Blue Star would remain under his dominion, and Thanos would not hold him accountable. While Lindu conversed quietly with Nick, discussing their next course of action with calm assurance, he, as the Supreme Mage, had integrated the powers of multiple sorcerers and was accustomed to perceiving everything around him. Loki's faint magical fluctuations immediately triggered Lindu's vigilance. "Loki, what nefarious scheme are you concocting?" Lindu's voice suddenly resonated, calm yet underscored by an undeniable authority. Taken aback, Loki had not anticipated such perceptiveness from Lindu, yet he defiantly retorted, "Lindu, do you truly believe you can control me for long? The 3 stones in your possession will soon be mine, and then this blue star shall be under my control." As his incantation approached its climax, he was certain he could seize Lindu's will. Hearing Loki's words, Nick's eyes flickered with concern, and he instinctively took a half-step back. However, Lindu merely chuckled coldly, dismissing the threat entirely. Slowly turning to face Loki, his gaze brimmed with derision and scorn. "Loki, you greatly overestimate yourself." Raising his right hand, the tips of his fingers glimmered with a soft blue light. Without uttering a single incantation, he effortlessly severed the dark magic that lingered in the air. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed an invisible force that struck like lightning. Loki was instantly engulfed in a blinding headache, plunging him into an abyss of hallucination. The world before his eyes warped grotesquely, revealing himself ensnared by infinite chains, immobile and at Lindu's mercy. The despair and helplessness coursed through him, rendering his breath labored and trembling. "Now it is my turn to ensnare you." Lindu's voice resonated, deep and icy, laced with the allure of temptation. His gaze pierced Loki's very soul like a blade, compelling him into deeper fear. Though Loki instinctively struggled, the more he resisted, the stronger the feeling of restraint became. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his eyes began to cloud. Loki, now devoid of strength to resist, found himself entirely at Lindu's disposal. The fear within him surged like a relentless tide, rendering him nearly breathless. He had never imagined that he would find himself so utterly vulnerable before this seemingly ordinary human. Yet, just as Loki teetered on the brink of despair, his gaze suddenly solidified with determination. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength in a desperate attempt to break free from the binding force that ensnared him. However, no matter how fiercely he struggled against Lindu's control, complete liberation remained elusive. Instead, his thoughts began to dissipate gradually. Lindu's power was far beyond his comprehension. The sensation of captivity wrapped around him like iron chains, immobilizing him entirely. As fear and despair surged anew within Loki, he refused to yield. He recalled his past glories and triumphs, the pride and honor of being the son of the realm of gods. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, striving to quell the rising tide of fear and hopelessness. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, a resolute light flickering within them. "Lindu, do you truly believe you can control me?" Loki's voice, though faint, resonated with strength. Lindu paused momentarily, taken aback by Loki's unexpected display of power even in such dire straits. "You cannot escape, Loki," Lindu murmured, his tone laced with unwavering confidence and coldness. As Lindu spoke, an unsettling silence enveloped the temple, leaving only Loki's labored breaths and Lindu's chilling laughter. Nick Fury stood nearby, witnessing the scene unfold, his heart heavy with shock. The extent of Lindu's power surpassed ordinary comprehension, and Loki, the once arrogant deity, found himself ensnared by the sorcerer's grasp. Loki's eyes grew distant, as if he were plunging into an abyss of the unknown. He stood there, seemingly devoid of soul, reduced to mechanical breathing and blinking. Lindu raised his hand, tracing an invisible symbol in the air with a slight wave. "Now we can have a proper conversation." His voice resonated with a deep, irresistible authority. Standing nearby, Nick Fury furrowed his brow, quickly surveying the situation before stepping forward with a hint of concern in his eyes. "Lindu, what should we do now?" he inquired. At the same time, Black Widow Natasha approached, her normally calm eyes betraying a flicker of urgency. "I have informed Thor. He may be more suited to handle Loki," she said, gripping her electric baton tightly, ready to confront any unforeseen adversary. Lindu nodded slowly, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. "Thor is a formidable ally. But before he arrives, we must extract more information from Loki." No sooner had he spoken than a low, guttural murmur emanated from Loki's throat, a sound that seemed to rise from the depths of hell, laden with menace and dread. "My purpose." His voice was hoarse and fragmented, Is for the Mind Stone the Mind Stone? Nick's brow furrowed ever more deeply. That was one of Thanos' weapons. How could you? Loki's expression twisted momentarily, as if struggling against the urge to divulge a secret. Yet, influenced by Lin's power, he continued, Thanos bestowed upon me the scepter, along with the Mind Stone. If it cannot be reclaimed, he will descend upon Blue Star. Loki's words enveloped those present with an unprecedented weight of pressure. Thanos, a name that sent tremors through the entire universe, was now inexorably linked to Blue Star, heralding an unparalleled crisis. However, for Lind, this presented a rare opportunity. At this moment, he found himself poised to tentatively explore the fusion of Thanos' power. Chapter 51. Unraveling Control over Loki. Lindu's thoughts. Lindu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight as a subtle smile graced his lips, for he had already discerned the entirety of the situation. Thanos, indeed a fascinating adversary, he murmured, his voice laced with a hint of anticipation. Nick and Natasha exchanged glances, each reflecting the concern mirrored in the other's gaze. The impending crisis loomed far more severe than they had initially perceived. Thanos possessed cosmic-level power, and should they fail to thwart Loki, the entire blue planet would plunge into an abyss of eternal darkness. Thus, Natasha instinctively reacted, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? She exclaimed, swiftly turning to Nick. We must act immediately. We cannot allow Thanos to descend upon us. Nick nodded with calm resolve, his gaze sharp as a blade. Is what you said true, Lindu? Will Thanos truly arrive? Lindu offered a faint smile, refraining from a direct answer, instead keeping his focus on Loki. Loki? What else do you know? If you do not divulge every detail. A chill of fear coursed through Loki as Lindu's voice echoed in his mind. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, his eyes clouded as if haunted by buried, terrifying memories. Thanos, he has already begun to move. Perhaps he is en route even now. At this revelation, Nick felt a heaviness in his heart, an unprecedented sense of urgency enveloping him. He swiftly deliberated before decisively stating, we must immediately contact the other Avengers and prepare for battle. This war may prove far more brutal than we anticipate. Natasha nodded resolutely, affirming, indeed, we can wait no longer. Every second is of utmost importance. With Nick and Natasha's orders issued, the Avengers Alliance plunged into a state of heightened alertness. Communication lines buzzed with rapid exchanges of information, each Avenger responding swiftly upon receiving the news. Tony Stark, within his Iron Man suit, calibrated the latest weaponry systems, determination gleaming in his eyes. This time, I shall truly surprise Thanos, he muttered, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with fervor. Bruce Banner, the gentle scientist, transformed into the colossal green giant known as Hulk, roaring and swinging his massive fists as if to shatter all fear and anxiety. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers, the Eternal Captain, rallied all the team members with a voice imbued with strength and conviction. We are the Avengers. We shall not falter. We will fight for the blue planet, for freedom, for justice. Yet Nick's gaze remained fixed on Lindu. Should Lindu assist them in this looming crisis, the fears that haunted them might never materialize. Lindu, seemingly oblivious to their expressions, addressed the controlled Loki directly. Loki, you have no choices left. Standing to the side, Lindu observed the scene with a cold detachment. In his grasp lay a gem radiating an ethereal blue light, the key to unleashing Loki's deceptive powers. Under the influence of this gem, Loki gradually regained his lucidity, his eyes opening to reveal a tempest of terror and rage. What have you done to me? Loki managed to utter, his voice hoarse with agony. I merely facilitated your temporary awakening, Linda replied with an air of undeniable authority. Now, you must divulge Thanos' plans. Loki hesitated for a moment, his expression shifting dramatically as he realized that his words might have inadvertently revealed Thanos' secrets. He glanced around, a chill creeping over him as he noted the Avengers' unwavering gaze, each pair of eyes filled with scrutiny and vigilance. How could you possibly know this? Loki's voice trembled with unmasked dread. His gaze returned to Linder. Who are you? I am merely a human, Linder responded with a measured smile. Yet it is precisely because I am mortal that I cannot allow you so-called deities to act with impunity. At that moment, Loki felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. In his recollections, even his father Odin had never exhibited such commanding power. He furrowed his brow, pondering the true capabilities of the mortal before him. Thanos. He is already on his way. Loki finally spoke, his tone heavy with gravity. He seeks to acquire the Infinity Stones on Earth, and should he succeed, all of you shall face annihilation. Such news has reached us already. Tony Stark stepped forward, his smile erased, replaced with a veneer of cold resolve. Tell us, do you harbor further conspiracies? Loki fell silent for a moment, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. He recognized that retreat was not an option. Cooperation was his only recourse. Thanos' ambitions extended beyond mere stones. He intended to use Earth as a springboard to conquer the entire universe. His aspirations were not solely for victory, but for absolute dominion. Upon hearing this, the gravity of the situation settled heavily upon all present. Thanos' ambitions surpassed their worst fears, signaling an impending catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Linder, are you certain of the veracity of this information? Nick Fury inquired, his expression grave, his single eye fixed intently on Linder, searching for any semblance of doubt. Yet, deep down, he yearned for Linder to deny their claims, allowing them to continue their lives in peace. Linder scoffed, turning away with purposeful strides. I lack the time to elaborate. You would do well to prepare yourselves. Otherwise, the consequences when Thanos arrives will be dire. Fury's brow furrowed deeply as he watched Linder's figure recede into the distance, unease gnawing at him more fiercely. Linder was right. If Thanos truly descended upon them, it would herald an unprecedented disaster. Even Loki is merely a subordinate of Thanos. How could these individuals possibly contend with him? Wong and Modu stood to the side, exchanging glances filled with concern. As disciples of the Supreme Sorcerer, they were well versed in many matters, yet at this moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Wong pondered. If the situation is indeed as Lindu has described, we must unite all our forces to confront it together. You are all aware that Loki's words are never without merit. Each utterance is akin to a sharp blade, piercing directly to the core. Especially now that Lindu has ascended to the status of Supreme Sorcerer. His power surpasses even that of the Ancient One, rendering his statements unquestionably valid. Moreover, it was Linda who managed to subdue Loki just moments ago. Thus, there can be no doubt regarding Loki's claims. Chapter 52. The true power of Lindu and the inability to open the cage. What shall we do next? Modu inquired, his gaze shimmering with unwavering resolve, as if conveying to everyone that he was prepared to embrace the impending challenges. Nick Fury took a deep breath, this time. They were confronted with an unprecedented trial. Yet, they had no alternative but to confront it head-on. First, we must rally all available forces, Nick Fury declared, including S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, and all superpowered beings on Earth. Natasha nodded in agreement. We need to devise a meticulous plan to ensure that we are thoroughly prepared before Thanos arrives on Earth. At that moment, Linda had returned to his clandestine lair. Seated in a dimly lit chamber, he still clutched the blue gem in his hand. His gaze was profound and luminous, contemplating something of great significance. Thanos, Linda murmured, your ambition truly surpasses my imagination. He inhaled deeply, then closed his eyes, beginning to consolidate his power. He could hardly wait for Thanos to arrive. Eager to merge their powers, thunder tore through the sky, and the towering palace of Asgard loomed above the clouds. Thor stood upon the grand observation deck, wielding his hammer. With a furrowed brow, what did you say? Thor's resonant voice reverberated through the air, akin to booming thunder. The attendant, trembling, lowered his gaze and replied, esteemed god of thunder, Lord Loki. He launched an attack on Blue Star, but was defeated by a mere mortal. Thor's pupils constricted sharply, a tempest swirling within his heart. Loki, the brother he both loved and loathed, had been vanquished by a mortal from Blue Star? What manner of mortal could achieve such a feat? Thor's tone was cold, imbued with skepticism and curiosity. The attendant hesitated, casting a glance at another attendant nearby, seeking guidance. However, they were at a loss, shaking their heads. We are still uncertain, but according to intelligence, this mortal is named Lindu and seems to possess extraordinary power. Thor fell silent for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts. Blue Star. It was not the first time he had heard of this planet. The humans there were incredibly feeble. How could one of them possibly defeat Loki? Prepare the ship immediately. I shall go to Blue Star myself. Thor turned and strode purposefully into the palace. Inside the palace, the solemn atmosphere could not mask the turmoil within Thor's heart. He returned to his chamber, quickly organizing his belongings, and then, with the hammer in hand, made his way to the teleportation ship docked outside the palace. The teleportation array blazed with brilliance. And in an instant, Thor departed from Asgard, appearing amidst the vast cosmos. He gazed ahead at a cerulean planet, unique and beautiful. Blue Star, I am coming, Thor whispered, his eyes glimmering with determination and curiosity. At that moment, Loki sat in the corner of his cell, his gaze stern yet unable to conceal the complex emotions brewing within. In the stillness of that silent space, he recalled the recent events, his mind replaying the scenes like a film. He had initially believed that with his mind control abilities, Lindu would be a mere puppet, easily manipulated at his will. He envisioned a future where he could wield Lindu as a tool for his own purposes. However, the unfolding events had surpassed his expectations entirely. Why had this happened? Loki pondered softly, his voice echoing distinctly in the emptiness of the cell. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. He remembered the instant when his psychic energy not only failed to influence Lindu, but was instead countered by a formidable force. Lindu's calm and piercing gaze seemed capable of seeing through him entirely, rendering him devoid of any escape. That power was unlike anything Loki had ever felt. It was immense and profound, as if it originated from another realm. In that moment, he nearly forgot his own identity, feeling as insignificant as an ant before this overwhelming force. Recalling Lin Du's serene yet resolute eyes, an inexplicable dread surged within him. He had never anticipated such a potent presence on Blue Star. His original plan to use Lin Du as a stepping stone to control the entire universe now appeared to be an unattainable dream. Loki understood that he must devise a means to escape this prison. Otherwise, once Thanos arrived, he would become the first pawn to be sacrificed. He needed to seize an opportunity, regain his freedom, and seek new allies to confront formidable adversaries like Thanos and Lin Du. What in the world was this individual's power? Loki struggled to suppress his fear and confusion. He had always prided himself on his cunning and chaos, yet before Lin Du, he felt like a helpless child. He began to meticulously recall every detail, searching for a flaw or clue. While he toiled to extricate himself from his predicament, Lin Du observed nearby, exuding an air of assured victory. Loki gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with frustration. He surveyed his surroundings. This cell was more fortified than a typical prison, its walls emanating a potent aura of suppressive energy. He had attempted multiple plans to escape this confining place, yet each endeavor had ended in failure. Leaning against the cold wall, he took a deep breath. This is impossible. I am Loki. While combat may not be my forte, destruction and chaos are my specialties. He calmed his mind, contemplating a new strategy. Yet, the shadow of Lin Du lingered in his thoughts, that formidable and unpredictable power, instilling an unprecedented pressure upon him. Who exactly is Lin Du? Why is he so powerful? Loki found himself once again lost in contemplation. Despite his lofty pride, the current situation compelled him to confront reality. Meanwhile, far away on Blue Star, Lin Du was immersed in profound meditation within the depths of a secret base. The space around him seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious force, isolating him from the cacophony of the outside world. The blue gemstone in his hand emanated a faint glow, resonating harmoniously with the power within Lin Du, as if engaged in a profound communion. Suddenly, Lin Du's eyes flew open, gleaming with a sharp brilliance that seemed capable of perceiving all truths. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, releasing a certain force from within. Splendid. Now, he had seamlessly fused the powers of the three gemstones. Lin Du murmured to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his countenance. He sensed that his strength had ascended to a new zenith, more potent and unfathomable than ever before. Rising to his feet, his gaze pierced the horizon, unwavering and resolute. Chapter 53. Hawkeye prepares to rescue Loki. The helpless shield. A hint of amusement flickered across Lin Du's lips as he regarded Loki's deluded subordinates with indifference. More pressing concerns occupied his mind, the looming threat of the colossal Thanos and the more insidious dangers lurking in the shadows. He emerged from his secluded sanctuary of meditation, striding towards the heart of the command center of the base. The colossal screen flickered to life, showcasing real-time surveillance from across the blue planet, with every subtle movement falling under his keen scrutiny. At that moment, an unexpected signal fluctuation captured his attention. It seems Loki's minions can no longer restrain themselves. Linder's tone remained unperturbed as his fingers danced deftly across the keyboard, swiftly pinpointing the source of the signal. Rising, he ambled to the window, gazing out at the boundless azure sky, a wave of anticipation stirring within him. This time, he resolved to remain a mere spectator, patiently observing how S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite operatives would navigate the impending storm. As night descended, the city was adorned with a myriad of lights, rendering it exquisitely enchanting against the vast, deep sky. At the periphery of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, a few silhouettes stealthily approached under the cover of darkness. These figures were warriors manipulated by Loki, come to effectuate his rescue. Where exactly is Lord Loki imprisoned? Hawkeye murmured, his sharp gaze piercing through the night, fixating on the heavily fortified gates of the base. Intelligence indicated he was confined within the highest security cell on the third underground level. Dr. Bruce Banner responded, adjusting his glasses with a gentle touch. Hawkeye nodded slightly, for he had long since memorized the internal layout of S.H.I.E.L.D., each corridor and concealed nook etched into his mind like a living map. Taking a deep breath, he gradually unfurled his strategy. The primary objective was to temporarily blind the watchful eyes on the periphery. This maneuver would incapacitate that individual surveillance for a time. Next, they would eschew the conspicuous main entrance and stealthily infiltrate the third underground level via the ventilation ducts. In that domain, a concealed emergency exit nestled in the southwest corner typically lay beyond the reach of vigilant observation. The doctor's brow furrowed in concern as he inquired, "How do we silently neutralize the monitoring system?" "This is no small feat." A confident smile graced Hawkeye's lips. "Fear not, for I have discreetly laid a few little gifts beforehand. Once activated, the surveillance network will be disoriented for at least 15 minutes. Time was of the essence. Any misstep could yield unpredictable consequences. Each step required meticulous precision. with no room for error. The Doctor's thoughts drifted back to the last encounter over the Tesseract. The power Linder exhibited still sent shivers down his spine. Should they cross paths with Linder again, they might not even have the chance to escape. Yet, regardless of the peril, rescuing their leader remained the foremost priority. Ahead lay 3 layers of security gates, each presenting a dual challenge of passwords and biometric verification. Hawkeye's tone was resolute. Forcing an entry was utterly futile, for it would only invite a relentless barrage of alarms, plunging them into a dire predicament. Thus, it was imperative to find suitable cover identities, enabling them to traverse all obstacles undetected. The Doctor then remarked, "Indeed." Hawkeye nodded in agreement. "Fortunately, I possess several meticulously prepared disguise documents. Though gathering them required considerable effort, it now seems entirely worthwhile, sufficient to confront the challenges that lie ahead." The group exchanged knowing glances, silently comprehending the peril of their impending actions. Yet, they were acutely aware of the consequences that awaited them should they falter. Under Loki's mental dominion, their thoughts and wills were contorted by an invisible hand. To safeguard that enigmatic and malevolent deity, they were willing to relinquish everything. "We face another conundrum," the Doctor suddenly interjected, his tone laced with concern. "What if Lindy has laid an intricate trap at the control center? How shall we proceed? Furthermore, should we engage Lindy directly in a confrontation?" He continued, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. Deep within, he yearned to rush in and rescue Loki. Yet, the thought of Lindy's formidable power, capable of easily overpowering them, sent shivers down their spines. Despite their current subjugation to Loki, the lingering dread and submission were etched deeply in their souls. Ultimately, Loki's will prevailed, and they unanimously resolved to embark on this mission to rescue Loki that very night. In the deep of night, at the SHIELD headquarters, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, moved stealthily forward, fueled by an unwavering conviction to rescue the scheming god, Loki, trapped within. Days prior, he had found himself ensnared, collaborating with the Doctor and Loki's subordinates to devise a flawless rescue plan, eagerly anticipating a successful strike. However, fate proved capricious. Just as Clint approached the SHIELD entrance, 2 blinding beams of light suddenly erupted from the horizon, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. This was ominous. Clint instinctively crouched low, his arrow knocked and his body tense, poised to confront the unknown threat. Unbeknownst to him, this sudden brilliance was, in fact, SHIELD's advanced alarm system, designed to detect intruders. Time seemed to freeze, and the air was thick with tension. Shortly thereafter, 2 fully equipped SHIELD agents approached the source of the light, firearms drawn, scanning the vicinity with heightened vigilance. The lead agent caught sight of Clint, concealed in the shadows, and, in surprise, exclaimed, "Clint, is that you?" At that moment, Clint's gaze was vacant and cold, his bow aimed unerringly at his former comrade, devoid of any remnants of their past camaraderie. The power of Loki's scepter had utterly warped his psyche, rendering him a stranger to himself. The agent recognized Clint as well and swiftly urged in a soothing tone, "Clint, put down your weapon. We are your own people. This is the territory of SHIELD. How could you possibly be here?" Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Clint's fingers tightened around the bowstring, and with a swift release, an arrow soared through the air, hurtling towards the agent team. The agents hastily sidestepped to evade the projectile, but some were caught off guard, struck by the arrow, resulting in an immediate eruption of crimson. The agonizing groans echoed through the night, resonating with a haunting intensity. He was no longer the Clint of old. The lead agent gritted his teeth and bellowed a low command, swiftly directing the remaining team members to adopt a defensive stance. Chapter 54. Seeking help from Clint. Even Hawkeye cannot regain control and urgently calls for reinforcements. "Attention everyone, our adversary is Hawkeye. Immediately request backup." At the same moment, Clint swiftly turned, his movements as agile as a cheetah, seeking a more discreet path with the intent to hastily evacuate this perilous area. His heart was resolutely focused on a singular thought, to rescue Loki and fulfill his mission. Meanwhile, Lindy stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the bustling throng below. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, shattering the surrounding tranquility. "Mr. Lindy, we have a grave situation." The voice of Sharon Carter on the other end was laced with urgency. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lindy's brow as he glanced at the cigar he had just lit. Still savoring its initial puffs, he promptly extinguished it and tossed it into the ashtray. "Speak," he replied tersely. "Our agents were unexpectedly ambushed by the enemy, and Hawkeye, rather. The Hawkeye under Loki's control is currently preoccupied with extricating Loki from his predicament." Sharon continued. "Despite his past as an elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., how has he now become such an insurmountable threat? More astonishingly, are you implying that many agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. have been injured?" Lindy sighed. overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Nick Fury and his team are truly disappointing, he murmured quietly, barely audible to himself. How could they fall victim to this extent? Is the situation dire? Lindy inquired. Extremely dire, with numerous casualties, and even Sharon's voice quivered slightly, unable to convey the worst of the news. I'm on my way, Lindy declared without hesitation. Ending the call, he turned and pulled a black trench coat from the wardrobe, draping it over his shoulders as he strode purposefully towards the door. Upon arriving at the scene, Lindy's heart sank. The surroundings were in disarray, with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sprawled across the ground in disheveled heaps. Some groaned in agony, while others had lost consciousness, lying still in the chaos. Amidst this turmoil, one figure stood remarkably composed. Hawkeye, bow in hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle, coldly fixated on his former allies. What a tragic sight it was. Lindy stood at a distance, his expression impassive as he surveyed the scene. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, but the turmoil within remained subdued, overshadowed by a profound sense of helplessness. In the Marvel Universe, the heroes of S.H.I.E.L.D. had repeatedly safeguarded the Earth, confronting countless crises. Yet now, a handful of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top-tier operatives were unable to withstand the might of one man, Hawkeye. The dream of protecting the Earth suddenly felt achingly distant. Lindy, standing a short distance away, scrutinized the battlefield with piercing eyes. He clearly discerned the indifference and resolve within Hawkeye's gaze, as well as the palpable aura of menace emanating from his tightly gripped bow. This man was no longer our Clint. The leading agent, enduring immense pain, uttered these words. His body grievously injured, yet his eyes still shimmering with steadfastness and a profound empathy for his old comrade, as well as a sense of unwillingness. A cold smirk flickered in Lin Du's heart. The course of this battle had far surpassed his expectations. He had believed that S.H.I.E.L.D. would be adequately equipped to confront the threat posed by Loki's scepter, yet he never anticipated the situation would deteriorate to such an extent. Lin Du remained silent, his gaze once again fixating on Clint. The pressing priority was to rouse Clint from his stupor, otherwise, all would be irretrievable. Just as they were deep in contemplation for a solution, Clint drew back his bowstring once more, a sharp arrow hurtling towards them. Sharon nimbly sidestepped, the arrow whistling past her and embedding itself deeply into a distant wall. Lin Du, however, remained utterly still, the arrow barely grazing past his ear. Lin Du, you have arrived as well? Nick approached Lin Du, his face flushed with embarrassment. To put it plainly, this was merely an escalation of conflicts within S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Du inclined his head slightly, then shifted his gaze to lock onto Hawkeye in the distance. It seemed that mere strength would not suffice to impede their advance. Upon seeing Lin Du, Hawkeye's lips curled into a mocking smile. Ah, Lin Du, your title as savior is indeed well-deserved. Did you think this matter could be resolved so simply? You shall soon discover whether it concludes or not, Lin Du replied, his tone calm and devoid of warmth. With that, he strode forward with unwavering determination, fearlessly advancing. Hawkeye swiftly readied his bow, showing no hesitation as he aimed directly at Lin Du. Yet, just as the lethal arrow was about to reach Lin Du, time appeared to pause, everything frozen in place. How is this possible? Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Du merely waved his finger lightly, accompanied by a soft crack. An invisible cage, woven from the fabric of time and space, materialized out of thin air, ensnaring Hawkeye firmly, rendering him immobile. Lin Du pressed onward, trapped within the temporal prison. Hawkeye could only helplessly watch as Lin Du approached. At this moment, his thoughts were completely consumed by Loki, his mind racing with ideas on how to rescue him. As Lin Du drew nearer, he made no attempt at resistance. Rather, he contemplated how to shatter the shackles imposed by Lin Du, enabling him to break free and aid Loki. Meanwhile, Lin Du arrived at the location where Hawkeye was confined. His expression grave, he clutched tightly to the Mind Stone, which emitted a faint azure glow. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully infused a surge of overwhelming energy into the incapacitated Hawkeye. Since Loki had manipulated Hawkeye using the Mind Stone, it was only natural that Lin Du, possessing strength surpassing Loki's, would find a way to break this control. During the infusion of energy, Lin Du distinctly felt a powerful resistance pushing back against him. That was Loki's will, making a desperate final stand, striving to obstruct Lin Du from reclaiming dominance over Hawkeye's mind. However, as moments passed, that resistance gradually weakened until it ultimately dissipated. At last, Lin Du successfully channeled the power of the Mind Stone into Hawkeye, dispelling the nefarious influence of Loki. Freed from his torment, Hawkeye let out an anguished scream, his body convulsing violently before crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly gathered around, their eyes alight with excitement and relief. Mr. Lin Du, have you indeed liberated Hawkeye from Loki's control? Inquired the lead agent, hope shimmering in his gaze. Should the shackles binding Hawkeye be broken, it seems the illustrious legacy of S.H.I.E.L.D. may once again rise to prominence. Lindu offered a gentle nod, saying little more. Chapter 55. The Release of Hawkeye. The terrified Hawkeye, his gaze fell upon the struggling Hawkeye on the ground, who was engaged in a final tug-of-war with the dark forces deep within him, suffering immensely. Observing this, Sharon and Nick Fury felt a weight lift from their hearts. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and Loki's control over Hawkeye was destined to become history. Indeed, before long, Hawkeye's struggles gradually ceased. His eyelids slowly parted. The chaos in his eyes dissipated, returning to clarity. He beheld Lindu and the surrounding agents, confusion filling his expression. Were they not the ones who had summoned him to resolve the conundrum of the Tesseract? How had he ended up on the ground? Hawkeye struggled to rise, wishing to inquire how he had come to be in this predicament. With a clang, he took a few steps only to collide with the makeshift cage set by Lindu. Seeing Hawkeye rise, Lindu said nothing, merely nodding slightly to indicate that he need not ask further. Hawkeye's gaze swept over the others, finally resting on Lindu. He bowed deeply, his heart overflowing with gratitude for Lindu. "Clint, you're awake. That's wonderful," Sharon exclaimed, her face blooming with a long-lost smile. How did I end up here?" Hawkeye responded, bewildered. "You were under Loki's control through the Mind Stone, but now that is all behind you," Lindu explained calmly. Hawkeye, upon hearing this, looked at Lindu in astonishment, unable to fathom that he had been manipulated by Loki. How could this be possible? What on earth had transpired? Deep down, Hawkeye understood that Lindu had no reason to deceive him. Perhaps this cage was also a product of Lindu's design. As he scanned his surroundings, he was shocked to discover his teammates lying nearby, their faces etched with pain and exhaustion. "Clint, you finally returned." Natasha, the Black Widow, stepped forward. "Natasha, what on earth has happened? Why am I in this place?" Hawkeye's voice was laced with confusion and anxiety. Natasha sighed softly and spoke gently. "Loki controlled you with his scepter, but thankfully, Lindu rescued you." "Lindu?" "Yes, Lindu used the Mind Stone to free you from that control." Hawkeye remained silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. "Lindu, thank you, but I feel an overwhelming guilt and remorse for my actions." Lindu gently patted Hawkeye on the back, soothingly saying, "This is not your fault. You are merely a pawn in someone else's game. The most crucial task now is to help S.H.I.E.L.D. regain its strength, for we face even graver challenges ahead." Approaching slowly, Nick Fury bore a solemn and contrite expression. He lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact with Lindu. After a moment, he managed to utter, "Lindu, we truly owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have suffered a devastating blow. Our negligence this time is utterly unforgivable." Lindu smiled softly, gesturing for him not to dwell on it. "Do not mention it, Fury. The pressing urgency lies in swiftly restoring the might of S.H.I.E.L.D. as the shadow of Thanos has yet to dissipate." The mere mention of Thanos caused Fury's expression to darken instantly. After taking a deep breath, he solemnly stated, "You are right, Lind. We must act immediately, for Thanos' arrival will herald an unprecedented catastrophe." Meanwhile, Batman stood leisurely at a height, gazing down upon the bustling throngs below. The only sounds that graced his ears were the howling wind intertwined with the city's clamor. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by an unexpected message. "Bruce, you must see this." Alfred's voice resonated clearly through the earpiece. Batman deftly unfurled the miniature display on his wrist, revealing a startling emergency video upload. The footage depicted the temple, a mysterious place, now reduced to ruins. His brow furrowed, despite his scant knowledge of the location. He understood that any place tainted by such profound and formidable energy should not be taken lightly. What secrets did the temple conceal? The date was clearly marked at the edges of each frame, vividly etched in his mind. Yet, how could the temple rise from ashes to restoration in a mere half-hour? Subsequently, an unidentified force had restored it to its former glory without leaving a trace. Such methods could surely be the work of the Time Stone. However, the mere activation of the Time Stone would surely stir upheaval across Blue Planet. This was common knowledge. Why did I linger here while the surroundings remained eerily still? Could it be that someone has indeed reached such a level, beyond imagination? Batman's fingertips glided across the screen. To an ordinary person, the rise and fall of the temple might merely signify the passage of images. Yet to him, it was a harbinger of lurking peril, laden with mysteries. "Alfred, I require all intelligence regarding the temple," he commanded in a low voice. The communicator immediately relayed Alfred's response. "The data is prepared, Bruce. The temple is an ancient and enigmatic organization rumored to possess mastery over time. Its true power and operational methods remain shrouded in obscurity. This incident is indeed peculiar." Batman furrowed his brow, fully aware that the currents of time should never be trifled with. Any alteration to time could unleash an unpredictable storm. The temple's rapid fluctuations might signify the quiet awakening of a new force capable of upheaving the cosmic order. Alfred maintained vigilant surveillance over Blue Planet. Particularly for signs of temporal anomalies, he instructed firmly. Already in progress, Bruce. Additionally, reports indicated that S.H.I.E.L.D. had recently apprehended a number of suspects linked to the incident. Continue the investigation, Batman pondered for a moment. I need to uncover their identities, their presence here, and the truth behind the temple's destruction. Before long, Alfred delivered new information. Bruce, preliminary analysis suggests that these intruders are extraordinary. Batman's gaze sharpened. The flames of justice igniting fiercely within him. Is it feasible to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database? It poses a considerable challenge, but I shall make the attempt. At this moment, Batman leaped into the Batmobile, the engine roaring like a specter racing through the night. Along the journey, information flooded in. Those approaching were likely extraterrestrial beings. Alfred's voice was calm yet laced with incredulity. Aliens? Batman murmured, the situation growing increasingly intriguing. Alfred, what is happening over there? He inquired softly. All is well, sir. The surveillance reveals a tranquil police station with no signs of disturbance. Excellent. I intend to infiltrate their systems to unearth more clues. With that, Batman swiftly maneuvered the controls on his wrist device, establishing a covert communication link. Within mere minutes, he utilized advanced technology to penetrate the depths of the Gotham Police Department's network, perusing encrypted documents and confidential messages. Chapter 56. The Temple's Destruction and Restoration. His brow furrowed ever deeper. For he had uncovered a startling revelation within the data, the extraordinary event of the Temple's instantaneous obliteration and subsequent revival. Batman resolved to unveil the truth with his own hands. Gracefully, he leapt from the skyscraper, silently infiltrating the shadows of the police precinct. His movements were as agile as a cheetah, deftly navigating the blind spots of patrolling officers, without raising a hint of suspicion. Ultimately, he arrived at the threshold of the sheriff's office, where muffled voices could be discerned within. Jim, do you have the specifics regarding this incident? A low voice inquired. I have just received word that the temple was struck by some incredible force, yet miraculously, it's swiftly restored, Sheriff James Gordon responded, his tone laced with confusion and helplessness. Even more astonishingly, intelligence suggested that the force originated from a deity of Asgard, another voice elaborated. But the key point is, that deity was defeated by an ordinary man. Upon hearing this, Batman's expression darkened, and his pace quickened. He quietly pushed open the door, standing resolutely before the sheriff's desk without making a sound. Batman, Sheriff Gordon exclaimed, looking up in surprise, his eyes wide with astonishment. How did you come to be here? That is of no consequence, Gordon, Batman replied steadily, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with the sheriff, leaving no room for concealment. I require you to divulge every detail regarding the temple incident. Gordon sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. At present, we only know the surface details. According to eyewitness accounts, a deity from Asgard descended, intent on destroying the temple, only to be thwarted and defeated by a mortal. Such a tale sounds like a fable. Even our investigators find it hard to believe, Batman mused, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. A mortal vanquishing an Asgardian deity? It seemed utterly absurd. Yet it had undeniably transpired. Who is this mortal, indeed? Gordon took a deep breath, striving to untangle his chaotic thoughts. We have yet to ascertain the true identity of this mortal. He appeared and vanished like a specter. However, eyewitnesses claim he exhibited extraordinary strength and speed, sufficient to rival that of the Asgardian deity. Batman's furrowed brow deepened. He understood that such power was exceedingly rare among humans. A sense of foreboding arose within him, suggesting that the enigmatic force behind this mysterious event hinted at an even greater tempest about to unfold. I need to acquire more information about this mortal, he demanded calmly. Gordon shook his head in resignation. Currently, our information is limited. We are actively seeking more witnesses, hoping for a breakthrough. Batman remained silent for a moment before making a decision. He would personally venture to the temple to unearth further clues. Continue your follow-up, but ensure it does not disrupt the daily lives of the citizens, he instructed. I ventured to the scene, perhaps to uncover more overlooked clues. At this moment, his heart was brimming with uncertainty and anticipation. This mortal, capable of vanquishing the deities of Asgard, was he foe or ally? Was he a new threat looming over Gotham, or a glimmer of hope shining through the darkness? However, just as Batman prepared to depart, he heard the voice of the sheriff behind him. Batman, I believe you ought to be aware of some disconcerting news. Batman furrowed his brow slightly and turned to face Gordon. From the expression on Gordon's face, he discerned that the matter was far from simple. What is it? Gordon took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. The temple has been somewhat rebuilt, but there are still dark sorcerers lingering there, unwilling to depart. More troubling is the inexplicable malevolent force that is gathering. It may not be long before it arrives at our doorstep. Upon hearing this, Batman's eyes narrowed, yet his tone remained composed. Do you have any idea of its origins? Gordon shook his head helplessly, his brow furrowed. I'm uncertain. However, to my knowledge, S-H-I-E-L-D might possess some leads. You must seek them out. Batman remained silent for a moment, already formulating a plan in his mind. He nodded gently. Very well, I shall go. A hint of relief appeared on Gordon's face as he stepped forward to pat Batman on the shoulder. Be careful, Batman. This adversary is more formidable than any we have faced before. I am aware, Batman replied, before turning and vanishing into the night once more. Leaving the police station, Batman immediately activated the Batmobile, racing toward S-H-I-E-L-D with blinding speed. Along the way, Gordon's words echoed repeatedly in his mind, the lurking dark sorcerers and the approaching unknown malevolent force. All of this seemed to transcend the threats Gotham had previously encountered. Dark magic? A force of evil? These were realms entirely unfamiliar to him. Meanwhile, within the confines of S-H-I-E-L-D's expansive conference room, the atmosphere was so thick it felt as though one could extract water from it. A colossal display screen was looping footage of Loki's capture. His eerie smile and cold gaze sent shivers down the spines of every S-H-I-E-L-D member present. Nick Fury stood at the center of the room, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor grave. He surveyed the room, ensuring that everyone was present. Lindy, cloaked in a black robe, stood silently in the corner, exuding an air of mystery and dignity. Wong and Mordo sat calmly at the side, awaiting patiently. Next to them sat the formidable Iron Man, Tony Stark, clad in resplendent armor. Meanwhile, the Hulk, Bruce Banner, appeared somewhat agitated, his gaze flickering toward Lindy, as if troubled by some concern. As the meeting was about to commence, Nick Fury cleared his throat. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with unwavering resolve. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to discuss how best to address the situation regarding Loki. Tony Stark impatiently drummed his fingers on the table, the metallic sound echoing throughout the room. Nick, honestly, this guy has caused us too much trouble. I believe the only solution is to throw him into the deepest dungeon, never to see the light of day again. Tony, you can't be serious, Bruce Banner interjected with a furrowed brow. We should seek a more comprehensive solution rather than resorting to brute force, he continued. Loki is not an ordinary criminal. He wields formidable magical powers. Nick nodded in agreement before shifting his gaze towards Lind. Chapter 57. Seeking Lindo's opinion on how to confront Thanos. Lindo, as the Supreme Sorcerer, played a pivotal role in the apprehension of Loki, successfully releasing Hawkeye from his control. He paused momentarily, emphasizing the gravity of his words. Your insight is of utmost importance. We are eager to hear your perspective. At this juncture, Nick displayed a hint of regret, acknowledging that the majority of the credit for capturing Loki belonged solely to Lindo. Yet now, they were gathered to deliberate on how to handle Loki's situation. Lindo nodded gently, his gaze sweeping across each individual present, ultimately resting on Nick Fury. Preparing to voice his thoughts, he refrained from rushing into a response, instead encouraging others to share their opinions. Please, express your thoughts, the leader urged, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. I stand here with the aim of collectively devising the most astute solution. Wong pondered for a moment, speaking in a measured tone. I personally believe we might consider attempting to harness Loki's magical power for our own purposes. However, this comes with a caveat. We must ensure that we can maintain a firm hold on him, lest he stir up trouble once more. Tony smirked, an expression of skepticism gracing his features. What's so difficult about that? Given enough time, I assure you I can concoct something specifically designed to counteract his magic, far superior to that wretched scepter of his. Mordo interjected, raising a hand to halt the conversation, his demeanor grave. That assertion is fundamentally flawed. Loki's power is deeply rooted in the realms of the divine. It is not so easily subdued. Should we attempt to outsmart him, the situation may become even more complicated. Nick surveyed the devastation Loki had wrought upon Earth, his emotions a tumultuous blend, and finally spoke. Do any of you possess alternative insights? At that moment, an unkempt elder agent was the first to respond, his voice carrying an undeniable weight. The harm inflicted upon Earth was far too significant to overlook, and he must be held accountable. Meanwhile, a younger agent, furrowing his brow, clearly disagreed, slowly shaking his head. The matter is not so simplistic. After all, Loki is the second prince of Asgard. Should we act unilaterally, we may provoke an even greater uproar. The elder agent slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice. But Loki's invasion of Earth has resulted in horrific casualties and losses. He must take responsibility for all of this. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, the opposing viewpoints clashing like two swords, sharply contrasting. Some agents exchanged hushed opinions, their brows furrowed in confusion and concern, uncertain of the path forward. It was at this critical juncture that Lindo suddenly spoke, interrupting all murmurs. Enough, let us cease this discourse. His words silenced the room, and all eyes turned to Lindo, filled with anticipation, hoping he would provide a brilliant strategy to resolve the impasse. This was not the time for contention. Lindo surveyed his surroundings. Gazing intently at each face filled with anticipation, he continued with unwavering conviction, "We must broaden our perspective, considering a comprehensive strategy rather than fixating on singular conflicts." The bearded detective, poised to interject, hesitated as thoughts of Lindu's capabilities and his contributions to the restoration of Blue Star quelled his retort. Everyone present understood that once Lindu spoke, debates within the conference room often reached a resolution. In many ways, Lindu had become the embodiment of their collective will. The foremost task was to decipher Loki's intentions. Lindu's steady and authoritative voice resonated, each word laden with significance. Why has he chosen this moment to visit Blue Star? And why does he oppose us? Unraveling these enigmas will directly guide our course of action. He paused momentarily, then shifted his tone. Though Loki is the second prince of Asgard, this does not imply that his actions represent the official stance of Asgard. We cannot simplistically equate his personal conduct with the overarching intentions of Asgard. What course of action should we take next? Tony Stark inquired with palpable urgency. Lindu pondered briefly before responding, his tone both gentle and resolute. "I sense the apprehension among you. Indeed, Loki is a perilous individual. He has inflicted harm upon Blue Star. However, maintaining peaceful relations with the outside world is equally paramount." Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the conference room. As everyone bowed their heads in contemplation, the atmosphere thick with gravity. Lindu's voice lingered, and the room seemed to be muted, the tension subtly permeating the air. Around the long table, each individual wore a solemn expression, as if bearing an invisible burden. Nick Fury stood at the center of the conference room, his singular, profound black eye sweeping over each face with a sense of gravity. The threat posed by Loki demanded resolution, his voice deep and powerful. Fortunately, Lindu had reclaimed Loki's scepter, and the trickster himself had been successfully imprisoned. Reflecting on Lindu's contributions to S.H.I.E.L.D., a twinge of guilt surged within Fury. Presently, the combined strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. paled in comparison to Lindu's singular prowess. Lindu was, indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret weapon and their guardian angel. Since his arrival, numerous challenges had found resolution. "Lindu, do you have anything further to add?" Fury endeavored to keep his voice calm, though curiosity and anticipation flickered in his eyes. Despite Lindu's suggestion to refrain from hastily addressing Loki, Fury was confident that he had deeper considerations at play. Lindu's gaze gradually traversed the assembly, ultimately locking with Fury's. Loki had hinted at the impending arrival of Thanos, yet that was not the gravest news. His tone turned somber. He had also vaguely alluded to the existence of other potential invaders beyond Thanos. This is a matter we cannot afford to overlook. Yet, deep within Lindu's thoughts, he could not help but drift back to the days prior to his arrival in this Marvel universe. At that time, who could have foreseen the existence of threats such as Thanos? Thanos had already harnessed the astonishing power of the Infinity Stones. However, in Lindu's eyes, this individual would not dare to take even a single stone from him. But who were those enigmatic figures trailing behind Thanos? How formidable was their strength? Clouds of doubt loomed in Lindu's mind, yet his demeanor remained composed and serene. The conference room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The air seemed to have solidified. Natasha furrowed her brow, instinctively crossing her arms. "Beyond Thanos, are there other invaders? Are you suggesting that our struggle is not merely against a cosmic overlord, but also against numerous unknown foes?" Chapter 58. Lindu awaited the arrival of Thanos, while Iron Man, Tony Stark, widened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smirk. "Ah, the plot thickens, indeed. It appears to be a case of escalating challenges with rewards remaining unchanged." Lindu smiled slightly and remarked, though Loki's words were vague, "I suspect that our enemies are lurking in the shadows, sharpening their blades, poised to strike at any moment." Tony shrugged. "So what shall we do? Should we convene a Avengers tea party to discuss this?" Barton quickly interjected, "Tony, can we be serious for once? What we need is a solid plan, not your usual banter." Amidst the clamor of voices, a spark ignited in Lindu's mind as he reflected on his myriad experiences within the Marvel Universe. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, logically, in a world like Blue Star, there shouldn't be any external forces capable of threatening us. Could it be that? What? Fury fixated on Lindu, his expression increasingly tense. Taking a deep breath, Lindu articulated carefully, "Could it be that these newcomers hail not from our universe?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. Every pair of eyes widened in disbelief, as if unwilling to trust their own ears. The notion of traversing the cosmos remained an elusive and enigmatic dream for the inhabitants of Blue Star. Tony Stark was the first to shatter the silence, his brow furrowed, his face a canvas of incredulity. Are you suggesting we may face adversaries from other worlds? Linda nodded gently, affirming, this is merely my conjecture. Yet Loki's words do hint at such a possibility. Natasha's demeanor turned grave. If that is the case, we must act swiftly. We need to bolster our defenses while seeking any potential allies. Fury inhaled deeply, instinctively approaching Lindu, stating somberly, Lindu, the resolution to this matter rests solely with you. The weight of his words was palpable, for this issue should have fallen within the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet it had now devolved into Lindu's responsibility. Standing beside Lindu, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. The screen before them flickered with Thanos' image. Yet his focus remained steadfastly on Lindu, hoping for a pledge to safeguard Blue Star's security. The atmosphere in the conference room was thick with tension, a cacophony of discussions weaving together to create a disquieting melody. Every heart was gripped by the impending monumental crisis. We need a plan, an agent urged fervently. Thanos' power far exceeds our imagination. We are no match for him. Upon hearing this, Fury momentarily diverted his gaze from Lindu. We must unite as one to confront this threat. At that moment, a light chuckle resonated from behind Fury. Sensing Lindu's movement, Fury swiftly turned. His eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Lindu. Lindu, do you already have a strategy for dealing with Thanos? Lindu gently nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across the faces of everyone present. Rather than engaging in petty squabbles here, it would be more prudent to seek an opportunity to confront Thanos head-on. His words fell like heavy hammers, plunging the room into an instant silence, a palpable tremor coursing through their hearts. The attendees exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and trepidation. Thanos was an overwhelmingly formidable foe. How could one speak of confronting him as if it were merely a casual stroll? An agent, unable to contain himself, interjected with disbelief. Lindu shrugged nonchalantly. There are no invincible foes in this world. If we unite our thoughts and efforts, even Thanos is not insurmountable. Nick furrowed his brow, harboring confidence in Lindu's abilities. Yet, when faced with a cosmic powerhouse like Thanos, he could not shake off a lingering unease. Do you have any concrete plans? Lindu pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Our first step must be to consolidate all available forces. This is not merely the concern of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is a battle for the survival of Earth itself. We must rally every ally we can and form an unprecedented alliance. Lindu's words plunged everyone into deep contemplation. They recognized the wisdom in his statements. Yet the challenge remained, how to unify the disparate factions and how to topple Thanos, a daunting task indeed. After all, Thanos was a reigning tyrant. Could S.H.I.E.L.D. alone truly overthrow such a colossal adversary? Anxiety permeated the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thanos' destructive power could obliterate the entire universe. Did they truly stand a chance? The atmosphere in the conference room was as tense as the eve of battle, each face etched with gravity. At the head of the long table, Nick Fury clutched a stack of documents, his brow furrowed, eyes flickering with anxiety and urgency. At this moment, he could not find a single thread capable of countering Thanos. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest intelligence indicates that Thanos is advancing toward Earth. Fury's voice was steady and commanding, yet the underlying helplessness and fear were unmistakable to all. The room fell into a profound silence, the air seemingly frozen. They exchanged shocked glances, time appearing to stand still in that instant. Natasha Romanoff leaned against her chair, arms crossed, her gaze deep and revealing a subtle hint of worry. Are we truly powerless against such a threat? The anxiety in her voice was palpable. Tony Stark immediately responded, his tone seemingly lighthearted. Yet each word bore the weight of solemnity. We are not facing an ordinary adversary, but one who wields the power to govern the universe. Let us not forget that he possesses all 6 Infinity Stones. In a corner of the room, Steve Rogers furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Then, we must gather all our strength, whether it be the Avengers, the Sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, or any other potential allies. Stephen Strange nodded in agreement. Yes. I will inform the Sorcerers of Kamar-Taj to prepare for battle. Yet this battle will prove to be more arduous than any we have faced before. While the masses succumb to profound dread at the approach of Thanos, a barely perceptible smirk graces Lindu's lips. His fingers lightly tap upon the table, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and exhilaration. Do not despair so swiftly, Lindu remarks nonchalantly. Though Thanos is formidable, his arrival represents nothing more than an exquisite opportunity for me to enhance my own prowess. Fury's gaze abruptly shifts to Lindu, filled with confusion and incredulity, as others cast their varied looks in his direction. It is nothing of great concern. I merely perceive this as a rather intriguing challenge. Lindu's smirk remains intact. We are not powerless. We simply have yet to discover the correct path forward. Chapter 59. Preparing for Thanos, the arrival of the Director of Family Planning? This unwavering confidence left everyone present momentarily speechless. Yet, perhaps a flicker of hope had quietly blossomed within their hearts. Did Lin Du truly possess a unique method to confront Thanos? Lin Du's gaze swept across Wong, Mo Du, and every individual from S.H.I.E.L.D. He had already grasped their abilities. The next step was to devise a strategy to maximize these strengths. When Thanos arrived, it would be the moment to attempt the fusion of their powers, showing him what it meant to face an irreversible fate. Seated in his chair, Lin Du gazed down upon the entire city through the glass. His mind replayed unforgettable scenes. Thanos, with a mere snap of his fingers, could obliterate half of all living beings in the universe. He murmured to himself, tumultuous emotions surging within. The title of Director of Family Planning seemed remarkably fitting, reflecting Thanos' universe-shattering might. His thoughts drifted back to the vast cosmos, where planets had once been shrouded under Thanos' iron grip. The image of life disintegrating with a soft sound resonated vividly in his mind. Now, the shadow of Thanos was poised to envelop Earth. He possessed the power to thwart Thanos' arrival, but how could this power be wielded effectively to safeguard the lives of Earth's inhabitants and spare the innocent from needless sacrifice? This question echoed in Lin Du's mind like an unending melody, his fingers instinctively tapping out a rhythm on the table. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, striving to calm the storm within his heart. In this critical moment, any hint of hesitation or fear could prove fatal. He must find a comprehensive strategy, one that would thwart Thanos' ambitions while ensuring the safety of Earth's citizens. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Du realized that mere strategy was insufficient. He needed to become the unifying leader capable of galvanizing the masses to stand against a formidable foe. This weight he had resolved to bear. Thus, he rose resolutely, stepping confidently toward the center of the conference room, drawing everyone's gaze. The Time Stone, the Mind Stone, and the Space Stone. These three Infinity Stones lay in his grasp. They were not only the source of immense power, but also the treasures Thanos coveted, willing to expend all his efforts to seize. Lin Du understood that possessing these stones meant he stood at the forefront of confronting the universe's mightiest. To protect every inch of this blue planet and every bit of warmth, retreat was not an option. He could only move forward with courage. Perhaps the sole path to salvation rested upon the power of these three stones. Lin Du silently resolved within himself. At this moment, he had successfully unified the energies of the three stones, awaiting the arrival of that cosmic adversary to turn the tide. The atmosphere in the conference room, guided by Lin Du's resolute gaze, gradually shifted from tense to steady, although a hint of apprehension lingered in everyone's hearts. Lin Du's determination and resolve silently melted the ice of uncertainty. It was Nick Fury who first broke the silence, standing tall with unwavering conviction in his voice. Lin Du, I believe in you. You are our sole beacon of hope. The S.H.I.E.L.D. will spare no effort in supporting each of your decisions. Immediately thereafter, Steve Rogers rose to his feet, gently placing a reassuring hand on Lin Du's shoulder. His tone was imbued with unwavering trust. Regardless of your plan, we shall commit ourselves wholeheartedly. One moment, I must first devise a detailed strategy. No sooner had he spoken than he strode to a corner of the room, where an expansive and intricate strategic map unfurled before him. Prominent on the map were several pivotal landmarks, including Wakanda, the Sanctum in New York, and Asgard. Any one of these could serve as the eye of the storm for the impending ultimate confrontation. Just as he immersed himself in his strategic arrangements, the untimely buzzing of his phone disrupted his thoughts. The screen illuminated with a name he knew all too well, the Ancient One. Ancient One, what brings you to contact me at such a late hour? Is there an urgent matter? Lin Du answered the call, his voice tinged with surprise and concern. Lin Du, we've just received intelligence that Thanos' minions are highly active on the other side of the galaxy, seemingly in search of something, the Ancient One conveyed, her anxiety palpable. Considering what you mentioned previously, I believe we must prepare ourselves in advance. The Ancient One had not anticipated Thanos would arrive so swiftly. Upon hearing this news, Lin Du's expression sharpened, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. He had not expected to absorb Thanos' power so rapidly. However, observing the Ancient One's tense demeanor, Lin Du felt no inclination to indulge in grandiose proclamations. This situation is rather precarious, Lin Du remarked, furrowing his brow. Fortunately, I have already secured the Time Stone, the Mind Stone, and the Space Stone. Perhaps we can devise a plan using these treasures to lure Thanos out. Hearing Lin Du's proposal, the Ancient One's taut nerves began to relax. The prospect of Thanos' overwhelming presence stirred a sense of dread within her, fearing that their universe could be obliterated in an instant. Yet, upon hearing Lin Du's strategy, she felt a weight lift from her chest. As the youngest supreme sorcerer in history, Lin Du's prowess was indisputable. At the edge of the vast cosmos, there existed a dim and desolate planet, perpetually shrouded in silence and darkness. Yet, amidst this lifeless expanse stood a colossal and foreboding figure. akin to the sovereign of the universe, Thanos. Thanos loomed before his throne, his gaze as frigid as ancient ice. His eyes pierced through the vast void, fixating on a distant azure planet. At this moment, his heart was burdened with gravitas. Loki. Thanos' deep voice reverberated within the cavernous palace. His rough, massive hands clenched the armrests of his throne as if to crush them into dust. You have fallen into the hands of those insignificant mortals. The holographic image before him displayed the scene of Loki's capture. The once haughty figure now found himself desolate, ensnared in chains. Thanos, filled with anticipation, dispatched Loki to Earth with a singular objective: to seize the invaluable space stone. To ensure triumph, he even equipped Loki with the Mind Stone as a precautionary measure. However, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. Not only did the Space Stone elude his grasp, but the precious Mind Stone also fell into the hands of another. It was indeed a monumental miscalculation. A sardonic smirk crept across Thanos' lips, his eyes a tempest of frustration and fury. Loki's failure represented for him not merely the loss of the stones, but the premature exposure of a meticulously crafted plan to the glaring light of day. Chapter 60. The schemes of Ebony Maw. Nick was engulfed in worry, realizing that an alternative path must be sought. The search for the remaining gems was the only means to reverse their fortunes and regain the initiative. As Thanos pondered deeply, a slender figure gradually approached, his strategic mastermind and most capable aide, Ebony Maw. With a respectful bow, Ebony Maw spoke with measured tone. My lord, according to our latest intelligence, there are several guardians of the gems within the galaxy, among whom the most easily accessible is the avaricious collector. His selfishness and insatiable desire render him vulnerable. Thanos nodded slightly, his sharp gaze flickering with resolve. Very well, we shall commence with the collector. The reality gem he possesses will be a significant step towards our victory. A sly smile crept across Ebony Maw's face as he continued. The collector himself lacks any combat capabilities, despite the seemingly impenetrable defenses he has established. Yet before your might, he is as fragile as paper. A swift raid will allow us to seize the gem with ease. Thanos straightened his massive frame, exuding an overwhelming pressure that left the air thick with tension. Excellent, Ebony Maw. Immediately summon the Black Order. We shall set forth to the collector's lair. Ebony Maw nodded respectfully and swiftly departed to relay the command. Thanos inhaled deeply, a steely resolve emerging upon his austere visage. No matter how treacherous the path may be, he was determined to acquire those gems, for they were the sole avenue toward fulfilling his ultimate vision. The enigma that was Lindor on the blue planet remained uncertain for Thanos. Yet, one who could vanquish Loki was surely no mere adversary. Moreover, Lindor already wielded 3 gems. Thanos contemplated, momentarily at a loss for a direct strategy against Lindor. However, this did not imply he would relent. Faced with an opponent possessing 3 infinity gems, he understood the necessity of cautious advancement, refusing to let fear govern his reason. What he required was a more cunning strategy and a swifter strike. He began to mentally calculate how to leverage his existing resources and power to confront the formidable Lindor. He recognized that Lindor not only commanded immense gem power, but also possessed unwavering conviction and determination. Yet Thanos too harbored his own beliefs and resolve. As long as he did not concede defeat easily, there would always be a way to overcome Lindor. At that moment, a thought flickered through Thanos' mind. Loki. He murmured to himself, envisioning the image of his cunning yet loyal brother. Though Loki had failed in his recent mission, he remained one of Thanos' most trusted subordinates. Perhaps, from him, a glimmer of hope could still be found. Thanos immediately issued orders for his subordinates to secretly seek out Loki's whereabouts and devise a means to rescue him. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to exploit Loki's familiarity with Earth to formulate a more precise battle plan. The most pressing matter at hand is to acquire the precious gem from the Collector. The Collector's secret stronghold is nestled in the fringes of the galaxy, concealed within a chaotic and nebulous star cloud. It is a wondrous realm brimming with rare treasures and enigmatic technologies. The Collector himself is renowned for his fervent pursuit of the universe's extraordinary artifacts. At the command of Ebony Maw, the Black Order immediately prepares for departure. Thanos personally steers his interstellar flagship, leading this elite force towards the Collector's fortress with great resolve. Simultaneously, Lindu stands atop the temple in New York, gazing into the vast expanse of the starry sea. An inexplicable premonition stirs within him, as if something monumental is about to unfold. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of Apocalypse, Bang! Darkseid gazes at the violently trembling throne, his gaze shifting to the monitor displaying the Azure planet. What kind of force is this? He murmurs, his heart profoundly shaken. My lord, we must take action immediately, his aide declares anxiously, urgency etched upon his face. The energy fluctuations are extraordinarily intense. If left unchecked, they could introduce unpredictable variables to our plans. Darkseid takes a deep breath, struggling to quell the tumultuous waves within. A planet inhabited by ordinary humans can unleash such a magnitude of energy? This is utterly beyond imagination. At this moment, he must maintain absolute composure. He turns to his aide and issues a command. Dispatch a reconnaissance team at once. I need to ascertain the source and precise nature of this energy. Simultaneously, he senses a faint yet intensifying power emanating from that planet. Through delicate perception, it seems that this force is intricately linked to the gem, as though it were a continuation of a bloodline. At last, I have found it. Darkseid whispers, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and desire. Surging like a tide, he stands at the center of the dimly lit bridge, the colossal star map behind him casting an enigmatic glow, illuminating the surroundings in an arcane radiance. The Desad stands nearby, his robust physique tensed, his expression a mix of severity and anticipation. Darkseid turns, his gaze piercing, the red light flickering in his eyes. Desad, Darkseid's voice resonates deeply, penetrating the soul. I have sensed the energy pulsations from the blue planet. It is the power of the Mother Box calling us. We must act swiftly to seize the Mother Box and unlock the gateway to a new world. Desad bows his head, responding without hesitation, as you command, my lord. How many troops should we take to the blue planet? Darkseid furrows his brow. The blue planet is far from desolate. Its civilization, though primitive, may harbor unknown threats. Especially concerning is the energy leakage from the time stone, the orchestrator of which remains shrouded in mystery. He muses that if the adversary can rival the gem, this contest will be far from effortless. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly declares, form an elite squad. We must swiftly and silently seize the Mother Box while ensuring the safety of the blue planet's inhabitants remains largely unharmed. I understand. I shall personally select the most exceptional warriors, spoke the desert wolf with deference. He nodded, a glimmer of icy determination and eager anticipation flashing in his eyes. Having conveyed his instructions, he stepped back to prepare, while Daxel sank once more into contemplation. Daxel nodded gently, his gaze returning to the star map, his yearning for the Mother Box igniting within him like a conflagration. The Mother Box is the pivotal key to their scheme. Only by grasping it in their hands can they unlock the gateway to another realm and embark upon their grand, ultimate endeavor. Blue Star, he murmured softly, his thoughts already traversing billions of light years, soaring into the vast depths of the cosmos. A cold smile inadvertently graced his lips, concealing within it a resolute certainty and a steely calmness regarding the imminent victory that awaited. Chapter 61. Another force. Darksail. Before long, the Wasteland Wolf stood before Darksail, commanding an indomitable cadre of elite warriors. These fighters were the cream of the crop, meticulously selected from countless bloody battles. Clad in heavy armor, their eyes blazed with intensity as they awaited orders, resembling a collection of poised swords ready to strike. Master, we are fully prepared, awaiting your command. The Wasteland Wolf's voice resonated with unwavering authority. Darksail nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the valiant warriors before him, a swell of pride and determination surging within. Proceed. Retrieve the treasures of the Blue Star, and let the entire universe once again bow beneath my dominion. Meanwhile, in another realm, having just quelled the Loki incident, Lindo and his companions were preparing to return to Kamartaj. Lindo stood at the center of the SHIELD headquarters amidst a bustling crowd. Yet many found their gazes irresistibly drawn to him. Nick Fury approached briskly, his brow furrowed with a hint of barely perceptible concern. Lindo, I appreciate your assistance in resolving the Loki issue. However, to be candid, I worry that if other deities were to descend upon us, SHIELD may struggle to withstand the onslaught. Loki, as a god of Asgard, had unexpectedly manifested, and the mention of two formidable powers undoubtedly placed unprecedented pressure on SHIELD. Lindo nodded thoughtfully, deeply empathizing with Nick Fury's apprehensions. He too felt the weight of this burden. In this vast cosmos, even the tremor of a mere speck of dust could unleash titanic waves. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Nick, you must understand that the forces within the universe strive for equilibrium. When one side grows excessively powerful, forces will inevitably emerge to restrain it. Our mission at SHIELD is to remain ever vigilant, continuously honing our skills and strengthening our might. He paused, his gaze profound, as if piercing through the mist of time and space. Furthermore, should we encounter a crisis beyond our capacity to handle alone, remember to call upon me. Upon receiving the signal, I shall swiftly come to your aid, fighting alongside you. With that, he waved his hand, and a shimmering portal of silver light materialized, cleaving through the void. On the other side lay the distant and enigmatic Kamartaj. Nick regarded this gateway to the secret realm, his eyes filled with a blend of respect and perplexity. Lindo's strength was profound and unfathomable. This young supreme sorcerer consistently brought both surprises and solace. Yet Nick was also acutely aware that should the balance of cosmic power shift, the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with uncertainty and peril. Nick Fury stood rooted, his thoughts tumultuous. Though the Loki matter had reached a temporary conclusion, he sensed that a more tempestuous storm was brewing in the shadows. Lindo, thank you, Nick expressed sincerely. Lindo replied with a light-hearted smile. It was but a small effort, nothing to concern yourself with. With that, he stepped into the radiant portal. Let us proceed. Lindo instructed as he turned to Wong and Modu. The ability of Wong and Mordo to wield magic without incantations was no longer a novelty. They exchanged a knowing glance before stepping through the peculiar door. After a brief moment of disorientation, the three found themselves within the tranquil courtyard of Kamartaj. Master Ancient One and Strange stood waiting amidst the serenity, poised for the arrival of others. Ancient One's demeanor was as calm as still waters, yet a subtle hint of anxiety flickered in her eyes. Upon seeing Lin, she stepped forward with a hint of urgency in her stride. Lin, what is the current status of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the sanctum? She inquired directly, followed by the mention of a name that stirred concern. The news brought by Mordo suggested that Thanos was approaching. Is this true? Lin nodded slightly, his expression grave as he replied, S.H.I.E.L.D. Remain stable for now, but Nick Fury's concerns are not unfounded. He paused, his tone growing weightier. Thanos is indeed drawing nearer, both in ambition and power, far exceeding any adversary we have ever faced. Ancient One inhaled deeply, a shadow of gravity cloaking her features. The threat posed by Thanos is indeed beyond our expectations. His might is nearly insurmountable, and more troubling is his ambition that targets the entirety of the universe. Her words were steeped in profound worry. At this juncture, Strange interjected with urgency in his voice. Lin, do you have a plan? We cannot remain idle while Thanos wreaks havoc upon all we hold dear. Before Lin could respond, Ancient One interposed in their dialogue. Lin, there are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Lin nodded in agreement and then turned to Wong and Mordo, instructing. You two should rest for now. As soon as Lin finished speaking, he departed with Ancient One, leaving Wong and Mordo exchanging glances. They entered Ancient One's study, a sanctuary filled with ancient wisdom and an air of mystery. The room was laden with heavy tomes and peculiar artifacts, imbued with a serene and sacred atmosphere. With a subtle motion of her sleeve, Ancient One closed the door behind them, effectively isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. Turning to Lin, her eyes shimmered with a complex light. Lin, as the Sorcerer Supreme, your power and responsibility surpass the imagination of ordinary beings. Lin silently nodded, fully aware of the implications of her words. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. The protective barrier of Kamartaj will be activated tomorrow. Ancient One nodded in agreement. Her gaze deepened by the flickering candlelight. The barrier of Kamartaj is our crucial line of defense in safeguarding the world, yet in such a perilous moment, we require greater strength to confront the impending storm. She sighed lightly, her gaze seemingly transcending the walls of the study, reaching out towards the vast cosmos. Thanos' intentions were crystal clear. He sought to gather the Infinity Stones to fulfill his ultimate aim. This, Lin understood all too well, needing no further elaboration. After Lindu and Gui departed, Wong and Emodu exchanged a glance, each harboring an ineffable sense of unease. Emodu spoke slowly, his voice tinged with an ominous premonition. Do you not sense that a tempest is on the horizon? Gui personally came to welcome the portal, along with Loki, Thanos, and those enigmatic forces. All of this seems beyond the realm of our understanding. Wong remained silent for a moment, ultimately shaking his head with unwavering conviction. With Lin Du and Master Gui present, we can transform peril into safety. Chapter 62. The king's concerned Lin Du established a barrier, while Emodu hesitated, ultimately swallowing the words that surged to the tip of his tongue. Lin Du's strength was akin to an unpredictable tempest, each display leaving onlookers in awe. Perhaps, with him, one could truly relinquish all burdens and no longer fret over the unknown. He was acutely aware that, in such moments, any feelings of resistance seemed superfluous and futile. The two exchanged silent glances, the air thickening with tension. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Emodu lifted his gaze towards the king, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Your Majesty, do you think Lin Du will abandon us? The king was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a query from Emodu after a brief reflection. He replied slowly, Lin Du is an inseparable part of Kamartaj. His heart, like ours, is deeply entrenched in this land. No matter where he wanders, Kamartaj shall forever remain his unwavering sanctuary. Upon hearing this, Emodu's unease began to dissipate slightly. He nodded gently, taking a deep breath to purge all doubts and anxieties. You are right. With Lin Du here, hope shall always endure. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the window panes, casting a golden shimmer across the hall of Kamartaj. The interplay of light and shadow adorned the floor with a patchwork of brilliance. Lindu stood resolutely in the center of the hall, his expression solemn, emanating an indescribable aura of authority. Surrounding him, groups of mages gathered, their gazes converging on Lindu in unison. Master Gui, draped in a seemingly ancient yet still enigmatic robe, clasped his hands over his chest, his countenance serene yet harboring a glimmer of expectation. Emodu furrowed his brow, stealing furtive glances at Lindu, his eyes betraying both doubt and contemplation. The king and Sturgi stood side by side, engaged in quiet conversation, yet their gaze never strayed from Lindu. Lindu, today marks the day you shall cast the barrier spell for Kamartaj. Is everything prepared? Master Guyi's voice resonated calmly and profoundly. Lindu nodded gently, indicating that all was in readiness. The mages held their breath instinctively, the entire hall enveloped in an almost sacred stillness. Lindu raised his right hand slowly, a cerulean glow coalescing in his palm, the formidable power of the space stone. The radiance intensified, illuminating the entire space. He wielded the space stone with such ease. Sturgi whispered incredulously, recalling their shared journey into Kamartaj to learn magic. Now, Sturgi could only conjure a modest portal, while Lindu had ascended to the rank of Supreme Mage, single-handedly constructing a shield for Kamartaj. Oblivious to the awe surrounding him, Lindu immersed himself completely in his incantation. He propelled the cerulean light skyward, the brilliance expanding instantaneously to form a vast blue dome, enveloping Kamartaj in its embrace. The entire Kamartaj was shrouded in a mysterious and solemn aura, an invisible force safeguarding the sacred ground. Lindu inhaled deeply. This barrier was not merely a shield against external foes. Furthermore, the internal energy cycle of Kamartaj is reinforced, ensuring that each sorcerer receives the utmost protection. As the radiance surged, the blue gem in Lindo's hand began to rotate slowly, shimmering with an ethereal glow. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and suddenly opened them, his gaze seemingly containing the vastness of the cosmos. With a mere gesture, without uttering a spell, the space gem responded to his will, and a barrier manifested. In an instant, the blue light surged like a tide, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Kamartaj. Subsequently, as the brilliance faded, the onlookers were astonished to find the world before them transformed beyond recognition. Kamartaj had vanished, replaced by an expanse of emptiness, as if they were ensconced within an infinite rift of time and space. My heavens! Wang exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, his voice laced with disbelief. This is utterly inconceivable. Modu stood speechless, grappling with the realization that Lindo's prowess exceeded his wildest imaginings. Sturge remained frozen in place, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence as he gazed upon Lindo. The companions who had journeyed together now seemed to be separated by an insurmountable chasm. Master Wang's brow furrowed as she scrutinized the air before her. She sensed an unusual disturbance in this realm. Where exactly was this barrier? Wang pondered. Yet her curiosity was soon replaced by a subtle thrill. Since Lindo could craft a barrier that eluded her perception, it surely posed a significant challenge to Thanos. But where was this barrier? She extended her right hand and gently traced a circle, causing golden light to ripple through the air. This was one of her most adept spells for detection, allowing her to sense everything concealed within her surroundings. However, the barrier before her seemed to have vanished. No matter how hard she tried, she could not uncover its trace. How intriguing, Wang murmured to herself, finding herself in an unprecedented situation. She closed her eyes, focused her energy, and attempted various spells: energy projection, object penetration, illusions, shields, and teleportation, to probe the unknown. Yet, regardless of her efforts, she could not reach that enigmatic force. On several occasions, her spells even rebounded, nearly injuring her. Master, be cautious. Modu and Wang rushed to catch Wang as she was repelled by the barrier's power. Steadying herself, Wang's eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. She waved her hand gently, signaling that she was unharmed, and then turned her gaze toward Lindo. Lindo, you have indeed surpassed our expectations. This barrier is not only formidable, but also remarkably elusive. Even I find it challenging to perceive its entirety. Lindo smiled slightly. Master Wang, this is a new type of barrier I created while studying spatial magic, inspired by the Time Stone. It not only repels external threats but also distorts time and space to a certain degree, rendering Kamartaj nearly invisible on both physical and magical planes, granting us a greater strategic advantage. Upon hearing Lindo's explanation, Wang sighed. Indeed, that should be the case. However, I must locate the position of this barrier. Perhaps I ought to employ a more direct approach. Gui inhaled deeply, her palms pressed together in prayer, and in an instant, she unleashed a technique of summoning from afar. A soft azure radiance coalesced within her palms, swiftly transforming into a brilliant beam that soared toward the heavens. Moments later, A faint ripple of energy manifested within the column of light, and Gu-E promptly pinpointed her target. Found it, she murmured. Subsequently, she resolved to attempt an assault on the barrier to assess its defensive capabilities. Gu-E was not a reckless individual. She understood that only through practical engagement could one truly comprehend the strength of an opponent. With her hands slightly raised, a colossal sphere of energy rapidly materialized before her. Chapter 63. The Distortion of Air. Astonishing Ancient One. The energy sphere gradually became incandescent, causing the surrounding air to warp. With a soft command from the Ancient One, the energy sphere surged toward the invisible barrier. However, just as the sphere was about to make contact with the barrier, a blinding light erupted suddenly. The barrier not only successfully thwarted the attack, but also reflected a formidable counterforce that struck directly at the Ancient One. She swiftly waved her hand, and a golden protective shield materialized, barely absorbing the retaliatory energy. A rare expression of astonishment crossed her face, but she quickly reined in her emotions. Returning to a state of calm, Lin Du was indeed a person of unfathomable depth. He had just realized that despite launching a full-force assault, the strength of the counterattack was more than double what he had exerted. Had it not been for Lin Du's assistance in mitigating the impact, he might have already collapsed to the ground. Lin Du, your barrier's strength surpasses my expectations, the Ancient One remarked, her voice filled with awe. With such defensive capability, even in the face of formidable foes like Thanos, we could secure invaluable time and space. In response to the Ancient One's praise, Lin Du merely chuckled lightly, seemingly dismissive of her words. He further stated, this is merely the first layer of protection. First layer of protection? The Ancient One's eyes widened. Is there a second barrier? The first layer had already rendered him incapable of launching an attack from within. If there existed a second barrier, what magnitude of impact would that entail? Would Thanos still be able to descend upon Blue Star? Lin Du smiled slightly, nodding gently as he explained, indeed, Ancient One, as you surmise. I have not confined myself to this singular barrier. Surrounding Kamartaj, I have meticulously arranged multiple layers of protection, each possessing its unique characteristics, interwoven to form an impenetrable safety net. He approached the group with deliberate calmness, each step exuding an air of composure, as if the entire universe lay within his grasp. The first layer, as you have observed, is a confluence of time and space distortion, rendering Kamartaj nearly invisible in the physical dimension while repelling the majority of external assaults. But this is merely the beginning. Next, I will fortify the capabilities of the first layer. One might say I will augment it with an additional layer, which I refer to as the elemental barrier. It harnesses the four fundamental elements of nature, earth, water, fire, and air, to construct a dynamic defense system. Any attack attempting to penetrate the first barrier will first encounter the endless cycle and counteraction of these four elements. They will automatically adjust according to the nature of the assault, forming the most effective defensive strategy. The elemental force of fire incinerates all who dare approach with its searing heat and energy, while the element of water extinguishes flames, cools down temperatures, and deftly redirects attacks with its fluidity. The element of wind, with its tempestuous speed, slices through adversities, weakening assaults and instilling chaos and uncertainty. Conversely, the earth element stands as the most steadfast line of defense. It can not only withstand physical impacts, but also channel energy deep underground, dissipating it into the void. Additionally, Lindo revealed that the heart gem of Loki fortifies this defense further. During the defensive process, a phantasmal space woven from mental energy emerges, ensnaring any foe attempting to infiltrate with psychic powers in an endless realm of illusions and self-doubt, leaving them helpless. Unless one possesses an extraordinary will and purity of spirit, they shall wander this labyrinth until utterly vanquished. The Ancient One listened intently, her eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. She understood the implications of such a configuration. Lindo, your wisdom and creativity have transcended our understanding, she acknowledged. This defensive system could safeguard Kamartaj and even the entirety of Earth, even in the face of Thanos' dark legions. Sturg and Wong exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. They had never envisioned a barrier so intricate and formidable, embodying the collective intellect of the universe. Indeed, Lindo replied with poise. Thanos is no ordinary adversary. He requires a grand surprise. Mordo interjected, unable to contain himself. We have expended tremendous effort unraveling the first barrier. Feeling utterly drained. Now you inform us there is a second, reinforced barrier? Precisely so. Lindo disregarded their trepidation and confusion, swiftly forming hand seals and murmuring incantations. In an instant, the entire courtyard was enveloped by an invisible force, profound and secretive, eluding detection. The Ancient One and Mordo held their breaths, observing Lindo's spellcasting. Astonishingly, they felt no trace of magical disturbance. Yet, an overwhelming sense of pressure surrounded the entirety of Kamartaj. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lindo reassured everyone not to panic, explaining, This is the activation of the second layer of protection, the elemental barrier. Unlike the first layer, which is overt, this one silently integrates with everything around us, becoming our most solid support. This barrier not only enhances physical defenses, but is also endowed with self-learning and evolutionary capabilities. Each successful repulsion of an attack fortifies it, making it increasingly resilient to breaches. Sturg's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, self-learning? Does that not imply our defenses will become impregnable over time? Lindo smiled and nodded. In theory, yes, but there is no absolute defense in the universe. However, it at least grants us ample time to prepare for any possible threats. Wong could not help but interject, Lindo, your ideas are nothing short of genius. Such an arrangement of barriers would likely prove formidable even for deities. As Gui listened to Lin Du assert that the first layer of the barrier was evidently simple, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, he had exerted all his strength yet failed to discern the precise location of the barrier. Now, Lin Du claimed it to be exceedingly straightforward? Was his supreme magical prowess truly so inadequate? The corners of Guyi's mouth subtly lifted, not in doubt of his own abilities, but in renewed acknowledgement and admiration for Lin Du's unfathomable strength. In this vast and boundless universe, there exist entities that transcend ordinary understanding and imagination, and Lin Du is evidently among them. All right, Lin Du's voice interrupted Guyi's thoughts. He gazed with satisfaction at the barrier he had meticulously crafted, smiling as he nodded at Guyi, signifying the completion of their endeavor. Chapter 64. The Ancient One seeks Lin Du's opinion. The S-H-I-E-L-D makes an error. The Ancient One regained her composure. Blinking vigorously to mask the tumult within her heart, she approached Lin Du with measured steps, gazing upwards at the barrier, still able to sense the oppressive force it emanated. Lin Du, you are indeed remarkable, the Ancient One remarked softly, her tone infused with a hint of admiration and reflection. Kamartaj can now rest assured. Lin Du offered a faint smile. It is but my duty, he replied modestly. Taking a deep breath, the Ancient One turned and gestured for the other sorcerers present to draw closer. Now that the barrier has been established, we must promptly initiate the deployment of personnel. Upon hearing her words, the sorcerers gathered with a mix of anticipation and tension, preparing to embark on a new endeavor under the guidance of this newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer. However, much to everyone's astonishment, the Ancient One suddenly bowed deeply before Lin Du and formally declared, since Lin Du has assumed the role of the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj, his prowess far exceeds my own. We shall now obey his commands in the mobilization of personnel. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their faces reflecting shock and confusion. Yet, they quickly realized that such a decision was not made in haste, but was grounded in the Ancient One's profound trust in Lin Du's abilities. Ancient One, you are too kind, Lin Du responded, somewhat taken aback. Yet his gaze bore no trace of retreat or fear. He naturally accepted this heavy responsibility. However, I believe it would be more suitable for you to handle the current arrangements. I shall merely listen in. The Ancient One nodded slightly, a smile of approval gracing her features. Very well, I shall not be overly modest. She then proceeded to outline the detailed deployment arrangements. Her voice rang out strong and clear, her directives concise and comprehensible, leaving no doubt as to the actions required. Dr. Strange, the Ancient One first called upon a handsome sorcerer of extraordinary demeanor. You will guard the New York Sanctum. Your wisdom and courage will enhance its safety. Understood. Dr. Strange replied respectfully, determination gleaming in his eyes. Wong, you will safeguard the Hong Kong Sanctum. Your experience and strength cannot be underestimated. Yes, Ancient One. A burly sorcerer promptly accepted the command. As for the London Sanctum, Mordu, you shall take charge. I trust you will excel. A stoic sorcerer with a stern visage nodded resolutely. I shall not disappoint you. The Ancient One continued, additionally, we need to establish a teleportation circle at S-H-I-E-L-D to ensure rapid support for the defenses of each sanctum in case of emergencies. The assembly nodded in agreement, expressing their understanding and consent. Under the Ancient One's direction, the atmosphere in Kamartaj became orderly and infused with vibrant energy. Finally, the Ancient One turned to Lin Du and inquired, Lin Du, do you find this arrangement feasible? With a calm gaze, and without hesitation, Lin Du nodded. I believe these arrangements are exceedingly appropriate. I have no objections. Ancient One revealed a satisfied smile, thus it was settled. Everyone began their preparations as per their assignments. With a command, the multitude of sorcerers swiftly dispersed, immersing themselves in the intense yet orderly preparations. Lin Du gradually opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, his thoughts began to crystallize as he reflected on the situation he faced. According to the original plot, Thanos was not expected to arrive on Earth for a considerable time. However, reality diverged starkly from the original narrative. Loki, the mischievous god of Asgard, had arrived on Blue Planet ahead of schedule. Not only had he failed to acquire the Tesseract, but he had also seized the Time Stone. Lindu glanced at the Time Stone adorning his wrist, its crystalline green luminescence refracting through its surface. It possessed boundless power, capable of manipulating time and potentially triggering a cascade of unforeseen events. Not only had he harnessed the energy of the Time Stone, but he had also fused its power with that of the Space Stone. Lindu was acutely aware that wielding such formidable strength was both an opportunity and a challenge. He had to tread carefully to prevent this power from falling into the wrong hands, which could yield catastrophic consequences for the universe. Loki, Lindu silently repeated the name, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. He had once been a prince blinded by ambition and revenge. Yet now, the Time Stone in his possession undoubtedly complicated and endangered the situation further. Lindu realized that to avert the chain reaction that Loki might instigate, he must act preemptively. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to achieve a more perfect fusion of the two stones' powers. The intertwining of time and space conjured intricate images in his mind. Every choice could lead to a different future. Lindu focused his spirit, becoming the conduit for these two forces, guiding them toward the most favorable outcome for the peace of the universe. Loki, you have truly surprised me, Lindu murmured to himself. Just then, the doorbell rang abruptly, interrupting his contemplation. He rose and approached the door, peering through the peephole to find Tony Stark standing outside, clad in his iconic Iron Man armor. He wore a knowing smile. Lindu opened the door. Stark, what brings you here? Tony strode in, his gaze sweeping over the myriad instruments and manuscripts within the room. Clearly intrigued. Lindu, there's a major development, have you heard? Lindu furrowed his brow. What news? Loki's arrival was certainly not in your predictions, was it? Tony raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. It turned out that the announcement of Thanos' impending arrival had been made public. However, were the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. not aware of the panic such an abrupt revelation would incite? Upon hearing this, Lindu's expression hardened as he pondered privately. He had indeed not anticipated that Loki's premature arrival would attract external attention so swiftly. It is particularly surprising that S.H.I.E.L.D. would so hastily disclose information regarding Thanos. The motivations behind this decision, whether it be an inadvertent error or a more sinister plot, merit thorough investigation. Tony, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lindu stepped aside to allow Tony to enter the room. The two stood side by side before the window, gazing at the distant skyline. Tony shrugged, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. You know how those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents tend to engage in clandestine maneuvers, but this time, I believe they may have genuinely miscalculated. Although Loki is now under your control, the ominous presence of Thanos casts an early shadow, inevitably inciting public panic. Lindu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must act swiftly. As for Thanos, his arrival is still some time away. The Ancient One has already made arrangements. Chapter 65. The S.H.I.E.L.D. meeting. How could you doubt Lindu? At the same moment, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations conference room, a palpable tension hung in the air. On the large screen, information regarding Thanos was displayed with stark clarity, and the gravity of each attendee's expression was unmistakable. Captain Steve Rogers furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently upon the screen as his fingers gently tapped the surface of the table. The moment Lindu departed, they had realized that a crisis was looming over Blue Planet. Yet, in the face of the impending threat posed by Thanos, they found themselves ill-prepared to respond. After a moment's contemplation, Nick Fury resolved to initiate mobilization. Before we embark, we must ensure thorough preparations, Steve added. We need to devise a detailed action plan, guaranteeing that every step is foolproof. Indeed, we must commit ourselves fully, Tony proclaimed as he rose and approached the screen, his fingers gliding across it to highlight several critical areas. These are the locations where we may encounter combat. We need to establish our defensive and offensive strategies in advance. Moreover, we must also consider logistical support and personnel allocation, Bruce interjected. It is imperative that everyone is positioned to perform at their utmost capacity when it matters most. Natasha nodded in agreement, moving toward the window to gaze contemplatively at the sky beyond. We also need to communicate urgently with our allies to ensure their timely support. If only Lindu were here, she mused. Lindu would not only assist them in confronting Thanos, but would also safeguard the citizens of Blue Planet from harm. Realizing the discussion had strayed from the central issue, Nick prepared to steer them back. Ladies and gentlemen, our focus should be whether Thanos is indeed coming. Nick Fury's voice cut through their discourse. If he truly intends to arrive, should we not consider taking preemptive action? Tony Stark reclined in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, his tone laced with impatience and a hint of sarcasm. Oh, take preemptive action? The issue is we don't even know where he is. The Hulk, Bruce Banner, nodded slightly in agreement, stating, yes, even if we were to strike first, We must ascertain the enemy's precise location. Thanos is notoriously unpredictable. We possess no leads whatsoever. Furthermore, Iron Man interjected, his voice tinged with trepidation. Thanos is referred to as the Director of Population Control. Do you grasp the implications of that? He is the one who annihilated half of all life in the universe. If he arrives on Blue Planet, can we withstand his onslaught? At this juncture, Black Widow interjected decisively. We cannot afford to be passive. We must prepare for the worst while doing everything in our power to uncover his whereabouts. Natasha is correct. Steve affirmed with a nod. We need to formulate a series of contingency plans, encompassing both defensive and offensive preparations. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before stating slowly. The intelligence we currently possess is woefully inadequate. We must intensify our intelligence-gathering efforts and swiftly ascertain Thanos' movements. Meanwhile, we must gather more allies. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. burst in, his complexion noticeably pale. Director, we have new intelligence. The latest satellite has detected a signal possibly linked to Thanos on an unknown island in the Pacific. Immediately pull up the satellite images, Steve commanded, his expression growing more serious. The large screen flickered to life, the satellite imagery shifting rapidly until it locked onto the small island. If Thanos is indeed there, why would he choose such a remote location? Banner pondered, perplexed. Perhaps he is concocting a scheme, or this might merely be a ruse, Tony mused thoughtfully. Regardless, we must investigate. Agreed, we cannot overlook a single clue. Various monitoring screens illuminated with real-time data, momentarily uniting the entire world within that room. We cannot venture into the Pacific. It is a trap. Suddenly, the Hulk, Bruce Banner, stood resolutely at the conference table, his towering figure and penetrating green eyes commanding attention. His clenched fists threatened to shatter the table. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, his single eye fixed on Banner. Why do you say that? Banner inhaled deeply. Striving to calm his rising anxiety, we must consider Thanos' cunning and guile. His choice of such a concealed island as a stronghold is likely deliberate, intended to lure us in. If we act recklessly, we may fall into a trap he has meticulously set. A trap? Steve's brow furrowed further as he surveyed the conference room. But if we do not take action, how can we thwart him? Moreover, I believe Lint possesses knowledge that extends beyond what we have uncovered. The mention of Lint shifted everyone's focus, their curiosity piqued regarding what he might have revealed. What did you discover from Lint? Banner nodded, affirming, indeed, he informed me. Behind Loki, not only lies Thanos, but another, more enigmatic force orchestrating their actions from the shadows. At this juncture, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, interjected, we were previously unaware of this force's existence. Does this imply a significant lapse in our intelligence operations? Banner inhaled deeply once more, responding slowly. Lint did not elaborate on the origins of this force or his sources. However, based on his prior demeanor, it is evident that he knows far more than we do. Silence enveloped the room, as all present were stirred by Banner's words. The previous battle with Loki. The crisis at the Sanctum, every detail served as a reminder that Lint's intelligence had saved them on numerous occasions. Tony Stark broke the stillness with a slight smirk. Nick, are we truly prepared to place our complete trust in an informant of dubious origin? Even Lint must have his limits. Tony's inquiries plunged Fury into contemplation. His gaze shifted towards Hawkeye, who had the most extensive dealings with Lint. What are your thoughts, Barton? Hawkeye remained silent for a moment before responding. Lint's actions have indeed salvaged us from peril on numerous occasions, yet this situation is distinct. We are confronted with Thanos, an adversary far more formidable than any we have previously encountered. If Lint possesses additional intelligence, we should perhaps heed his counsel. Fury nodded, ultimately resolving that no potential threat could be disregarded. He decided to temporarily set aside the plan to head to the Pacific and to delve deeper into the mysterious force Lint had mentioned. Chapter 66, Confronting the Collector. Securing the Infinity Stones in a remote corner of the galaxy, Thanos has led his fleet to the hidden sanctuary of the Collector. Renowned as one of the most enigmatic figures in the universe, the Collector's vast collection is beyond counting, filled with some of the rarest and most potent treasures known to existence. At this moment, within his grand palace, illuminated by flickering lights, various extraordinary artifacts radiate a captivating brilliance. Suddenly, a purple portal materializes in the center of the palace, accompanied by a deafening roar. The towering figure of Thanos steps forth. Is this where the Power Stone and the Reality Stone reside? Thanos surveys his surroundings, unhesitatingly pinpointing the location of the Collector. He strides forward, his footsteps echoing through the expansive hall. The Collector, sensing the disturbance, momentarily freezes. He swiftly rises from his throne, his eyes flickering with disbelief and terror. He never anticipated the arrival of such an uninvited guest, the most feared tyrant in the cosmos. How could you find this place? The Collector stammers, desperately seeking a glimmer of escape in his words. Despite his abundant resources and power, he feels an unprecedented sense of oppression in the presence of Thanos. Thanos smirks coldly. You should be aware of my intentions. The realization dawns on the collector as he stands below. He has come for the stones. You seek the Infinity Stones? The tremor in the collector's voice intensifies. Should these stones fall into Thanos' hands, the balance of the entire universe would be irreparably shattered, plunging countless lives into endless darkness and despair. He struggles to muster his final vestiges of reason and authority to avert this catastrophe. Thanos, do you not understand that the power of these stones is beyond your control? They can bring destruction, but they can also bring hope. And they are not yours to possess alone. A flicker of disdain crosses Thanos' gaze as he slowly raises his right hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. The stones embedded within are conspicuously absent. The collector, still recovering from the shock of Thanos' gauntlet, suddenly feels a formidable energy swirling around him. Thanos' massive hand clenches into a fist and swings forward with a forceful motion, unleashing a violent tremor through the air. The collector's guards collapse, their attempts at retaliation utterly futile against Thanos. Leaning against the wall, the collector's complexion pales as he trembles. Please, don't do this. I am willing to surrender the stones. Just spare my life. Thanos raises an eyebrow, his sneer echoing. It is far too late for such pleas. With that, Thanos swiftly strides forward, seizing the collector by the throat and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. The collector struggles in agony, but in Thanos' iron grip, he appears utterly powerless. Where are the Power Stone and the Reality Stone? In the distance, the collector gestured towards a colossal crystal cabinet with his eyes. Thanos casually tossed the collector aside, as if discarding a useless toy. He then strode purposefully to the cabinet, and with a gentle flick of his arm, the cabinet door shattered into a myriad of pieces. Inside, 2 gems radiating an extraordinary luminescence lay quietly. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Thanos' gaze as he grasped the gems in his palm, feeling the boundless power they emanated. At last they are all within my grasp. Thanos murmured, his attention shifting to the trembling collector on the ground. No, please, the collector pleaded, yet not a trace of compassion marred Thanos' expression. Your worth has diminished, Thanos coldly declared, extending his hand. In an instant, the collector's body disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. At that moment, Thanos embedded the Power Stone and the Reality Stone into his Infinity Gauntlet. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his being. Standing at the center of the palace, he slowly raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Snap! What followed was an eerie silence enveloping the universe, succeeded by the instantaneous extinction of countless lives. In a fleeting moment, Thanos, wielding the power of the 2 gems, executed his mad vision of mass annihilation, resulting in the disappearance of half the universe's life. This single snap symbolized the end of innumerable beings. Excellent. Now we shall prepare to journey to Asgard. Gripping the recently acquired Power Stone, Thanos felt the immense energy pulsating within his palm, the entire universe under his dominion. His next destination was Asgard, where yet another gem awaited him. However, just as he was about to embark, a dark rift suddenly materialized before him. Space warped, and from it emerged an unfamiliar envoy, clad in pitch-black armor. With red eyes gleaming with malevolence, the envoy appeared somewhat apprehensive yet endeavored to maintain composure, bowing to Thanos. My lord Thanos, I implore you to lend me your ear. The envoy's voice trembled, yet it brimmed with resolve. Thanos narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. He had never possessed the patience to heed the words of others, especially not an envoy from an opposing faction. The Power Stone in his hand glimmered faintly, and the surrounding space warped under the weight of his fury. Your fate is sealed. No words can alter it, Thanos uttered coldly, advancing step by step. A palpable menace saturating the air. The envoy immediately fell to his knees, forehead pressed against the frigid rock, pleading in anguish. Spare me, my lord Thanos. Lord Darkseal sent me to convey the intent of cooperation. We are aware of your quest for all the Infinity Stones, and we possess a plan that can assist you in achieving this goal. Thanos halted, his brows knitting together. He had never anticipated that Darkseal would dispatch an envoy to approach him, nor did he expect they would propose collaboration. Despite his general skepticism towards others, the demeanor and words of the messenger piqued his interest. Continue, Thanos commanded coldly, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. The messenger slowly raised his gaze, inhaled deeply, and continued, we have come to understand that the mortal Linder, who has control over Loki, possesses formidable strength. Whether in solitary combat or strategic prowess, he excels remarkably. We believe that even with your own might, victory may not come easily. Therefore, Darkseal wishes to ally with you to conquer the universe together. Thanos let out a derisive snort, seemingly unconvinced by the veracity of these claims. He casually rotated the Power Stone in his hand and nonchalantly inquired, what do you intend to do? Chapter 67. Request for cooperation with Odin's head. The envoy swiftly responded, We plan to simultaneously acquire the anti-life equation and the infinity stones. We will assist you in obtaining the mind stone and the space stone, thus rendering your power unparalleled. A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Thanos' eyes. This was indeed an alluring proposition. Should he expedite the collection of all the stones, the completion of his ultimate plan would be well worth consideration. However, he remained vigilant and darkly inquired, "How can you prove your sincerity?" The envoy swallowed hard, retrieving a package from behind and carefully unveiling it. In an instant, a golden head rolled to the ground. It was none other than the head of Odin, the king of Asgard. The air within the palace became instantly charged. And even Thanos paused in astonishment. The golden visage bore Odin's majestic and weathered features, now a chilling testament to the envoy's earnestness. "This is our pledge for cooperation," the envoy declared, his voice deep and resolute. "Odin, the supreme deity of Asgard, has fallen into our hands. We wish to convey that our goals align with yours. We both yearn to dominate the entire universe." Upon witnessing this evidence, Thanos' expression softened somewhat. He nodded slightly, momentarily suppressing the murderous intent that surged within him. Gazing upon Odin's head, a tumult of emotion surged through him. Though not of Asgardian blood, he felt a twinge of regret at the demise of this old adversary. However, this sentiment was swiftly overshadowed by his insatiable thirst for the Infinity Stones. Yet, Thanos had no intention of cooperating outright. To him, his adversaries were merely mortals like Lind. While he could manipulate Loki, he lacked the capability to defeat him. "I shall tentatively accept your sincerity." Thanos' voice resonated powerfully, as he diverted his gaze from Odin's head to the envoy. "However, the premise of our collaboration is that you must demonstrate sufficient value, not just in intelligence and assistance, but with tangible actions that prove your trustworthiness." The envoy nodded eagerly, visibly relieved. "Of course, Lord Thanos. Lord Darkseal has orchestrated everything. We will launch attacks on Lind and his forces from multiple fronts to distract them. This will create an opportunity for you to seize the Mind Stone and the Space Stone directly. Simultaneously, we are willing to share the clues we possess regarding the anti-life equation to aid you." A cold smirk formed at the corner of Thanos' mouth, for he was acutely aware that on the cosmic chessboard, each piece held its own value, and he was skillfully maneuvering these pieces to fulfill his own ambitions. Nevertheless, Thanos was not prepared to collaborate with them. He believed he alone could resolve the situation on Blue Planet. Thanos' imposing figure loomed within the cosmos, his deep purple eyes shimmering with infinite wisdom and ruthlessness. His gaze pierced through countless light years, fixating on the distant blue planet. This seemingly tranquil realm concealed the very power he sought. The monarch of Titan, Thanos, observed the hesitation in his demeanor. Suddenly, a deep and chilling voice pierced through the silence of the cosmos, emanating from a figure cloaked in shadows. As Thanos slowly turned his gaze toward the source, he beheld a messenger of Darkseid, adorned with a mask that inspired dread. This enigmatic being floated in the void, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness. "You may leave. I shall not acquiesce to your demands," Thanos declared, his voice resonating like thunder, yet tinged with indifference and caution. He had never been one to place his trust easily in others, especially not in such formidable foes. The affairs concerning the Blue Planet were well within his capability to handle alone. The messenger smiled faintly, though the mask concealed his features. Thanos could sense the disdain and confidence radiating from him. "We share a common objective," the messenger proclaimed with an undeniable authority. "Lindu, the one who dares to challenge the cosmic order, must be dealt with." Thanos furrowed his brow, his gaze momentarily flickering, clearly uninterested in the proposition. "I have no need to forge any agreements with you," he replied coldly. "I possess ample power to resolve all matters independently." Unfazed by Thanos' refusal, the messenger's eyes glimmered with a cunning light. "Oh, is that so?" he said, unhurried and already aware of Thanos' thoughts. "What if I were to tell you that we could deliver Lindu into your hands?" Thanos' pupils constricted slightly as he fell into silence for a few moments. Lindu, the adversary who had plagued him for so long, if easily subdued, could save him a substantial amount of time and effort. Yet, he was acutely aware that matters would not unfold so simply. "What do you desire?" he asked straightforwardly. The messenger responded with a sinister smile. "The mother box and the anti-life equation." Thanos felt the scales of his mind begin to tip. These two artifacts, regarded as treasures of the universe, were indeed coveted by Darkseid. While Thanos understood their significance, he also recognized that leveraging Darkseid's power to eliminate Lindu would advance him closer to his ultimate goal. Moreover, their desires diverged. He sought the gems. "Your proposal sounds rather enticing," Thanos' voice echoed in the vastness of space, laced with a barely perceptible amusement. To negotiate with an entity like Darkseid was akin to bargaining with a tiger for its skin. However, if this opportunity could yield a dual benefit, it was indeed worthy of contemplation. Yet, he shifted his tone, infusing it with undeniable authority. "I require not only Lindu but also the entirety of the power he wields. including the secrets of how he acquired those gems. My demand is to eradicate all obstacles, not merely a hollow vessel. The eyes beneath the messenger's mask sparkled with calculating intent, evidently anticipating Thanos' avarice and caution. Of course, my Lord Thanos. Lord Darkseid is fully prepared, and we shall wholeheartedly support your endeavors. Lindo, along with any powers he wields, shall not evade our grasp. Furthermore, the emissary continued, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. Once we join forces, not only will Lindo cease to be a concern, but the entire universe shall bow before your feet. The Infinity Stones, the anti-life equation, the Mother Box, all these shall become instruments of your conquest over the cosmos. Thanos fell silent for a moment. This was a gamble, yet a pivotal step towards achieving his ultimate objective. He gradually raised his hand, the Power Stone swirling within his palm, emanating a brilliant light that signified the momentous decision he was about to make. Chapter 68. Unveiling Time Reversal to Rescue the Collector in the Dead of Night. Lindo stood alone amidst the vast sea, his thoughts consumed by the implications of controlling Loki and the revelations he had imparted. As I had anticipated, he retained memories of the Marvel cinematic narrative. At this juncture, Thanos had already embarked on his journey towards Blue Planet, his grasp on the Infinity Stones rendering him seemingly invincible. Yet, the current Thanos was devoid of the stones. How could an empty gauntlet sustain his resolve to assault Blue Planet? Before venturing towards Blue Planet, Thanos would undoubtedly seek the means to counter the 3 stones he possessed, and the sole opportunity lay in seizing them from the Collector. However, Lindo understood that this was merely the beginning. The Collector's prowess was far from a match for Thanos. As he gazed upon the crimson-stained waters, Lindo hovered in midair, surveying his surroundings. Once he confirmed the absence of further threats, he gradually descended onto the surface of the sea. The mysterious force Loki had alluded to lingered in his thoughts, conjuring various possibilities in his mind. It now seemed plausible that it might be Darkseid. Darkseid, the terrifying entity that commanded trillions of lives, was scheming a more sinister plan. Lindo's thoughts swiftly returned to the scene where Darkseid dispatched the Wolf of the Wasteland to seize the Mother Boxes. Those 3 Mother Boxes, each brimming with cataclysmic power, could, when gathered and activated, open a gateway to Blue Planet, allowing Darkseid's Dark Legion to invade this world in full force. However, at present, it was unlikely that all of Darkseid's forces could infiltrate Blue Planet. Thus, he would seek alliances with those who bore no conflicting interests. And now, Thanos was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. There could be no further hesitation. Lindo clenched his fists, a fervent battle spirit igniting within him. He must thwart their plans, regardless of the cost. Yet, beyond his own resolve, he yearned for the simultaneous arrival of powers from both universes, enabling him to directly seize Thanos' stones and amalgamate their strengths. At this moment, it was indeed opportune to ascertain the Collector's situation, to determine whether he had been entirely vanquished by Thanos. The wind howled, and the waves crashed against Lindo's feet. With his plans firmly set, he no longer hesitated. He turned and stepped forward, the fabric of space warping instantaneously as a vortex-like passageway opened before him. Without a moment's pause, Lindo stepped into it. And in the next instant, he found himself within the Collector's treasure trove. It appeared that Thanos had already visited this place. Observing the bloodied ground, Lindo mused thoughtfully. Perhaps Thanos had already reclaimed the stones, now deliberating on plans to assault Blue Planet. Anxious, Lindo prepared to investigate whether the Power Stones still remained. He ventured deeper into the treasure house, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood and chaos, clearly indicative of a fierce battle. Lindo's gaze navigated through the dim light, ultimately resting upon a display that should have housed something of great significance. Indeed, he murmured softly. The display stand lay barren, save for a few conspicuous scratches. It seemed prudent to return to Blue Star and await Thanos' arrival. Just as he prepared to depart in search of further clues, a faint rustling emanated from the depths of the treasure chamber. Lindo immediately grew alert, his body tensed. Poised like a cheetah ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstance, he silently approached the source of the sound, only to discover a concealed door slightly ajar, emitting a dim glow. Who was inside? Lindo inquired in a low voice, gently pushing the door open. Behind it was a narrow corridor, at the end of which a faint silhouette swayed. Lindo advanced step by step until he discerned that the figure was the Collector, covered in wounds, yet still valiantly maintaining an upright stance. After all, in his memory, this individual had been slain by the Collector. You are still alive? Lindo exclaimed, his surprise overshadowed by relief. The Collector, though weakened, bore an indomitable spark in his eyes. Thanos, he took the gems, but I also left. Some means. The Collector painfully articulated, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I know his plan, and I am aware of his next destination. You must stop him. For Blue Star, for all innocent lives. He crouched down, supporting the Collector's shoulder, solemnly nodding. Rest assured, I will not allow him to succeed. Tell me, what is his next target? The collector summoned his final strength and whispered a place name, then gradually closed his eyes. Lindu's heart jolted. He was no stranger to that name, for it marked the territory of another powerful race in the universe. It was said to harbor a mysterious artifact capable of balancing cosmic forces. If Thanos truly aimed for that location next, the situation would be graver than anticipated. However, the immediate priority was to rescue the collector. With this thought, Lindu resolved to employ his time reversal ability to heal him. Lindu focused intently, his eyes softly closed, his entire being emanating a gentle glow. He inhaled deeply, and time seemed to stall, flowing backward slowly before him. The collector's wounds gradually healed, his breathing steadily returning to calm. When the final beam of light vanished, the collector was fully restored to health. He opened his eyes and gazed at Lindu, gratitude overflowing in his expression. Thank you, Lindu. The collector's voice carried a hint of excitement. I never imagined I would survive. No need for thanks, first and foremost. I am grateful to you for imparting such vital information, Lindu replied with a smile. However, the collector suddenly seemed to recall something, adding, merely possessing this information is insufficient for us to defeat Thanos. Upon hearing the collector's words, Lindu merely smiled calmly. What else is required? Thanos will inevitably merge with the power. As for what they spoke of, it is entirely inconsequential. The collector appeared to have an epiphany, staring at Lindu with a look of terror. Moments ago, that individual was indeed employing the power of time reversal to heal himself. However, does not the force of time reversal threaten to unravel the very fabric of the universe? Why then, does it appear to have no effect in the presence of Lindu? His terrified gaze flitted back and forth across Lindu, as if striving to pierce through the enigma. Subsequently, in utter disbelief, he exclaimed, You possess the time stone? How? How did you manage this? The collector stammered, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Time reversal is a power that only a select few can wield within the cosmos. Yet, Lindu exhibited it with such effortless grace, without manifesting any cosmic peril. What, then, is the true extent of his power? Chapter 69. Harnessing the power of the collector, proceeding to aid Lindu, smiled faintly, refraining from providing a direct answer, and merely placed a gentle hand on the collector's shoulder. Everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? At this moment, our focus must be on thwarting Thanos. The collector inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within. He understood that this was not the time for inquiries. He nodded in agreement, continuing, Though I am unaware of the specifics of your plans, I am willing to offer my assistance in any way I can. I possess knowledge of certain secrets regarding that formidable race, which may prove beneficial to you. Upon hearing this, Linda's eyes sparkled with interest. In the vastness of the cosmos, information often transcends brute strength. Suddenly, Lindu sensed a tremor in Atlantis, realizing that Thanos' minions might have already launched an attack. He chose not to pursue the matter of the artifacts with the collector any further. The paramount concern now was to safeguard the populace from harm. I must take my leave for now and return when the opportunity arises. The collector nodded, a hint of worry gracing his features, yet overshadowed by trust and admiration for Lindu's capabilities. In this critical moment, every second was of utmost importance. Without delay, he drew forth a finely crafted pendant from within his garments, presenting it to Lindu. This pendant will temporarily grant access to my secret treasure trove. Inside, you will find equipment and tools that may assist you on your journey. Remember, safety is paramount. The future of Blue Star rests in your hands. Lindu accepted the pendant, feeling the faint energy pulsating through it. As his fingers brushed against the collector's pendant, a voice resonated in his mind. You have encountered the collector's pendant. You are now beginning to merge with the collector's abilities. The collector's abilities? What abilities? Linda pondered, astonished, as a warm and potent force surged from the pendant into his being. Endless knowledge and skills were unlocked in an instant. He closed his eyes, reveling in this unprecedented power. His mind became awash with strange and intricate symbols and patterns, the culmination of the collector's years of gathering cosmic secrets and precious technologies. This is, in his astonishment, Lindu recognized that this would be a crucial asset in their fight against Thanos. He swiftly organized his thoughts, integrating the newly acquired information and skills, ready to unleash them at the pivotal moment. As the energies fused, Lindu's expression transformed into one of excitement. Soon, he would be able to comprehend the latest offensive techniques through the collector's craft. Just as Lindu immersed himself in this sudden torrent of power and knowledge, the darkness above Atlantis deepened ominously. Faintly, he sensed powerful energy waves rapidly approaching. Clearly, Thanos' minions had detected the disturbances here and were poised to deliver a devastating strike. Time was of the essence. I must act immediately. Lindu opened his eyes, gripping the pendant brimming with power, and cast a grateful glance at the collector. In an instant, his form flickered, utilizing the ability of spatial leap, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only a faint afterimage and the lingering energy waves in the air. The collector gazed in astonishment at the direction Lin Du had departed. Was Lin Du not a magician? Why had he not invoked a spell while traversing through space? It was utterly inconceivable. After the initial shock, the collector felt a sense of ease wash over him. Lin Du possessed such formidable strength, which signified that he would undoubtedly have the power to resolve the ensuing conflict. Meanwhile, Atlantis, a realm of mystery and splendor beneath the waves, was shaken by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the seabed. A powerful torrent surged against the palace's defensive barrier. Mira, clad in shimmering silver armor and gripping a trident, furrowed her brow in concentration. Her eyes reflected the terrifying figure of the wasteland wolf and the legion of minions he commanded. The mother box must be protected. Mira clenched her teeth, murmuring to herself. Should she lose the mother box, it would not only spell doom for Atlantis but endanger the entire blue planet. Before them, the wasteland wolf stepped forward with a sneer. Do you truly believe you can thwart me, a mere mortal? His gaze was dark and filled with disdain as he regarded Mira. Mortal? Mira scoffed. You underestimate the power of Atlantis and my resolve. Before her words faded, she swung her trident with force, channeling the surrounding water into a torrent of ferocious blades aimed at the wasteland wolf. Unperturbed, he wielded his massive axe, sweeping it through the water blades, shattering them into a spray. Is this your strength? Merely child's play, he cackled, suddenly leaping into the air. Bringing his axe down towards Mira's head, Mira swiftly sidestepped, knowing that the wasteland wolf had come with the intent to seize the mother box, and he would not grant her a moment to react. All units, attack. Eliminate her. At his command, his monstrous legion surged forward like a tide, seeking to overwhelm Mira through sheer numbers. However, Mira was not alone. The warriors of Atlantis had long been prepared, armed with weapons glimmering with a cold light. They charged from all directions, engaging in fierce combat with the invaders. With agility, Mira, guided by her trident, transformed into the embodiment of the ocean. Each swing unleashed a tsunami-like force, repelling her foes one by one. Yet, she was still beset by the remaining minions who seized the opportunity to strike. Utilizing her nimbleness, she retaliated swiftly, but the overwhelming numbers pressed her into a dire struggle. Mira roared, swinging her trident with all her might, sending forth a torrent of water that temporarily pushed back the assailants. Breathing heavily, beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. In that moment, the visage of Arthur appeared in her mind, her sole beacon of hope. I cannot fail. Atlantis needs me. She raised her trident once more. Water flowed around her, coalescing into an immense dragon of liquid, charging fiercely towards the wasteland wolf. The wasteland wolf was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Mira's formidable power. However, attempting to thwart their arrival on Blue Star was tantamount to courting death. With a disdainful snort, the wasteland wolf retreated, swinging its colossal axe to carve a brilliant arc through the air. The moment they collided, an ear-splitting roar erupted. The sea churned violently, and the protective barriers surrounding the palace trembled, on the verge of collapse. Yet, the wasteland wolf was indeed a formidable ally of Thanos, and its strength should not be underestimated. Utilizing the recoil, it swiftly appeared beside Mira, its massive axe imbued with catastrophic force, aimed directly at her vital points. Chapter 70. Lin Du's support. Melah's rescue wish to protect your kingdom? First, safeguard yourself. The wild wolf stood not far from Melah, his eyes gleaming with malice, and his long sword dripped with crimson blood. Melah gazed upon this formidable, fierce beast, seemingly born for battle, and the terror in her heart deepened. Both Blue Star and Atlantis were destined for destruction at her hands. The resistance of Atlantis was merely a futile struggle as the wild wolf approached her with a sneer, his tone replete with disdain and contempt. Melah felt the power within her rapidly dwindle, each breath growing heavier, and the scene before her began to blur. Yet, she witnessed her compatriots valiantly resisting, struggling to rise and fight alongside her. However, despite their efforts, they lacked the strength to retaliate. It is over, great queen. The wild wolf's voice echoed in Melah's ears. You shall witness your kingdom crumble beneath my feet. As he prepared to unleash his power to annihilate Atlantis and subsequently seek the mother box, a blinding light suddenly erupted between them. Melah felt her vision consumed by the sudden brilliance. When she opened her eyes again, a tall and imposing figure stood firmly before her, separating her from the wild wolf. Lin Du, what brings you here? Melah exclaimed in astonishment, an uncontrollable surge of hope flooding her heart. She had heard tales of Lin Du imprisoning Loki and single-handedly restoring the temple, now standing as the youngest supreme mage. Lin Du stood there, his gaze piercing and demeanor tranquil. His presence not only astonished Melah, but also caused the wild wolf's pupils to constrict. You. The wild wolf fixated on Lin Du, attempting to speak, yet his voice unwittingly lost its potency. He could distinctly sense the formidable aura radiating from Lin Du. a power that made him tremble. I shall not allow you to harm her, Lin Du stated calmly. He slowly raised his hand, and the surrounding waters seemed to respond, forming an invisible barrier that encased him and Mela. Who do you think you are, daring to obstruct our retrieval of the mother box? You are courting death. The wild wolf's voice trembled with fury. He had never encountered such a young adversary exuding such oppressive strength. The surrounding seawater, animated by Lin Du's command, brimmed with formidable energy, instilling in him an unprecedented trepidation towards this human. The wild wolf tentatively unleashed a punch, the force coalescing within capable of shattering any foe. Yet, upon contact with Lin Du's barrier, it instantly dissipated without a trace, as though it had never existed. This is impossible. The wild wolf staggered back in disbelief. The arrogance and confidence in his eyes had completely faded, replaced by profound fear and uncertainty. Who was this individual? How could he directly thwart his assault? Such power is beyond that of any mere mortal. The wild wolf stood still, scrutinizing Lin Du's every move. Unfazed by the astonishment of the wild wolf and Mira, Lin Du recognized that he had far more pressing matters at hand. Upon arriving at the battlefield through spatial transmission, he had felt the surge of their powers. In his mind, the sound of power fusion resonated. Upon hearing this fusion, Lin Du felt a surge of excitement. These two were once feared entities known as the New Gods, each a formidable force to be reckoned with. If he could merge their powers at this moment, his own strength would undergo a qualitative transformation, enabling him to utterly overwhelm Thanos. Wild Wolf, your ambition ends here. He then slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to absorb the ancient power within. He felt the overwhelming force brought forth by the wild wolf. It was a physiological trait unique to the New Gods, endowing him not only with an extraordinary physique and strength, but also with lightning-fast reflexes, unbeatable endurance, and the most incredible ability of immortality. Clenching his fists, Lin Du felt the power surging through his very bones. Every cell in his body now harbored the potential for cataclysmic destruction. This sensation was utterly intoxicating. Lin Du murmured to himself, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Soon after, he directed the fused power toward Mira. Her abilities were equally astonishing. The supersonic speed she commanded not only allowed her to move swiftly, but also granted her a distinct advantage in combat. Lin Du closed his eyes again, sensing the speed within him that could transcend time and space. He envisioned himself becoming a ghostly shadow, defeating his enemies before they even realized it. Mira, your speed truly opens my eyes, Lin Du whispered, causing the air beside him to quiver ever so slightly with his words. Yet, this was not the entirety of his ambition. Lin Du was not content with mere imitation and replication. Through the profound fusion of their abilities, he forged an entirely new and sophisticated magical power. This power combined both supersonic speed and super strength, now enriched with his own intellect and creativity, elevating its might to another level. Congratulations, host, on merging powers and supersonic speed. You now possess the laws of power and speed. As the system's notification faded, Lin Du's aura ascended once more, the entire space trembling in accordance with his will. He slowly opened his eyes, casting a cold gaze upon the wild wolf. In this world, I have finally established my own standard of power. Suddenly, a long, resonant horn echoed from afar, interrupting his momentary contemplation. It was a signal of distress from the wild wolf. It seemed that the wild wolf had realized he was no match for Lin Du and was now seeking help. He hoped that his planet could offer support. Yet, what was he contemplating? If only he could summon his lord to his side. In that moment, he could directly merge with the power of his lord. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Du's eyes. Currently, the actions of the wilderness wolf were merely a desperate struggle. However, Lin Du was not in a hurry to conclude this battle. He was more inclined to seize this opportunity to further validate the newfound power he had acquired, as well as the might of the entirely new magical system that fused the essence of ancient deities. Humph, what kind of reinforcements could a mere signal summon? A faint smile graced Lin Du's lips, his voice light, yet imbued with undeniable authority. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips lightly flicking, and a subtle yet potent wave of magical energy instantly radiated outward, effortlessly disrupting the transmission of the distress signal. Chapter 71. Merging with the power of the Wasteland Wolf. The terrified Wasteland Wolf Lin Du felt the tumultuous power surging within him, his gaze fixed upon the Wasteland Wolf that challenged him. He was eager to experiment with the newly fused divine power. He could now sense that this force within him was both ferocious and extraordinarily potent, capable of tearing apart the very fabric of reality before him. Not far away, the Wasteland Wolf, towering nearly 3 meters, glared at him menacingly. However, to the wolf's astonishment, Lin Du, instead of displaying fear, wore a confident smile. The Wasteland Wolf was taken aback. How could a mere mortal, when confronted with a new god, exhibit such audacity? Yet, as Lin Du's gaze lingered upon him, the wolf found himself unable to elevate his strength to launch a decisive attack. An unprecedented sense of defeat filled his heart. He had never imagined that as a member of the new gods, he would be cornered by an apparently ordinary human on the blue planet. The surrounding seawater came to life under Lindu's command, each subtle ripple emanating a formidable threat. He was compelled to reassess his opponent with utmost caution. Who are you? The wasteland wolf, filled with a mix of reluctance and confusion, realized Lindu was no ordinary adversary. He sensed that Lindu's displayed power bore a striking resemblance to that of Mela, yet it exuded an even greater menace. The strength Lindu wielded transcended any limits the wolf had ever known. Eliminate him. Do not allow him to leave here alive. Realizing the threat Lindu posed, the wasteland wolf let out a panicked command, ordering his ironclad warriors to attack. Accompanied by the sounds of clanking armor and heavy footsteps, countless shadows surged toward Lindu from all directions. Observing the wasteland wolf's desperate reaction, Lindu smirked coldly. Before the iron warriors could close in, he leaped forward, his speed akin to lightning, instantly closing the distance to the wasteland wolf. How can you be so fast? The wolf's eyes widened in disbelief, a hoarse roar escaping his throat. Instinctively, he recoiled, yet found himself immobilized, as if nailed to the spot. How could a mere mortal possess such swiftness? He even sensed the essence of the divine emanating from Lindu. What could this possibly mean? Unable to suppress his rising fear, the wasteland wolf blurted out, "Darkside will punish you, foolish mortal." His voice trembled, in an attempt to mask the terror within. Lindu's smile deepened as he regarded the wasteland wolf as one cornered and desperate. Punish me? I would relish witnessing how he intends to do so. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a devastating punch, the wind from his fist howling, imbued with the grandeur of power and the swiftness of speed. It carved a brilliant arc through the air, hurtling directly toward the wasteland wolf's face. The eyes of the wasteland wolf narrowed sharply, as it attempted to summon every ounce of divine power within to defend itself. Yet, in the face of Lindu's newly forged magical system, which intertwined ancient deities with his own intellect, those powers appeared utterly feeble. A thunderous crash resounded as the wasteland wolf was propelled backward by this force. Its massive form traced a long parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily into the distant sea, sending forth 1,000 waves. The water boiled with the impact, and the surrounding space warped at that moment. Lindu stood firm, gazing down at the fallen creature with a cold smirk. Wasteland wolf, your so-called divine power is nothing but trivial in my eyes. Each word Lindu uttered struck the wasteland wolf's heart like a heavy hammer. I, Lindu, shall challenge the authority of the gods with my mortal form. The surrounding iron guards halted, their faces etched with terror. They had never encountered such a formidable presence. Even their leader, the wasteland wolf, was rendered powerless before this man. However, Lindu offered no respite to the iron guards. He moved with an ethereal grace across the battlefield, each strike precise and lethal, causing even the once mighty iron guards to fall before him. No, this is impossible. The wasteland wolf struggled to rise from the waters, disbelief etched across its face as it gazed at Lindu, a surge of unprecedented fear and despair swelling within. It realized it was beyond redemption. Lindu's strength now surpassed that of the leader of Darkside. Yet, the pride and defiance inherent in being a new god prevented the wasteland wolf from yielding easily. What do you truly desire? The wasteland wolf's voice trembled, a glimmer of desperation shining in its eyes. Lindu remained unmoved by the wasteland wolf's plight. To him, a being like the wasteland wolf could only be vanquished to ensure the safety of Blue Star. He summoned the power within, preparing to wield the wasteland wolf's own technique to deliver the final blow. Wasteland wolf, no one shall trespass upon Blue Star, not even your so-called gods. Lindu's voice echoed across the vastness of the sea. He gradually raised his hands, gathering a radiant light within his palms. You claim to be gods, yet you regard life as mere chaff, seeking to trample everything underfoot with your might. But here, upon Blue Star, power is not the sole principle. Justice and protection are the eternal melodies. The wasteland wolf, witnessing this, felt a flicker of despair and defiance. Yet, it understood that escape was futile. Even so, it sought to make one final stand, the remnants of its divine power surging violently within, attempting a desperate counterattack. But Lindu had already perceived the impending move. He chuckled softly as the light in his palms erupted, transforming into a dazzling beam that soared towards the heavens. The power of the gods. Today, let this radiance mark the end of your invasion upon Blue Star. With a low shout, Lindu released the brilliant beam, akin to an arrow of divine retribution, hurtling toward the struggling wasteland wolf with an irresistible force. The desert wolf felt an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloping him, a tremor that resonated from the depths of his soul, extinguishing any flicker of rebellious thought. In despair, the desert wolf let out a howl. Yet his voice was swiftly devoured by the column of light, submerged within the boundless radiance. Where the light traversed, the sea boiled, space warped. and even time seemed to freeze in that singular moment. The figure of the desert wolf gradually became indistinct, ultimately transforming into ashes, dissipating into the wind. Meanwhile, the iron sentinels, under the onslaught of this force, disintegrated, returning to dust. The battle had come to an end. Mira stood a short distance away, astonished as she beheld the scene before her. Her breath came in quickened gasps, struggling to believe her own eyes. Chapter 72. King Styatis bequeaths to you. Linda declines as a princess of Atlantis. She had never witnessed a mortal so swiftly vanquish the fearsome warrior known as the Wasteland Wolf. It was even more astonishing that Lindu employed the Wasteland Wolf's unique techniques. This was nothing short of miraculous. Even as Lindu attacked the Wasteland Wolf, she discerned elements reminiscent of her own style within his strikes. Yet, the lethality of his maneuvers was unparalleled. What manner of being was he? Could such formidable assaults truly emanate from an ordinary mortal? The shock within Mira was ineffable. She slowly approached Lindu, her voice quivering with profound uncertainty. How did you accomplish this? Upon hearing her inquiry, Lindu merely chuckled lightly. Isn't it simply a matter of happenstance? Mira's astonishment deepened at his words. Just moments prior, she had comprehended the true might of the Wasteland Wolf during their confrontation. Yet, Lindu claimed it was merely a matter of convenience? How could this be? Was it possible that Lindu's strength had reached a level capable of altering the very fabric of reality? Complex emotions flickered in Mira's gaze, a blend of awe and confusion. She scrutinized Lindu, seeking any unusual clues that might explain his prowess. However, Lindu's countenance remained as serene as still water, as though the harrowing battle had been but a trifling affair to him. Are you truly just a mortal? A barely perceptible tremor laced Mira's voice. She struggled to accept the truth before her. In her understanding, no ordinary human could so effortlessly defeat the Wasteland Wolf. After all, she herself possessed divine powers, yet lacked the ability to retaliate against such a foe. Upon hearing Mira's words, Lindu smiled gently and stepped closer, meeting her gaze directly. I must depart. For the time being, Atlantis is free from peril. Mira was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly grasped the weight of the situation. This battle was not merely a victory. It was a salvation for all of Atlantis. She could not let this hero leave so easily. Wait, she exclaimed, hastily retrieving an object radiating mysterious light from her waist. Seeing her action, Lindu instantly recognized it as the mother box that the Wasteland Wolf and his allies had sought. However, he was somewhat perplexed by Mira's willingness to entrust it to him. This is the mother box? Lindu raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic object in Mira's hand. Though he harbored suspicions, this was the first time he beheld the legendary artifact. Mira nodded, her expression resolute. Indeed, the mother box possesses immense power, yet it may also attract greater calamities. It is safer in your hands than remaining in Atlantis. You have not only saved us, but have also demonstrated strength and wisdom that transcend the divine. Lindu contemplated her words for a moment. The significance of the mother box and the potential consequences it may bring are widely acknowledged. However, as Mira has pointed out, they currently lack the capacity to safeguard the mother box. Furthermore, he is quite intrigued by the state of the mother box. Thus, Lindu slowly extended his hand to accept the mother box that Mira offered. In that moment, an ancient and profound energy emanated from the mother box, brushing against his palm. He could sense the immense power contained within it. I shall take responsibility for the mother box and ensure it does not fall into the wrong hands. Lindu stated solemnly as he accepted the artifact. Hearing Lindu's willingness to accept the mother box brought Mira a sense of joy. She then watched Lindu nervously. His formidable strength suggested that if he chose to remain in Atlantis, they would no longer face mortal peril. Yet, mere words were insufficient to persuade Lindu to stay. If you are willing to remain, we could make you the king of Atlantis. It is a position you rightfully deserve, Mira proposed. Lindu chuckled softly in response. A king? That is not my destiny. I have far greater tasks ahead of me. His refusal did not surprise Mira, but she was reluctant to let him depart so easily. Then, may I accompany you? Mira inquired. Lindu paused for a moment, then nodded. Very well, let us go together. However, you must be prepared to face the uncertainties of the future. A smile flickered across Mira's face as she eagerly nodded. The two stood side by side, carrying the mother box, departing from the kingdom. Meanwhile, deep within the Amazon, the air was thick with the scent of scorched earth, and the ground lay strewn with broken branches and charred vegetation. What is happening here? Master Gu Yi stood before the desolate ruins, her gaze sweeping over the chaos with a complex expression. Her cloak fluttered gently, and the staff in her hand emitted a faint glow. Nick Fury and the others followed closely behind, their eyes widening in shock at the devastation before them. The scene of destruction resembled an apocalyptic nightmare, sending chills down their spines. It appears we have arrived too late, Nick Fury remarked solemnly. He clenched his fists, grappling with the realization that despite their prior preparations, They had still fallen victim to the invasion led by Thanos and his cohorts, resulting in such catastrophic damage. Gu-E gently shook her head and stated, "This could not have been the work of Thanos. Were it so, the people here would have suffered countless casualties, rather than just witnessing the destruction of their city. Who could it be?" Tony Stark's voice emerged from the crowd. He surveyed the surroundings, attempting to uncover any potential clues within the ruins, but was met only with endless devastation and despair. This power. Master Gu-E closed her eyes, attuning herself to the residual magical energies around her. It was neither dark nor light. It bore an untamed, primal ferocity. Could it be the Wasteland Wolf? Dr. Hulk proposed, recalling a brief encounter with the Wasteland Wolf in previous battles, acutely aware of its terrifying strength. "No, I am familiar with the aura of the Wasteland Wolf," Gu-E replied, shaking her head. "This force is more primal, as if awakened from ancient legends. We must swiftly uncover the truth and put an end to it," stated Steve. He gazed at the group, his eyes brimming with resolve. No one must allow such a catastrophe to unfold again. I concurred. Tony nodded and promptly activated the communication system of his suit. "Jarvis, initiate the global monitoring network and search for any signs of anomalous energy activity." At that moment, Dr. Strange suddenly heard faint groans and hurried towards the source of the sound. Beneath a collapsed log, he discovered several injured individuals. Chapter 73. The arrival of Lindo and the gratitude of Gu-E. Modu immediately employed his magic to clear the fallen trunk, rescuing the injured individual. To his astonishment, there were indeed casualties. How many more? Gu-E inquired, observing Modu's actions. Modu gently laid the unconscious victim on the ground and, with a solemn expression, replied, "Thus far, we have discovered only this one, but the signs of destruction in the vicinity suggest that there may be others trapped elsewhere." The sorceress Gu-E swiftly approached, examining the condition of the injured. Her fingertips brushed against the victim's forehead, and a warm energy flowed from her palms, attempting to stabilize the injuries. The spark of life still flickered, but urgent treatment was imperative. "Modu, you must continue your search over there. It is essential to locate all survivors," she commanded. Modu nodded, and with a swift motion, he vanished like a wraith, resuming the critical rescue operation. Meanwhile, Gu-E gently summoned her apprentice, Kamartaj, and instructed, "Kamartaj, hasten to prepare healing potions. We must attend to this injured person without delay. Additionally, notify other members of the sanctum to prepare emergency shelters, as more may require assistance." Without hesitation, Kamartaj sprang into action, executing every command from Gu-E with unwavering resolve. As time elapsed, the rescue efforts progressed methodically. Gu-E personally supervised, utilizing her extraordinary magical prowess to stabilize the condition of each found casualty. Her apprentices collaborated seamlessly, some engaged in the search, others in transporting the injured, while additional members assisted in treatment. Although the other victims were not severely wounded, they required immediate care. Wong joined the efforts, casting healing spells. Under the luminous green glow, the wounds of the injured began to mend, yet they remained exceedingly weak. One individual struggled to open his eyes, his voice trembling as he uttered, "We were attacked. He came. Thanos, he brought destruction." Nick Fury's expression darkened further, nearly shouting, "Damn Thanos. How could this happen?" Gu-E placed a calming hand on Nick's shoulder, gently shaking her head. "Now is not the time for impulsiveness, Fury. We must remain composed. And remember, Lindo is in Atlantis. The situation will not spiral out of control." Nick took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. "Very well, Master Gu-E. What is your plan?" "First, we must ensure that these survivors receive proper care," Gu-E stated, glancing at Wong and Modu. "You two are responsible for escorting them to safety while remaining vigilant of your surroundings. Fury, you will accompany me to Atlantis. They require our support." Nick suddenly looked at Gu-E, saying, "Master Gu-E, are you not aware that Lindo is currently in Atlantis? His presence diminishes the necessity for our involvement." "Indeed. As long as Lindo is here, he can resolve all matters. Our people can barely hold on." A female warrior clad in ancient armor anxiously addressed Hippolyta, the leader of the Amazon kingdom. Her brow was furrowed, her eyes brimming with unease and concern. "The enemy is numerous and formidable," another warrior interjected. "We require external assistance. Otherwise, it will be arduous to defend our homeland." Meanwhile, Master Ancient One observed the unfolding situation, with Nick Fury standing nearby. His arms crossed and a frown etched upon his brow. "The situation is dire," Ancient One whispered. "The Amazon warriors find themselves in a predicament." After a moment of contemplation, Nick's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. If Lindo were here, he would surely resolve this dilemma with ease. Just then, a resplendent circle of light materialized, and a portal gradually opened. Within the radiance, Lindo's figure began to emerge. Accompanying him were the alluring Mira, her form graceful and captivating, along with two mother boxes shimmering with enigmatic light. The Amazons widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight of the trio stepping through the portal. Convinced they were ensnared in a dream, yet the familiar energy fluctuations informed them that it was indeed real. Lindo. Nick was the first to react, striding forward with gratitude. Thank you for your timely arrival. Lindo offered a slight smile and nodded. I am aware of the situation. We must act immediately. Mira stood beside Lindo, her gaze sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings. Who are our adversaries? Cold-blooded invaders, possessing immense strength in numbers, a warrior replied eagerly. These 2 mother boxes can assist us, Lindo explained. They can enhance our combat capabilities and generate a powerful protective barrier. Time was of the essence, Ancient One remarked. Looking at Lindo, we need to act swiftly to minimize unnecessary sacrifices. Then let us not delay, Lindo replied decisively. First, we must establish a defensive line to isolate the enemy, then utilize the power of the mother boxes to retaliate. His words resonated with undeniable confidence. Understood, Hippolyta affirmed, nodding resolutely before issuing commands. Everyone, execute Lindo's plan. In an instant, the entire camp came alive as warriors swiftly assembled to set up the defense. Lindo and Mira carefully placed the mother boxes at the center of the formation, activating their mysterious energy. Let us witness a miracle, Nick murmured, feeling a flicker of hope. Ancient One then looked at Lindo with astonishment. Lindo, you brought the mother boxes? A glimmer of surprise and admiration crossed her eyes. The power of the mother boxes is an exceedingly rare and potent artifact within the universe, capable of influencing the very fabric of reality and space. She nodded slightly, once more acknowledging Lindo's strength and foresight. Indeed, Master Ancient One. Upon realizing the gravity of this crisis, I understood that it would be arduous to alter the course of events alone. Therefore, I procured the mother box, hoping it would enhance our chances in the impending battle. Lindo spoke with a calm demeanor, while Mira, standing beside him, gazed at Lindo with unwavering trust and support. She gently caressed the mother box, feeling the ancient power within beginning to awaken, ready to contribute its strength to the forthcoming conflict. As the mother box activated, a brilliant light erupted from its core, swiftly enveloping the entire camp. The warriors felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through their bodies. Meanwhile, Mira looked at Gu-E with reverence. Chapter 74, Return to Amazon. The war has begun. Lindo stood amidst the ruins, carefully storing away the mother box. The dust around had yet to settle completely, and a palpable sense of urgency lingered in the air. Once the crisis was resolved, Nick turned his gaze towards Lindo, jogging over while calling out loudly, Lindo? How did you end up here? Has the crisis in Atlantis been resolved? Lindo nodded gently, placing a reassuring hand on Mela's shoulder. Indeed, the crisis in Atlantis has been addressed. Mela and I came to offer our support. By the way, I have defeated the Wasteland Wolf. Upon hearing this news, Nick visibly relaxed, his expression shifting from tension to astonishment, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. That's wonderful. You are truly our greatest hope. Then, upon hearing Lindo mention the Wasteland Wolf, he inquired in disbelief. What do you mean? Was Atlantis also attacked? Not merely attacked, Nick, it was a full-scale invasion. As Lindo recalled the harrowing battle, he remained unfazed. The Wasteland Wolf led an army of dark creatures, intent on conquering Atlantis. Their might should not be underestimated. By the time I emerged from the rift, Mela had already been defeated by the Wasteland Wolf. Had I not appeared in Atlantis in time, the mother box would have been taken. Nick's brow furrowed at this revelation, for he knew of the Wasteland Wolf's infamous reputation as a conqueror, synonymous with destruction and disaster. So, how did you defeat him? With a slight smile, Lindo replied, I used his own techniques against him. A glimmer of incredulity flashed in Nick's eyes, followed by profound admiration for Lindo. To counterattack using the enemy's own methods was a feat that could only be accomplished by Lindo himself. Overhearing their conversation, Mela immediately interjected to Nick, Lindo is our savior. We had hoped he would accept the role of our king, but he declined. The crowd gasped in disbelief at Mela's words, astonished that Lindo would reject such a grand offer. Nick turned his gaze towards Lindo, filled with admiration and confusion. In such an ancient and powerful realm as Atlantis, becoming king signified boundless wealth, unparalleled power, and the respect and obedience of an entire race. Yet, Lindo had turned away from all of this with an extraordinary nonchalance, an act far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Lindo, you truly refuse to become the king of Atlantis? Nick's voice trembled slightly as he sought answers in Lindo's expression, only to find unwavering resolve and tranquility. Lindo nodded gently, affirming, indeed, my aspirations lie elsewhere. I seek to unite the strength of all. Upon hearing this, Mela's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned her gaze to Lindo. Lindo is our savior. Regardless of his willingness to assume the mantle of kingship, our nation heeds only his command. Nick gazed at Lindo, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. He felt a profound respect for this hero, intertwined with an admiration and perplexity regarding his choices. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the tempest within, speaking earnestly. Lindu, your decision fills me with admiration. In this era, it is exceedingly rare to find individuals who remain unperturbed by the allure of power and wealth, steadfast in their convictions. However, Nick's tone shifted, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Since you have resolved the crisis in Atlantis and possess such formidable strength, I believe you can exert an even greater influence elsewhere. The Earth faces unprecedented challenges. Whether from extraterrestrial threats or internal strife, we need heroes like you to guide us. Upon hearing this, Lindu nodded slightly. Nick, I comprehend your intent. I have come here to assist you. He then turned his gaze toward Gui. Do you have any leads? Is there a way to trace the origin of these adversaries? Gui shook her head. Currently, there is no conclusive evidence. However, the nature and timing of their attacks differ from those we previously encountered. This could signify a new, unknown threat. A cold glimmer passed through Lindu's eyes upon hearing this. The enemy was far more intricate and unpredictable than they had envisioned. Yet he harbored no fear of any challenge. Turning to Mela, she nodded resolutely, indicating her unwavering support. No matter who our adversaries may be, we shall not retreat. Lindu declared firmly. Our foremost task now is to locate these enemies and halt their destructive endeavors. Nick clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with determination. I will arrange for further intelligence gathering while reinforcing our defenses. We will not overlook even the slightest clue. Lindu nodded. Acutely aware that this battle would be more arduous, yet his heart brimmed with resolve and indomitable courage. This struggle was not solely for Atlantis for Mela, but for all those ensnared in peril. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar as a scout approached, breathless and trembling with urgency. Report. We have detected suspicious activity in the northern forest. Lindu's attention was immediately captured, while Mela and Nick donned expressions of concern. A strange light flickered in Guyi's eyes, as if she sensed something amiss. The northern forest, Lindu murmured, then raised his head. Let us there at once. We must ascertain the situation post-haste. The scout nodded and swiftly guided them toward the northern forest. Simultaneously, in another universe. Within the palace of the dark planet Apocalypsis, a chilling atmosphere pervaded every corner. At the heart of the palace, upon a colossal stone throne, the malevolent deity Darkseid gazes down upon his kneeling subordinates, each moment weighing heavily upon them, instilling profound dread. A trembling warrior cautiously steps forward, his voice quivering as he reports, My lord, the Wasteland Wolf, he is dead. The flames of wrath in Darkseid's eyes suddenly surge. An invisible pressure envelopes the entire assembly. What did you say? His voice resonates like a chilling echo from the depths of hell, piercing and icy, reverberating across the planet. The warrior swallows hard, hastening his words. The Wasteland Wolf ventured to retrieve the mother box, only to fall into an ambush laid by the enemy, and was slain. Darkseid abruptly rises, clenching his fists, reducing the armrests of his stone throne to dust. Incompetent fools, he roars, causing the entire palace to tremble in response to his fury, for they could not even reclaim the mother box. Chapter 75. The enraged Darkseid, consumed by fury, resolved to eliminate Lindu. His subordinates bowed their heads, striving to appear diminutive in hopes of evading the wrath of their master. Yet, the anger within Darkseid erupted like a volcano, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across the room. Where is the mother box? If it is lost, so be it. But the mother box must not be forsaken. Throughout his existence, the mother box has remained Darkseid's paramount obsession. My lord, we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the mother box. One audacious general mustered the courage to respond, his voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. Darkseid's eyes grew colder, seemingly piercing through to the very souls of those present. Incompetent fools. A wretched assembly of incompetents. He bellowed, an overwhelming energy swirling around him, threatening to unleash destruction upon the palace. The mother box is the key to my conquest of the universe, and you dare inform me it has been lost? What use are you to me? The atmosphere within the palace grew heavy, as all beings held their breath, fearful of becoming the next victim of his fury. Darkseid inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tempest of rage within him. Anger could not rectify the situation. Only decisive action could salvage what remained. Immediately dispatch every available force, no matter the distance, to retrieve the mother box, he commanded. At that moment, a slightly bolder subordinate summoned his courage to speak. My lord, the mother box has been seized by the forces of the Wasteland Wolf. Who? Darkseid's voice was low, yet laced with an unmistakable intent to kill. It is Lindu, the youngest supreme sorcerer. The subordinate's voice grew increasingly faint, each word feeling like a sentence of judgment. Darkseid fell silent for a moment, his fury gradually morphing into a complex array of emotions. He slowly returned to his stone throne, as if contemplating profound matters. Lindu. This name was becoming increasingly alien to him. Yet the actions of this mortal compelled him to tread carefully. Lindu Darkseid murmured, a cascade of speculations and inquiries flooding his mind. Who is this youngest supreme sorcerer? How could a mere mortal vanquish divine beings and thwart his meticulously laid plans? It appeared that Thanos' underlings had been imprisoned by Lindu. Have mortals now gained power that rivals the gods? How can this be? Darkseid's gaze deepened, akin to a black hole, as if determined to consume all doubts and confusions. He rose slowly, his posture unchanged, yet the oppressive aura he exuded rendered the air within the palace even heavier. Lindu immortal. Yet he has repeatedly obstructed my grand design, he whispered, his tone a blend of resentment and intrigue. In this universe, true strength never shies away from challenge. Rather, it regards every adversary as a stepping stone toward growth. After a moment of reflection, Darkseid suddenly broke into a cold smile. How fascinating, he is either a genius or extraordinarily fortunate. Regardless, we must locate him and reclaim the mother box. Investigate Lindu thoroughly, uncover every detail, every background, every influence and weakness, regardless of its significance, commanded Darkseid, his eyes glimmering with a menacing light. Yes, my lord. His subordinates responded in unison, promptly retreating to prepare for action. Darkseid inhaled deeply, a fierce determination flickering within his flame-like pupils. No matter the cost. This time he would not allow anyone to thwart his plans. The palace once again fell into a chilling silence, yet within this tranquility, a new fire of war ignited in Darkseid's heart. Lindu, you are but a mere mortal, no matter how formidable you may be. You shall ultimately fall under my dominion. Simultaneously, news of the Wild Wolf's defeat at the hands of the Blue Star Lindu spread across various planets. In an instant, the cosmic tides shifted once more, and the major powers cast their complex gazes upon the young supreme mage known as Lindu. Meanwhile, in Thanos' secret fortress, a colossal bastion suspended in the void, exuding an air of cold desolation, he stood in the central hall, his stern visage betraying a flicker of rage. Like a towering mountain, he silently scrutinized the display screen before him, where the scene of the Wild Wolf's demise replayed incessantly. Deep within his merciless eyes, a fury capable of obliterating worlds burned fiercely. Darkseid, what a fool, Thanos murmured, his deep voice echoing like thunder throughout the hall. His fists gradually clenched, knuckles cracking ominously. Yet, Thanos' gaze shifted to the video showcasing Lindu's fusion of Mela and the Wild Wolf's powers. Is this Lindu truly immortal? He pondered, astonished at how he could instantaneously merge the Wild Wolf's techniques, even manifesting abilities surpassing those of the Wild Wolf. What could possibly explain this? Thanos' thoughts whirled chaotically, akin to leaves swept up by a tempest. In this vast universe, even the slightest alteration could trigger a chain reaction, altering the fate of entire star systems. Lindu had undeniably emerged as a shared threat to both himself and Darkseid. Lindu, Thanos whispered once more, the name resonating with an enchantment that evoked both ire and curiosity within him. He had never encountered such a powerful mortal, one capable of wielding and merging formidable forces, an unprecedented phenomenon. A flurry of strategies and plans flashed through Thanos' mind. Relying solely on himself or Darkseid would likely prove insufficient to eradicate the threat posed by Lindu. Hence, a bolder idea began to quietly take shape within him. Perhaps, we could momentarily set aside our animosities and join forces against this common enemy. Thanos contemplated, recognizing that despite the irreconcilable discord between him and Darkseid, collaboration appeared to be the only viable option in the face of a menace like Lindu beside him. Ebony Maw observed Thanos' expression, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Master, should we reconsider our alliance with Darkseid? Whispered Black Manta, his tone laced with caution. It is a profound humiliation for the new gods to be unable to vanquish even a mere mortal. Thanos slowly turned, his deep-set eyes glimmering with a myriad of complex emotions. Black Manta's caution was not unfounded, yet at this pivotal juncture, personal honor and grievances must be temporarily set aside. He replied in a grave tone, Black Manta, I am aware of your concerns. However, the current circumstances cannot be altered by individual prowess alone. The emergence of Luthor has disrupted the balance of power within the cosmos, posing a threat to the interests of us all. Chapter 76, Thanos' Scheme. Initiating Darkseid. Though Darkseid is a formidable adversary, in the face of a more potent threat, we may discover a shared objective. Thanos then smirked coldly. Therefore, we need not reconsider. This presents an opportunity. We can leverage this situation to considerably undermine Darkseid's authority, demonstrating who the true powerhouse is. At this juncture, Thanos turned to Ebony Maw and commanded, take Darkseid and his subordinates to Earth and create chaos. Let them understand that their own might is insufficient to challenge our dominion. Ebony Maw nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. However, regarding Lindu on Earth, he not only has control over Loki, but has also slain the Wasteland Wolf. According to intelligence, he could potentially become a significant variable for us. Upon hearing this, Thanos furrowed his brow slightly. The name Lindu echoed in his mind like a beast lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce on its prey. Thanos inhaled deeply, his gaze growing ever more piercing. Lindu, he spoke slowly, if he is such a nuisance, let us eliminate him as well. Those heroes on Earth believe they can protect their homeland. Yet in the face of my power, they are mere fugitives. No matter how formidable Lindu may be, he is still but a mortal. As a mortal, he cannot escape the clutches of death. Ebony Maw respectfully lowered his head, replying, "Understood, I will make the necessary arrangements." With Thanos' orders issued, the entire Void Fortress seemed to tremble. A stifling aura permeated the atmosphere. Ebony Maw swiftly assembled a battalion of dark elites, clad in black armor. Their eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle and an unwavering dedication to victory. This legion, akin to phantoms of the night, glided silently through the cosmos. Their sights set on the seemingly ordinary yet profoundly enigmatic planet, Earth. Observing the reactions of those around him, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. Continuing to gaze at the grand cosmic map, as Ebony Maw departed the hall, Thanos began to strategize how to convert this conflict into an unequivocal triumph. Meanwhile, Lindu and his companions traversed the depths of the Amazon rainforest. The dense canopy obscured the sky, allowing only a few golden rays of sunlight to filter through the sparse gaps onto the forest floor. Despite their clear objective, the perils along the way made every individual wary. Lindu, are we truly to penetrate the heart of this forest? Nick's face bore a hint of confusion and concern. After all, the fabled Amazon rainforest is not merely an ordinary jungle, but a realm concealing countless unknown dangers. Lindu glanced back at Nick, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, with me here, everything will proceed smoothly. Upon hearing Lindu's reassurance, Nick felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Lindu's promise, they could at least resolve 99% of their challenges. Lindu's words acted as a stabilizing force, alleviating the tension that had enveloped the team. They pressed onward, the ground beneath their feet damp and muddy, requiring them to tread carefully with each step. Surrounding them, an array of peculiar creatures filled the air with their calls, adding an aura of mystery and unease to the primordial forest. Meanwhile, in a distant sanctuary, Doctor Strange and Iron Man sat together, their expressions solemn. Breaking the silence, Iron Man ventured, Lindu claims that the Amazon rainforest is Thanos' inevitable path. Do you truly believe that? Doctor Strange pondered for a moment, reflecting on Lindu's strategy. Lindu had his reasons. He foresaw the future, and his abilities, as you know, have never faltered. Iron Man nodded. Then we shall remain vigilant here, hoping that we do not miss our opportunity. On the other side, Lindu suddenly halted, prompting the others to do the same. The sight before them drew gasps of disbelief from every member of the group. Vast swathes of trees had been felled, the ancient jungle laid to waste, and the acrid scent of charred earth wafted through the air, clearly a recent calamity. What has transpired? Mela furrowed her brow, staring in disbelief at the devastation. This forest was meant to be eternal. How could it have suddenly faced such a catastrophe? Could Thanos have already arrived in the Amazon? Nick's voice trembled as he surveyed the wreckage, searching for any potential clues amidst the ruins. Yet, all he found was the ravaged landscape. Upon hearing Nick's words, Lindu chuckled lightly. Impossible. This is merely a preliminary test orchestrated by my subordinates. A test? Nick's brow furrowed in concern, sensing the storm that loomed ahead. So, the real battle has yet to commence? Lindu nodded, his gaze piercing through the dense foliage. Indeed, Thanos will not easily reveal his whereabouts. He is assessing our reaction speed and the defensive capabilities of this land. However, our advantage lies in our knowledge of his intentions and his vulnerabilities. What is our next move? Black Widow Natasha inquired, her eyes sharp and ready for any unforeseen circumstances. No need to rush. First, we must rectify the damage here. Lindu took a deep breath, raising his hands slowly, tracing intricate runes in the air. As the runes took form, a mysterious force surged from within him, halting the flow of time in that moment. Instantly, the scene before them began to transform. The devastated trees rapidly regained vitality. The scorched earth was enveloped once more in verdant foliage. The entire Amazon rainforest appeared to rewind time, returning to its original splendor. Mela stood in awe, having never witnessed such an astonishing spectacle. She had heard of Lindu's abilities, yet witnessing them firsthand was nothing short of breathtaking. Her eyes widened, and she could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Lindu, you truly are beyond belief. Is this a reversal of time?" Now, Lindu's ability to manipulate time without encountering any unforeseen changes speaks volumes about the extent of his power. A faint smile graced Lindu's lips as he retracted the energy from his hands, allowing time to flow gently once more. He turned to face the crowd, his gaze resolute, and declared, "This is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies ahead." We must not only restore this forest, but also prepare ourselves to confront Thanos and his formidable army. May La's eyes sparkled with determination as she gazed at him, her heart resolute. Lindu, you are the most fitting king. Without you, we might. No need for further words, Lindu interjected. The paramount priority is to intercept Thanos, regardless of the cost. Chapter 77, The Actions of Ebony Maw, S-H-I-E-L-D, in crisis at the same moment. Within the underground prison of S-H-I-E-L-D, Loki found himself ensnared within a transparent cage. His hands unshackled, yet his expression betraying both terror and numbness. Did Linden harbor a misplaced confidence in his own safety, believing that Loki could not escape? No, it was not mere confidence. It was a profound certainty in his own containment. Linden was unwavering in his belief that no one could breach his confinement. This thought tightened Loki's chest. The prospect of escaping Linden's grip seemed more arduous than scaling the heavens. Yet, how could an ordinary mortal possess such formidable strength? Not only had he swiftly mastered the Mind Stone, but he wielded its power with remarkable finesse. But what of it? Thanos would never relinquish the power of the stones. You mortals shall inevitably pay the price for your actions today, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw stood at the periphery of S-H-I-E-L-D, flanked by Thanos' army and the minions of Darkseid. He surveyed the battlefield, intent on launching an assault to rescue Loki while uncovering the reasons behind their previous failures. With a single command from Ebony Maw, chaos erupted. The S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters was instantly engulfed in flames and explosions. Enemies detected, prepare swiftly. The alarm of S-H-I-E-L-D blared through the air as agents surged forth from every corner. Who are you? We are the harbingers of Thanos, arriving to restore cosmic balance. Mortals, your resistance is futile. Ebony Maw's voice cut through the smoke, reverberating within the halls of S-H-I-E-L-D. Release Loki, and we shall spare your lives. Report the situation immediately. Phil Coulson, undeterred by Ebony Maw's taunts, recalled Linden's words before departing, instructing S-H-I-E-L-D to inform Nick of any developments. They would come through the portal to rescue them when the time was right. With Thanos dispatching so many to save Loki, their hopes rested solely on Linden. After directing the communications officer, Coulson's gaze shifted resolutely to Ebony Maw. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents had never feared death. Amidst the ruins of the headquarters, surrounded by raging flames and falling debris, Coulson clenched his fists, staring defiantly at the self-proclaimed harbinger of Thanos. Your so-called cosmic balance is built upon the suffering and sacrifice of countless lives. Coulson's voice resonated with undeniable strength. We shall vow to protect the peace and freedom of this planet with our very lives. Ebony Maw scoffed, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. The resistance of mortals was always so laughable, ultimately proving futile. With a casual wave of his hand, more soldiers from the Dark Legion surged forth from the shadows. Encircling the agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, kill, commenced the slaughter of S-H-I-E-L-D, and rescue Loki. Ebony Maw commanded. The Dark Legion charged towards S-H-I-E-L-D, and Coulson and his companions immediately braced themselves for counterattack. On the other side, the correspondent rapidly tapped on the keyboard, preparing to contact Nick. Director Nick, we are under attack. It's Ebony Maw. He has arrived with the forces of Thanos and the minions of Darkseid. Their objective is to rescue Loki. Received. Remain calm. We are constructing an emergency teleportation point via the quantum channel. Reinforcements will arrive promptly. Nick Fury's voice resonated through the communicator. Once the communication ended, Nick approached Lindo directly. Lindo, there is a crisis at S-H-I-E-L-D. As you anticipated, their target is Loki, and the hunt has commenced within S-H-I-E-L-D. Upon hearing Nick's words, Lindo nodded. Ebony Maw, as the leader, began his assault on S-H-I-E-L-D. In the cinematic realm, Doctor Strange was the one to confront Ebony Maw, but Lindo's arrival accelerated the progression of time. At present, Doctor Strange was merely a novice sorcerer who had just learned to create portals. The task of dealing with Ebony Maw would fall solely to Lindo. However, Ebony Maw's telekinetic powers were formidable, and he had managed to overpower Doctor Strange due to the brevity of the intervals between his attacks. Could Ebony Maw's telekinesis be merged with spatial manipulation? This thought ignited a spark of excitement in Lindo's eyes. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned to Nick Fury. Nick, inform everyone to delay as much as possible. I will swiftly handle Ebony Maw and ensure Loki does not fall into enemy hands. He then glanced at the group behind Nick. Thanos has merely begun a probing attack. The crisis with the Amazons has yet to unfold, so you will remain here. Upon hearing Lindo's directive, the group nodded in agreement. Lindo, you can trust us to stay back. If we encounter any issues with the Amazons, we will contact you immediately, Ancient One remarked, moving closer to Lindo. He nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Mira. Mira, you will accompany me. With that, Lindo waved his hand to open a portal. The two stepped through, and in an instant, they traversed the spatial distance and arrived in a void above S, H, I, E, L, D. They gazed down at the chaotic battlefield below. Ebony Maw was orchestrating a ferocious assault on the S, H, I, E, L, D agents with his dark forces, while Phil Coulson and his team were valiantly resisting. The scene unfolding in utter turmoil. It was evident that Coulson and his allies were no match for Ebony Maw, who toyed with them effortlessly. Let us descend and discover what transpired, Lindo said to Mira, who nodded and followed closely at his side. They landed in a clearing near the S, H, I, E, L, D headquarters, the ground trembling from the battle, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and scorched earth. Lindo, how do you intend to deal with Ebony Maw? Mira's voice pierced through the chaos. His telekinesis is formidable, and he is cunning and unpredictable, especially now. He can be considered a god. Lindu smiled faintly, acknowledging the formidable power of Wu Ho. However, he recognized that his psychic abilities were not invincible. I must identify the flaws in his strength while deftly maneuvering with my spatial abilities. Moreover, he does not require me to squander time in confrontation. Upon hearing Lindu's words, Mei La was momentarily taken aback. What does this imply? Wu Ho is a deity, and the time he expends using psychic energy is indeed less than that required for Lindu's incantations. Indeed, Lindu need not chant to wield magic. Steeling himself, prepare to witness a remarkable spectacle. Hearing Lindu's declaration brought a flicker of joy to Mei La's heart. Has Lindu finally discerned his true purpose? Meanwhile, Lindu observed Wu Ho and Di Sa De launching a fierce assault against S, H, I, E, L, D. Yet, the strength of these few agents from S, H, I, E, L, D is decidedly lacking. Chapter 78. The power of fusion. Mira was astonished to find herself overwhelmed by their relentless assault. Lindu, while deep in thought, maintained a facade of calm and composure. He gently raised his right hand, his fingers slightly spread, summoning an invisible force. Observing this, Myra's eyes sparkled with a blend of curiosity and anticipation. She closely followed Lindu, eager to witness the miracle that was about to unfold. As Lindu triumphed over the wasteland wolf, he had yet to fully comprehend the means by which he achieved this victory. He had not anticipated that he would soon have the opportunity to witness Lindu's prowess firsthand. Remember, Mira, true power lies not merely in the quantity you possess, but in the manner of its application, Lindu murmured to her, his gaze fixed intently on the central battlefield where the Ebony Throat resided. The mental energy of the Ebony Throat raged like a tempest, relentlessly battering the defenses of S, H, I, E, L, D. With a soft chuckle, Lindu felt the magical energy within him begin to surge. Instead of charging directly at the Ebony Throat, he slowly closed his eyes, engaging in communion with the surrounding space. Mira held her breath in anticipation as the air around Lindu began to distort, forming delicate fissures in the fabric of space. In that moment, time itself seemed to pause. Spatial reflection, Lindu exclaimed, abruptly opening his eyes. Instantly, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a gentle luminescence. The figure of the Ebony Throat manifested several duplicates within the glow, each indistinguishable from the original, all launching simultaneous assaults. However, the true Ebony Throat suddenly felt an extraordinary weight upon his mental energy, bound by an unseen force. What? The Ebony Throat gasped in shock, having never encountered such a bizarre method of attack. Though his mental prowess was formidable, it now felt feeble and constrained. Each duplicate siphoned his strength while the true source of the assault remained elusive. Your mental energy is indeed powerful, but in this realm I command, you shall find no refuge. Lindu's voice echoed ominously in the Ebony Throat's ears. Before the Ebony Throat could fully grasp the situation, Lindu waved his hand, as if a colossal force erupted from the ground, stifling their offensive. The trapped Ebony Throat furrowed his brow, sensing that Lindu was not an opponent to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Desad exchanged a knowing glance, heightening their vigilance. With a voice as cold and sharp as ice, the Ebony Throat declared, "Whoever you are, leave at once, or we shall not show mercy." Lindu laughed heartily, his voice resonating throughout the battlefield like rolling thunder. "Aren't you here to capture the one who imprisoned Loki? Allow me to inform you that Loki is under my custody." As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly, a dazzling green light flickering from his palm. "Furthermore, I possess the time stone that Thanos covets and the mother box that Darkseid desires." The Ebony Throat's expression darkened, his gaze growing increasingly ominous. This was the very treasure Thanos had long sought. This time, the intention behind coming to rescue Loki was to uncover the whereabouts of the stones. They did not anticipate that Linder would appear so brazenly before them. However, Ebony Maw dared not act recklessly. Moments ago, he had been ensnared by a mysterious force, one that could rival the intimidation of Thanos himself. If they were to rashly seize the Time Stone, could they still accomplish their mission? Humph. Do you think mere bravado will deter us? Ebony Maw sneered. Although tumultuous waves surged within him, his exterior maintained a facade of arrogance. The will of Lord Thanos is unparalleled. Anyone who stands in his path shall be reduced to dust. Oh, is that so? A playful smile curled on Linder's lips. I am curious to see if your so-called unrivaled might withstand the wrath of my dominion over this space. With that, Linder slowly spread his arms, and the spatial rifts around him became increasingly pronounced. The entire void seemed to respond to his summons. Mera watched in rapt attention, having never witnessed such a grand display of magic. Her reverence for Linder deepened further. Spatial cage, Linder exclaimed, and the spatial rifts instantly wove together into a complex net, ensnaring Ebony Maw and Disod tightly. Their forms struggled within the distorted space, yet they could not escape this invisible prison. What manner of magic is this? Ebony Maw was horrified to discover that his telekinesis was severely diminished within this spatial cage, and he was further suppressed by an intangible force. It was as though Linder cast his spell without uttering any incantation. How could a mere human strike without the use of spells? The shock within Ebony Maw was ineffable as he witnessed this spectacle. The power Linder exhibited transcended the realm of mortal capabilities. In this space governed by Linder, it seemed that the rules were dictated solely by him. Even a godlike entity would be compelled to bow in submission. This is no ordinary magic, Linder stated slowly. This is my comprehension of the laws of space, my mastery of the cosmic order. You orchestrated Loki's arrival solely to vie for the Space Stone, did you not? As Mera beheld Linder's confident demeanor, an indescribable thrill surged within her. Ebony Maw, upon hearing Linder's words, was left stunned in place. Linder possessed not only the Time Stone, but also the Mind Stone. Had he even fused the powers of the stones? Observing the astonishment in Ebony Maw, Linder had no intention of sparing them. Now is the time to amalgamate their powers. I shall grant you a chance to challenge me, if you can escape S-H-I-E-L-D. Within a minute, I shall spare your lives. Upon hearing Linder's words, Ebony Maw realized that the restraints upon him had vanished. Though uncertain of Linder's motivations, he hesitated not to unleash his telekinesis, hurling everything within the vicinity of S-H-I-E-L-D, like a tempest, as if a storm were crashing down upon Linder. Yet Linder merely stood there, eyes closed, as if detached from the chaos. What does this man mean? With his eyes closed, should he simply release them? Yet, before he could ponder this further, as the objects manipulated by telekinesis approached Lindu, they seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. In an instant, they crumbled to dust, scattering upon the ground. The pupils of Wu Muho constricted. He sensed that Lindu appeared to exert no energy whatsoever. Merely through his aura, he effortlessly neutralized Wu Muho's assault. Such a realm of existence was almost beyond his belief. It seems that you insignificant beings are destined to fail in your mission today, Lindu remarked with a tone imbued with undeniable authority. Disad tightened his fists, the ferocity in his gaze intensifying. Wu Muho, let us strike together. Chapter 79. Defeating the Blackwood Duke, summon your master as you wish. The Blackwood Duke replied coldly, and the two reached a silent accord in an instant, unleashing their full strength against Lindu. Yet Lindu remained unperturbed, slightly raising his hand, releasing an even more formidable wave of energy that completely suppressed their assault. Simultaneously, a cold smirk played upon his lips. Since you are so obstinate, I shall indulge you. Before his words had fully dissipated, he vanished from his original position, reappearing between the Blackwood Duke and Disade in the next heartbeat. His movements were as swift as lightning, decisive and clean, delivering a single punch. The Blackwood Duke felt as though his body had been struck by a heavy hammer, hurtling backwards. He had always preferred close combat in his confrontations with mages, a fact that all spellcasters loathed. Yet before him stood Lindu, clearly a mage, who faced close quarters not with trepidation, but with unwavering resolve. What was the reason behind this? On the other side, Disade seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, but Lindu had already anticipated his move, effortlessly evading his assault and countering with a palm strike to Disade's chest, forcing him to retreat in a similarly disheveled manner. You are but mediocre, Lindu remarked coldly, his tone laced with disdain. His figure flickered once more, instantly appearing before the two, his hands striking like eagles soaring through the sky, unleashing a barrage of fierce gusts of energy that left them utterly defenseless. It dawned upon the Blackwood Duke and Disade that they had encountered a truly formidable foe that day. Supporting each other, they rose to their feet. their faces marred by disarray and resentment. However, Lindu paid their struggle no mind. The game had only just begun. In that fleeting moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Close proximity contact with the Blackwood Duke's telekinesis, wisdom, and language control, initiating fusion with the cosmic force within. Was he beginning to merge with the Blackwood Duke's power? A glimmer of joy flickered in Lindu's eyes as he issued the command within his heart. An unprecedented surge of energy erupted from within him. This was the perfect amalgamation of cosmic energy and the Blackwood Duke's unique abilities. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, as though he could perceive the essence of all things. With a mere thought, the surrounding air trembled, the space bending to his will, becoming pliable. Fusion complete. Transformed into a new magic, cosmic telekinetic space. As the name suggests, cosmic telekinetic space embodies both the vastness of the universe and the Blackwood Duke's telekinetic prowess. This power, encompassing the purest energies of the cosmos and fused with the Duke's extraordinary mind control, elevated his spatial manipulation to unprecedented heights. This power is truly intoxicating, Lindu mused softly, sensing an unparalleled depth of connection with the universe. He gently raised his hand, fingertips brushing the void, feeling the intricate threads of time and space. You are merely insignificant pieces on the cosmic chessboard. Lindu's words pierced through the mental defenses of Dormammu Ho and Disade like shards of ice. He slowly extended his arms, as if to embrace the entire universe. A nascent cosmic force enveloped him, forming a radiant halo around his being. By his side, Mela's eyes sparkled with a complex array of emotions. She was both awestruck by Lindu's formidable power and slightly apprehensive about the unknown that was about to unfold. In that moment, Lindu appeared to be an unparalleled existence, unmatched by any adversary. Now, let me see if you can escape this cage woven by the cosmic force. A cold smile graced Lindu's lips. However, the two observers still believed they possessed the strength to fight back. Dormammu Ho stealthily moved behind Lindu, thinking to himself, what can the strongest of mages truly accomplish? Every mage has limits that can be surpassed. Lindu, Dormammu Ho uttered in a deep voice, can you feel my power? How could a mere mortal manifest extraordinary strength? He was determined to prove that mortals could never triumph over the divine. Lindu, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly. He had already sensed Dormammu Ho's approach through his unique intuition, yet he showed no sign of alarm. This encounter was destined to bring him new opportunities. Dormammu Ho raised his hand, and blue light danced at his fingertips, swirling through the air like a living entity. In the next moment, the light emitted a powerful wave, and Lindu suddenly felt an invisible force encircling him. Is this your strength? Lindu frowned slightly, yet his heart brimmed with curiosity and exhilaration. It was only through close engagement with such a level of power that one could truly comprehend and master it. The air between them felt as if it had solidified, tense and oppressive. Dormammu Ho, sensing Lindu's extraordinary potential, could not help but feel a twinge of fear. He glared coldly at Lindu, secretly devising a way to eliminate this potential threat. You have no idea what you are facing, Earthling. Dormammu Ho's tone held a hint of mockery, but more so, it was a test. He noticed Lindu's increasingly serene demeanor, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He understood that once Lindu fully grasped this power, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, he resolved to retreat without delay. However, just as Dormammu Ho attempted to teleport away using spatial power, Lindu suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant light erupted from his hands, akin to countless fine needles that instantaneously pierced the barriers of space, trapping Dormammu Ho in place. Escape? Lindu scoffed, his gaze radiating unwavering confidence. Before me, you shall not escape. Dormammu Ho felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and struggled furiously, yet it was all in vain. Lindu seamlessly fused Dormammu Ho's power with the spatial force, creating a new and exceedingly potent energy that bound Dormammu Ho firmly in place. Inform your master that Lindu is steadily approaching Ebony Maw, speaking in a hushed tone. Without Thanos, you shall not prevail in even the slightest measure here. A flicker of terror and despair passed through Ebony Maw's eyes, yet he found himself powerless to resist. Lindu's piercing gaze struck like a dagger to his heart, rendering him devoid of any courage to fight back. At that moment, an unusual ripple suddenly emerged at the edge of the horizon. It seemed as if a force from the depths of the cosmos had been awakened, resonating with the cosmic telekinetic space within Lindu. He slightly lifted his gaze and beheld a violet luminescence, foreign to this realm, slicing through the sky, drawing ever closer. It was Thanos' spacecraft. It appeared that Thanos was indeed en route. Chapter 80. The Demise of Ebony Maw and the Restoration of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, it is improbable that Thanos would arrive on Earth so swiftly. He would undoubtedly wait until he was assured of victory over this realm. With his control over Ebony Maw secured, the warriors of Apocalypse advanced menacingly. Ebony Maw's countenance was etched with arrogance and confidence, believing that the spoils of war lay within his grasp. Even if Lin Du could subdue him, what of it? The entry of Titan would remain unimpeded. Lin Du, our fates have long been sealed. You cannot thwart us. Ebony Maw, ensnared by Lin Du's influence, regarded him with a pained expression. Earth is more than just this one location. Even if Lin Du were to rescue S-H-I-E-L-D, what then? Lin Du replied with a cold smile, lifting his gaze. You are mistaken, Ebony Maw. Today is destined to be your last. The expression on Ebony Maw's face froze, taken aback by Lin Du's unyielding composure. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he bellowed, the forces of Apocalypse and Titan have united. You foolish Kamatage and the pitiful inhabitants of Earth. Only destruction awaits you. Upon hearing this, Lin Du's eyes became sharp as blades, advancing steadily towards Ebony Maw, his voice laced with an ominous chill. Are you referring to the benevolent grandmother? She is currently masquerading as an Amazon and launching attacks worldwide, is she not? Speaking of the benevolent grandmother, Lin Du's impatience grew as he contemplated her actions in the Amazon. In cinematic portrayals, she is depicted as exceedingly ruthless. Having ascended from a mere foot soldier to a high-ranking member of Apocalypse, her cunning is formidable. Nevertheless, her deeds in the Amazon certainly merit scrutiny. How do you know this? Ebony Maw exclaimed, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He had presumed this secret would catch Lin Du off guard, only to discover that Lin Du was already aware of everything. In that instant, a tempest of disbelief surged within him as he gazed at Lin Du, marveling at the strength of mere mortals. Lin Du offered no reply. Words were superfluous at this juncture. Only action could extinguish the looming threat. With lightning speed, he brandished his wand, casting a dazzling blade of light towards Ebony Maw without uttering a single incantation. Ebony Maw scarcely had time to react. Watching helplessly as the blade pierced through his body, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and astonishment, murmuring, how could it be? A sorcerer who requires no incantation. As the light dissipated, only the faint remnants of magic lingered in the air alongside Ebony Maw's cooling form. Lin Du stood resolutely, his gaze profound, penetrating the battlefield before him, envisioning a more intricate and distant future. The warriors of Apocalypse halted, fear etched upon their faces. Among them were valiant fighters, yet in the presence of such a formidable adversary, even the bravest felt the urge to retreat. Lin Du afforded them no respite. Taking a deep breath, the cosmic energy within him surged once more, unleashing a more formidable force from his being. Today, not only shall I safeguard this land, but I shall also make it known that the heart of a mortal can indeed triumph over the heavens. Lin Du's voice resonated through the skies, imbued with an indomitable authority. With a flicker of movement, he traversed the battlefield with an ethereal grace. Each strike was precise and lethal, causing the warriors of the Apocalypse star to fall before his onslaught. Mira, who had accompanied Lin Du, stood in a daze, watching him in awe. She was yet to comprehend the magnitude of Lin Du's fusion with the skills of the Ebony Guardian. Lin Du, is this how you resolve the crisis of the Shield Agency? The Apocalypse Star and Titan Star possessed the might of deities. As a mere mortal, Lin Du not only vanquished the divine Ebony Guardian, but also dismantled their forces. Was such power truly attainable by a single individual? Mira's voice trembled with disbelief. Her gaze fixed on Lin Du, her heart swelling with unprecedented admiration and respect. The man before her had transcended her understanding of mortals. His strength, his wisdom, and that unwavering resolve to protect his homeland filled Mira with both reverence and reassurance. The battle raged on, yet the tides had quietly turned. Under Lin Du's leadership, the once disadvantaged Earth Coalition began to gain the upper hand. No wonder Ancient One and the others consented to let Lin Du confront the crisis alone. This was not merely offloading trouble onto him. Rather, for Lin Du, this endeavor was akin to a practice match, as Lin Du single-handedly altered the course of the conflict. The warriors of Apocalypse Star began to scatter in retreat, their morale utterly shattered. The air was thick with fear and despair, starkly contrasting with their earlier arrogance. Mira stood to the side, gazing at Lin Du's formidable silhouette, her heart brimming with ineffable excitement and pride. Lin Du, how did you achieve this? Her voice quivered slightly, yearning for answers, yet feeling that any words would be utterly inadequate. Soon, however, she recalled the mention of the gentle grandmother. Mira's expression turned to one of alarm as she looked at Lin Du. Did you just say that the gentle grandmother is attacking the Amazon? Should we not offer our assistance? Although her strength was not formidable, her wisdom could indeed turn the tide across the entire Amazon. Hearing Mira speak of the gentle grandmother again, a smile flickered in Lin Du's eyes. He wondered what kind of synergy would arise from merging with her abilities. Presently, he found himself rather intrigued. However, for now, he must prioritize the restoration of the Shield Agency through temporal reversal. With a gentle wave of his wand, the surrounding space warped under an invisible force. Time, in that moment, became less absolute. In a flash of light, The scene of the SHIELD agency's base began to slowly rewind, restoring the structures, equipment, and even the injured personnel that had been ravaged by the battle. In that moment, everything was visibly returning to its original state. Mira's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never witnessed such extraordinary power. At this moment, Lindu had become the master of time. She closely followed Lindu, her heart brimming with curiosity and reverence for the unknown world. Is this the power of time magic? It is truly astonishing, Mira exclaimed. Lindu smiled faintly, offering no further explanation, but remained focused on the task at hand. Ahead lay the kind grandmother, along with the greater conspiracy that might lurk behind her, Apocalypse Star and Titan Star. As the SHIELD base gradually regained its former tranquility and order, both Lindu and Mira breathed a temporary sigh of relief. However, since they had come this far, it was time to inform Loki of the elaborate plans his superiors had devised to save him. Chapter 81. Meeting Loki. What is Thanos' conspiracy? Come, I shall introduce you to someone. The two swiftly traversed the corridor, heading towards the subterranean prison. At the entrance, two agents stood guard, alert and vigilant. Upon Lindu's arrival, they immediately saluted. I wish to see Loki, Lindu declared, prompting the agents to swiftly unlock the heavy metal door. As Lindu entered the prison, his gaze fixed upon a familiar figure. Loki sat in the corner, his eyes devoid of luster, having long since lost faith in this world. Upon hearing footsteps, Loki lifted his head, and upon recognizing Lindu, a look of sheer terror crossed his face. What do you want now? He feigned composure, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Flashbacks of being vanquished by Lindu and the Mind Stone being seized flooded his mind, memories he could not shake off. The power Lindu exhibited surpassed anything he had ever encountered. In his presence, he dared not speak nor move. Loki's pupils constricted slightly as he endeavored to decipher Lindu's intentions from his gaze. Yet, all he found was a profound calmness, an inscrutable depth that seemed to perceive everything without disturbance. He swallowed hard, striving to reclaim a semblance of dignity. Lindu, you have triumphed. I concede your might. But do you truly believe this will compel my submission? I am the god of mischief. My worth extends far beyond this. Rest assured, I am not here to kill you. Lindu stepped closer, towering over Loki. I merely believe you ought to be informed of certain matters. Loki's brow furrowed, suspicion and confusion filling his eyes. What matters? Lindu began slowly. Odin has been slain, and your savior, the Ebony Maw, has also been dealt with by my hand. Loki's breath hitched, incredulity and anguish flashing in his eyes. Odin is dead? He murmured, as if grappling with the very notion. How could this be? Odin is the leader of the Asgardians. Did you kill him? In a fit of rage, Loki approached the prison bars, gripping them tightly. His gaze fixed on Odin's image. Hearing Loki's words, Lindu chuckled softly. And if I did, what of it? What could it matter if I did not? Loki's hand trembled with fury as he widened his eyes, searching for any sign of deceit in Lindu's expression, yet he found only that unfathomable calm. How dare you? Odin is the protector of the 9 realms. How could you possibly? In this universe, nothing is impossible, Lindu replied, his tone devoid of arrogance. As if merely stating a fact. Strength is not the sole measure of justice or evil. Yet at times, for the greater good, we must make arduous choices. Loki inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult of shock and anger within. Then tell me, what is it you wish to achieve by sharing this with me? Or is it simply that you desire to witness my despair? Lindu shook his head, his gaze softening slightly. Loki, we both understand that you are not beyond redemption. Your wisdom and cunning, when channeled correctly, can wield tremendous influence. I now present you with an opportunity, a chance for your salvation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light momentarily flashed in Loki's eyes, only to dim again almost instantly. Redemption? He echoed. Indeed, Lindu replied, his tone cold yet resolute. However, this is merely the beginning. Thanos will not relent. He continues to orchestrate a far grander scheme. Loki inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. What do you seek from me? Lindu's eyes sharpened. Disclose all you know about Thanos and Darkseid, and perhaps I shall consider granting you a path to survival. The prison fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of Loki's rapid breaths reverberating in the air. Very well, I shall tell you, Loki murmured. As Loki yielded, a weighty atmosphere enveloped the cell. He slowly closed his eyes, summoning the deeply buried secrets of the universe's darkest corners. When he opened his eyes once more, they shone with a complex resolve. Lindu remained still, aware that the forthcoming information would be crucial for their mission. Mera stood nearby. Despite her lack of fondness for Loki, she found herself holding her breath in anticipation. Thanos, Loki began, is a pariah of Titan, a madman driven to extremes after witnessing the annihilation of his home. He believes the universe's resources are finite and must be balanced by the eradication of half of all life. His purple infinity stone, the Power Stone, lies at the heart of his plan. Lindu nodded slightly, He was already familiar with this intelligence. After all, Thanos had previously been referred to as the Director of Population Control. His arrival on Earth was primarily to seize the Tesseract, with a secondary aim to harness Earth's energy. Yet to Lindu, Loki appeared merely as a pawn. How could a pawn possess knowledge of the alliance between Thanos and Darkseid? Nonetheless, Lindu refrained from interrupting Loki's revelations. As for Darkseid, Loki continued, he is the ruler of Apocalypse, an entity far older and more terrifying than Thanos. His ambition is to conquer the entire universe, subjugating all life beneath his dark dominion. Darkseid wields the Omega Effect, a force capable of manipulating reality and annihilating stars. Moreover, there seems to exist an undisclosed transaction or alliance between him and Thanos. Upon hearing this, Mira's complexion turned pale. She had not anticipated the enormity of the conspiracy, which entailed forces far beyond their comprehension. Lindu pondered for a moment before turning his gaze back to Loki. How do you possess such knowledge? What connection do you share with Thanos and Darkseid? Loki offered a bitter smile. I once attempted to employ cunning to oppose them. Yet I ultimately found myself ensnared in this tempest. I have lost so much, my kin, my friends, and my home. Now, I only wish to find a way to atone for the mistakes I have made. Lindu sighed softly, understanding Loki's intricate emotions. However, this realization also led Lindu to comprehend that revealing this matter to Loki was not necessarily a bad thing. Odin was not slain by my hand. Lindu's words dispelled some of the shadows looming over Loki's heart, yet left him even more bewildered. Who besides Lindu possessed the capacity to vanquish the ruler of the Nine Realms? He raised his gaze. A mixture of skepticism and hope reflected in his eyes. Then why did you utter those words? Who exactly are you, and from whence do you hail? Lindu remained silent for a moment, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, he spoke slowly. Darkseid seeks to ally with Thanos in an assault on Blue Star, thus presenting Odin's head as a gift to Odin. Chapter 82. A call for help from Amazon. The benevolent grandmother appears. Thanos sought to acquire the Infinity Stones, while Darkseid aimed for the Mother Box. However, both artifacts regrettably lay within my grasp. Upon hearing this, Loki's eyes widened in astonishment. He displayed little concern over Odin's demise. Yet he felt a profound apprehension and bewilderment towards Linden. He had never encountered anyone capable of wielding both the Tesseract and the Mother Box, let alone someone who could emerge unscathed from the treacherous schemes of Darkseid and Thanos. The Linden before him was far more inscrutable than he had anticipated. Who exactly are you? Loki's voice trembled slightly. He realized he might be conversing with an entity capable of altering the very fabric of the universe. Linden smiled faintly, preparing to address Loki, when the communicator suddenly chimed. Frowning slightly, Linden diverted his gaze from Loki, retrieving his phone from his pocket. The caller ID revealed a number he knew all too well. At such a critical juncture, their connection indicated that Thanos and his cohorts had begun to disperse. Recalling the terror etched on the face of Black Manta as he perished, Linden spoke to Loki. I apologize, but it seems we must temporarily suspend our conversation. He answered the call and turned, casting a glance at Mira to indicate she should continue monitoring Loki, before stepping into a corner of the cell. Linden, is that you? Tony Stark's anxious voice resonated from the other end. We're in Amazon. Someone is masquerading as Amazon warriors and attacking us. Even warriors from Blue Star have been controlled and are assaulting our own people. Masquerading? Controlled? Upon hearing this explanation, Linden immediately thought of the benevolent grandmother. Tony, remain calm. It sounds as though Thanos or Darkseid's machinations have once again extended to Earth. Tell me, what is your current situation? Do you have specific information about the enemy or their location? The situation is dire. They seem to possess a technology capable of manipulating hearts and minds. Several Amazon warriors and our allies have been affected and are now attacking us. We are organizing a counteroffensive, but the enemy is numerous and their strength is growing. We need your assistance, Linden, and your unique abilities. Linden nodded gently, quickly devising a strategy in his mind. Tony, hold your ground. I will arrive as swiftly as possible. In the meantime, have Jarvis attempt to trace the neural signals of those being controlled to see if we can locate the source for disruption or destruction. Additionally, alert all members to remain vigilant and avoid direct contact with any individuals exhibiting unusual behavior. After ending the call, Linden turned to face Mira. Mira, we must depart. Upon hearing this, Mira immediately stood alert. Loki, you will remain here for now. We will have someone continue to guard you. Linden addressed Loki. Remember, every word you utter may become the key to your salvation. Regardless, Loki could never escape his confinement, which allowed Lindu to feel completely at ease. He waved his hand to open a portal. Come forth, Mela. Without the slightest hesitation, Mela followed Lindu into the flickering portal. In a flash of light, the two vanished from their original location, leaving behind Loki, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, alone in the dim confines of his cell. On the other side, Lindu and Mela swiftly arrived at a concealed camp deep within the Amazon rainforest. Here, Tony Stark and his team were grappling with an unexpected crisis. The manipulated warriors moved like soulless puppets, their strength amplified and unyielding, placing unprecedented pressure on both the Avengers and the Amazonian warriors. Lindu, you have finally arrived, Tony exclaimed, spotting Lindu from a distance, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He quickly approached and succinctly reported the current situation. We have tried every conventional method, but those manipulated warriors appear to have no weaknesses. Worse still, this influence seems to be spreading. Lindu nodded, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as strategies began to form in his mind. Where are the warriors disguised as Amazons? Take me to them. The Justice League, the Avengers, and the likes of Ancient One were conspicuously absent, presumably occupied with the formidable grandmother. It appeared this grandmother was more formidable than he had anticipated, which conveniently played into his plan for integration. With this thought, excitement flickered in Lindu's eyes. I will guide you there. None of us are a match for the other. I appreciate your assistance, Lindu. Tony's tone was laced with a mixture of resignation and anticipation. He led Lindu and Mela through the chaotic battlefield, drawing closer to the positions of the enemies disguised as Amazon warriors. Along the way, Lindu noted numerous injured warriors and damaged facilities, the sudden crisis casting a pall over the entire camp. They seem to be utilizing some form of advanced technology to control these warriors, but we have yet to ascertain the specifics, Tony explained as they walked, his brow furrowed, clearly troubled by the current predicament. Soon, the trio arrived at a relatively concealed corner, where several anomalous and vacant-eyed Amazon warriors were gathered. Their movements were mechanical and their strength astounding, as they clashed fiercely with other genuine Amazon warriors and members of the Avengers. Lindu halted, meticulously observing the manipulated fighters. He sensed a faint energy emanating from them, resonating with certain dark forces within the cosmos. You two go seek the source. I shall have a word with the rumored grandmother, Lindu instructed Tony and Mela, his tone conveying an undeniable resolve to thoroughly resolve this crisis. It was imperative to locate and eradicate the source of that controlling power. Meanwhile, his personal intrigue regarding this grandmother grew ever more profound. Indeed, a character capable of capturing the attention of both Thanos and Darkseid is certainly no ordinary individual. Tony and Mera exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in agreement before swiftly dispersing to continue their search mission. Lindu, however, approached the group of manipulated warriors alone, moving slowly. Lindu, you have finally arrived, exclaimed the Ancient One, her voice filled with surprise as she noticed him amidst the fierce battle. Ancient One, what is the situation? Lindu inquired, his tone grave as he focused intently on the warriors tainted by dark forces, mentally strategizing his next move. These warriors were under the control of an ancient and formidable magic, seemingly linked to that so-called benevolent grandmother, the Ancient One stated, her tone serious. Chapter 83. The Blue Star government suspects Lindu, controlling the orphanage observing the flustered Nick. He ultimately divulged the matter concerning the benevolent grandmother. Nick, you must establish contact with the Blue Star government at once and swiftly identify any individuals within the orphanage who may have fallen under her influence. Lindu's words startled Nick, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Are you suggesting that the benevolent grandmother has taken control of the orphanages across Blue Star? His voice trembled slightly, unprepared for the gravity of the situation that had escalated to this extent. Previously, they had merely perceived the threat as one directed solely at the S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Time Stone by Thanos. Yet now, the target had expanded to encompass the entire Blue Star, having even subjugated the orphanages. Without Lindu's warning, they would have remained oblivious to the severity of the unfolding crisis. Lindu nodded, seemingly unperturbed by Nick's turmoil. He continued, it is not confined to the orphanages. I fear her tendrils have extended into broader societal realms. We must act with utmost urgency to uncover all those who are under her control and thwart her plans from proliferating further. Taking a deep breath, Nick endeavored to calm the tempest within. He swiftly retrieved his communicator to contact the higher echelons of the Blue Star government, relaying Lindu's urgent directives. Blue Star Security Bureau, this is Nick. I have critical intelligence that requires immediate reporting to the director. Yes, concerning the recent spate of disappearances, we have unearthed new leads. Meanwhile, Lindu remained contemplative, his mind replaying the actions of the benevolent grandmother in the Marvel universe, seeking to extract more insights regarding her abilities and vulnerabilities. In the original narrative, the benevolent grandmother wielded extensive and covert powers, orchestrating chaos among her adversaries. Thus, every one of her actions now concealed immeasurable peril. He closed his eyes in concentration, attempting to piece together every fragment of memory related to her. The benevolent grandmother excelled in manipulating hearts, exploiting fears and desires to fulfill her objectives. However, To exert control over such a vast populace would necessitate immense energy and a medium to amplify her influence. Suddenly, Lin Du's eyes flew open as a thought struck him. The orphanage, those children, pure of heart, yet susceptible to external influences, could very well be the optimal vessels chosen by the benevolent grandmother. She might have established some form of ritual or apparatus there to magnify her power, thereby gaining control over the entirety of Blue Star. Nick, we require more detailed intelligence. Lin Du turned towards the anxiously awaiting Nick, particularly regarding any unusual activities within the orphanage or any newly emerged facilities or personnel changes. Upon hearing this, Nick immediately accelerated his communication efforts with the Blue Star government while dispatching agents to conduct covert investigations at various orphanages. Standing by, Ancient One remained entirely uninfluential over Lin Du's decisions. Instead, they retaliated against the adversaries attacking the Amazon warriors. Lin Du, save us, we are no match for them. The voice of Queen Hippolyta echoed in Lin Du's ears, laden with desperate entreaty. Upon hearing the queen's voice, Lin Du's thoughts crystallized. The Amazon warriors were besieged by dark forces. Those foes, clad in ominous black armor, bore eyes that flickered with an otherworldly light, evidently not of this realm. He swiftly turned, nodding at the Ancient One, signaling her to maintain the defensive line, before darting towards the battlefield of the Amazon warriors like a bolt of lightning. Queen Hippolyta, hold steadfast. I come to lend you my strength. Lin Du's voice reverberated across the battlefield, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy. The queen and her warriors instantly felt the weight of their burdens lighten. Lin Du's gaze pierced through the so-called dark warriors. The most expedient way to resolve this conflict was to isolate the forces of the benevolent grandmother from that of the Amazons. Once he employed the method of spatial separation, confining the grandmother's followers within a distinct realm, it would be their sole recourse. Lin Du finally spoke, reminding Nick, we must urgently inform them of Thanos' impending assault, otherwise, all will be irrevocably lost. Nick nodded, though a tinge of unease lingered within him. Yet, he harbored absolute trust in Lin Du. He quickly organized his gear and made his way to the Blue Star government's conference hall. Inside the conference room of the Blue Star government, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Leaders and high-ranking officials from various nations had gathered, each face etched with anxiety and apprehension. Nick Fury stood at the forefront. Hands braced against the conference table, his brow furrowed. The news of the orphanage potentially falling under the grandmother's control left him unsettled. The delay in the arrival of the Blue Star government only fueled his ire. Should internal strife erupt within Blue Star amidst Thanos' assault, it would undoubtedly prove catastrophic. Listen to me, Nick began. We can no longer disregard Lin Du's warnings. The power of the benevolent grandmother is far too formidable. We must identify those under her influence and take action promptly. Tony Stark of the Avengers crossed his arms. Nick, how can you be certain this information is reliable? An internal purge is not only time-consuming but could also incite even greater chaos. I trust Lin Du's words, Nick replied resolutely, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before resting on Tony's face. If we allow the influence of the benevolent grandmother to spread, we will be utterly powerless when Thanos arrives. The members of the Blue Star government murmured among themselves. Who exactly was this Lin Du? How reliable were his assertions? If they proved to be unfounded, mobilizing their forces would deplete significant resources. The room was abuzz with discussions. Nick understood that every second was of paramount importance. He had to persuade everyone to trust Lin Du's judgment and to act without delay. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Nick, who raised his voice in an attempt to restore silence among the crowd. Lin Du. He is not only a vital ally in our battle against cosmic threats, but also a being endowed with extraordinary insight and combat prowess. Each of his warnings has unfailingly aided us in transforming peril into safety. Today, he has once again highlighted the grave challenge we confront, a benevolent yet formidable entity capable of manipulating hearts and endangering the security of our entire blue planet. At this juncture, Nick paused momentarily, casting his gaze over each individual to ensure that his words were both heard and comprehended by all. Chapter 84: The Imminent Crisis. Unwavering trust in Lin Du. We must not falter in the face of the unknown, nor allow transient comfort to blind us to the impending crisis. Lin Du has unequivocally indicated that the orphanage may serve as the base of operations for the benevolent grandmother's manipulation of humanity. We must act without delay to rescue those innocent children and thwart her plans from advancing further. At that moment, an elderly government advisor spoke slowly. Nick, we understand your concerns, but such a large-scale operation necessitates meticulous planning and thorough preparation. Can we not first dispatch a small team of agents for reconnaissance to ascertain the situation before making a decision? In response to their words, Nick vehemently countered. I believe we must obey Lin Du's orders and strike with full force. Lin Du has indicated that he will address the alien crisis, but the internal matters must be resolved by Blue Star itself. Furthermore, I fear you do not fully grasp Lin Du's capabilities. He became the Supreme Sorcerer in merely 3 days and has directly imprisoned Loki. Before you even recognize Thanos' assaults, Lindu had already repelled 3 of his probing attacks. Or do you possess the ability to surpass Lindu? By the end, Nick's tone had taken on an almost mocking quality. The Blue Star government. Upon hearing Nick's explanation, widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at him in astonishment. One man had managed to fend off Thanos' attacks thrice. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. All eyes were fixed on Nick Fury, incredulity spreading across every face. Even among those high-ranking officials and military leaders who ordinarily held themselves in high regard. Nick, are you certain that what you say is true? A general's voice broke the silence, laced with both shock and skepticism. Nick did not respond directly. Instead, he gestured to his assistant, who promptly distributed an encrypted document to each attendee. The document meticulously chronicled every significant event Lindu had been involved in since his emergence, detailing how he rapidly mastered magic, confronted Loki, and successfully repelled Thanos' probing assaults on multiple occasions. Each segment was accompanied by comprehensive evidence and witness testimonies, irrefutably demonstrating Lindu's extraordinary prowess and judgment. This is the truth, everyone, Nick stated solemnly. Lindu is not only our sword against cosmic threats, but also the guardian of internal safety for Blue Star. Since he has identified the issue with the orphanage, we must place our unwavering trust in him and act immediately. As the document circulated, the atmosphere in the conference room began to shift. From initial skepticism and hesitation to eventual shock and admiration, and ultimately to resolute determination. I concur with Nick's perspective. A female Secretary of State was the first to affirm. We cannot allow Blue Star's interior to become a breeding ground for our enemies, nor can we permit innocent children to become the victims of malevolent forces. Let us act swiftly to rescue those children and utterly dismantle the grandmother's nefarious scheme. I agree. The other attendees unanimously echoed the sentiments expressed, and in that moment, the previously divided opinions reached an unprecedented unity. Observing this, Nick internally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not betrayed Lindu's trust. Meanwhile, Lindu watched as the gentle grandmother's offensive pressed onward. With his arms crossed over his chest, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, centering his focus. Instantly, ethereal waves of spatial energy began to manifest around him, gradually forming a transparent barrier that securely ensnared all those accompanying the gentle grandmother. What more could Lindu accomplish? His intention was to sever the ties of all factions on Blue Star. Was this even feasible? The pressure alleviated, Moda gasped as he witnessed Lindu's actions. Even though they were aware of Lindu's rather eccentric behavior, nothing had prepared them for such an extraordinary display. This was beyond human capability, utterly preposterous. Lindu's movements did not falter, his eyes barely opened, his pupils glimmering with profound light. As he directed his will, the spatial energy barrier not only solidified its boundaries, but also began to slowly constrict, imposing an invisible pressure on the members of the gentle grandmother's faction trapped within. This is the spatial confinement technique, Tony Stark exclaimed in awe. As a paragon of the technological realm, while he may not be well-versed in magic, his understanding of various extraordinary abilities was extensive. The precision with which Lindu manipulated space was simply incredible, was it not? Ancient One interjected, her eyes brimming with admiration. Lindu's power extended far beyond this. He was an indispensable force in our struggle against cosmic threats. Indeed, Lindu's actions were beyond the realm of imagination to outsiders. Yet for him, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of his vast capabilities. As his concentration intensified, the barrier formed of spatial energy spread like a living entity, not only binding the gentle grandmother's subordinates firmly, but also subtly adjusting the boundaries between the various factions on Blue Star. This ensured that chaos and betrayal would not arise in the imminent decisive battle. Modu, what you perceive is merely the surface. Ancient One, having regained her composure with Lindu's assistance, approached Modu to witness Lindu's actions together. Observing Modu's astonishment at Lindu's prowess, Ancient One promptly elucidated. Lindu was constructing a temporary spatial matrix capable of operating on both physical and mental planes, isolating the infiltration of malevolent forces while simultaneously buying precious time for our counterattack. Modu, overwhelmed by this revelation, felt an indescribable shock within. He understood well that Lindu's strength was unfathomable, yet witnessing such spatial manipulation firsthand instilled a profound sense of awe towards this young supreme sorcerer. If their acceptance of Lindu as the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj stemmed from Ancient One's acknowledgement and endorsement, now Lindu's every action served as direct evidence of his ability to utterly overpower them. Lindu, how many more secrets do you harbor that remain unknown to us? Lindu offered a faint smile, refraining from providing a direct response, and redirected his focus towards the adversaries ensconced within the confines of the spatial barrier. This was not the moment for discourse. We must swiftly address the imminent crisis and prepare for the forthcoming ultimate battle. Subsequently, Lindu fortified the power of space, enveloping the entirety of Blue Star within its embrace. The force of spatial energy surged like a tidal wave, enveloping Blue Star in a formidable and impenetrable shield. All external threats, whether they be the nefarious forces of the benevolent grandmother or the lurking cosmic dangers, were effectively isolated beyond this protective barrier. Chapter 85. How can mortals defeat celestials? The dark forces that had come to attack Amazon found themselves imprisoned within a spatial confinement. In a state of panic, they collided against the invisible walls, utterly helpless to escape. What is happening? It is astonishing that such formidable beings exist on this blue planet. They desperately struck against the gates of the spatial realm, yearning for an exit. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they could not breach the sudden barriers of space. In the distance, an elderly man with graying hair observed the scene with a furrowed brow, pondering deeply. It seems we have underestimated this blue planet. Casting a glance around, he realized he too was ensnared by an unseen force, rendered immobile. Though his hands trembled slightly, it was fueled by anger rather than fear. He calmly regulated his breathing, preparing to seek an opportunity for counterattack. Even if this blue planet possesses such formidable strength, what does it ultimately matter? They remain mere mortals. To challenge celestial beings is akin to courting disaster. Warriors of the blue planet, it is time to repay the support of your ever-watchful master. The benevolent elder gazed at the warriors trapped within the confines of space. Suddenly, she let out a cold chuckle. Since they do not wish for their warriors to launch an assault, I wonder how you students will react when faced with the Amazonian fighters? Orphans of the blue planet. The time to act has come. The elder's voice echoed within the enclosed space. Upon hearing a commotion in the distance, Lindu focused his gaze intently. Gui, sensing Lindu's reaction, inquired with surprise, what is happening? Is there an unexpected turn of events? Now that Lindu had completely secured control over the opposing warriors, was this not a sign that the conflict had reached its conclusion? Lindu slightly tilted his head, choosing not to respond directly to Gui's question. Instead, he instructed Mo-Du, enhance the surveillance of the spatial matrix, particularly for any abnormal signals that may arise among the imprisoned enemies. This is an excellent training opportunity. How can we afford to relax at this moment? Mo-Du promptly complied, swiftly adjusting his perceptions to synchronize with the spatial matrix constructed by Lindu, attempting to capture even the slightest fluctuations. Gui also recognized that the situation might be more intricate than anticipated. Closing her eyes in concentration, she harnessed the ancient spells of Kamartaj to further solidify the stability of the space. What is the benevolent elder plotting? Tony furrowed his brow, utilizing his smart glasses to analyze the energy flow within the space. It seemed she was attempting to awaken some latent power or perhaps activate a certain device. Lindu nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he once again formed intricate seals with his hands, gathering the power of space at his fingertips to create delicate patterns. These patterns swiftly disseminated throughout the entire spatial matrix, forming a vast web of information that captured every subtle change within the confines. She intends to use those orphans as pawns, Lindu declared solemnly. She believes that the inhabitants of the blue planet place immense value on familial bonds and responsibilities, which could consequently distract them, rendering them susceptible to being manipulated into launching an assault against us. We cannot allow her to succeed. The voice of the Secretary of State resonated with unwavering conviction. We must safeguard every innocent life, while simultaneously dismantling her insidious plot. Upon hearing the words of the assembly, Lindo let out a light chuckle. How could one allow him to fulfill his own designs? The benevolent grandmother's presence here was solely to provide him with research. However, you ought not to step forward. Is that not akin to courting death? Lindo gazed into the distance, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Just then, he appeared before the benevolent grandmother like a phantom, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Where do you intend to go? The benevolent grandmother raised her head, a trace of a cold smile gracing her lips. Who are you? Lindo, he replied. Are you not here to seize treasures from my grasp? What? Have you forgotten your purpose? His words were devoid of emotional fluctuation, yet they stirred an inexplicable chill within the benevolent grandmother's heart. She steeled herself, letting out a cold huff. Her eyes narrowed, radiating a dangerous glimmer. If you could surrender the mother box, we might consider sparing your life. Lindo scoffed derisively, shaking his head. You think you are worthy of negotiating terms? He produced an ancient and enigmatic mother box from within his garment, its surface adorned with peculiar runes, emitting a faint blue glow. If you possess the capability, then come and seize it. A flicker of cold light flashed in the benevolent grandmother's eyes. Courting death. With a swift motion, she summoned dark energy, condensing it into several blades that hurtled towards Lindo. Simultaneously, her form transformed into an apparition, rapidly advancing. Lindo remained steadfast, a confident smile gracing his lips. With a gentle wave of his left hand, countless silver barriers emerged in the air, shattering the dark energy upon impact. His right hand swiftly conjured a barrage of light blades, colliding with the grandmother's weapons, unleashing a brilliant explosion and tremor. The two engaged in aerial combat, each clash resonating like thunder, deafeningly loud. Surrounding structures crumbled under the force of their battle, resembling the apocalypse. You arrogant wretch. Do you truly believe that a modicum of cleverness can thwart me? The benevolent grandmother seethed, her teeth clenched, her fury escalating akin to a raging beast. Lindo maintained his composure, every movement executed with precision. You are but a defeated foe. I am unafraid to divulge that I have long seen through your ruse. Amidst their struggle, Lindo suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing in midair, and then, like a hawk diving down, he struck her abdomen with a powerful blow. Boom. The benevolent grandmother was sent flying several meters, blood spewing from her mouth as she crashed to the ground. She struggled to rise, yet Lindo stood before her, coldly gazing down. Do you wish to continue? He inquired, his voice as frigid as steel. The benevolent grandmother clutched her wound, gasping for breath. Yet her eyes still shimmered with an indomitable flame. Today, I concede, but when we meet again, it shall be your demise. However, Lindu paid her no heed. Instead, his mind was flooded with thoughts of the grandmother's attacking techniques. You have acquired the energy projection technique from the benevolent grandmother. Energy projection? If her assault is indeed energy projection, it could seamlessly blend with my spatial abilities. Lindu pondered inwardly, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Each confrontation with a formidable foe serves as an ultimate challenge and enhancement of one's abilities. The energy projection from the benevolent grandmother undeniably opened a new door for him in the fusion of powers. Your strength is indeed remarkable, but alas, you have encountered me. Lindu remarked with a calm demeanor. Chapter 86, Fusion of Energy Projection, Manifestation of Spatial Power. He slowly raised his right hand, the palm aglow with a unique energy as the spatial power began to merge with the energy projection he had recently comprehended, creating an unprecedented and peculiar wave. What is this? The gentle grandmother's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise and unease. She could sense the threat embedded within that power, an existence that transcended her comprehension. This is your end, Lindu uttered softly before his figure flickered. Upon hearing his words, the grandmother remained motionless, even regarding Lindu with a sense of pity. What difference did it make if he was powerful? To attempt to slay a deity was utterly impossible. She never anticipated that someone would be so fearless as to approach her so boldly. Steadying her emotions, the grandmother regarded Lindu with an indifferent gaze. Lindu smiled slightly. Who said I came here to court death? Do you not wish to experience the sensation of your own power directed at yourself? As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly, and a peculiar wave of energy emanated from him. The disdain in the grandmother's eyes gradually faded, replaced by uncertainty. It felt too familiar, unmistakably mirroring the essence she possessed. How could this mortal have learned such a thing? She gazed at Lindu in disbelief, filled with confusion and fear. Yet she remained obstinate in her defiance. Oh, do you think you can master my power? She scoffed. Yet Lindu remained unfazed, casting a calm glance at the grandmother. Then, in a moment of unexpected action, he unleashed an energy wave, identical to her signature gray energy. The wave, imbued with a palpable sense of destruction, surged towards the grandmother. As she sensed the approaching energy wave, her expression grew grave. This was clearly her own energy. How could Lindu possibly use it against her? The grandmother swiftly retreated, attempting to dodge the lethal strike. However, the energy wave pursued with an almost sentient determination, its speed exceeding her imagination. Terror gripped her heart. Yet she could not deny that Lindu was executing the very energy projection she took pride in, and with greater potency, precision, and control than she had ever achieved. How is this possible? The tremor in her voice betrayed her disbelief. How could a mere mortal grasp and surpass her power? Furthermore, Lindu's learning speed was astonishing. She had never witnessed anyone replicate her techniques in such a short span of time, let alone with such intensity that surpassed her own. This cannot be, the grandmother murmured, her mind in disarray, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The fear burgeoned swiftly, enveloping her entire being. Escape. This was her only thought. She abruptly turned, preparing to flee this perilous place. However, Lindu would not grant her that opportunity. With a slight movement, he evaded her. A terrifying energy storm erupted from his palm, completely engulfing the benevolent grandmother who stood behind him. Ancient One, astonished, gazed at Lindu, realizing that in such a brief span of time, Lindu's strength had ascended once more to that of a supreme mage. Unreservedly, he admitted that he could no longer sense any magic emanating from Lindu had he not witnessed Lindu effortlessly overpower the grandmother. He might have mistaken him for an ordinary individual, given the aura he exuded. Could a mere mortal truly attain such formidable prowess? Was Lindu's power replicable? No, it was utterly impossible. There existed but one Lindu in this world. He marveled at Lindu, momentarily rendered speechless. Persuading Lindu to become the supreme mage of Kamartaj had been his most astute decision, as the grandmother was wholly consumed by that dreadful energy storm. The surrounding air seemed to flow once more. All sounds returned at that moment, yet they felt eerily hushed. Only Lindu remained suspended in midair, enveloped by a faint, lingering aura of energy. The members of the Justice League and the Avengers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and reverence. Among them were seasoned heroes. Yet they had never witnessed such a direct and overwhelming victory. Was this truly the extent of Lindu's power? Tony Stark, the Iron Man, murmured to himself. Lindu bore no equipment, not even uttering a single incantation during his assault. What, then, was the purpose of his own gear? Why had he never heard of Lindu before? The crowd could only stare, dumbfounded, at Lindu standing motionless. Gradually, Lindu descended to the ground, the energy surrounding him dissipating into the ether. His gaze returned to its usual tranquility. The breathtaking battle had merely been a minor trial on his path of cultivation. He then scanned his surroundings. Were they startled? Why did they remain fixed in place, devoid of action? Did they not notice that the grandmother's attacks had not ceased and were even beginning to disperse in all directions? Ultimately, it was Captain America who regained his composure. He took a deep breath and approached Lindu with great difficulty, looking at the one who had rescued them from peril. Captain America broke the silence. What should we do? Despite his attempts to mask his thoughts, Lindu could sense the tremor in his voice. Was he astonished by his own power? Lindu chuckled softly, dismissing the concern. Continue to protect this world, just as you have always done, he said, his gaze sweeping over those who focused their attention on him. Moreover, the crisis is not yet averted. The government is no match for the likes of the orphanage and others. Indeed, just moments ago, Lindu had witnessed through the controlled space that the government had reacted to the message he had instructed them to prepare. They exerted direct control over the entire orphanage, even commencing the brutal slaughter of the children under the care of the benevolent grandmother. Lindu's words extinguished the fervent atmosphere like a cold shower. The expressions of those present instantly transformed into a mixture of gravity and complexity. How could the government possibly begin to hinder them? How could it? Tony Stark murmured in disbelief. The energy cannon in his hand gradually lowered, his eyes flickering with a blend of anger and confusion. Beneath the weight of power, humanity is often distorted. The government had always held disdain for mutants, let alone entrusting the entire nation into their hands. How could they possibly remain passive without taking action to inform the public? It is likely that after they defeat Thanos, they will seek an opportunity to communicate the specifics of what transpired. Chapter 87. The Attack of Superman and the Strength of Lindu. Captain America pressed his lips together and nodded, turning to his subordinates to inquire about the outcome of the war. How were the Amazon warriors faring? The Amazon warriors were rallying. They had suffered considerable losses, yet their spirits remained high, prepared to confront the forthcoming challenges. Linda listened attentively to their explanations, nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind. Where was Superman? Why had he not appeared here? Could it be that Superman had been injured in this conflict? Linda's thoughts drifted back to the conclusion of the cinematic portrayal of Superman. Curiosity piqued, he wondered about Superman's current state. Just as Linda pondered Superman's whereabouts, the sky unexpectedly fissured, revealing a narrow rift from which a brilliant light emanated. This luminescence coalesced into a figure that descended slowly before the gathered crowd. It was none other than Superman, Clark Kent, clad in his iconic blue suit adorned with the striking Reds emblem. His arrival invigorated the atmosphere, though he appeared slightly fatigued, his gaze still steadfast and imbued with strength. Without hesitation, Captain America approached, eager to inquire about the state of the government. However, he was abruptly halted by a hand that reached out. Lindu's. What does this mean, Lindu? Captain America asked, uncertain of the anomalies present, given Lindu's formidable prowess. He is Superman, but he has been subdued, Lindu explained without a moment's hesitation. Captain America's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes reflecting disbelief and vigilance. He swiftly scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of other potential threats before refocusing on Lindu, seeking further elucidation from this newly emerged powerhouse. Subdued? Are you implying that even Superman has succumbed to that force? Tony Stark's voice trembled slightly, for he could hardly fathom that such a formidable being had been reduced to a puppet. Lindu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that force is far more intricate and potent than you can imagine. It not only has the capacity to manipulate hearts but can also insidiously infiltrate any living entity, including beings like Superman. What shall we do now? Iron Man inquired, his tone a blend of sarcasm and earnestness. Are we simply to allow Superman to remain under the control of that cunning soul? Absolutely not. Batman growled softly, his fists clenched tightly. We must devise a means to rescue him. Yet, no one could propose a viable solution, let alone the fact that Superman was immensely powerful under normal circumstances. They would be incapable of vanquishing him. The controlled Superman was not only formidable but devoid of reason, akin to an unbridled beast. Iron Man found himself at a loss, unable to directly seek Lindu's assistance. Lindu, Do you possess a way to save them? Lindu gazed intently at the assembly, capable of perceiving the deepest fears and hopes within their hearts. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and resonant. I do possess a method, but it necessitates the cooperation of us all, along with some sacrifices. Sacrifices? Captain America furrowed his brow, clearly reluctant to hear such a word. Yet, every hero present understood that in the face of such formidable adversaries, victory would not come easily. Indeed, we must identify the source of that power, dismantling it from its roots. To achieve this, we must penetrate enemy lines and confront the puppeteer orchestrating everything from the shadows. However, Superman now poses an unpredictable variable. He may obstruct our efforts. As the heroes deliberated on how to address Superman, he surged forward without hesitation, targeting Lindu unmoved. Lindu merely raised his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier between himself and Superman. This ethereal shield effortlessly thwarted a punch capable of shaking mountains. Confusion flickered in Superman's eyes as he grappled with this unexpected impediment. Nevertheless, he did not relent, unleashing a flurry of punches against the unseen barrier, each strike generating rippling waves of air, yet failing to penetrate even slightly. Enough, Clark. Lindu's voice was calm and profound, transcending the confines of time and space, reaching into the depths of Superman's soul. Superman's movements faltered, his powerful gaze reflecting a moment of struggle, soon overshadowed by a deeper bewilderment. You can hear me, can't you? Lindu continued. The justice and goodness within you have not entirely vanished. They are merely shrouded by a sinister force for the time being. Now, it is time to reclaim your true self. Lindu produced the Mind Stone, poised to fully liberate Superman from his constraints. As the Mind Stone emanated a gentle yet radiant glow in Lindu's grasp, the battlefield fell into a momentary stillness. The light not only illuminated the surrounding darkness, but also pierced through the dense fog enveloping Superman's heart, reaching the very core of his soul. Clark Kent's body trembled slightly, his immense eyes swirling with a tumult of complex emotions, anger, confusion, pain, and a barely perceptible yearning. This force was valiantly striving against the malevolent will that controlled him, seeking to reclaim his own will and freedom. The Justice League and the Avengers stared at Lindu in astonishment. This man possessed not only the Mind Stone but, according to their research, also the Time Stone and the Cosmic Cube. What other powers did he possess? Was this truly within the capabilities of an ordinary human? Perceiving their bewilderment, Ancient One chuckled softly and stepped forward to elucidate Lindu's significance. I doubt you fully grasp why I appointed Lindu as the Supreme Master of Kamartash. Indeed, his strength and experiences far exceed the boundaries of your current understanding. The words of the Ancient One resonated in the ears of all present. He is not merely a warrior endowed with formidable physical prowess. He is also an adept of the laws of time and space, a seeker in the realms of mind and soul. His existence stands as one of the rare miracles within the cosmos. From the moment Lindu stepped into Kamartash, he exhibited an extraordinary talent and profound comprehension of magic. Not only did he master the mysteries of the Time Stone, allowing him to glimpse both the past and the future, but he also left his indelible mark upon the river of time. In his grasp, the Tesseract transcended its role as a mere source of power. It became the key to his understanding of the fundamental laws governing the universe. Chapter 88, The Experience of Lindu. The resurrection of Superman, the Mind Stone bestowed upon him the ability to perceive the hearts of others and even influence their will, as you have just witnessed. Yet, more significantly, Lindu had ascended to the status of Supreme Sorcerer in a mere 3 days. The moment this revelation was uttered, an invisible wave of astonishment swept over the battlefield. The heroes exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and reverence. 3 days, transforming from an ordinary warrior to the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartash. This was not merely a leap in power, but a profound transformation in the understanding of universal laws. They had squandered a considerable amount of time merely learning to adapt to their own physical changes, let alone harnessing their unique abilities. Lindu's experience seemed nothing short of fantastical to them. Amidst this sudden revelation, the air was thick with an indescribable mix of shock and anticipation. The heroes' gazes sparkled with curiosity about the unknown and a deep respect for Lindu's prowess. The battle before them was perhaps no longer a simple clash of strength, but rather a contest of wisdom, courage, and the very laws of the universe. Suddenly, Captain America noticed Superman launching another attack. Lindu, be careful, he shouted anxiously, but before he could finish, Superman's fist was already hurtling towards Lindu. To everyone's astonishment, Lindu remained utterly still, his expression betraying neither fear nor hesitation. With hands gently clasped, his lips moved slightly as immense magical energy began to permeate the air around him. What is he doing? Iron Man asked hastily. Isn't he going to counterattack? The members of the Justice League and the Avengers were engulfed in confusion and anxiety, powerless to intervene as events unfolded before their eyes. Wait, look, Batman suddenly exclaimed, pointing in Lindu's direction. Lindu had closed his eyes, exuding calmness, and a faint golden glow radiated from his forehead. What is happening? What is he doing? Green Lantern asked in astonishment. In Lindu's mind, every move of Superman, Every trajectory and force of his attacks vividly materialized before him. It was as if he had instantaneously comprehended Superman's entire combat repertoire, beginning to assimilate Superman's defensive capabilities, X-ray vision, and microscopic sight. As the voice echoed in his mind, Lindu smiled, realizing that he was indeed on the right path. Having resolved Superman's confinement through the Mind Stone's abilities, he was now commencing the process of merging with Superman's powers. As the golden light on Lindu's forehead grew increasingly radiant, an unprecedented wave of energy rippled across the battlefield, causing even the fabric of space to tremble. A flicker of astonishment crossed Superman's eyes as he sensed a power within him, foreign and unaccustomed, being slowly stripped away, yet in a remarkable manner, absorbed by Lindu. What is this ability? Superman murmured, his voice laced with incredulity. He attempted to resist, but the force felt as though it emanated from the very depths of the universe, gentle yet irresistible, establishing a peculiar connection between him and Lindu. Lindu's eyes suddenly opened wide, shimmering with a resplendent brilliance that epitomized an unparalleled understanding of power. He slowly extended his hand, palm directed towards Superman, and with a gentle sweep, an invisible wave of energy emanated from his palm, enveloping Superman in an instant. Clark, embrace this force. It belongs not only to me, but to every soul yearning for peace and justice. Lindu resolved to utilize the Mind Stone and his fusion with Superman's X-ray vision to examine Superman's physical condition. As Lindu's words resonated, the intangible energy wave flowed like a warm spring breeze, caressing Superman's body and penetrating every inch of his skin, every cell. Superman's expression shifted from astonishment to tranquility, even a sense of release, for he sensed that the malevolent force that had long bound and manipulated him was gradually dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and freedom. Lindu's gaze was profound and luminous. Through the amalgamation of the Mind Stone and his X-ray abilities, he perceived every intricate detail within Superman's body. The cells ravaged by the sinister force were being mended by pure energy, while the damaged nerves and muscles swiftly rejuvenated. More importantly, Lindu sensed the deeply buried essence of justice and goodness within Superman's heart, awakening like a giant reclaiming its strength. However, at that moment, Lindu suddenly discerned the extent of Superman's injuries. It was evident that without intervention, Superman might perish upon relinquishing his control. Yet, there was no cause for despair. He could always employ time reversal to rescue him. Clark, your resilience and courage are the most precious treasures of the universe. In the face of such grave injuries, time has become our most invaluable ally. Now, let us surmount this daunting challenge together. With that, Lindu inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of power from the Time Stone within him. He gently closed his eyes, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze at that moment. As if even time itself slowed its pace, Lindu delved into the river of time, seeking the pivotal moment that could alter Superman's fate. Time, grant me the power to reverse, he whispered, and with his words, a formidable force erupted from within him. The river of time appeared to be gently stirred by an unseen hand, sending ripples across its surface. Everything around began to blur, the figures of heroes becoming ethereal in the interplay of light and shadow, while only Lindu and Superman remained increasingly distinct amidst the temporal current. As time flowed backward, Lindu pinpointed the very moment that had led to Superman's grievous injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, he harnessed the power of the Time Stone and meticulously rectified that fatal error. Superman felt the foreign energy gradually merging with his own blood, bestowing upon him an unprecedented strength and freedom. He inhaled deeply, and his aura surged instantaneously, heralding his rebirth. With Lindu's exquisite manipulation of time's power, the wounds of Superman healed at a visibly astonishing pace. The marks once corroded by malevolent forces gradually faded, giving way to a vibrant vitality. Superman's eyes once again sparkled with the light of hope. Lindu, thank you. I never imagined I would feel such strength again. A tremor tinged his voice as he regained consciousness. He had not anticipated that this confrontation would demand his very life. Fortunately, he had the divine presence of Lindu to assist in his resurrection. With deep gratitude, Superman gazed more appreciatively at Lindu. Chapter 89. Merging the power of Wonder Woman and mastering the Time Seer. As Lindu cast his gaze towards the approaching Justice League and Avengers, he recognized the gathering of formidable allies. The amalgamation of their powers would undoubtedly elevate his own strength once more. His attention then shifted to Wonder Woman, a hero renowned for her immortality and mastery of numerous languages in film and television. He pondered the magical attack that could arise from the fusion of her eternal life force with the energy of the Time Stone, igniting his curiosity. When he saw Wonder Woman extend her hand, Lindu grasped it without hesitation. Thank you, Lindu. Without your intervention, our Amazonian kin may have faced annihilation. Your strength is unparalleled, and you shall be the guiding light for us all. If only you could remain with the Amazons forever. At her words, Lindu smiled, having encountered such admiration too often to be swayed. However, this did not hinder the merging of Wonder Woman's powers. As their hands clasped, a warm energy enveloped Lindu. This essence was distinct from the overwhelming force he had experienced while merging with Superman. It was more nuanced, more refined. As he felt the power of Wonder Woman flow into him, his joy intensified. He then summoned the temporal energy within him, initiating the fusion of time with the essence of immortality. With the activation of the Time Stone's energy, a tumult of power surged within him, reminiscent of the cosmic currents of time itself. The radiant light of the Time Stone intertwined with the ageless force bestowed by Wonder Woman, creating an extraordinary phenomenon. Her strength, rooted in the Mother Earth, combined with his mastery over the flow of time, sparked intrigue about the miracles and new magic that could emerge from such a union. As the energies of the Time Stone and immortality began to coalesce, a new magic emerged, the eternal guardian of time. The tumultuous flow of time and the essence of eternal life reached a zenith within him, eventually coalescing into a faint, emerald glow that surrounded him, capable of traversing the fabric of time and space. Could this signify the convergence of the highest laws of the universe? As the vision of eternal time formed in his mind, he discerned that the power of the Time Stone was far greater than mere temporal manipulations. It granted him insight into the very essence of life itself. He could now alter the currents of time at will, ensuring the universe remained undisturbed while safeguarding its tranquility. Moreover, he felt a new energy coursing through him, a fusion of time and immortality that not only allowed him to command time, but also endowed him with the ability to protect the cosmos and reverse the cycle of life and death. He had transcended to become a deity capable of connecting with all things in the universe, mastering the laws of time. After fully merging the powers of Wonder Woman, Lin turned his gaze towards each member of the Justice League and the Avengers eagerly awaiting his handshake. The excitement in his eyes intensified. Excellent. Since he had encountered so many legendary heroes in Amazonia, he would now commence the fusion of their powers directly. With this thought, he released Wonder Woman's hand. Observing Lin's action, Batman was the first to step forward. Lin, your abilities astonish us, but more importantly, you have become the savior of the entire Blue Planet. In response to Batman's words, Lin nodded and extended his hand once more, firmly shaking Batman's hand. In that instant, a surge of power emanated from Batman's being. Lin could sense that this was Batman's innate insight into evil. Fascinating. There existed an intrinsic perception of malevolence within Batman. This power intertwined with Lin's own abilities of time and immortality. The Time Stone and Batman's insight have merged to create a new magic, Time Seer. The Time Seer, associated with time. However, what were its specific applications? Lin directed his attention to the explanation within his mind. Time Seer. This ability grants you insight into both past and future, extending beyond mere surface observations to penetrate the darkest corners of the human psyche, unveiling hidden conspiracies and motives. Upon hearing the elucidation of the Time Seer in his mind, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin's eyes. This ability was a tremendous enhancement to his existing powers. Gradually, Lin proceeded to merge the powers of the Flash, the Hulk, and Iron Man. After perfectly integrating their strengths, Lin refocused on the assembled group. Contact Nick and inquire if the Blue Planet government has gained control over the orphanages. Upon hearing Lin's words, Batman swiftly retrieved his communication device, reaching out to Nick Fury for information regarding the orphanages. Shortly thereafter, Nick's voice resonated through the communicator. We have successfully taken over all infiltrated orphanages and are systematically inspecting for potential threats. Lin nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction with Nick's response. He then heard a follow-up from Nick. Additionally, representatives from the Blue Planet government wish to meet you. They hope to glean insights about Thanos and the crisis we currently face. At this, Lin gazed into the distance, contemplating the impending situation. The shadow of Thanos had not yet fully dissipated, and the Blue Planet government, along with the entire universe, possessed a remarkably limited understanding of this enigmatic power. It was apparent that the Blue Planet government should realize that although their strength could momentarily stabilize the situation, when Thanos approached, the government, and indeed the entire Blue Planet, would face annihilation. And now, the government was seeking his assistance. Tell them I will be at the United Nations headquarters in half an hour. If they wish to meet me, the time for collaboration has come. Batman swiftly relayed this message to Nick, after which the communicator fell silent. The members of the Justice League and the Avengers exchanged glances. The Blue Star government was actually preparing to communicate with them? This marked the first instance following the discovery of mutants, in which the Blue Star government expressed a desire to collaborate with them. However, all of this stemmed from Lindu's influence. Yet, in the presence of Lindu, they dared not inquire too boldly as to his motives. Nevertheless, Lindu did not afford them much time for contemplation, turning his gaze towards Wonder Woman. What harm had the kindly grandmother inflicted upon the Amazons? Upon hearing this, a shadow of concern crossed Wonder Woman's brow as she solemnly replied. The kindly grandmother disguised herself as a benevolent elder while attacking the Amazons, concealing her true identity as a dark sorcerer. Chapter 90. Wonder Woman's plea for Lindu to become the Amazonian sovereign in a concealed realm of the Amazons. A malevolent sorceress cast wicked spells in a bid to usurp the power of Mother Earth and dominate the entirety of nature. Her dark magic not only withered the lush Amazonian forests but also ensnared several innocent Amazonian warriors and tribespeople in a deep slumber. More alarmingly, she sought to unravel ancient seals to unleash imprisoned monstrosities, threatening the delicate balance of the world. Upon hearing Wonder Woman's words, Lindu nodded in acknowledgement. This time, Thanos' assault on the Amazons had not inflicted any substantial damage. It merely rendered the Amazonian warriors unconscious. Given this, the situation appeared manageable. I shall employ a temporal reversal to restore the Amazons to their former state, while you select a few individuals to accompany me to the Blue Star government in half an hour. The assembly was taken aback by Lindu's proclamation. Wonder Woman had believed that their losses were negligible in the grand scheme of revitalizing the Amazons. Yet, Lindu claimed he could restore their former vitality, a notion that seemed utterly unfathomable. This clearly indicated that their war had gravely wounded Thanos without incurring any significant losses, a feat that bordered on the impossible. Lindu then raised his hands, palms directed towards the distant Amazonian forest. According to Wonder Woman's previous descriptions, this land had once flourished with verdant life, but now lay shrouded in silence due to the dark sorceress's curse. Time reversal, life reborn. As his words resonated, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within him, traversing the fabric of space and striking the very heart of the Amazonian forest. The emerald light transformed into countless tiny specks in the eyes of the onlookers, permeating every inch of soil, leaf, and dewdrop, awakening the dormant lives. In an instant, the once withered trees began to sprout tender green shoots, and the slumbering flowers bloomed in vibrant competition. The entire Amazonian forest, having endured grievous wounds, experienced a miraculous rebirth, bursting forth with renewed vitality. Those affected by the dark sorceress' spells, the Amazonian warriors and tribespeople, also began to awaken. Once this transformation was complete, Lindu opened his eyes, gazing with satisfaction at the power bestowed by the temporal reversal. Meanwhile, the Justice League and the Avengers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the extraordinary event they had just witnessed. This defied the very essence of their understanding. How is this even possible? Superman murmured, his gaze fixed on the rejuvenated Amazonian forest, a torrent of unprecedented astonishment surging within him. His abilities, rooted in strength and speed, had never before witnessed such a monumental reversal of fate. It was as if the very fabric of the universe had been upended. This extraordinary power instilled in him a profound curiosity and reverence for Lindu's true identity. Yet, Lindu remained unfazed by the awe surrounding him, instead turning his attention to the Ancient One. What do you propose? Who will accompany me to the Blue Star government? The Ancient One stood up, ready to deliberate. Lindu, the Blue Star government has yet to witness your true prowess, and they may harbor doubts. We recommend that Wonder Woman and Mera accompany you. Upon hearing Ancient One's words, Lindu nodded slightly in agreement. For the Blue Star government, witnessing Lindu's strength firsthand is paramount. On the political stage, trust often proves more elusive than power. Wonder Woman, cognizant of this truth, understood that if the Blue Star government sought political might, the entirety of the Amazon could serve as Lindu's launching pad. Lindu could command the Amazon to initiate their advance. A smile graced Lindu's face at Wonder Woman's suggestion. The notion of having the Amazon under his control was indeed a delightful prospect. However, Wonder Woman's current actions were primarily aimed at ensuring that he would support the Amazon, safeguarding its warriors from harm. Thus, Lindu embraced Wonder Woman's allegiance, addressing her concerns and hopes. In this perilous moment, the Amazon represents an undeniable force. Its stability and strength are crucial not only for the Blue Star but for the entire universe. Wonder Woman, your suggestion holds great merit. I shall undoubtedly protect the glory and peace of the Amazon. Lindu surveyed the members of the Justice League and the Avengers present, continuing, should you have any reservations, the Amazon can swiftly return to your stewardship. I possess means to address the Blue Star government. At these words, a flicker of gratitude crossed Wonder Woman's eyes. Lindu's capabilities now far exceeded her imagination. If he were to accept the Amazon, it could herald significant challenges for him. Yet, this was also her personal desire, to see Lindu adequately safeguard the warriors of the Amazon. His current stance and commitment to the Amazon provided her with a sense of reassurance. Wonder Woman understood that her choice was sound. It is our honor to have a guardian like you for the future of the Amazon. I hope you will acquiesce to my request. Indeed. She was earnestly seeking Lindu's assistance. Time was of the essence. Given Wonder Woman's sincerity, what could accepting the Amazon entail? Very well, I agree. The Amazon shall commence its advance under my command. Lindu's words acted as an anchor, stabilizing Wonder Woman's heart and instilling an unprecedented sense of assurance in all the heroes present. They all recognized that Lindu's control over the Amazon not only augmented his own power but also fortified their collective strength against Thanos. Now, let us prepare to depart. Lindu instructed the members of the Avengers and Justice League. Before we approach the Blue Star government, we must ensure that all participants are clear on their tasks and the challenges they may encounter. Upon hearing Lin Du's words, Iron Man stepped forward, projecting the latest holographic map, which indicated the location of the Blue Star government and the potential defensive layouts they might face. We have conducted a preliminary analysis of the defense system of the Blue Star government. However, given your unique abilities, Lin Du, we may need to reassess our entire strategy. Lin Du waved his hand, directly dismissing Iron Man's suggestion. No matter, we can simply utilize a portal to reach the Blue Star government. With that, he gestured and opened a portal. In a flash of light, a swirling gateway slowly unfolded in the air, connecting the unknown with the location of the Blue Star government. The energy fluctuations emanating from the portal left every hero present in a state of unprecedented awe and anticipation. This was the first time they had witnessed Lin Du conjuring a portal without uttering a single incantation. Chapter 91, The Doubts of the Blue Star Government. Unwavering faith in Lin Du let us proceed. Lin Du stepped boldly into the portal, his figure vanishing in an instant amidst a radiant glow. Wonder Woman and Mera swiftly followed in his footsteps, entering the portal as well. The members of the Justice League and the Avengers exchanged glances before resolutely stepping forward, traversing the portal toward the unknown challenges that awaited them. Upon emerging from the portal, they found themselves in the heart of the Blue Star government's domain. Towering skyscrapers loomed around them, heavily guarded, with an atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. Lin Du surveyed his surroundings, silently assessing the defensive capabilities of the area, all while maintaining an air of calm composure. Mr. Lin Du, esteemed heroes, welcome to the Blue Star government, announced a middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, his demeanor exuding authority. He was General Li, the highest commander of the Blue Star government. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall of the Blue Star government was palpably tense. Representatives from various nations were engaged in fervent discussions regarding Lin Du's presence and his formidable abilities. Suddenly, a burst of light flickered, and Lin Du and his companions materialized at the entrance of the government building, capturing the attention of all present. The high-ranking officials of the Blue Star government couldn't help but feel relieved, grateful that they had arranged for a reception upon Lin Du's arrival half an hour after his announcement. Yet, doubts lingered regarding Lin Du's capacity to defeat Thanos. Nick, can you guarantee that Lin Du truly possesses the power to vanquish Thanos? One of the representatives questioned, prompting a furrowed brow from Nick Fury. What was wrong with these individuals? They lacked the strength to resolve the issues at hand, yet dared to cast aspersions on Lin Du at such a critical juncture. However, every word spoken now held the weight of the world's fate. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Du spoke. What we possess is intelligence and assessment, rather than absolute certainty. Nevertheless, Lin Du's demonstrated capabilities far exceed our comprehension or measurement. It is an undeniable fact that he can confront cosmic-level threats single-handedly. Now, you must choose to trust, for this is your only path forward. Nick Fury's words resonated like a hammer, striking at the hearts of all present. The buzz of conversation in the hall gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and resolve. In the face of an impending cosmic catastrophe, any doubt or division would prove to be a fatal weakness. As Lin Du entered, he overheard their suspicions. With a disdainful snort, he pushed open the door. Greetings, I am Lin Du, the one you seek. What plans do you have to confront Thanos? His words echoed through the conference room, plunging the Blue Star government into silence. If they had a solution, they would not be seeking Lin Du's or even the mutants' assistance at this juncture. Mr. Lin Du, your arrival is undoubtedly our strongest support, General Li stepped forward, striving to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. As Director Nick has stated, we are acutely aware that your strength surpasses imagination. In the face of this cosmic crisis, it is clear that unity and collaboration are our only paths to survival. Unity? Lin Du remarked, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as his gaze swept across each individual present. I am delighted to hear that term, yet unity transcends mere rhetoric. It demands action, requires trust, and necessitates that each individual embraces their own responsibilities. His words straightened the spines of those who had previously harbored doubts and hesitations. Regarding Thanos, Lin Du continued, his menace extends far beyond personal strength. It lies in his catastrophic schemes and insatiable ambitions. We must thwart him at the root, rather than merely countering each of his assaults. Do you have a specific plan? An eager representative from Europe inquired. Lin Du nodded slightly, turning to Nick Fury. I require all intelligence regarding Thanos. This includes his operational strategies, vulnerabilities, and potential allies. Lin Du could effortlessly resolve the Thanos predicament. However, it was imperative to convey to the government officials that overcoming Thanos would be a formidable challenge. Nick immediately grasped Lin Du's intention. Thanos' target was Earth, and Lin Du was their sole salvation. Nick Fury's words resonated powerfully, sending ripples throughout the conference room. At this pivotal moment, it was essential for everyone to recognize Lin Du's significance and the grave challenges they collectively faced. Mr. Lindu, we have assembled the world's foremost intelligence analysts and technical experts. They are working tirelessly, endeavoring to gather all conceivable information regarding Thanos from various channels, Nick Fury stated. Addressing the attentive group, we understand that time is of the essence, and every moment is critical. Please rest assured. We will exert every effort to provide you with the necessary support. Lindu inclined his head slightly, expressing satisfaction with Nick's response. Confronting such a colossal cosmic threat alone would be insurmountable. Only through united efforts could they prevail. However, these matters were merely burdens for them, as he himself could resolve them effortlessly. So what thoughts do you have, government officials? Lindu inquired. Upon hearing Lindu's words, the Earth government fell into contemplation. Subsequently, General Lee took a deep breath and stated solemnly, Mr. Lindu, we have activated the highest level of emergency response mechanisms. Not only have we bolstered Earth's security defenses, but we are also urgently mobilizing global resources in preparation for the impending conflict. Simultaneously, we are establishing contact with extraterrestrial civilizations in search of potential assistance. He paused, his gaze resolute. We understand that humanity alone may not be able to contend with a cosmic overlord like Thanos. However, as you rightly said, unity and trust are our most invaluable weapons. We are willing to devote everything to fight alongside you. Hearing this, Lindu's lips curled into a smile of approval. It was commendable that the Earth government could make such swift decisions. Yet, it was still insufficient to completely overcome Thanos. The government of Blue Star must adhere unconditionally to my counsel. This assertion resonated within the conference room, compelling every individual present to instinctively straighten their posture. Upon hearing these words, the populace of Blue Star momentarily displayed a flicker of hesitation in their gazes, which was swiftly supplanted by resolute determination. In the face of such an immense crisis, personal opinions and stances became insignificant. The only viable path forward lay in unity, in heeding the guidance of those truly capable of leading them to victory. Rest assured, Mr. Lindu, General Lee stated solemnly. From this moment forth, the entirety of the Blue Star government shall align with your will. Chapter 92, The Superman Uprising begins. And Lindu initiates his plan upon hearing the words of the Blue Star government. Lindu nodded in satisfaction. Before he could engage in further discussions with them, a frantic call crackled through his communicator. Lindu, urgent situation. New intelligence indicates that Thanos' fleet is accelerating toward Blue Star, with an anticipated arrival time significantly advanced. The urgency in Iron Man's voice reached him. Lindu swiftly turned, his gaze scanning each individual present in the conference room. It appears that our time is far more limited than we had anticipated. Now, I require you all to execute my forthcoming orders immediately. During the time I am engaged in defeating Thanos, your primary concern must be your own safety. No sooner had he issued his command than Iron Man's voice rang out once more. Furthermore, Superman has suddenly gone rogue, and we are unable to subdue him. Lindu, we hope you can return promptly to assist us in resolving this crisis. Superman in rebellion? Could it be the work of Darkseid? Has he directly seized control of Superman, due to the commotion caused by Granny Goodness? Yet, Lindu had just recently severed the control Darkseid held over Superman. Now, the only one capable of manipulating Superman would be Darkseid. A smile crept upon Lindu's lips as he contemplated this. It seemed that the fusion of Darkseid's powers was nearing completion. After confirming the necessary course of action, Lindu quickly surmised Darkseid's intentions. He aimed to control Superman to instigate chaos on Blue Star, thereby introducing further unpredictability to the existing situation. With this understanding, Lindu directed his attention to the assembled individuals. Everyone, I will personally address Superman's uprising, but before we proceed, we must ensure the security defenses of Blue Star are solidified. He turned to Nick Fury, his tone resolute. Nick, initiate all defensive measures, including but not limited to spatial jump disruptors, to ensure Thanos' fleet cannot approach Blue Star with ease. Additionally, deploy all available aircraft for aerial patrols. Any anomalies must be reported immediately. Nick Fury nodded swiftly, relaying the commands through the communicator, causing the atmosphere in the conference room to tighten once more. As for Superman, Lindu pondered for a moment. They could not impede Superman's actions, so he would personally intervene to resolve the crisis instigated by Darkseid. With that, Lindu's form flickered before everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving only a trail of afterimages. As Lindu traversed the atmosphere at high speed, he had already formulated a plan. Though Superman was formidable under Darkseid's control, his power could indeed threaten the entirety of Blue Star. To resolve this crisis, it was essential to sever the link between Darkseid and Superman at its source. Utilizing his acute perception of cosmic energy, Lindu swiftly pinpointed Superman's location. This was the very epicenter of destruction wrought by Superman's uncontrollable wrath. The neon lights of the city appeared feeble in the wake of Superman's might. The Amazon warriors and the Ancient One found themselves bereft of any escape from Superman's relentless assault. As Lindu caught sight of Superman's presence, he steeled himself for the imminent confrontation. Lindu instantaneously traversed thousands of meters, landing steadily at the edge of the district ravaged by Superman. The air was thick with the scent of scorched earth and palpable anxiety, surrounded by panicked crowds and soldiers desperately striving to maintain order. The colossal figure of Superman leapt among the ruins, each punch accompanied by a deafening roar and the collapse of structures. Superman, awaken! Lindu inhaled deeply, channeling the cosmic energy infused with Darkseid's power within him. His voice pierced through the chaos, striking at the very depths of Superman's soul. Yet, Superman's gaze remained vacant, as if shackled by invisible chains, continuing his path of destruction. Observing this, Lindu moved swiftly, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards Superman, his hands gathering a resplendent sphere of energy, poised to strike. The Justice League and the Avengers gasped at Lindu's actions. Lindu, quickly subdue Superman. He's already under control and has no chance of awakening. Rest assured, I know what I am doing, Lindu replied. As his words fell, the energy sphere spun with greater intensity in his palm, harboring the power to rend space itself, aimed directly at Superman's position. Just as the energy sphere was about to collide with Superman, Lindu abruptly halted, and the sphere transformed into numerous slender streams of energy, deftly weaving around Superman's form and striking the air surrounding him. This seemingly innocuous strike was, in truth, a complex web of energy woven in the atmosphere, intended to ensnare and disrupt the control signals Darkseid exerted over Superman. Darkseid, your game ends here, Lindu pronounced with authority, feeling the malevolent force from the depths of the universe struggle against his bindings. Yet, empowered by the abilities of multiple cosmic titans, he had attained an unprecedented mastery over cosmic energy. Superman's body began to tremble, and a flicker of clarity gradually emerged in his once vacant eyes. The onlookers, astonished, turned their gazes towards Lindu. What does this mean? Has Darkseid truly manifested on Blue Planet? How could this be? They pondered, knowing they would have sensed any anomalous energy fluctuations on Blue Planet without fail. How could Darkseid have controlled Superman without our awareness? Master Gui, did you hear what Lindu just said? Given Lindu's strength, his words cannot be false. But how is this possible? Has Blue Planet's defensive capability diminished to such an extent? Everyone, remain calm, Master Gui urged, glancing at Lindu, who was engaged in battle. Then turning his attention to the gathered crowd. From what I understand, Lindu is not suggesting that Darkseid has physically descended upon Blue Planet, but rather that he has employed some arcane cosmic magic to exert control over Superman from a great distance. This control may be intangible, eluding our conventional monitoring methods. At this point, Gui too felt a sense of unease, for Lindu's formidable power was undeniable. What he has just articulated may perhaps misinterpret Lindu's intentions. Simultaneously, Lindu no longer affords Superman the opportunity to counterattack. He prepares to employ spatial mimicry to ensnare Superman. Superman, you may rest for a while. As the words leave his lips, Lindu's figure flickers once more. This time, an invisible hand distorts the surrounding space, crafting a colossal spatial cage that swiftly envelopes Superman, who is poised to launch another assault. The formidable figure of Superman struggles within the confines of the cage, yet each collision only serves to fortify the spatial prison further. A glimmer of confusion and struggle finally emerges in his hollow gaze. Lindu, what have you done? The members of the Justice League exclaim anxiously from a distance. Chapter 93, Superman under Darkseid's control. Justice League in distress. Lindu remains silent, his eyes closed in deep concentration, fully absorbed in maintaining the spatial prison while attempting to forge a deeper connection with Superman. Merely confining Superman within this spatial barrier was insufficient. It was imperative to eradicate the malevolent mark left by Darkseid to restore Superman's true self. However, this was not the foremost concern at present. The most critical issue was the likelihood that Darkseid had already appeared on Blue Planet. Only through close proximity to Superman could Lindu detect the traces of Darkseid's presence. Lindu's consciousness surged like a tidal wave into the depths of Superman's mind. He could sense the dark energy emanating from Darkseid, entwined around Superman's soul like a relentless parasite. As he had surmised, this was indeed the case. Yet, did this not render the situation even more intriguing? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lindu's eyes. This was merely the inception of his battle against Darkseid. With this thought, he began to assimilate the purest energies of the cosmos within himself. These forces coalesced into a source of energy, striving to dispel the shadow that loomed within Superman's being. Superman, you are the hope of Earth, the embodiment of justice. While Lindu aids you, you must also strive to break free from your captor's grasp. Lindu had established a direct control over Superman, rendering them free from immediate peril. Observing Lindu's every action on Superman, the onlookers were filled with curiosity and awe. At this moment, only Lindu possessed the ability to command Superman. The once erratic Superman had overwhelmed the Avengers and Justice League, yet Lindu subdued him in an instant. To what level had Lindu's power ascended? As Lindu moved, they felt their bodies trembling uncontrollably. What was happening? Why were they experiencing this tremor? although Lindu was employing cosmic energies to heal Superman. They all sensed a resonant vibration permeating the very fabric of space, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of oppression. This force was pure and vast, as if it could penetrate all barriers and reach the depths of the soul. Lindu, what is he orchestrating? Iron Man's voice quivered, disbelief clouding his eyes. They had once believed Superman to be invincible. Yet now, Lindu was miraculously restoring this uncontrollable giant to the side of justice. Furthermore, Lindu's expression suggested that his intentions transcended mere healing. What master plan did he harbor? What was he truly aiming to accomplish? Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lindu remained undeterred. He was now infusing Superman's body with the brilliance of cosmic wisdom and power. He needed to perceive the essence of all existence to locate Darkseid's position. As the energy within him surged, the atmosphere within the spatial prison grew increasingly tense. A profound solemnity and sanctity pervaded the air. Yet they had yet to commence the search for Darkseid. He was determined to make those around him acutely aware of his current endeavors. What you are experiencing is the primordial force of the universe. Lin's voice resonated within the hearts of all present. I am not merely healing Superman. I am engaged in a silent struggle against the will of Darkseid. Each infusion of energy serves to dispel darkness and summon light. The crowd exchanged glances, witnessing awe and reverence reflected in each other's eyes. They had never fathomed that they would one day witness such a grand spectacle. Nor could they have anticipated Lin's astonishing power. What, indeed, is Darkseid? Why has he appeared on Blue Star? And why were they oblivious to his presence? Yet, the essence of Darkseid lingered. They could observe the fluctuations in Lin's energy. With each amplification of Lin's power, the aura of Darkseid became increasingly palpable. At that moment, the sky suddenly fissured, revealing a foreboding violet light. This unexpected phenomenon tightened the hearts of all present. Could this be the trace of Darkseid? They looked up, their gazes fixed upon the ever-widening purple rift, an indescribable dread and unease swelling within them. Within the fissure, not only did the violet glow flicker, but it was also accompanied by an ancient and malevolent presence, as if it sought to consume all light and hope, instilling fear in their hearts. Behold! Lin abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the confines of space, directed at the slender crack. That was the mark left by Darkseid. He was attempting to breach the bounds of space and descend upon this realm. Upon hearing Lin's explanation, the onlookers were filled with even greater trepidation. They had scarcely dealt with the issue of kindly grandmother when Darkseid manifested directly. They had been given no respite whatsoever. We must locate and destroy the source of his power before he fully descends. Observing Lin's ongoing engagement with Superman's dilemma, Ancient One rose and addressed the Justice League and the Avengers. Although their strength paled in comparison to Lin's, they could assist him in resolving smaller issues. However, the task of confronting Darkseid rested solely upon Lin's shoulders. This was beyond dispute. Ancient One's words rang like a clarion call, instantly igniting the spirits and urgency of all present. Indeed, in the face of a cosmic threat like Darkseid, any lapse could lead to irrevocable consequences. They could not allow Lin to shoulder such a burden alone. Lin, what must we do? Tony inquired of the figure suspended in midair. Lin did not respond immediately. His eyes remained fixed upon the purple fissure, silently contending with the dark force lurking beyond. After a moment, he spoke slowly. First, we must stabilize the spatial prison to ensure that Superman remains undisturbed by external interference during this critical time. Simultaneously, I shall endeavor to harness this cosmic force, attempting to trace and pinpoint the true location of Darkseid. Furthermore, members of the Avengers and the Justice League, you must disperse and monitor the entirety of Blue Planet. Particular attention should be given to regions exhibiting anomalous energy. No suspicious activity must be overlooked. Darkseid's power may manifest in various forms, and we must ensure absolute vigilance. Under Lindo's guidance, the members of the Avengers and the Justice League swiftly sprang into action. They each received their orders, scattering to every corner of Blue Planet, prepared to confront the impending challenge. Meanwhile, Lindo continued to concentrate, the cosmic energy within him surging like a tempestuous ocean, ever churning. Chapter 94. Breaking free from the chains of darkness. Lindu fully masters the power of the Mother Box and attempts to shatter the dark shackles left by Darkseid. At this moment, his consciousness is intricately linked to the depths of Superman's psyche, each surge of energy accompanied by a flicker of struggle and awakening from Superman's soul. Moreover, Lindu's awareness is steadily encroaching upon Darkseid's consciousness. Time flows slowly amidst the tense atmosphere, the purple light emanating from the rift growing ever more intense. As if on the verge of unleashing cataclysmic power, sensing the increasing ferocity of Darkseid's power, he finds himself smiling. Only such circumstances present a true challenge. Darkseid, you have nowhere to flee. Suddenly, he amplifies the energy within his body. After a violent surge of energy, a smile graces Lindu's face. He can now perceive that the pure energy from the depths of the cosmos has finally traced Darkseid's whereabouts. Found it. Lindu lets out a soft chuckle, abruptly opening his eyes wide. directly locking onto a vague silhouette behind the purple rift. It is Darkseid, attempting to descend upon Blue Planet through the rift. Before the thought can fully form, Lindu flashes forward, transforming into a streak of light as he darts towards the purple rift. Darkseid, this time you shall remain on Blue Planet forever. Simultaneously, Lindu unleashes the power of the Mother Box. Since Darkseid seeks to forge a passage into Blue Planet using the Mother Box's power, he shall instead open the gateway to completely conquer Apocalypse. As Lindu's words resonate, the entire space trembles. An unprecedented surge of powerful energy erupts from within him, surging towards the expanding purple rift. At the same time, under Lindu's guidance, the once dormant power of the Mother Box is fully awakened. No longer merely a key to unlock the gates of disaster. It transforms into a formidable shield to guard against external foes, protecting Blue Planet. The radiance of the Mother Box intertwines with Lindu's cosmic power, forming a resplendent luminescence that envelopes the purple rift, attempting to thwart the infiltration of Darkseid's malevolent will. Lindu, be careful. Tony Stark calls anxiously through the communicator from afar. We must assist Lindu. This time, he is directly confronting Darkseid's planet. One man against an entire world. What a tragic spectacle. Yet, faced with the power of the Mother Box, they dare not act recklessly. Everyone's gaze inevitably falls upon Mira. Can we approach now? Since the Mother Box was bestowed upon Lindu by Mira, he must have a chance to succeed. Feeling the hopeful glances directed at her, Mira presses her lips together. As a princess of Atlantis, she is acutely aware of the Mother Box's power and its unique connection with Lindu. Taking a deep breath, she slowly speaks. We must proceed with caution, but Lindu needs us. Though the power of the Mother Box is formidable, it requires someone to guide its proper release. I shall endeavor to establish a spiritual connection with Lindu, enhancing our bond through the resonance of the Mother Box while guiding him on how to wield this power more effectively. Mira spoke, her hands beginning to weave intricate seals. Streams of blue light converged at her fingertips, symbols of the ocean's might and her unique abilities as the daughter of the Sea King. Everyone remained vigilant. The moment an opportunity arose, we must lend our utmost support to Lindu. The Ancient One clasped his hands together, closing his eyes in concentration, prepared for any eventuality. Yet, just as Mira believed she had bestowed the Mother Box upon Lindu and could fully master its usage, an overwhelming force surged forth. Mira's face contorted in fear as she gazed towards Lindu's direction. How could this power be so formidable? This sudden assault, akin to a tempest, not only altered Mira's countenance but also tightened the hearts of all present. It seemed not to originate from Darkseid but rather from Lindu inadvertently triggering some unknown reaction in his confrontation with the force behind the purple rift. What is happening? Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, betraying an unmistakable anxiety and confusion. At that moment, Lindu found himself at the very heart of the purple rift, his figure flickering between light and shadow. Each entry into Darkseid's realm had been cataclysmic. This immense power stemmed from Lindu's profound excavation and release of the Mother Box's energy. Lindu, are you all right? We sense a tremendous energy fluctuation. That man urgently called through a secure channel. Gasped, unable to withstand the ferocious assault of power. Mira spat blood and collapsed to the ground, staring incredulously at Lindu. You all may cease. This battle is beyond our participation. Mira's words, like ice, instantly froze all actions and sounds around them. Her eyes brimmed with shock. Lindu had completely fused with the power of the box, even surpassing the might she commanded. Was it truly possible for a single individual to achieve this within a day? Mira, what are you saying? Tony's voice echoed through the communicator. We cannot simply concede. No. Tony, you do not understand. Mira struggled to sit up, wiping the blood from her lips with her sleeve. Her voice, though faint, was resolute. This power has transcended our comprehension. Lindu is undertaking something none of us can fathom. He is not merely resisting Darkseid, but attempting to resolve this crisis at its very roots. The roots? The Ancient One opened his eyes. Are you suggesting that Lindu is trying to alter the essence of the Mother Box or utilize it to forge a new equilibrium? Mira nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her gaze. Yes, the power of the Mother Box is both a source of destruction and a potential for creation. And now that Lindu has completely mastered the power of the Mother Box, we find ourselves unable to join this battle. To recklessly engage would result in being overwhelmed by the released power of Lindu. Melah's explanation left the crowd in utter shock. While the individual statements could be comprehended, their connection raised profound questions about the unfolding events. At that moment, the sky suddenly tore open, revealing a deeper chasm where violet light intertwined with chaotic darkness. The world around them shifted dramatically. Lin's form became increasingly distinct amidst the turmoil, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Melah recognized this as an absolute mastery over power and an unwavering conviction for the future. What, indeed, was Lin attempting? That man's voice resonated with awe and confusion. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle, nor could he fathom how one individual could possess the capacity to alter the very fabric of reality. He was reshaping a portion of the universe's fundamental laws. Chapter 95, The Power of the Mother Box. Directly to Apocalypse, the strength of the Mother Box emanates from the profound mysteries of the universe. It serves as both the key to annihilation and the opportunity for rebirth. Lindu is harnessing this power, attempting to alter the predetermined fate of the Mother Box before the arrival of Darkseid, seeking to transform it into a tool of protection rather than destruction. With Mira's elucidation, the others gradually comprehend the heavy burden Lindu bears. He refrains from responding directly, as his attention is wholly captivated by the unfolding battle. Simultaneously desiring to merge the essence of Darkseid's power, Lindu swiftly plunges into the Violet Rift. In an instant, the scene before him transforms. He finds himself ensconced in a realm of darkness and distortion, surrounded by the iconic architecture of Apocalypse. This space is the very core of Darkseid's power. Every twisted rock and every wisp of dark purple mist exudes an aura of annihilation and dread. Has he hidden away? As the sin of Darkseid grows increasingly potent, Lindu's excitement intensifies. He yearns to confront Darkseid, to crush him directly. Suddenly, he senses a presence behind him. Lindu whirls around to behold Darkseid's figure gradually materializing within the abyss of darkness. The colossal form looms like a mountain, enveloped in boundless dark energy, as if it could devour all light and hope. Insignificant human, dares to challenge me, Darkseid? Yet, Darkseid hesitates, wary of making a rash move. He had originally orchestrated a collaboration with his subordinates and Thanos, intending to procure the Mother Box to breach Blue Planet. However, Lindu now stands before him, having not fully unleashed the Mother Box's power, and has effortlessly dispatched his underlings. What caliber of being is this? Darkseid's voice reverberates through the vast darkness, laced with an imperceptible trepidation. Though Lindu appears diminutive in stature, he radiates a brilliant light, resonating with the Mother Box's essence. The Mother Box is indeed in his possession. Darkseid had dispatched countless formidable warriors to Blue Planet to seize it, even allying with Thanos. Yet each attempt was thwarted by a sorcerer from Blue Planet. Now, it appears that Lindu is the legendary supreme sorcerer, having vanquished the Wasteland Wolf and Granny Goodness, now standing resolutely upon Apocalypse, single-handedly resisting the might of their headquarters. As this realization dawns on him, Darkseid grows increasingly cautious, his mind swirling with complex emotions. He has never encountered such a young entity wielding such terrifying power. With Lindu standing there alone, the balance of the entire universe seems to tilt in his favor. He can sense a power that transcends mortal comprehension. Darkseid, your dominion is founded upon fear and destruction. It is time for it to end. Lindu's voice pierces through the surrounding darkness and chaos, reaching Darkseid's ears. Darkseid responds with a cold chuckle. The surrounding dark energy began to surge violently. He prepared to unleash his most formidable attack, seeking to test the true strength of this unexpected visitor. You may be powerful, but before me, you remain nothing more than an ant. Lindu must be eliminated. Such a dangerous individual cannot exist within the universe. Resolving this matter is imperative. Darkseid's chilling laughter echoed through the space. Even the atmosphere of Apocalypse trembled as he slowly raised his hands. Dark energy gathered in his palms, forming a colossal, distorted purple energy sphere, imbued with the power to annihilate planets. However, in the face of this formidable onslaught, Lindu merely smiled faintly. An ant? Perhaps in your eyes. I am insignificant. But have you ever considered that it is these ants who have repeatedly challenged your authority, striving to dismantle your dominion? Confronted with Darkseid's assault, Lindu gently lifted his hand, and the light of the Mother Box surged brilliantly, dispelling the surrounding darkness without a trace. He chose not to confront it directly, but instead harnessed the power of the Mother Box to construct a complex energy network, redirecting and transforming the chaos and destructive forces of Apocalypse. He even began to mend the shattered rifts of space and time caused by war. Darkseid's expression changed abruptly. He felt his connection to this land waning. The dark energy that once served him seemed to spiral out of control, neutralized one by Lindu. He roared in fury, attempting to break free from this restraint, but each assault vanished into the void, raising no ripples. Impossible. This cannot be. Darkseid's voice brimmed with rage. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere human? This is utterly disgraceful. Lindu gazed calmly at the once dreaded sovereign who had once shaken the universe. His eyes devoid of fear, even tinged with excitement. He awaited the moment when Darkseid could breach his limits and strike directly at him. For then he would have the opportunity to merge with Darkseid's power, seizing true control. Darkseid's fury intensified, his eyes shimmering with a destructive red glow. Veins bulging on his forehead, clearly losing his composure. Do you think this will lead to victory? Darkseid bellowed. Even the Mother Box cannot fully withstand my power. Lindu remained composed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he conjured a complex energy barrier in midair, completely shielding himself from Darkseid's assault. Your power is indeed formidable, but your arrogance is your true weakness. Lindu spoke with a calm, yet resonant tone. There exist beings in the universe more powerful than you. and your presumptuous attitude will ultimately lead to your downfall. Enraged, Darkseid was enveloped in a thick shroud of dark energy, charging forward with the intent to shatter Lindu in the most direct manner possible. Meanwhile, the warriors of Apocalypse rallied in response to their master's summons, converging upon Lindo. Futile struggles, Lindo murmured, his gaze sharp as a blade. The mother box in his grasp pulsated with renewed light, absorbing and transforming more dark energy, while simultaneously harnessing the natural forces of Apocalypse to mount a counterattack. The battle swiftly escalated to a fever pitch, with the onslaughts of both sides intertwining, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars. The surface of Apocalypse fractured incessantly, the very fabric of space contorting, as though it might plunge into an abyss of infinite void at any moment. Yet at this juncture, Lindo relinquished his hold on the mother box, preparing to offer Darkseid an opportunity to challenge him. As Darkseid took the bait, Lindo intended to harness his powers, merging them with his own. Chapter 96, Controlling Apocalypse. Shocking Darkseid at the moment Lindu relinquished his grasp on the mother box, the air on Apocalypse seemed to freeze, silencing all sounds. Darkseid experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom. With a sinister grin, he believed this was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. He erupted with a power never before witnessed, engulfed in fierce crimson flames, akin to a star on the verge of explosion. Since you are so confident, I shall oblige you. Darkseid roared, soaring into the sky. Hurtling towards Lindu yet, Lindu did not falter. Instead, he charged forward to meet him. The collision of the two was akin to celestial bodies colliding, generating immense waves of energy. The space within 100 miles quaked violently under the strain of their opposing forces. In this tumultuous clash of energy, the confrontation between Darkseid and Lindu escalated. Their attacks quickened in rhythm, each encounter seemingly unleashing boundless destructive power. Lindu, do you truly believe your paltry abilities can challenge a deity? Darkseid snarled, his fist raining down upon Lindu like a tempest. Lindu moved with the swiftness of lightning, evading and countering simultaneously. Deity? He scoffed. Your so-called divine power is utterly insignificant. As their fierce battle raged on, Lindu suddenly pressed his energy blade against Darkseid's chest, secretly activating the fusion mechanism. In that instant, Darkseid felt an irresistible pull emanating from Lindu's body. No. Darkseid's eyes widened in horror as he sensed his power being voraciously absorbed. Meanwhile, the Apocalyptian warriors surrounding them began to descend into chaos, their expressions transforming to one of terror as they witnessed their master's strength being siphoned away. Stay calm. Continue the assault. Darkseid managed to issue a final command. Yet, Lindu's mind was filled with notifications. Initiating fusion of Darkseid's anti-life equation. Fusion process accelerating, anti-life equation deeply integrating with host abilities. In that moment, Lindu's eyes transformed into a profound cosmos, shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. He could feel Darkseid's vast and intricate anti-life power merging with his own soul, body, and every cell in a manner beyond his imagination. Is this the power of a deity? Lindu marveled internally, yet he remained unclouded by this newfound strength. On the contrary, he became acutely aware that this power was both an opportunity and a challenge. Only by mastering it could he navigate the tumultuous tides of the universe. As the fusion deepened, the energy enveloping Lindu began to undergo a qualitative transformation. The originally gentle blue light shifted to a profound purple, embodying Darkseid's signature dark energy. Yet, at this moment, it harmoniously fused with Lindu's own power, forming an unprecedented new force. The warriors of Apocalypse, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly horrified. They had never witnessed such a bizarre and formidable surge of energy, a moment when time and space themselves appeared grotesquely distorted. No, this is impossible. Darkseid's voice reverberated in Lindu's mind, imbued with despair and resentment. He realized that the power he once took pride in was being devoured by this entity he had previously regarded as insignificant. This sense of impotence stirred within him a tempest of rage and fear. Yet, Lindu did not falter. Every fleeting moment was of paramount importance. He had to completely assimilate Darkseid's power before it dissipated entirely, transforming it into his own. Fusion complete. The anti-life equation and host abilities have been perfectly integrated. As this notification resonated, Lindu felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through his being. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing. Now capable of perceiving the essence of all things, he had fully integrated Darkseid's power. The next step was to commence the fusion of the powers of the space gem, the time gem, and the mind gem within his own physical prowess. Without granting them a moment's explanation, Lindu initiated the process directly, commencing fusion of the space gem, time gem, and anti-life force. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lindu felt a surge of elation. It appeared that he could indeed begin the fusion of these three powers without delay. However, what new magic would emerge from their amalgamation? As Lindu contemplated this, a deeper, more intricate wave of energy began to stir silently within him. The azure brilliance of the space gem, the verdant glow of the time gem, and the profound purple energy of the newly fused anti-life equation intertwined seamlessly. It resembled the most resplendent fireworks of the cosmos, yet remained so tranquil that only Linda could perceive it. Fusion process initiated. Space, time, and anti-life forces intertwining. Linda's body seemed to morph into a miniature singularity within the universe. The surrounding space began to warp, and the flow of time grew unstable. Meanwhile, the anti-life force sought a point of equilibrium amidst the distortion and instability, coexisting with the other two powers. His consciousness immersed itself in an expansive cosmic vista, witnessing the collision, fusion, and transcendence of these three cosmic forces. Space and time are the fundamental frameworks of the universe. Anti-life represents the ultimate manifestation of will and existence. What miracles shall arise from their union? Such thoughts flickered through Lindu's mind. In the next moment, an unprecedented power erupted from within him. This force transcended mere physical or mental realms. It was a profound comprehension and application of the laws of the universe, an exploration of the boundaries between existence and non-existence, and the ultimate dialogue between life and death. The power of the space gem allowed him to traverse every corner of the cosmos at will. Even distorting space to create or erase distances, the time gem endowed him with the ability to manipulate the flow of time and even reverse the future. While the anti-life equation rendered his will the most potent force in the universe, capable of influencing and even altering the essence of life itself. When these three forces harmoniously converged, Linda found himself standing at the pinnacle of the cosmic laws. He was no longer constrained by any physical rules, nor was he bound by the fragility and transience of life. He had directly transformed into a miracle of the universe, an entity capable of creation and destruction, of existence and non-existence. With a soft murmur resonating within him, the air around Linda solidified once more. This time, it was not due to the tension of battle, but rather an ineffable sense of solemnity and sanctity. He slowly extended his hand, and within his palm, a complex pattern woven from the threads of space, time, and anti-life energies began to materialize. This was the emblem of the cosmic dreamweaver, a symbol of his newfound power. Henceforth, I shall be both the guardian of the universe and its weaver. Chapter 97, The Cosmic Weaver, Mastering Darkseid. The air above Apocalypse reverberated with tension. He gazed upon those warriors who once dared to challenge him, a flicker of pity and resoluteness flashing in his eyes. Yet before proceeding, I must cleanse this land of its impurities, allowing peace and order to descend once more. As Lindu's words fell, an irresistible force surged forth from within him, instantly enveloping the entirety of Apocalypse. The once arrogant warriors of Apocalypse now appeared diminutive and powerless before this overwhelming power. They knelt in submission, their eyes filled with fear and reverence for the unknown. Darkseid stared at Lindu in disbelief. He could not fathom that a mere mortal could unleash such a formidable assault. It was utterly astonishing. Witnessing the Apocalyptian warriors collapsing, their breaths extinguished in an instant, he was taken aback. Within Darkseid surged an unprecedented shock and resentment. He was acutely aware that the anti-life equation he had forged was the most potent tool of mind control in the universe. Yet, he had never anticipated that a mortal would so completely integrate and surpass it. He fixed his gaze upon Lindu, whose eyes once instilled tremors across countless planets, now filled with a complex tapestry of emotions, fear of the unknown, fury at the loss of power, and profound trepidation towards Lindu's potential. Who are you? Darkseid's voice rumbled, deep and hoarse, as if it emerged from the abyss, carrying an undeniable authority. In response to Darkseid's inquiry, Linda let out a soft chuckle. Did you not already declare that I am but a mere insect of this world? As he spoke, Lindu raised his hand deliberately. There was no need to leave anything behind for Darkseid. Rather, Apocalypse could serve as a strategic point for the expansion of his own influence. Darkseid clenched his fists, feeling an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. Even if you wield the power of the Cosmic Weaver, do not presume you can easily vanquish me. He spat through gritted teeth. Yet, Lindu merely smiled slightly, his eyes radiating an unwavering confidence. We shall see. Your resistance will only amplify your suffering. Before his words could dissipate into the ether, intricate patterns in Lindu's hand suddenly gleamed with blinding light, as if the entire universe coalesced within his grasp. The radiance, akin to a razor's edge, lunged toward Darkseid, forcing him back several paces. Darkseid let out a low growl, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy in an attempt to withstand this seemingly boundless assault. However, his strength was evidently insufficient to contend with Lindu's newfound power. Cracks began to form in his armor, and pain etched itself across his visage. You shall never comprehend the true essence of this power, Linda remarked, observing the repelled Darkseid with an air of tranquility. The Cosmic Weaver embodies not merely strength, but a responsibility, a mission to restore order. Nonsense. Darkseid roared in fury. Only power can rule all. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not alter the current situation. Lindu waved his hand once more, this time with greater precision, striking directly at Darkseid's chest. The tremendous force overwhelmed him, and he ultimately collapsed, blood spewing forth. The age of the Lord of Apocalypse ends today, Lindu declared coldly as he advanced step by step toward Darkseid. Darkseid's visage contorted in agony as he managed to lift his head. No, I will not concede defeat to you. You have already lost, admit it, Lindu replied, his tone remaining calm, yet imbued with a power potent enough to instill fear. At that moment, a battalion of Apocalypse warriors surged forward, seemingly intent on rescuing their leader. Yet, before Lindu's overwhelming might, they appeared utterly helpless. With merely a gesture, the warriors fell like a tide, never to rise again. Darkseid closed his eyes, resigned to the fact that he could no longer resist. Lindu gazed down upon him. A flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. Perhaps this was the design of fate. Darkseid struggled to utter his final words. Do you truly believe you can maintain this peace? Taking a deep breath, Lindu turned to depart. I will do all within my power. After taking a few steps, he halted suddenly, contemplating for a moment before addressing the now utterly defeated Darkseid. Rest assured, I will prove to be a more fitting leader for Apocalypse than you. Indeed, at that moment, he had no intention of leaving. The next step was to use the power of the heart of the universe to completely eradicate the lingering thoughts of Darkseid from the minds of the Apocalypse populace. Lindu slowly approached Darkseid, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. He gently raised his hand, palm directed at Darkseid, the core of power infused with the anti-life equation. As he focused his intent, a warm and gentle energy radiated from his palm, intertwining and clashing with the dark and twisted will that resided within Darkseid. It is time for everything to revert to its rightful course, Lindu whispered, his voice filled with an undeniable strength. He wielded the powers of the cosmic Dreamweaver, not merely to resist, but to guide and transform. He aimed to transmute Darkseid's destructive essence into a source that would nurture Apocalypse, fostering harmonious coexistence. As time passed, the anguish on Darkseid's face gradually diminished, replaced by an indescribable tranquility. He opened his eyes, and instead of the madness and resentment that once flickered within, there was now profound gratitude and admiration directed toward Lindu. He realized that the power and control he had long sought paled in comparison to the inclusiveness and understanding Lindu exhibited. I feel it. Darkseid's voice was faint yet clear. A sense of unprecedented peace and freedom. Thank you for liberating me from the endless darkness. Lindu smiled gently and nodded. Within every heart lies both light and darkness. The crux lies in the choices we make. You have chosen to let go. That is your courage and wisdom. Subsequently, Lindu began to harness the power of the soul gem, extending his consciousness across the entirety of Apocalypse. He gently caressed the hearts of every living being, using the forces of love and hope to cleanse their souls of fear, hatred, and prejudice. The skies of Apocalypse gradually transformed into a crystalline clarity, and the earth was rejuvenated with life. Lindu then lowered his gaze upon Darkseid. From this moment forth, I shall be the sovereign of Apocalypse. Darkseid lay quietly on the ground, regarding Lindu with eyes no longer filled with animosity, but rather with a sense of acceptance and entrustment. The future of Apocalypse would no longer be shrouded in fear and violence, but would instead welcome a new era of hope and peace. You shall lead them toward a brighter future. Chapter 98. The Influence of Authority. The struggle of Darkseid. Upon hearing Darkseid's words, Lindu did not make an immediate exit. Instead, he gazed at his interlocutor and inquired, where does authority reside? Authority? This individual's scheme seeks to seize control? No, he must devise a means to outwit him. Only then could he hope to vanquish Lindu through authority and reclaim dominion over Apocalypse. Darkseid contemplated this silently, maintaining an impassive facade, his voice deliberately sounding weary as he spoke. Authority. It is not a tangible entity. Rather, it embodies the faith and strength within the hearts of the people of Apocalypse. It resides deep within the souls of every citizen, a collective aspiration for peace, order, and hope. Upon hearing this, Lindu furrowed his brow slightly. Even at this juncture, Darkseid was still weaving a web of deception. What was his true intent? Did he genuinely believe that mere authority could vanquish him, reclaim sovereignty over Apocalypse, or was he merely seeking to preserve his own life? Nevertheless, when addressing Darkseid, he maintained a facade of calm. Then, how can I harness this power to better guide Apocalypse toward prosperity? Darkseid inhaled deeply. True authority does not lie in personal control, but in the unity of the people's hearts. You must earn the trust and affection of the citizens of Apocalypse, allowing them to willingly entrust their power to you. Only then can you genuinely become the leader of Apocalypse, guiding us toward a luminous future. He cast a glance at Lindu, noticing his contemplative demeanor, which brought him a sense of delight. It seemed this mortal was heeding his counsel. Next, he needed to convey that to wield the power of authority, one must require his assistance, thereby ensuring his own survival. Darkseid schemed internally, aiming to skillfully manipulate Lindu into believing that only he could aid him in earning the genuine trust of the people of Apocalypse. After a moment of reflection, Darkseid spoke again. Lindu, you have demonstrated your strength, but strength alone is insufficient. To become a true leader, you need not only power but also wisdom and compassion. Since you have already shown great benevolence, now is the time to show mercy upon yourself. However, Lindu was far from oblivious to Darkseid's intentions. The notion of escaping his grasp seemed utterly implausible. With this thought in mind, Lindu began to channel cosmic energy. The energy flowed like gentle rays of light, gradually permeating Darkseid's being. He did not seek to obliterate Darkseid's will directly, but rather aimed to gently guide him toward an inner awakening. The power you seek is merely an endless cycle. Lindu's voice resonated like an ancient echo, softly reverberating in Darkseid's ears. True strength stems from a reverence for life and a commitment to safeguarding peace. Suddenly, Darkseid experienced an unprecedented tranquility. Under the guidance of Lindu, his spirit gradually became clear. He even began to realize that his long-held obsessions and pursuit of power were merely shackles upon his soul. The doubts he had previously harbored towards Lindu began to fade away. I understand. Darkseid's voice resonated with enlightenment. I am willing to relinquish my past obsessions and join you in safeguarding the peace of Apocalypse. Lindu smiled faintly and nodded. Excellent. Your choice will bring new hope to Apocalypse. Subsequently, Lindu began to wield the powers of the cosmic Dreamweaver, connecting Darkseid's spirit with the collective will of the entire planet. He guided Darkseid, allowing him to experience the inner worlds of every citizen of Apocalypse, purifying their souls in the radiance of peace and love. The skies of Apocalypse grew brighter, and life upon the earth began to awaken, enveloped in a gentle glow. Lindu and Darkseid stood at the heart of the planet, their powers merging as they jointly protected this land once shrouded in darkness. Seeing Darkseid ensnared in the dream he had woven, Lindu chuckled softly. Previously, he could see the smoldering discontent and anger in Darkseid's eyes. Before being utterly subdued, all that could be heard was his anguished roar. Lindu, who are you? His deep, thunderous voice echoed through the void, confronting an unprecedented adversary. Darkseid, what is the nature of the power you wield? Without acknowledging Darkseid, Lindu, having confirmed he had gradually taken control, posed the question. His voice seemed to transcend the ages, striking directly at the depths of Darkseid's soul. As Lindu had anticipated, the probing inquiry ensnared Darkseid in an irresistible bind. His gaze shifted from rage to confusion, ultimately yielding to compliance. He parted his lips, his voice low yet distinct. Power is the key to controlling all existence within the universe. It symbolizes not only strength, but also dominion over fate. Be it living beings or celestial bodies, all must submit before it. Lindu's eyes sharpened, each word of Darkseid's resonating within him, igniting an insatiable thirst for power in his chest. Thus, if I were to fully command this power, I could transcend all? Lindu inquired. Indeed, Darkseid nodded without hesitation, fear gradually etching itself upon his countenance. Lindu smiled slightly, a smile imbued with chilling resolve. In that case, your existence holds no meaning. With that, Lindu extended his right hand, gathering a terrifying force from the depths of the universe. It was energy purer than any material substance. Darkseid realized he could not resist this power. His body began to tremble and collapse beneath it. Lindu, you cannot do this. Darkseid suddenly regained clarity. But it was already too late. Before he could muster any resistance, his body was completely engulfed by that formidable force. Darkseid could only watch in terror as Lindu initiated his assault. Had the object of his search truly been discovered? Lindu retracted his hand, casting a cold gaze upon the remnants of ash that lay on the ground. Darkseid had not vanished entirely. Yet he was no longer in a position to pose any threat. Just as Lindu turned to depart, a faint but vengeful voice echoed through the air. Lindu, do you truly believe you have triumphed? Lindu halted, his expression unwavering as he replied, You are already dead. There is nothing more to discuss. Chapter 99. The threat of Darkseid. The chilling voice of Darkseid echoed ominously. I am a god. No one can truly slay me. Yet you have indeed achieved this, which signifies that you too possess the potential to ascend to divinity. You are correct, Lindu replied, a slight nod acknowledging the truth of the statement. At this moment, I am closer to that realm than you. Darkseid's laughter resonated one final time, infused with an undercurrent of fear. Very well, Lindu, but remember, this is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies ahead. As those words faded, silence enveloped the space. Lindu stood alone in the dark cosmos, his eyes shimmering with infinite brilliance. This is merely the beginning, he murmured to himself, turning his gaze toward the direction in which Darkseid had vanished. Unable to suppress a cold smirk, did he truly believe he could escape at this juncture? He might be oblivious to the true nature of transcendent power, a force capable of effortlessly crushing gods and even extinguishing their existence. Slowly, he raised his hand towards the path Darkseid had taken, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Now, allow me to show you how a god disappears from the cosmos. Within his palm, cosmic energy coalesced into a resplendent beam of light, aimed directly at where Darkseid had vanished. This beam contained boundless might, capable of tearing through the fabric of space-time and obliterating any obstacles in its path. At that moment, Lindu could still hear Darkseid's voice reverberating in the void, imbued with a hint of defiance and challenge. Do you believe this will bring an end to everything? Lindu, you are far too naive. Lindu remained silent, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Only by utterly dismantling Darkseid's will could he ensure the peace of Apocalypse. He would not allow this former adversary even the slightest opportunity to threaten this land again. Those who believed they could evade their fate would ultimately perish here. The beam traced a graceful arc through the void, akin to a sword piercing through time itself, aimed directly at Darkseid's heart. As the beam struck, Darkseid's form began to distort under its impact, his power dissipating in the wake of Lindu's assault. Lindu, you madman! Darkseid's voice brimmed with fury and despair. You shall pay dearly for your actions. Lindu offered no reply. Only by completely eradicating Darkseid's threat could the denizens of Apocalypse truly exist in peace. The beam finally made contact with Darkseid, his form being utterly engulfed in an instant. Silence reigned in the cosmos, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Lindu retracted his hand, his gaze sweeping over the once darkened planet. Now, all of Apocalypse belonged to him. It seemed necessary to establish a connection with the elite of Apocalypse, to ensure they understood who their true master was. Although Darkseid had vanished, the restoration of order on Apocalypse required careful consideration. He resolved to summon all the elite of Apocalypse, making it clear that a new era had dawned. He stood atop the highest point of the planet, gazing down upon the land that had once been ravaged by the flames of war. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating throughout the entirety of the planet. People of Apocalypse, I, Lindo, shall lead you towards a brand new future. The inhabitants of the planet looked up in confusion at Lindo, only to realize they saw nothing. The only sound that reached their ears was an ethereal voice. Who is this man? What has become of our former ruler? Darkseid has vanished, his reign has come to an end. Just as the crowd remained in bewilderment, Lindo's voice echoed in the hearts of every citizen of Apocalypse. The inhabitants were taken aback. Their former lord, who had once instilled fear within them, Darkseid, had been defeated by a man they had never encountered. Their hearts were filled with uncertainty and trepidation, yet there lingered an indescribable sense of anticipation. Alongside their hope, curiosity began to flourish. Lindo's voice resonated within the hearts of every Apocalyptian, his words imbued with strength and resolve. From this day forth, there shall be no more war or fear upon Apocalypse, only peace and prosperity. I shall guide you into a new era, one devoid of oppression and suffering. The citizens began to murmur among themselves, their eyes shimmering with a tapestry of emotions. Some were skeptical, others hopeful, and some harbored fear. Nevertheless, Lindo's majesty and power rendered them unable to resist. They could only silently accept this new reality. Lindo continued, I shall establish a new order, one founded on justice and fairness. All citizens of Apocalypse shall enjoy equal rights and opportunities. Together, we shall strive to make Apocalypse the mightiest planet in the universe. The inhabitants gradually began to embrace this new reality. They started to believe that Lindo could indeed deliver them a brighter future. Thus, they erupted in cheers, celebrating and looking forward to this new epoch. Simultaneously, deep within the Amazon jungle, sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of ancient trees, creating beams of light that pierced the ground. In this vibrant and enigmatic land, the Amazonian warriors stood poised, their gazes a mix of determination and concern. We have no means to enter Apocalypse. We are utterly unable to assist Lindo at this moment, a robust warrior spoke up. She was the leader of the Amazon tribe, known as Ariana. Her words were filled with conviction. We cannot remain idle. We must find a way to support Lindo. But, Ariana, the barriers surrounding Apocalypse are formidable. We cannot breach them, an elder warrior replied, her face etched with worry. A glimmer of light flickered in Ariana's eyes. She understood that the Amazonian warriors possessed an indomitable spirit, one that would not easily concede. We have our own methods, she asserted confidently. The ancient magic of the Amazons may indeed offer us assistance. The female warriors nodded in unison, placing their faith in the wisdom and strength of Ariana. She began to direct them, and they swiftly set to work, gathering the necessary herbs and mystical ingredients. During the sacred Amazonian ritual, they blended these components, preparing to unleash a formidable spell. As the ceremony progressed, a mysterious energy flowed among the Amazon warriors. Ancient totems began to manifest upon their arms, symbols of the Amazons' communion with the forces of nature. Ariana raised her hands high, reciting an ancient incantation. Her voice echoed through the jungle, seemingly in harmony with the very breath of nature. Chapter 100, Confronting Thanos, The Crisis of S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted from their formation, soaring into the heavens. This radiance pierced through the barriers of Apocalypse, forging a pathway for the Amazonian warriors. Success! Ariana exclaimed with fervor, realizing this was their sole opportunity to support Lindo. The Amazonian warriors swiftly assembled, armed and poised to traverse the luminous passage. Ariana led them, their silhouettes gradually vanishing within the light, leaving behind the echoes of battle songs in the jungle. Upon their arrival on Apocalypse, Lindo stood at the pinnacle of the planet, announcing the dawn of a new era to his people. The appearance of the Amazonian warriors astonished the inhabitants, who had never before witnessed such valiant fighters. Lindo turned, surprised to see the Amazonian warriors. "How did you come to be here?" he inquired, astonished. He had intended to establish his own dominion on Apocalypse. Ariana offered a slight smile. "We Amazons have never forsaken our allies. Upon learning that you faced Darkseid alone, we resolved to spare no effort in supporting you." Lindo nodded in acknowledgement. The Amazonian warriors were renowned for their bravery and loyalty, but he had not anticipated their rapid breach of Apocalypse defenses. "Your arrival is precisely what I required. The reconstruction of Apocalypse demands your strength and wisdom." Ariana surveyed the surrounding inhabitants, noticing the complex expressions in their eyes. "We Amazons stand ready to fight alongside you, to forge a peaceful and prosperous Apocalypse." Lindo inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of new power within him. "Excellent, Ariana. Let us labor together to instill hope in the hearts of Apocalypse citizens." Subsequently, Lindo and Ariana commenced deliberations on the plans for rebuilding Apocalypse. Lindo resolved to first restore the planet's infrastructure, ensuring that the basic needs of the inhabitants were met. Following that, a just legal system would be established to guarantee equal rights and opportunities for all. It was imperative to swiftly eliminate those who had been subservient to Darkseid. Lindo stated gravely, "The remnants of Darkseid's forces may pose a threat during the reconstruction." Ariana nodded in agreement. "It is a formidable task. Yet the Amazonian warriors fear no challenge. Moreover, we stand before Lindo. We shall dispatch our most elite fighters to assist you in eradicating those threats," Ariana asserted resolutely. Lindo gazed at Ariana with gratitude. With the aid of the Amazonian warriors, the reconstruction of Apocalypse would proceed with greater efficacy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, within the Avengers Tower in New York, heroes such as Iron Man, Captain America, and Thor gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Communication devices repeatedly attempted to establish contact with Lindo, but only silence responded. "We must take action." Iron Man Tony Stark broke the silence. His eyes sparkled with determination. "If Lindo fails to return in time, we must be prepared to face the worst." Steve Rogers nodded, his iconic shield resting nearby. His tone grave, "Regardless of Thanos' new movements, we cannot allow Earth to descend into crisis once more." Thor tightened his grip on the hammer, lightning subtly swirling around him. "Asgard stands with you. We shall fight side by side to defend this planet." Meanwhile, at the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, D.C., Director Nick Fury was anxiously monitoring everything. His gaze flitted between various intelligence screens, the air thick with urgency. The Avengers and the Justice League would unite against this threat. "We must be ready for anything." Has Loki, confined in his cell, disclosed vital information to Thor? Nick Fury's brow furrowed as he turned to Black Widow Natasha, who was intently analyzing the latest intelligence data. Indeed, Loki had revealed some key information about Thanos to Thor, but we are still verifying the specifics. Thor's reaction indicated that he comprehended the gravity of the situation and was prepared to give his all. Natasha's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, pulling up an encrypted report. "Moreover, according to our intelligence network, Thanos has not remained dormant following his last setback. He has gathered new forces at the far reaches of the universe, intending to launch another assault on Earth. This time, he may be even more cautious, more lethal." Nick Fury took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. "We cannot remain passive. Inform all available heroes, whether members of the Avengers or other champions of justice. Even those allies concealed in the shadows must rally together. The Earth needs them now more than ever." He thought of Lindo's journey to Apocalypse. "I fear for whether Linda has resolved matters there." Natasha gently patted Nick Fury's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Lindo has always been a miracle worker. I believe he possesses the capability to face the challenges of Apocalypse. Our duty is to safeguard Earth, ensuring that when he returns, it remains the home he knows." Her words exuded undeniable conviction, as if injecting a surge of courage into everyone present. The atmosphere within the Avengers Tower grew increasingly resolute and united. "You are right. We may not be able to handle Thanos alone. I still hope he returns to help us confront him directly." At that moment, the communication device suddenly blinked with urgent light, shattering the tense atmosphere in the room. All eyes instantly converged on the device, a wave of inexplicable anticipation and anxiety rising within them. "It's Lindo." Tony Stark swiftly connected the call, his voice betraying his excitement. "Lindo, how are you? What is the situation on Apocalypse?" The figure of Lindo appeared on the communication screen, slightly fatigued, yet his gaze remained resolute and bright. "I am well. The situation on Apocalypse has stabilized considerably. The remnants of Darkseid's forces are being systematically eradicated, thanks in no small part to the Amazonian warriors. Upon hearing this, the Avengers collectively exhaled in relief. Captain America, Steve Rogers, spoke earnestly. Lindu, we require your assistance. Thanos has gathered new forces in the cosmos, preparing to launch another assault on Earth. Lindu nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. I have already received the news and am expediting the affairs on Apocalypse.